Number of knife swings plus 1. Number of knife swings plus 1. Number of knife swings plus 1. The rhythmic sound of swinging echoed under the setting sun. In front of an ancient, Japanese-style wooden house, a boy of about 11 years old gripped a wooden sword tightly. His movements were repetitive but deliberate, sweat dripping from his brow as he practiced with all his might.
Hey ha! Hey ha!
The sharp sound of effort accompanied each swing, cutting through the stillness of the countryside. Brother Fengyu, what are you doing? A soft, childish voice interrupted his training. Fengyu stopped mid-swing and turned to see a small girl standing behind him. Xiao Meishio, why are you here? He asked, walking over and gently patting her head. Blushing slightly, Meishio answered shyly, my mother asked me to bring you some food. Behind her was a small wooden bucket containing neatly packed rice balls. Fengyu smiled, touched by her kindness. Thank you, Meishio, he said warmly. You worked hard to bring this to me. Meishio fidgeted and looked down, her cheeks flushed. Brother Fengyu, my parents want you to come to our house for dinner. Fengyu's smile faltered for a moment, replaced by a quiet sigh. He glanced at the food and then at Meishio. Everyone in the village knew about his situation. His parents had disappeared not long ago, rumored to have been killed by wild beasts while gathering firewood. Since then, the villagers had taken turns helping him in small ways, offering food or assistance. I understand, he said softly. Tell your parents I'm grateful, but I'll return the lunch box later. Thank you, Meishio. As Meishio nodded and walked away, Fengyu's expression turned thoughtful. He wasn't originally from this world. In his previous life, Fengyu had been an ordinary college graduate, just stepping into adulthood. But one day, he found himself transmigrated into the world of Demon Slayer, a place filled with demons and danger. Worse still, he hadn't inherited all the memories of the body he now occupied. Most of what he knew came from observing his surroundings and the cryptic prompts of a system that seemed to mock him at every turn. Unlike the protagonists in novels he used to read, Fengyu didn't start with a powerful gift or an exceptional background. His golden finger wasn't even activated yet. The condition? He needed to swing a sword 1,000,000 times to unlock it. Number of swings, 4,530. The number felt like a cruel joke. His optimism from his past life kept him from sinking into despair, but he understood the stakes. This was a world where survival was not guaranteed. Demons roamed the land, and even the weakest of them could easily kill a child like him. If I don't activate the system and grow stronger, I won't last long in this world. Brother Fengyu, are you okay? Meishio's small voice brought him back to reality. She stood there, looking at him with concern, her hands clutching the hem of her simple kimono. Fengyu forced a reassuring smile. I'm fine, Meishio. Don't worry about me. Meishio's blush deepened. I'll always support you, Brother Fengyu, she said, her voice barely above a whisper as she clasped his hand. He blinked, surprised by her sudden declaration. Then he chuckled softly, shaking his head. What is this kid thinking? I'm not a lullicon, and women will only slow down my training. With renewed determination, Fengyu picked up his wooden sword again. Thank you for the food, Meishio, but I need to keep practicing. The sound of swinging resumed as Meishio watched from the side, her small hands clasped in front of her chest. Brother Fengyu is so cool. He's training so hard to avenge his parents. I'll always be here for him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the boy's silhouette stood out against the twilight, tirelessly swinging his sword. Later that night, Fengyu lay on his simple wooden bed. The room was silent except for the faint sounds of summer insects outside. His arms throbbed with exhaustion from the day's training. Number of swings, 4,530. The system's interface floated before him, its minimalistic design offering little comfort. System, you can become stronger by swinging a sword, not activated. Activation condition, 1,000,000 sword swings, not reached. Character, Fengyu. Number of swings, 4,530. Come on, boy. Reach 1,000,000 swings and become a super god. Fengyu sighed deeply. He calculated in his head, it would take him over a year of relentless training to meet the activation requirement. It's so difficult, he muttered, staring at the crude wooden ceiling. The system offered no shortcuts, no magical rewards to make his life easier. The only benefit so far was that his body seemed to recover fully each morning, no matter how hard he trained. I have to keep going. I can't waste time. Despite the ache in his muscles and the hunger gnawing at his stomach, Fengyu felt a spark of determination. He couldn't afford to stop, not in a world where demons lurked in the shadows, waiting to strike. As his thoughts drifted, exhaustion finally overtook him, and he slipped into a dreamless sleep. Outside, the stars shone brightly, as if silently witnessing the beginning of his arduous journey. The next morning, Feng Yu woke up early and prepared a simple breakfast. However, his plans took a sour turn when he discovered something horrifying in the rice vat. The contents had been ruined by rats. Are you kidding me? Feng Yu groaned, staring at the mess. Not only had the rats stolen a large portion of his rice, but they had also left their droppings as a parting gift. These damn mice not only robbed me blind but also left this. Are they trying to disgust me to death? He clenched his fists, glaring at the ruined rice. The realization struck him hard. There were no cats in the entire village to deal with this pest problem. Why is my life so miserable? I've been transmigrated, and instead of some grand quest or cheat skill, I'm stuck fighting rats for scraps of rice. After a dramatic sigh, Feng Yu remembered a quote from his past life. When heaven is about to entrust a person with a great responsibility, it must first strain their mind, muscles and bones, starve their skin, deplete their body and mess up their actions. Despite the mess, Feng Yu steeled his resolve. He carefully scooped out the contaminated rice, salvaging what he could. He cooked a pot of porridge and paired it with a handful of vegetables for breakfast. First priority, deal with these damn rats. Second, figure out how to solve my financial problems. His current situation was grim. Feng Yu had been surviving off the small savings left by his late parents, but those funds were quickly dwindling. Without an income, he wouldn't last long. As Feng Yu mulled over his next steps while swinging his sword outside, he was interrupted by a familiar voice.
Brother Feng Yu. Brother Feng Yu.
Turning around, he saw Meishio running toward him, her face flushed and slightly out of breath. What's wrong, Meishio? Brother Feng Yu, my father asked me to come and get you. He says there's something important.
Huh?
Did he say what it's about?
I don't know, but hurry.
If we're late, my father will scold me. Meishio grabbed his hand and tugged him along before he could protest. Soon, Feng Yu arrived at Meishio's home, where her parents greeted him warmly. Meishio's father ushered Feng Yu inside, gesturing for him to sit on the floor. Feng Yu, Meishio's father began, after your parents' unfortunate passing, you've had to fend for yourself. Your aunt and I have been discussing how to help, and we've found a job for you. It won't make you rich, but it should be enough to get by. What do you think? Feng Yu's heart swelled with gratitude. He bowed deeply and said, Uncle, thank you so much. You and aunt have been so kind to me since my parents passed. I don't know how to repay you. While his words carried a tinge of performative sincerity, Feng Yu truly felt thankful. In his mind, he vowed to repay their kindness once he became stronger. Good boy, Meishio's father said with a smile. No need for thanks. Let me explain the job. The task was straightforward. Every week, Feng Yu would accompany Meishio's father to the town to deliver the village's food to merchants. The trip would take a full day, but the pay, though modest, would be enough to cover basic expenses. The job was one Feng Yu's father had previously done alongside Meishio's father. With Feng Yu's father gone, the villagers had decided to let him take over. Hearing this, Feng Yu couldn't help but feel relieved. The one-day-a-week schedule meant he would still have plenty of time to practice his sword swings.
I'll take the job,
Feng Yu said enthusiastically.
Good.
We'll leave tomorrow morning, Meishio's father replied. Go home and prepare. Before leaving, Feng Yu asked Meishio's father how he managed to keep rats out of his rice vat. The man chuckled and went to Feng Yu's house to craft several makeshift traps. He even shared a surprising tip. Rats can be a delicacy if prepared properly, he said, grinning. Feng Yu stared at him, speechless. Later that evening, after returning from Meishio's house, Feng Yu spent the rest of the day practicing his sword swings. He noticed his speed and efficiency improving, small victories that gave him hope. By the end of the day, he had completed over 1,000 swings, a few hundred more than the day before. As he lay on his bed, his muscles sore but his mind focused, he opened his system interface. System, you can become stronger by swinging a sword, not activated. Activation condition, 1,000,000 sword swings, not reached. Character, Feng Yu. Number of swings, 8,210.
Keep it up, boy.
Hit 1,000,000 swings, and you'll become a super god. A small goal, Feng Yu thought to himself. Let's break 10,000 first. His eyes grew heavy as he stared at the simple wooden ceiling. With a small smile he whispered, one swing at a time. The room fell silent as Feng Yu drifted off to sleep, dreaming of the day he would finally unlock his system and step into the world of demon slayers.
Chapter 2. The next morning, Feng Yu made a simple breakfast for himself early. It was only soon that he discovered a major event, that is, the rice in the rice jar in his house was stolen. Yes, in this era, there are a lot of insects and rats in the countryside, and in one night, Feng Yu found that the rice bowl was ruined by rats. Grass, these damn mice, not only steal Lao Tzu's rice, but also pull the poop on it. This is not pure disgusting Lao Tzu. Alas, why is Lao-Tzu's life so bitter? Don't let the crossing either be on the way to load 13, or on the way to load 13, and I still have to feed a bucket of rice and bend my waist. Therefore, the heavens will descend on the people, and they must first suffer their minds, strain their muscles and bones, starve their bodies and skins, empty their bodies, and act chaotically. Although looking at the black poop in the rice jar, Feng Yu still endured it, shoveled out the rice stained with black filth, and then casually cooked a pot of porridge and picked some green vegetables, so that the breakfast was quickly ready. The first thing is to get the damn rat in place, and the second thing is to fix the current living situation. The first thing is a trivial matter in Feng Yu's opinion, but the second thing is the most important. After all, he has no financial resources now, and he is still barely able to fill his stomach with the savings of his original parents, but the savings are very small, and it is estimated that he will spend them soon. Feng Yu looked at the pitiful money in his hand and the food at home, and thought that maybe he could ask for help from his neighbors. Just when Feng Yu was practicing his sword-swinging skills and thinking about how to talk to his neighbors, he didn't know that Miziu was holding her cheeks and looking behind her, and from time to time she held her red face and looked away shyly, and she didn't know what she was fantasizing. After a while, "Oh, what's wrong with me? I forgot what my father told me, brother Feng Yu, brother Feng Yu." Hearing this, Feng Yu stopped his movements and turned his head and said, "Is there something wrong, Xiao Miziu?" "That's the case, brother Feng Yu. My father asked me to come and call you to our house. I have something to look for you." Missa patted her flushed face and said shyly, "Did my uncle say what was the matter?" "I don't know. Okay brother Fenjiao, let's go, otherwise my father won't be able to wait and will beat my ass." Soon the two came to Mixiu's doorstep. As soon as Mixiu's father and mother saw that the two of them had arrived, they hurriedly pulled Feng Yu into the house and sat down cross-legged following the memories of the original body. Mixiu's parents are typical of the countryside, and the wrinkles that have been weathered by the wind and snow appear on their faces, but to Feng Yu's surprise, Mixiu's mother is very young, and she looks like a housewife who has not done farm work. It can also be seen that Mixiu's father loves Mixiu's mother very much. "It's like this, Feng Yu, because of your parents' accident, and your family has no financial resources now, think about it. I will help you find a job, and you can barely supplement your life. What do you think?" Feng Yu heard it, and got it. The second goal was about to be completed, so he quickly asked, "Uncle, thank you very much. Since the death of my father and mother, it is also you and my aunt who have taken care of me. I have always been very grateful to you, and now you have helped me find a job. I don't know how to repay you. Although it was acted, I was sincerely grateful to the family for being kind to me, and I thought that when I became strong in the future, I must take care of the Mizuo family." Good boy, it doesn't have to be like this. I'll tell you what this job is like first." After a while, Feng Yu understood what this job was like. It turned out that he followed Mizuo's father to the town to deliver the grain of the whole village residents to the merchant to sell, and the salary was to take a little bit of it. This job was completed by the original father and Mixiu's father, and now Feng Yu's father has ascended to heaven, so Mixiu's father discussed it with the people in the village, and let Feng Yu take over the job by the way. And he also told Feng Yu that he only needs 1 day of round trip every week. Hearing this, Feng Yu was simply happy, and in this way, the time to practice sword swinging and work would be perfect. Immediately, Feng Yu agreed, and tomorrow is the first delivery of the week. Let Feng Yu go back and tidy up and set off tomorrow. After Feng Yu thanked Mixiu's family, he turned around and asked Mixiu's father how he kept the rice jar from rats. Mixiu's father didn't hide it, and went directly to Windfeather's house to make a few rat traps, and told Windfeather that rats are a very delicious delicacy. Feng Yu. In a day, although it took a little time to spend at Mixiu's house, the rest of the time was all used to practice the sword-swinging technique, and Feng Yu found that the speed at which he drew the knife was getting faster and faster, and he obtained more than 3,000 sword-swinging techniques in a day and a half, a few hundred more than the previous 2 days. Feng Yu lay on the bed and looked at the number that had broken 8 on his system panel, and secretly said, "Strive for a small goal, break 10,000. Chapter 3 Morning, Uncle. Well, early, little. Fenjiu got up early and gathered at the intersection of the village. Fenjiu and Miziu's father said good morning and began to check whether the goods and grain were fixed, and after a while, pull it, and bounce there. After a short time of inspection, the two said goodbye to Miso and Miso's mother and set off. An ox cart that delivered the goods, the two of them were one after the other. Miziu's father led the ox in front to lead the way, and Feng Yu checked whether the goods were tied firmly in the back. Along the way, Miso's father will also explain to Windfeather about a place when he goes to a place, as well as interesting things that happen when he works with Windfeather's father to deliver goods. And, of course, the horror stories he heard from the town. Legend has it that after the sun goes down, evil spirits come out to eat people. There are also ghost hunters who kill evil ghosts and protect people. Mixiu's father also boasted that he had seen ghosts, but Feng Yu didn't believe it, thinking that if he saw a ghost, he wouldn't have stood here and bragged about himself. "Uncle, didn't you say that demons eat people, and how did you survive?" asked Windfeather. Ha ha ha, didn't you kid hear that I was bragging? I haven't seen this kind of ghost life. Anyway, the person who told me this story said the same thing. I'm just stating the story. And then the story is not necessarily true. I've been born for 25 years. I haven't seen a ghost. I guess is also fictional, and warns some children not to sneak out at night to play. It is also true that the people in many backward small villages in this world do not have good information, and even if someone sees a ghost, if it is not a member of the ghost killing team, there is no life to spread the news. It took about 3 hours for the two of them to come to a small town, and to be honest, this was the first time that Feng Yu had experienced the appearance of a small town during the Taisho period, 1912 to 1926, in Japan, which was said to be a short and relatively stable period in Japan in his previous life. Looking at the town where people come and go, Feng Yu remembered a sentence in a foreign country. His eyes couldn't help but darken. I don't know what happened to my parents now. What will happen to them when they find out that I'm gone? Maizio's father looked at the sadness in Feng Yu's eyes, who was standing still, and thought that maybe Feng Yu was thinking about his father and mother, so he said, "Wind Feather Boy, go, give the grain to the vendor, and take you to eat delicious food." Soon, Maizio's father led Feng Yu to the merchant to settle the price of the grain. Then the two of them wandered around the bustling street, and Mixio's father kept talking to Windfeather about all kinds of things that he thought Windfeather had never seen. After all, in his memory, Windfeather had never left the village and came to the town. But Feng Yu just wanted to go back home quickly, and then make up for the number of swings today, and turn on the system as soon as possible to deal with the danger that could come at any time. Although most of the things are known to the Windfeather, there are still some small things that are relatively novel, and they belong to the specialties of small island countries. The small island nations of this era have begun to have guns, and even some prosperous areas have begun to have concrete high-rise buildings. In this way, after both of them finally bought some necessities and snacks that Maizio's father bought for Maizio, they took the ox cart back to the village. The sun still sets late this season, and when the two of them get home, the sun has not yet set, and the red sunset is reflected on Feng Yu's face. Feeling the slight breeze blowing on his face, Feng Yu felt that his body seemed to be a little different. But Feng Yu didn't care too much, just thinking about it, or maybe he missed his previous life a little. After all, it's a foreign land. After cleaning up, Windfeather began to use the remaining light to practice drawing his sword. Soon, half a year passed day by day, and in this half year, Feng Yu did not change much every day, except for cooking and practicing knife swinging by himself, as well as delivering goods once a week. It's just that there will be a pair of small eyes looking at him every day, and he may be a little uncomfortable at first, but in the past 6 months, he has become Feng Yu's daily companion. Feng Yu occasionally goes to Maizio's house to eat. After all, the time saved by someone cooking to practice drawing a knife is still very fragrant. In the past 6 months, Feng Yu has been tired of practicing every day, and anyway, his body will recover with the help of the system the next day, and the speed of drawing the knife every day is getting faster and faster, and he is becoming more and more clever. As a result, the number of swings on the system panel has reached as much as 70 W. Now the number of swings per day is almost 1 W, which shows how fast the swing speed is. Perhaps there is a goal in the heart. Draw the sword of the natural god is such a truth. Moreover, after half a year, Feng Yu also seems to have discovered the difference in his body. It seems to have grown very fast, from the previous height of 1 meter 4 or 5, and now it has grown to about 1 meter 6, which is very scary. Half a year, this height leap is really too big. After all, the height of the people in the small island country is generally low, and Xiao Maizio's family has not changed much. They should eat, drink, and live a comfortable life. It's fast. At the current speed, the number of swings can soon reach 100 W, and then the system can be turned on. And why do I have a vague feeling of palpitations? It seems that something bad will happen soon. Feng Yu, who practiced drawing his sword in his bare shirt, frowned and looked into the distance. That's the direction. It makes me feel uneasy. The wooden knife in his hand stopped, and Maizio asked with a puzzled expression, "Brother Feng Yu, why did you stop? Did something happen?" Feng Yu shook his head and didn't say anything. After all, this was just what he felt in his heart. Maybe he came to this world for nothing. But soon, Windfeather's uneasiness was verified. "Huh, have you heard? There seems to be a man-eating beast in the next village, and several people have been missing, and I heard that they were all dragged to the mountains and eaten, and when they were found, only some meat foam and stumps and rotten clothes remained, and they were eaten very cleanly. Alas, I only hope that the officers and soldiers will quickly kill the damned beast so that there will be no need to die. Yes, you must kill the beast quickly, otherwise if you get tired of eating the next village, it will not be good to run to our village." Early in the morning, some of the old people in this village will get together to chat about gossip when they are free. Feng Yu listened to these old men. I said a word, frowning, his heart tightened, and the faint direction of uneasiness was the direction of the next village where the accident occurred. No wonder I'm going to face the cannibal demons of this world so soon, and my body's sixth sense is so powerful. Feng Yu muttered quietly, but soon ran back to the house to practice wielding the knife, and at the same time put a woodcutter and axe on the side of the bed. Although Feng Yu understands that if it is really an evil ghost, the knife and axe are useless, and only the neon wheel sword in the hands of the demon slayer can kill the evil spirit. If you come, you will be safe. Feng Yu thought so, and began a day of sword swinging practice. Soon, a week passed peacefully, and finally on the 8th day, the bad news still reached the village of Windfeather. Chapter 4. AHH. What's going on? It seems to be in the direction of Noita Nobita's house. Quick, go and see. The sound of exclamation also reached Feng Yu. He frowned and said, it can't be a demon eating people. Quiet? Look at this situation. The man-eating beast from the next village has already set its sights on our village. What we need to do now is to quickly notify the officers and soldiers to come. In order to prevent the recurrence of the tragedy, before the arrival of the officers and soldiers, everyone must close the door at night, and at the same time. Feng Yu didn't listen to the old village chief again, but just stared at the rotten corpse that was eaten by the evil spirit. Whew. Feng Yu sighed. It's really strange. If I saw such a scene in my previous life, I might have vomited or started to tremble, but now I don't feel it at all. And according to this situation, it seems that this village and the next village have been reduced to a hunting ground for evil ghosts. What should I do? This ordinary weapon can't kill evil ghosts at all, and I don't know if the ghost-killing team knows about the evil ghost attacks that happened here. At the thought that he was the main hunting target of most evil ghosts, Feng Yu felt a chill welling up in his heart. Hey, Windfeather boy. Feng Yu turned his head and saw that it was Miziu's father. Stinky boy, you moved to my house before the officers and soldiers arrived, and now you are home alone, and you can't know what happened at the first time. Mixiu's father said and pulled up Feng Yu and left the scene. You go back and prepare your toiletries for tonight now, and then come straight over. Mixiu's father said in a deep voice. Feng Yu noticed that Mixiu's father seemed to know something. Feng Yu didn't say anything. After all, one more person means more strength, and now he is completely incapable of dealing with evil ghosts, and Mixiu's father is in the prime of life, and he is also a force stronger than himself. Maybe you can prepare more ropes. Soon night fell, and the village was quiet, but there was a hidden danger at the same time. Ha ha ha, what are you kid doing with so many ropes? Don't you think that these ropes can catch man-eating beasts? Miso's father suddenly calmed down. You mean? This can't be, it's just fiction. Mixiu's father quickly shook his head. After all, that kind of thing was just hearsay, and he still believed in his heart that the big beast was the murderer. Why is a legend a legend? It is because someone has experienced it and witnessed it with their own eyes. It is better to believe it than to believe it. Uncle, if it is really that kind of thing, I don't think these knives and axes alone can kill it, and as far as I know, that kind of thing can only be killed by sunlight. I don't think I said I could kill that kind of thing if only sunlight could kill that. Feng Yu, Miide and Miide's mother watched as they had been discussing that thing, and they didn't know what they were talking about. I had to pray in my heart. Okay, you two, it's late at night, let's go to bed quickly. Feng Yu and Miziu's father glanced at each other, and then they didn't discuss it anymore, but they both sighed in their hearts. The countryside at night was terrible, but Feng Yu couldn't sleep. Looking at the dark beams, his heartbeat could be heard. Time passed little by little, and Feng Yu's eyelids began to be sleepy. At this time, Miziu's father was already snoring. Suddenly, Feng Yu seemed to hear something, like the sound of human footsteps, and the sound of the door opening. In an instant, Feng Yu's sleepiness faded, and his heartbeat began to quicken. Uncle, wake up, there's a situation. Feng Yu got up and carefully shook the sleeping father of Miziu. What's wrong with Windfeather? Mixiu's father said with a low yawn. There seems to be someone out there, Feng Yu whispered. Hearing this, Miziu's father didn't feel sleepy, and got up and picked up the axe and knife next to him to defend himself, and Feng Yu also held a knife and rope in his hand. The baby daughter will be handed over to you. You hide in the cabinet first, don't make a sound. Before leaving, I didn't forget to tell you to pay attention to safety. The sound of pop-pop was getting closer and closer, and Feng Yu and Mixiu's father were standing on either side of the door, ready to wait for the demon to swing his knife and slash down as soon as he opened the door. The click. Door seemed to open a little bit, and the strong stench came to my nose, and a black-green hand with sharp claws reached in. At the same time, he muttered, I'm here for the delicious. Do it, shouted Mixiu's father, and the weapons in their hands instantly swung down. AHH. A demon with blood-red eyes and sharp teeth greeted him. Damn human, you actually made me feel pain. Unforgivable. I must eat you. Evil. And greedy eyes stared at Feng Yu and Mixiu's father, and then took back the severed hand that had fallen to the ground in front of the eyes of the two of them. Uncle, it has a strong ability to heal itself. Our knives and axes don't hurt it at all. I suggest trying to separate its head from its body, and then tie it up and wait for the sun to kill it. There was a loud bang sound, and Mixiu's father and Feng Yu pounced into the air, and the speed of the evil ghost was very fast, and it dodged away in an instant. It's just that soon the two of them have the upper hand, because the space of the house is relatively small, which greatly restricts the space for the evil spirit's activities. Although the demon is not afraid of the knife and axe in the hands of Windfeather and the others, it still feels pain, so it has been locking on to the young Windfeather. It's just that Feng Yu's strength is not as strong as Mixiu's father, but the knife swinging he has practiced every day for half a year has made him have a sense of proficiency in the knife in his hand, and the evil ghost has also frequently suffered from Feng Yu's knife wounds. And Feng Yu and Mixiu's father also had some external injuries on their bodies, and it took a lot of effort for the two to deal with the evil ghost, and the evil ghost felt that the sky was about to dawn, and he couldn't help but be anxious and wanted to run out, but Feng Yu and the two blocked the door. The two sides confronted each other like this, and suddenly, the demon seemed to sense something, and his blood-red eyes turned, and he quickly walked in the direction of the box that was hiding from the two of them. Oh no, the target of this evil ghost of Windfeather has turned to Mixio and them. Damn. Windfeather and the two of them were anxious, but the speed of the evil ghost was faster, and they saw that the evil ghost was about to touch the box. The extreme sense of anger welled up in his heart, and the knife in his hand and his own familiarity reached a higher level, and before he had time to think about it, Feng Yu swung the long knife in his hand with all his strength and aimed at the demon's thigh. Even Feng Yu didn't notice that for a moment, a large amount of air was inhaled into his lungs, and the blood flow throughout his body accelerated, making his strength several times greater than usual. Bang! The demon fell to the ground, and the dark red blood flowed out of the floor, only to see the demon's body separate from one of his thighs. Feng Yu and Mixio's father's eyes widened, as if they were full of unimaginability. This actually cut off the demon's thigh. It's just that soon the two reacted happily and rushed towards the demon, and the demon fell to the ground because one leg was broken, so he wanted to reach out and take it back, but Feng Yu and Mixio's father had already run to the body of the demon who was holding down the ghost. The strength of the demon is so strong, and in just an instant, Mixio's father was thrown away by the demon. Seeing this, Feng Yu hurriedly picked up the long knife and quickly slashed at the evil ghost. The long knife entered the eye, and the demon instinctively resisted with both hands. Click. The demon's hands were broken, and the demon didn't react, and then Feng Yu continued to swing hard, slashing at the demon's neck. The sound of a long knife entering the flesh was heard, only this time it didn't cut the neck. Feng Yu shouted, "Quick, help me hard." Mixio's father, who was covered in injuries, couldn't care about the pain of a broken leg bone, because if he took a slower step, everyone would die here. Gritting his teeth, he rushed to Feng Yu's side and pressed hard. Boom. The demon's neck is broken. The demon's eyes were still rolling, and he didn't seem to realize that his neck had been cut off by someone who wasn't the demon slayer. Then came the boundless rage, and it felt that it had been insulted, and that a mere human had cut off its neck. Quick, uncle, hurry up and tie up its separated limbs with a rope, and Mixio's father saw that the evil ghost's neck was really broken and not dead, so he quickly picked up the rope and tied the demon's body separately. As for Feng Yu, seeing that the demon seemed to want to control his separated body to merge, he gritted his teeth and waved the long knife in his hand and slashed at the demon's face. Poof! Is the sound of a long knife entering the flesh. Of course, this also successfully bought time for Mixio's father. Seeing that the limbs of the demon have been tied separately, Feng Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The demon couldn't move because his body was tied, so he began to curse Feng Yu. Damn humans, low-level creatures, why don't you obediently do your duty to make food? Windfeather didn't care how ugly the evil ghost scolded, just as if he couldn't hear it, he put the demon's head in an iron box. After doing all this, Feng Yu finally couldn't hold on, and fell to the ground gasping for breath. A feeling of soreness and weakness filled his body. And Mixio's father was also sitting on the floor, looking at the destroyed home and tying up the limbs of the struggling ghosts. His heart was also beating fast. After all this was beyond his knowledge. Who would have thought that the legendary creature would appear in front of him? And he almost died. And all thanks to the Windfeather boy. After a long time, I remembered the beautiful mother and daughter who were still hiding in the box. So he called them out. When the two came out, Feng Yu fell to the ground, and her husband was covered in injuries, and his broken leg was already red and swollen at this time. Couldn't help but burst into tears, rummaged through the boxes and cabinets to find medicinal herbs, and bandaged the wounds of the two. Looking at the limbs of the demon that was still struggling, Mixio's mother held back the fear in her heart and asked, "What is this?" But Mixio's father didn't explain much. After all, the sky is almost dawning, and when the sun comes out, then this evil ghost will be wiped out. Talking too much will make Mixio's mother and daughter even more afraid. It's okay, everything is settled. Mixio's father raised his hands and stroked Mixio's mother's cheeks, gently wiped away his tears and gently comforted him. And while Feng Yu and the others, who were waiting for the sun to rise, they ushered in a late person at this time. Chapter 5. There's a smell of evil spirits in the air, and this is it. A black-haired boy dressed in a feather weave with different patterns on both sides of the word extinction slowly came to the door of Miai's house and stopped and muttered. "Windfeather boy, are you sure that the sun is shining on this thing before you can kill it? What if you can't kill it?" Mixio's father couldn't help but ask, looking at the demon's limbs that were still struggling. "Uncle, don't worry, when the sun comes out, let's put the demon's hair under the sun, so that the demon can be destroyed." Feng Yu's physical strength has recovered at this time. This couldn't help but make Feng Yu feel that the recovery power of this body was too powerful. "By the way, Windfeather boy, I always think you're very familiar with these ghosts. It stands to reason that you shouldn't have seen them before." Mixio's father sighed. "But thanks to you kid, if it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have been gone a long time ago, and I said I wanted to protect you, but in the end you protected us." "Uncle, these are all trivial matters. I am familiar with evil ghosts because..." Feng Yu just wanted to make up a reason to fool the past, but he didn't expect a sound of footsteps to come, and all the nerves began to tense in an instant. "What's going on? How can there be footsteps outside? Is there a second demon?" said Feng Yu secretly. Mixio's father glanced at Feng Yu, and quickly motioned for Mixio's mother and daughter to hide in the box. Don't worry, I'm here to destroy the demons, but it looks like the battle is over, I'm a step too late. The black-haired young man came into the room and put away his azure knife. Tomioka Yoshi-young. In an instant, Feng Yu's breathing tightened. He didn't expect to see the extremely popular cold alpine male god in his previous life so soon. I don't know if Tomioka is a water column now. Sensing the change in Wind Feather's breathing, Tomioka Yoshio asked suspiciously, do you know me? You've noticed this, but your standard facial paralysis and special feather weave, it's hard not to let me, a ghost destroyer, not know it. No, are you a member of the Demon Slayer squad? Don't get me wrong, I've heard from others that there are people who specialize in killing evil ghosts. They are wearing the word extinction and holding a sharp blade that can kill evil spirits. Feng Yu explained. Tomioka didn't say much, just responded lightly. You're doing a good job. You can't kill the demons with ordinary weapons, even if they cut off the heads of evil spirits. Only sunlight can destroy these evil things. Maizu's father on the side looked at the conversation between Feng Yu and Fu Yong and Yi Yang, and was very puzzled. Obviously there is a legend of evil ghosts in the world, or he told Feng Yu by himself. How do you feel that she has been deceived? Obviously Feng Yu is very familiar with evil ghosts and this person who calls himself a ghost-killing team. However, he didn't say it, just thought that Feng Yu might have known about it from somewhere else. After a while, the house was quiet, and the atmosphere was suddenly a little awkward. This Tomioka Yoshiyuki is really a man of few words. Feng Yu thought. That's... Can I join the Demon Slayer if I want to? Said Windfeather. Do you want to join the Demon Slayer? Can you tell me why? Tomioka asked lightly. My father and mother both died at the hands of demons, and I want to avenge my parents, but I know that I have no power to kill demons, so I want to join you. Windfeather had a pained expression on his face. I see. After that, Tomioka Yoshiyuki stared at Feng Yu tightly for a while, and then slowly took out a blue envelope from his hand and said, you take this, go to the narrow fog mountain, find the person wearing the Tengo mask, and then it's up to you whether you can join the Ghost Slayer team. I hope so, but you remember, even if you join the Ghost Slayer, don't forget your original intention. Before I knew it, the sun was rising, and the warm sunlight shone into the room through the window. Everyone was also embarrassed to see that the evil ghost was turned to ashes as soon as the sun shone on it. I didn't expect that the evil ghost who fought to the death with himself and Uncle Mixio would be so vulnerable. This evil ghost has really been destroyed. Mixio's father was still a little incredulous. The powerful creature that almost killed him was wiped out by the sun, which was undoubtedly stimulating his nerves. Alright, this is over. It's time for me to go. Tomioka then left the village. Feng Yu witnessed Tomioka's departure with envy in his eyes. This chic action, is really a male god. I don't know when I'll be able to be as good as him. But what surprised me the most was that after the demon was eliminated, I actually got 10W of swings. Looking at the 82W number of swings on the personal panel, I was happy in my heart. System, swing the knife to become stronger. Not turned on, open condition, 100W number of swings, not reached, character, Windfeather. Swing the number of times, 823,469. Introduction, come on boy, earn enough 100W swings to be super god. I believe the system will be turned on soon. Brother Feng Yu, are you leaving us? Asked Mixio with red eyes. Yes, Miso, I'm going to avenge my parents. Feng Yu couldn't help but clench his fists. Will you come back? Yes, I'll be back when all the demons are gone. Then I'll wait for you to come back. Okay, the two agreed, but Feng Yu didn't care so much. After all, it might be a few years before he left, and by then Mizio probably forgot about herself. But I didn't know that in Mizio's heart, Feng Yu had already settled in that small heart. Windfeather boy, isn't Igawa Ichiro's death a beast, but killed by an evil ghost? Yes, uncle, if it weren't for my father and mother, I might have been killed a long time ago, so I practice my sword every day, just to make myself strong and avenge my father and mother. Good boy, it's hard work. If you get tired outside in the future, or can't stay anymore, come back, you can treat this place as your home. Okay. Feng Yu didn't expect Mixio's father to say such a thing, and he was also moved in his heart, and secretly made up his mind that when he had the power to protect others, he would definitely not let them suffer from evil spirits. Soon, everyone in the village learned that Mixio's family had been attacked, and they also helped repair the damaged house. Feng Yu also went back to his home to pack his things and set out on the road to the narrow fog mountain. Brother Feng Yu, go all the way, don't forget me. Boy, be careful on the road. Feng Yu, pay attention to safety on the road. Say goodbye to the Mizio family and walk straight in the direction of the narrow foggy mountain. Chapter 6 Wu. The weather is really cold, and I don't know how long it will take to reach the narrow fog mountain. There seems to be a village in front, and I have to find someone to ask. Feng Yu had been walking for 5 days, and because he didn't have a map, he had to get here by asking for directions all the way. Hello old man, do you know how to get to the narrow foggy mountain? Feng Yu came to a house and asked the old man who was smoking. There's it in front of you, see it, the mountain. He pointed to the front as he spoke. But, young man, what are you doing in the narrow foggy mountains? Asked the old man. After all, it was already winter, and few people moved. Old man, I'm my relative over there in the narrow foggy mountains. I'm here to join my relative. Thank you. I'm going to hurry first, otherwise it will be dark. Well, lad, be careful on the road. Saying goodbye to the old man, Feng Yu's heart was a little excited. After all, after a few days of driving, he was finally able to reach his destination, and in the past few days, he didn't even practice swinging a knife every day. When you find the scales, it means that maybe the days ahead won't be idle. Time passed little by little, leaving deep footprints on the snow as the wind feathers stepped on. The snow in the sky is getting heavier, which also makes it more difficult for the wind feather to walk in the mountains. This ghost weather is really changing, and the foggy mountain is almost here. It should. Wind feather muttered as he looked at the sky. Sit down and rest for a while, eat something, and wait for the snow to light up before leaving. Feng Yu then found a hidden place and sat down, put down the package, took out the dry food, and nibbled on it. Suddenly, a strange voice came from behind him to Feng Yu's ears. What's it? Feng Yu turned to look, and it turned out to be a snow-white fox, but the fox seemed to be injured at this time. Something was pinching his legs, and his snow-white hair was red. It looks like it's a trap set by people hunting nearby. This snow fox. Do you want to save it? Forget it. God has the virtue of a good life, and I actually met it, which is our fate. Wind Feather stood up and went to help Snow Fox unlock the trap, but Snow Fox probably didn't know that Wind Feather was rescuing it, so he roared vigilantly. It's just that I don't know how long this Snow Fox has been trapped, and I don't have the strength to roar at all. Don't worry, I'm here to save you. Feng Yu was afraid that the Snow Fox would attack him, so he took out the contents of his package, and then wrapped the Snow Fox's body in the package. Then quickly untied the trap that was tied, and the Snow Fox struggled frantically at first, but slowly stopped moving, perhaps feeling that Wind Feather had no ill will towards it. Okay, you go, don't fall into such a trap in the future. After unlocking the trap, Wind Feather also let go of the Snow Fox and spoke. It's just that the Snow Fox at this time is very strange, tilting his head and staring at Feng Yu. Feng Yu looked at the immobile Snow Fox and laughed softly. You little guy, you still had so much strength to struggle just now, but now that you can help you unlock the trap, why don't you leave? Since you don't go, then I'll go. With that, he went to get the package wrapped in the Snow Fox. But at this time, the Snow Fox bit the package and let out a boom. The body was still leaning on Feng Yu's hand. Feeling the soft hair of the Snow Fox on his hands, Feng Yu recalled the feeling of petting the cat in his previous life. You don't want me to go, Feng Yu said helplessly as he touched the Snow Fox. I have to get out of here quickly. After all, I still have something very important. Otherwise, you can follow me. If you don't have a family, and you have injuries on your body now, when the injuries are healed, you can go if you want. Whatever, do you want to go with me, little one? Snow Fox, In the end, Feng Yu didn't care whether Snow Fox promised him or not, so he picked up Snow Fox, bandaged Snow Fox simply, and then packed up his things and let Snow Fox hide in the package. Then he continued to hurry, although a Snow Fox was added to the package, but it did not bring a great burden to Wind Feather. I'll give you a name, I'll call you Zobi in the future, Snow Fox, just when you agree, Zobi. One man and one fox continued to embark on the journey. The sun was going down, and the light was getting dimmer, but Feng Yu, who was hurrying on the road, saw a wooden house glowing with fire. There seems to be a person standing in front of the wooden house. Could it be the scales left near? Wind Feather Daki quickened his pace. His vision became clearer, and sure enough, he saw an old man wearing a Tengo mask looking at him. That's hello Mr. Scale. I'm Nakagawa Kazuha, and this guy asked me to come to you. As he spoke, he took out the blue envelope that Tomioka had given him from his package. Well, I already know the specific experience. Nakagawa Kazuo, a nice young man. Are you sure you want to worship me as a teacher? Said Scale. So, I'm sure, replied Wind Feather. Okay, but you have to pass my assessment, so you can rest well tonight. So, saying, he walked into the wooden house. Then Feng Yu also came in, and as soon as he entered, warmth came to his face. Scales picked up a bowl of warm soup and handed it to Feng Yu, and Feng Yu was not polite. After all, he had been eating dry food for the past few days, and it was rare to drink a hot sip now. At this time, the Snow Fox also poked out his head and arched the body of the Wind Feather. I almost forgot about you, Mr. Scale. This is Zobi. Feng Yu told Scales about himself and Zobi in the near future. Scales didn't say anything more recently, just turned around and took out some herbs and put them in another pot and boiled them. In the end, Scales left to bandage the injured Snow Fox with herbs. This night, Feng Yu hugged the Snow Fox and slept beautifully. It's just that Feng Yu doesn't know, and he doesn't know what he's thinking when he looks at Feng Yu recently. It seems that two figures appeared behind Feng Yu. Chapter 7. The next day, after a night of medication, Zobi's originally injured and purulent leg magically began to scab. I started bouncing early in the morning. Good morning, Mr. Scale. Feng Yu greeted the Scales warmly. Scales replied faintly. Mr. Scale, is the assessment starting now? Asked Feng Yu as he looked at the serious Scale. You'll find out after dark tonight. With that, he went back to the house and began to stir up food. Feng Yu was a little helpless, knowing that he must have led himself up the mountain after dark, and then let himself go down the mountain before dawn. But this downhill road is an assessment, countless traps on the road. When I watched anime in my previous life, I watched Tanjiro rely on that sensitive nose to avoid the trap, but it was also a wound, so you can imagine how difficult the assessment is. If you come, you will be safe. Since you have chosen this path, then you will grit your teeth and go on. So let's practice wielding the knife today. Save a little is a little, and turn on the system first. I have a hunch that when the system is turned on, there may be unexpected surprises. Hey. The scales in the room saw Feng Yu, who was wielding a knife recently, and his masked eyes rolled. Maybe this boy is really different. Recalling the content of the letter sent by the crow to Tomioka Yoshio, His Excellency Scales laughed. Nearby there is a young man who wants to become a ghost swordsman. I let him go where you are. He has enough courage to dare to fight against evil ghosts with ordinary weapons, and even knows that evil ghosts can't kill them. They will separate and tie up the evil ghost's limbs. His family was killed by evil ghosts. His physical recovery is unusual. I suspect that it is the thin blood physique you mentioned before, and at the same time, this young man has the foundation of holding a knife. Maybe he can break through and inherit. I implore you to cultivate him. I know how difficult it is for you. I hope you understand. Please take care of your body. Tomioka Yoshi was about to go down soon, so he said to Kazuha, "Follow me." A thick fog filled the entire mountain, and the further you went into the mountains, the thinner the air became. Rao is Feng Yu's physique also feels a little difficult to breathe. Feng Yu followed the scale closely and carefully wrote down the route of the time. Strange to say, Feng Yu found that this body's memory seemed to be particularly good, and now he clearly remembered the route in his mind. Maybe it's also a system change. Feng Yu thought. Soon, Scales Zojinji stopped, and then turned to Feng Yu and said, "From here back to the house at the foot of the mountain, I won't wait for you to wait until dawn. Return to the wooden house before dawn, then pass the assessment." Hey, it's really fast, and it's exactly the same as what I said to Tanjiro when I watched anime in my previous life. It's just that I don't have Tanjiro's sensitive nose. Feng Yu sighed softly, and then immediately became serious, looking at the fog that was so thick that he couldn't see the road clearly. He closed his eyes, and the route in his mind appeared. Now that you've got the route, it's time to get out of the trap. It's a real test of my agility and speed. Scales, who returned to the wooden house, began to change Zobi with a new pair of medicines. Zobi called softly. Scaly Takazuo stroked Zobi's hair and said, "He's on his way back. If he doesn't come back here before dawn, then it means that he is not qualified enough, which is a good thing for him." Zobi didn't seem to understand the meaning of the scales, and he was so happy to be bouncing around. And Feng Yu's side is miserable. One will fall into a deep pit, one will be hammered with a big wood, and the other will be beaten with a bamboo pole. His clothes were in tatters and mud, and his face was covered with freshly torn blood. There are large and small injuries on the head, face, body, scream, and all over the body. No, if it goes on like this, even if it is dawn, I won't be able to go down the mountain, but I will definitely be scarred. Calm down? I want to calm down. With the rise and fall of his chest, Feng Yu seemed to have entered a magical realm, and the blood flow of his whole body accelerated, and his heartbeat also accelerated. What's going on? What's going on with this endless stream of power? In confusion, the rate of breathing was interrupted, and the power was instantly gone. No, it's very wrong. This is the power of breathing. Did I reach some realm unintentionally? Feng Yu thought to himself. This may be the only way for me to pass the test. He quickly repeated the breath just now, and with the experience of the first time, the second time was obviously faster to enter that state. Heyo. At this moment, Feng Yu's head only has the sound of his own breathing and heartbeat. Then get started. I saw that Feng Yu ran out quickly, and at the same time, the speed reached twice as much as before, and the traps that fell were also dodged by Feng Yu one by one. But even so, Windfeather was still caught off guard by several very fast traps. This night, neither Scales nor Zobi slept recently, waiting for the door of the wooden house to be opened by the young man. I don't know how long it took, so long that Feng Yu was about to be unable to walk, and he was covered in injuries, and he felt that his bones were about to fall apart. But the faint red light coming from the fog became the only belief that supported Windfeather. It's coming, it's going to be soon. Gritting his teeth, Feng Yu used his last strength to open the door of the wooden house and smiled. "Mr. Scale, I did it." At the same time, there was a light in the distance. It was sunrise, and it seemed to herald a new life. Chapter 8. Feng Yu, who had completed the assessment, was carried into the bed of the wooden house by the left of the Scales, and carefully cleaned the wound with medicine for Feng Yu. The little white fox saw that Feng Yu was covered with injuries, and he was also jumping up and down in a hurry, constantly calling in Feng Yu's ear, and licking Feng Yu's palm from time to time. "Zobi, don't worry, he's just too tired." Scales touched Zobi's fur for the next time, and then took off Feng Yu's clothes. Scales have recently discovered that Windfeather's body has a very strong ability to heal itself. The wounds had already begun to scab over. This can't help but remind Tomioka Yoshi of what Tomioka said about the Windfeather physique. It's just that Scales Zo has also been in contact with people with special physiques before, which is what ordinary people call thin blood. Thin blood is a great tonic for evil spirits, and eating a person with thin blood can be worth dozens of ordinary people. Of course, the human body with thin blood is stronger, and the chi and blood are more vigorous, although there are also those with strong self-healing ability, but they are not as terrifying as Feng Yu's self-healing ability. This is a genius who has mastered the whole concentration of breathing by his own chance. It's just not skilled. It seems that the content of his training needs to be changed. Scales looked at Feng Yu and fell into deep thought. Half a day passed, and Feng Yu slowly opened his eyes. The exhaustion in my body has disappeared, and on the contrary, I feel that my strength is a little stronger. I should have passed the assessment. Feng Yu slowly got up. Zobi saw Feng Yu wake up, and quickly ran into Feng Yu's arms and rolled. Wake up, let's get something to eat. The next time he saw that Feng Yu was already able to get up and walk around, he was also exclaimed, but the Tengu mask on his face blocked Feng Yu from seeing. Mr. Scales. You've passed the assessment, it's time to change your words. Yes, Mr. Scales. On this day, the scale of the left did not arrange the task of Feng Yu's training. After all, Feng Yu had just passed the assessment. Even if the body's self-healing ability was strong, he always had to rest and rectify. Of course, the training plan for Wind Feather has also been thought out. Because there was nothing to do, Feng Yu began to swing his knife on his own. Scaly Zhou watched from the sidelines, and from time to time he pointed out the movement of Feng Yu's swinging knife and his standing posture. The hand is not in the right place, the elbow is not in the right place, the standing is not in the right place, the breathing is disordered, you are swinging the knife indiscriminately. Mr. Scale, I just practiced it blindly. Feng Yu didn't expect that there were so many flaws in him. Boy, look good. Scales took the knife in Feng Yu's hand, and in an instant, Wind Feather felt that Scales' left's momentum had changed. The momentum of the whole person is dripping and powerful. Be optimistic, adjust your breathing, let your breath run throughout your body, and even the cells throughout your body, so that we can break through our own limits. Then with a wave of his hand holding the wooden knife, a powerful airflow slashed out, touching a big tree in front of him as if it was like a broken bamboo, and the big tree fell down with a bang. The air currents from the fall of the tree blew on Feng Yu's face, and he opened his mouth wide for a long time. It's this. What a great power. And then Scales left gave the wooden knife back to Wind Feather, ignoring Wind Feather's surprised gaze, and asked him to practice according to what he had just said. Feng Yu closed his eyes and recalled the action of the scales that he had swung his knife just now, and his body began to imitate, adjusting his breathing. Heyo. With the inhalation of air, Feng Yu felt that the power of the assessment appeared again. Did you get into the state so quickly? Scaly Zhou observed Wind Feather's every move recently, and couldn't help but nod when he saw Wind Feather's breath filling his body. Ha! Feng Yu shouted, swinging the wooden knife in his hand vigorously. And the voice of the system in his head made Feng Yu exclaim. Get plus 10. Swings Wind Feather? What's the matter? I directly increased the number of swings by 10 points. Could it be that I was able to get more swings in that state just now? No, try again. Then he began to adjust his breathing again, trying to get into the state he had just been, and then the excitement in his heart when he swung the knife made him not get 10 swings this time. No, the state is not right, the feeling just now is not right, I want to explore it myself for a while, and I must master the state just now. So, he closed his eyes again, and his mind was quiet, and he couldn't hear any other sounds from the outside world, only the sound of his own breathing and heartbeat. Feng Yu could feel that he was able to control the qi in his body, but he was not skilled, and the qi would always be muddy. Scaly Zhou was shocked again when he looked at Feng Yu recently. He didn't expect this kid to reach this realm so quickly. Feng Yu stopped wielding the knife at this time, and concentrated on adjusting his breathing to control the flow of gas in his body throughout his body. As time passed, Wind Feather's breathing became more and more steady, and his ability to control the gas became more and more proficient. Ha! Feng Yu waved the knife in his hand vigorously. A visible airflow slashed out with the movement of his knife and slashed at a tree, only to see a knife mark appear on the skin of the tree. I succeeded. It's just that this power is too small, it looks like it's not enough than 1% of master scales. It seems that I still need to strengthen my practice. I will definitely be able to become a swordsman as powerful as him. No, it's to surpass him. Feng Yu looked at the knife marks that were cut by the airflow from the wooden knife in his hand, and clenched the knife in his hand hard. As the days passed, the training tasks that Scales Takazuo arranged for Feng Yu in the past were exactly the same as those assigned to Tanjiro when he watched anime in his previous life, but the difficulty was doubled. Several times, even if Feng Yu mastered the full concentration, his breathing became more and more refined, and he almost capsized in the gutter. And the content of the training is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will die. Yes, that's right, you will die. There are countless hidden weapon traps, and it seems that when Scales so recently arranged the traps, he also took into account the direction and method of evasion of the trainees. Wind Feather dodged one trap while training, and the other immediately followed. At the same time, Feng Yu will also practice swinging the knife, although the current swinging time is not as much as before, but the efficiency is fast, and the number of swings can reach about 10 times each time. Moreover, Feng Yu's physical fitness is also constantly strengthening, and he can feel that he is getting stronger every day. It wasn't until a month later that the long-awaited system for Wind Feather was finally about to be turned on. Chapter 9 Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 100 W swings. The system is opening the binding, please wait a while. The system is opening the binding successfully. Ding, get the newbie gift pack *1, please pay attention to. Check, the daily check-in function has been turned on. The roulette lottery has been opened. The character template has been updated, please pay attention to check it out. The mission function has been turned on. A series of system prompts surrounded Feng Yu's mind. He couldn't help but stop the knife in his hand and check his gold finger. Characters, Nakaga Wind Feather. Swing knife times, 0 breathing method, no. Martial arts, knife technique, early. Task 1, join the evil ghost side or the ghost killing team introduction. Will you be very confused when you first come to this world, so do you want to become a ghost or a human? Quest reward, physical fitness, ageless physique, number of swings *10W status. Completed. Task 2, kill the Ghost King Oni Mai Shi Wu Miserable Introduction. The Ghost King Oni Mitsuji Wu Miserable is the beginning of everything in this world, and killing him ends this source of evil. Rewards, number of swings 1000 W, designated world travel 1, mystery pack *1 status. Uncompleted. Serial quest, slay demons introduction. After sunset, endless demons start hunting. You are human, go and kill all demons. Reward, unknown, depending on the percentage of completion, the higher the degree of completion, the higher the reward. Status. In progress. I didn't expect that after the system was opened, it would really be like the online game character interface in the previous life, attribute version, task, sign-in, lottery. It's pretty complete. I don't know if there will be updates and new features in the future. It's this designated world to travel through this. Can I say that after I kill the ghost danced Tsuji, I can also specify to travel to another world? It's just that I don't know what the conditions for selection are. Feng Yu looked at his attribute interface and didn't delve into it anymore, so he received the newbie package and task rewards. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the starter pack *1. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the body strengthening technique, ageless physique, and number of swings *10W. At a moment, Feng Yu felt that the cells in his body seemed to be more active, and they were also filled with stronger power than before. I can feel that when I reach a certain age, this body will stop aging. It's amazing, in the late stage of practice, it can form an invulnerable film on the surface of the body, and the strength can also reach the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. After all, the system must be a high-quality product? Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the lucky draw 10, number of knife swings 5W, pet contract coupon *1. Pet contract volume, you can designate a beast to bind the contract and increase your intelligence at the same time. Awesome, with this, I can make Ziobai my pet smarter. By the way, there is also sign-in, lottery. Ding, I signed in successfully today, and I got a lighter 1 ding, congratulations on getting the myelin cleansing pill 5, lighter 2, and coke 3. This is 2 pit, is it a lighter, a lottery or a lighter, or even a coke? Only this marrow washing pill is a good thing. Washing the marrow pill, it has the effect of washing the marrow and cutting the scriptures, the more you use it, the lower the effect. Let's try it first. Then the elixir entered, and Feng Yu felt a stream of heat surging from his body, followed by a foul smell. At first glance, it was as if he had become a person who had fallen into the mud, and the smell was incomparable. No, I can't stand it, wash it quickly, it's disgusting. So, he hurriedly jumped into the river and rubbed every part of his body. After washing, Feng Yu's body was extremely refreshing, and his skin, which was originally a little dark, was now fair and delicate, and his strength was more than doubled. Feng Yu could feel that the previous few were not enough to play by himself before the system was turned on. Do you want to eat another one? Forget it, this little scale master should be looking for me to train. Sure enough, the scale of the left had already arrived at the place where Feng Yu practiced swinging the knife and waited. As soon as he saw the wind feather, the scale of the left immediately ran to the wind feather and carefully looked at the changes in the wind feather. Strange, how did you turn white, and the gas flow has become stronger, it's only been a few hours, how did you do it? Looking at the Tengu mask that was still a fist away from him, Feng Yu could only smirk. Master scale, I'm a genius, just now I found out that I can better control my breathing, and then it became like this. Forget it, everyone has secrets, and it is good for you to become stronger and stronger, I hope you can survive the final trial. Feng Yu sensed the meaning of Scales Zou's recent words, that is, he hoped that he would not be like those disciples before him, and never returned. Okay, from today onwards, the previous training has ended, and the next training is another kind of training, and that is the breathing method. Said in a deep and serious voice. The Ghost Killing Team, with hundreds of members, is an organization that has not been recognized by the government, but from ancient times to the present, the ghost is constantly slaying. However, the identity of the leader of the Ghost Killing Team is a mystery. Ghosts, the staple food on humans, killing humans, and then eating. The origin of the appearance time is unknown. The physical fitness is extremely high. The severed bones can be reconnected, hands and feet can also grow again, and ghosts with special abilities, such as changing their physical appearance, only when they receive sunlight, or if they are cut off by a special knife, they will die. The Demon Slayer uses flesh and blood to fight against demons, because they are humans, all wounds heal slowly, and lost hands and feet do not grow, even so, they still fight demons because they are human. At the same time, because there is a great human who has developed a breathing method that allows human beings to achieve the physical fitness of evil spirits, and at the same time extends the 5 basic breathing methods: water, fire, wind, thunder, and rock, and I am the cultivator of water breathing. I have cultivated many people, but none of them are geniuses on your side, and they have not been exposed to breathing but can master the full concentration of breathing in advance. So I won't teach you all the breathing, and I'll teach you the 10 types and methods of water breathing. 1. No shape, water surface slash. Feng Yu saw that with the swing of the knife from the left of the scale, a semi-arc plane slashed out. Type 2, water wheel. 3 types, flowing dance. A total of 10 moves, one by one, are displayed in front of Feng Yu, and at the same time, they also teach Feng Yu how to swing such a breathing method. When Scales Zo showed all the water breath moves recently, Feng Yu saw that the font of water breath as the entry appeared on his attribute panel, and a plus sign appeared behind the font. Feng Yu tried to click the plus sign, and in an instant, a huge amount of knowledge poured into Feng Yu's head, and at the same time, the number of swings on the panel was only 5W. After digesting the knowledge of the breath of water, the momentum of Feng Yu after picking up the knife at this moment was different. It becomes softer, like a flowing stream. Then unleash all of the moves of water breath. It's incredible, I mastered the breath of water just by watching it, and it was really a genius who mastered the breath of the whole concentration in advance, although it was just getting started, but there was no one before, and there was no one after, this kid. Master Scales, did I cast it, right? Feng Yu asked when he saw that Scales was silent on the side, thinking that he had made a mistake. No, that's right, very good, just practice like this, but you have to imagine yourself as water, and you have to merge yourself into the water, you come with me. So, Scales led Windfeather to a waterfall. Go there and cultivate the breath of water, let yourself be one with the water. And then without waiting for Feng Yu to speak, he directly kicked Feng Yu into the waterfall. Damn, grunt. Feng Yu choked on a few mouthfuls of water before he could react. This is too ruthless, isn't it? But it may be better to practice water breath here. After all, you can't upgrade now, and I don't know how much it takes to upgrade, so let's improve your strength first. It was another trance in his head, and after Feng Yu finished digesting it, he found that his body had become stronger, and at the same time, his muscles were more shapely, and his height had risen by 5 centimeters. With this power, I feel like I can wrestle with a tiger with one hand. And the improvement of the knife technique has also made my understanding of the breath of water deeper. The introduction of improving physical fitness has been 1W, the refinement is 2W, and the refinement of knife skills is also 2W, so that now the number of swings is back to before liberation. Let's practice the breath of water first. And then the whole stone sitting at the bottom of the waterfall let the powerful flowing water crash against his body. Chapter 10. Feng Yu was cultivating at the waterfall, but on the way back, he was thinking about whether to tell the Lord that he had taken in a genius boy. Do you want to tell me? After all, the current position of the water column Tomioka has not yet held the position. And Tomioka's kid seemed to think of something, and then sighed and said, forget it, let it be. Tomioka's kid is also very powerful, but that heart not. A month later, Feng Yu spent this time practicing the breath of water frantically, and holding a real knife to break through the trap that Scales Left had set up recently. At the same time, he also used the pet contract coupon on Xiaobai's body. Feng Yu could feel that Xiaobai's spiritual intelligence was getting higher and higher, and after Feng Yu ate 3 myelin cleansing pills, he felt that it had no effect on himself, so he left the remaining 2 to Xiaobai, which also caused Xiaobai's size to become bigger and bigger. In this month, Feng Yu is either cultivating or masturbating Xiaobai every day. The main reason is that after Xiaobai ate the myelin cleansing pill, the hair became more soft and delicate, and the feeling was simply amazing. And because of the myelin washing pill, the fox smell on Xiaobai's body is getting weaker and lighter. Every time I pet a fox, I think of how alluring the fox spirit was in the legend of my previous life. Of course, as the breath of water became more and more proficient, Feng Yu's whole temperament became more calm. It was also on a certain day that Feng Yu saw the dull and silent Scales Left recently, and after some inquiry, he learned that at this time, brother Tomioka Yiyong had become a water column in the ghost-killing team. Feng Yu knows that this also means that the plot of this world is about to begin. The sense of urgency in my heart also came up. Although he said that he practiced with Xiaobai every day, the daily sign-in and lottery allowed Feng Yu to get a lot of snacks and knife swings that could be seen everywhere in his previous life. This has also become a channel for the number of swings Feng Yu has gained every day in addition to the number of swings he has obtained from training. Another month passed, and Feng Yu used the number of swings of the knife to improve the physical fitness technique and the knife technique to Xiaochang. It took a total of 400,000 swings to swing the knife, and I watched the number of swings I had worked so hard to accumulate become before liberation overnight. Feng Yu couldn't wait to pick up the knife and go to the ghost to cut a few knives. Scales have also discovered the proficiency of Feng Yu's knife technique and breathing technique. He solemnly said to Feng Yu, now that I have handed over all the things I should teach to you, it is up to you to do the next. Come with me. Feng Yu obediently followed the Scales up the mountain last time. He knew that this was the final test, that is, to split the boulder with the knife in his hand. Here we are, here it is. As long as you use the knife in your hand to split this boulder, then I will allow you to participate in the final trial. Scales said solemnly. Rao is Feng Yu was also taken aback, and it didn't feel very big when he watched the anime in his previous life, but when he stood here, he realized that this boulder was so big. It's like a small mountain, even if Feng Yu's height has reached 165 centimeters, it's not enough to see. Master Scale, I can do it. Feng Yu sorted out his emotional changes and said lightly. After that, Scales left the scene and went down the mountain. Only Feng Yu and Zobi are left here. Zobi, come here, let me touch you. Stroking Zobi's hair, Feng Yu smiled on his face. Come, eat this. Then Feng Yu took out the myelin washing pill from his spatial package. This pill was drawn by the lottery 2 days ago by Feng Yu. Moreover, Feng Yu noticed that Zobi didn't seem to have any immunity to the myelin cleansing pill, and the effect was still so good after eating several pills. Now Zobi has grown into a large Alaska. Every day, I go to the mountains to hunt rabbits, chickadees, or wild boars. Yes, it's a wild boar, and when Zobi dragged a wild boar a little smaller than it back one day, Feng Yu and Scales were stunned. Unexpectedly, now Zobi already has the ability to hunt adult wild boars. Scales left to think about it recently. Maybe he also vaguely thought that it was Feng Yu's reason, but he didn't say it, or that sentence everyone has a secret, not to mention that Feng Yu is still his disciple. After Zobi finished eating the myelin cleansing pill, he began to stop playing and fell asleep quietly next to Feng Yu. It seems that the amount of food is really getting bigger and bigger. If you follow me out to kill the evil spirits, wouldn't it be very conspicuous? It's a headache. After touching Zobi for a while, Feng Yu picked up the knife in his hand and said softly, the challenge is huge. I didn't expect that I used 70% of my strength, but it was just a trace. It feels like iron ore. The shock of this rebound. It's so sour. It seems that you need to go all out. And then Feng Yu took a deep breath. Haha. The knife in his hand fell, and the Chang knife slashed into the boulder a few centimeters deep. It seems that you need to split this boulder, and you can only improve your sword skills to a great level. In this way, Feng Yu is cutting this stone every day, and every time he uses all his strength. He could feel that he was getting stronger every day, and his knowledge of swordsmanship was getting deeper, and he was able to go further every time. Heyo, I'm so tired. Feng Yu lay on the ground and fell asleep unconsciously. In his sleep, Feng Yu felt as if someone was calling him. He opened his eyes, and he saw a pale orange boy wearing a fox face with a scar on the corner of his mouth, a yellow, orange and green tortoiseshell feather weaving, and a girl with dark green hair wearing a fox mask with a flower pattern on her cheeks on her forehead. Feng Yu knew that these two were the real mushroom and the rabbit. Who are you? Asked Feng Yu, rubbing his eyes and yawning. My name is Rabbit, she is a real mushroom, and we are all apprentices of Master Scale, that is, your senior brother and sister. You're good, even genius, better than us. Well, thank you. Feng Yu still admires these two people very much, and he can sacrifice his life for the sake of his companions. It's just that I don't quite agree with their philosophy, and when I don't protect others, I should think about myself first. Feng Yu doesn't have the spirit of sacrificing for others, but that didn't stop him from admiring them. Come on, come and train with me. If you win me, you will split this stone, and sparring is the fastest way to find your own shortcomings. With that, a knife appeared in his hand. He didn't use a wooden knife like he used against Tanjiro in his previous life, but he used a real knife. Is this a recognition of my strength? Feng Yu thought to himself. But he also picked up his own knife in his hand and started to attack. I'm here, senior brother Rabbit, be careful. Feng Yu said softly. As he spoke, his whole body rushed out. And Rabbit also began to pick up a knife and fight with Feng Yu. While fighting with Windfeather, the rabbit pointed out the flaws of Windfeather. It's too slow, the knife is not strong enough, it's lazy, and I don't have the determination to kill me. But soon Windfeather was defeated. Feng Yu guessed that the rabbit's knife skills were estimated to have reached the end of the day. Zhenhu on the side watched the sparring between Feng Yu and the rabbit, and couldn't help but sigh that Feng Yu was a genius. In fact, they knew it from the moment Feng Yu worshipped the scale and left the nearest door. It's only been less than half a year since Feng Yu joined. Reached such a record in half a year, which is already breaking the record of her and Rabbit. Zhenhu thought to himself, maybe Feng Yu can complete the task that they can't complete. Senior brother Rabbit, you are really powerful, ha ha ha. Feng Yu laughed, although he was defeated, but he also found his own shortcomings, and it was very good to be able to get a master of sword skills. There's no shame in teaching someone better than you. The rabbit couldn't help but praise Feng Yu in his heart, but his appearance still remained indifferent. In the next few days, I and Makoto will take turns fighting you until you defeat us. Feng Yu whispered thank you into the air. I will avenge you and fulfill your wishes. Chapter 11. Another half a year has passed, and the training of Feng Yu and Zhenyu has long ended, and now what he is waiting for is the arrival of the final trial. In the past 6 months, Feng Yu's sword skills and breathing techniques have improved to a higher level. At the same time, a new quest has appeared in the list of the system, and the reward is like timely rain for Windfeather. Character, Nakagawa Fenjayu. Swing knife times, 54,687. Breathing method, water breath. Xiaocheng, martial arts, knife technique, Deduction. Physique, ageless physique pet. Zobi, white fox, unawakened. Task 1. Kill the Ghost King Onai Mai Shi Wu Miserable. Introduction. The Ghost King. Onai Mai Tsuji Wu Miserable is the beginning of everything in this world. Kill him to end this source of evil. Rewards. Number of swings 1000 W. Designated World Travel 1. Mystery Pack *1 status. Uncompleted. Quest 2. Pass the final trial. Introduction. A qualified ghost hunter is a good master who has passed the final trial. Rewards. New functions of the system. 100 W swings. Demon Beast Breathing Method. Demon Beast Breathing Method. You can let the monster learn the breathing method, and you can control the body size and become stronger through the breathing method. Status. Uncompleted. Serial Quest. Slay the demons. Introduction. After sunset, the endless demons start hunting. You are a human. Go and kill all the demons. Reward. Unknown. Depending on the percentage of completion, the higher the completion level, the higher the reward. Status. In progress. It's going to be soon. It's going to be fast. Feng Yu muttered as he looked at the boulder in front of him that had been split by himself. Thank you for your companionship and teaching these days. When I kill that ghost, I'll come back and let you rest in peace. Feng Yu took out a bottle of wine from the system space and poured himself a glass, then poured it for the rabbit and the real mushroom, leaned against the boulder, and toasted in front of him. After bidding farewell to the bamboo forest, saying goodbye to the rabbit and the real mushroom, Feng Yu sat on Xiaobai's back and went up the mountain. And when Feng Yu left, the figures of the rabbit and the real mushroom appeared. Senior brother Feng Yu, I hope you can succeed. Feng Yu also felt the gaze from behind, and Hoshin nodded. In the past 6 months, Xiaobai's body has become bigger through all kinds of strange pills and things that Feng Yu has signed in and drawn, just like an adult Tibetan Mastiff. The spirit is also getting higher and higher. Feng Yu estimated that the little white spirit at this moment was probably about 8 years old for a human child. The only downside is that it is too large and often needs to hunt on its own, which also leads to the fact that hunters in nearby towns can often see a giant beast with white hair in the narrow foggy mountains. In addition, Xiaobai never hurts people, and even helps villagers when they are in danger. Xiaobai is a rare white fox, and he was deified by the rescued villagers, who all said that Xiaobai was the incarnation of the god Yuzeo. This has also led to more and more people coming to look for Xiaobai's figure. The originally lonely narrow foggy mountain was also lively. It's just that people only dare to watch at the foot of the mountain and don't dare to go up the mountain, because the narrow fog mountain is shrouded in fog all year round, and the dangers in it are also well known. It was also during that period of time that Feng Yu ordered Xiaobai to only move on the top of the narrow fog mountain, and he couldn't go down the mountain without his own instructions. The villagers couldn't see Xiaobai's figure for a long time, so most of them gave up, and only those villagers who had received Xiaobai's assistance built a temple at the foot of the mountain. Inside the temple there is a small statue of a fox, and the villagers come to worship it every day, along with some fruit. It was also during that time that Feng Yu discovered that the 3 words that had not awakened appeared on the small white panel. Feng Yu guessed that maybe Xiaobai could really become the legendary Tamamo after awakening. Just looked at one of Xiaobai's white tails and smiled slightly. The legendary Yuzeo is a 9-tailed fox in front of you. Xiaobai, you only have 1 tail, but you have to work hard. Boom. Xiaobai shouted happily. Wind Feather is here, come in. Scales saw Wind Feather's arrival recently, so he called into the house. Have you decided? The bonfire in front of him was constantly burning, making the wood crackle. Well, I decided. Feng Yu smiled lightly. Scales seemed to see the determination of the Wind Feather. Turn around and open a cabinet. Take out a mask of a white fox. This is a mask to ward off evil spirits. It will protect you from evil spirits. May you be able to do well. I will be here waiting for you to come back. Scales said in a deep voice. Feng Yu took the mask, looking at the red Tengo mask in front of him, and it was difficult to say. It was because of these evil masks that all his previous 14 disciples were eaten by hand ghosts. Through the mask, you can feel the struggle and worried expression on Scales' left face. This competent master. Feng Yu sighed in his heart. Suddenly, there was the sound of a crow outside the door. Scales left and Kazifa walked out the door and saw a creed tied to the crow's feet. Scaly left opened it and looked at it for a while, and said in a deep voice, I need to go down the mountain. I'll pick up a child. This is a great opportunity to save up a few swings. He had just peeked at the envelope and guessed what was going on when he saw the envelope with Tanjiro and his siblings written on it. Feng Yu remembers that when the protagonist came to this journey of the narrow fog mountain, there was a demon. This is a proper novice experience monster, and Wind Feather won't miss it. Well, then you can take this knife with you. Feng Yu knew that this was a Japanese wheel knife, so he took it. Maybe the scale left also discovered the existence of evil ghosts nearby. The child had a teenager with crimson hair and red pupils and flower card earrings. Bring him back when you see him, and remember not to hurt her sister. Well, I see, I'll go now. Xiaobai, you stay here. Feng Yu touched Xiaobai's head and said. Xiaobai screamed a little aggrieved, as if he knew that why Feng Yu didn't take him to play was because he was too big. In this way, Feng Yu straightened his hair and clothes and went down the mountain. Unpolluted air is not the same as the sky. Feng Yu felt the sun's rays shining on his body at dusk, warm. Birds and insects chirped in his ears, and Wind Feather let go of his mind, and at this moment he seemed to be integrated into nature. A few of his originally black hair turned crimson. Wind Feather didn't know all this. All he knew was that he seemed to be in a special state, closing his eyes and his breathing involuntarily. The light in my mind is getting brighter and brighter. Wind Feather opened his eyes, and a direction different from the breath of water came to a halt. Is this the legendary epiphany? Fang. You guessed. I seem to see a beam of light. This light is very warm, it seems to have been in my body, and it didn't shine until that moment just now, but I didn't catch it. Or let's name it the breath of light. It's just that the breath of light and the breath of the sun are not the same mold. As Windfeather identified it as the breath of light, the unknown breathing method on the panel also became the breath of light, but there was an uncomprehended one more in the back. Forget it, no matter how much, the bridge will naturally go straight to the bow of the boat, so let's go find the two Tanjiro brothers and sisters first. Dusk sets, night falls. Windfeather is also on her way, but as if he had thought of something, he found a place to rest. Let's let Tanjiro hone and hone. Chapter 13 Master Scales, I brought the people. Kazuha led Tanjiro into the cabin. Scales and Sakashi suddenly appeared in front of Tanjiro, staring at him tightly. The red Tengo mask suddenly came into view, and Tanjiro couldn't help but be startled. Hello, Mr. Scale, I'm Tanjiro Kamada, this is my sister, Kamada Bean. Tanjiro bowed deeply to Scale. Then he put down the basket and whispered to Yuduze, Yuduze, thou shalt beans, wake up. No matter how Tanjiro called thou beans, there was no movement. Tanjiro thought that something had happened to Yuduze, and he became anxious, and hurriedly asked what happened to Yuduze in the near past time of Scales. At the same time, a thought came to my mind, could it be the pill that Feng Yu gave at that time that caused you beans to become like this? But after checking it recently, Scales said slowly, your sister is fine, it's just that her body has become very weak because she has not eaten a source of energy for a long time, so she fell into a deep sleep. But strangely, there seems to be another weak force in her body that is constantly replenishing her. Tanjiro, have you ever eaten anything or human flesh? Asked Scales so solemnly. In the past time, I think that if you eat human flesh, then you will have to do the right thing for heaven. No matter what you say, you won't be left here. Tanjiro also realized the seriousness and hurriedly said, no, Mr. Scale, your beans have never eaten human flesh, just the pill given by Brother Feng Yu. Master Scale, it should be. Then he took out a healing pill from the system space. Then he explained the effect of the healing pill to the Scales and left. The aroma of the elixir instantly poured into the sensitive nose of the Scales. Feng Yu, where did you get the elixir? Just a sip can make me feel a little bit of recovery from the dark wound in my body. This is simply a miracle elixir. How much do you have? Can it be mass-produced? If the energy is produced, I hope you can let me hand it over to someone in the organization who specializes in medicine to mass-produce it. This will not only give the lives of those heroes who fight against evil spirits more security, but also give those who have dark injuries a hope. Scales looked at Windfeather expectantly. Feng Yu didn't care a little, so he took out a few more healing pills and gave them to Scales Sojinji. But Scales so recently asked where this elixir came from. Feng Yu is a little difficult. I can't say that this is my cheat system sign-in lottery. Seeing that Feng Yu was a little embarrassed, he didn't ask any more. After all, it's still the same sentence, everyone has their own secrets. After collecting the healing pill recently, he began to ask his heart. Tanjiro, do you know that humans and ghosts can't live together? Oh, and I only use humans as prey, what if your sister eats people? Asked Scales Zyuajin solemnly. Tanjiro was stunned for a moment, as if he hadn't thought that his sister would eat people one day. Slap. Scales left a slap on Tanjiro's body and angrily scolded, it's too difficult to answer, this shows that you are too indecisive, even cannibalistic ghosts have mercy, you can't even kill ghosts, you have to wait until the sun comes out. Tanjiro looked incredulous, covering his cheeks with a faint pain. Why didn't you answer the question right away? It's because you didn't come to your senses. If one day your sister eats someone, then you have to pick up the knife in your hand and kill her, and then kill yourself. With my sister who has become a ghost, you have to make such a plan, but you remember, this kind of thing will never happen. You can't let your sister take the lives of innocent people, but this thing must not happen. You know what I mean? Yes. Tanjiro replied. Then from now on, let me see if you have the qualifications to become a ghost slayer. Come in, take a break, and I'll let you know about the assessment. Yes. Feng Yu on the side watched the conversation between the two and acted as an observer. He felt that what Scales had said recently also meant something to him. Is this because I don't have such a strong hatred for ONI creatures? It's a bit of a nose to feel people's hearts. Feng Yu suspects that Scales Takazuo knows that Tanjiro's delay in killing the demon is because of the observation of the crow. It's still early, and it's the midday sun. Master Scales, I'm ready to go. Feng Yu said lightly. Then I'm leaving, I'll be back soon. Feng Yu picked up the Hinua knife and the fox mask and turned around and set off towards the legendary Fuji attack mountain. Scaly left stared at Feng Yu's back recently, as if he saw the scene where he once said goodbye to his former people but never came back. He muttered, I must come back. Tanjiro was also beside him to say goodbye to Kazuha, and he could feel the smell of sadness emanating from Scales Sojinji's body. Mr. Scale, what is Brother Feng Yu going to do? You will know later, this is the only way to become a real ghost slayer. Zyobai in the back mountain let out a reluctant sigh. The figures of the rabbit and the real mushroom emerged. He's gone, he's going to face that monster. Can he kill that demon? Don't worry, I will fulfill your last wish for you. Feng Yu felt the thoughts behind him, and sped up even more. The wisteria flowers all over the mountain, blooming all year round, blooming from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, forming a circle, trapping the evil ghosts inside. This is really powerful, and this scenery is also good. If it is a person in the previous life, it is estimated that this will become a holy place to check in. Feng Yu sighed at the wisteria flowers that covered the mountains, and along the way, he could see people who participated in the final trial like himself. But there is no familiar figure in his previous life. It is estimated that they are all tricks. Feng Yu thought to himself. After a while, the whole square was filled with a large number of people who participated in the trial. Everyone, thank you for coming to participate in the final trial of the Demon Slayer team. This Vine Attack Mountain is imprisoned by the ghost swordsman captured alive. The ghost can't leave here, because the foot of this mountain to the halfway point of the mountain blooms all year round with wisteria flowers that the evil ghosts hate. But from here on, there is no more. Your task is to survive for 7 days, then good luck to everyone. The two siblings spoke. This also means the beginning of the final trial. Everyone began to go up the mountain one after another, and Feng Yu followed closely behind. Chapter 14. Sure enough, there is no more wisteria flowers above the halfway up the mountain, which also allows the ghosts to have a place to live. Wind Feather walked lightly deeper into the mountainside. With my current strength, the hand ghost shouldn't have much impact on me. Wait until you have saved up enough swings this time, and then go to learn a martial art to improve your combat awareness. I don't know how long I walked, but Feng Yu didn't see a ghost along the way. What's going on? Until now, I can't even see a ghost. Am I not attractive enough, or is there an accident happening? Since you don't take the initiative to find me, then I'll lure you over. As he spoke, he gently slashed his arm with a knife, and the air was suddenly filled with a smell of blood. This should be fine. After all, these ghosts haven't been able to eat flesh and blood for so long, and my blood should be as attractive to them as opium. He also asked Scales Zojinji if he had thin blood, but Scales Zojinji shook his head and said that it was different from thin blood. Sure enough, there was movement around Wind Feather. And not a single demon, but a group of demons. Get out of here. This is what I saw first. This is mine. I'm going to eat him. I feel like I can get away from here after eating him. A group of evil spirits surrounded Feng Yu greedily, staring at him with undisguised malice. There is even a thorn in the mouth of the evil spirit. 1, 2, 3. Is there a total of 11 at the moment? That's not bad, Feng Yu said expressionlessly. Ha ha ha, human, you can obediently enter my stomach? The demon who spoke immediately attacked Feng Yu, and the other demons also shouted when they saw this. Damn bastard, that's my prey, get out of here. You should get out, that's mine. Wind Feather looked at the demons and the ones that were fighting each other. The Hinua knife in his hand came out of its sheath, and he took a deep breath. All concentrated, the 3 breaths of water hit the tide. Feng Yu's figure went in and out like a stream of water between the attacking demons. Kill demons *1 and gain swings 5W. Kill demons 1 and swings 5W. Kill demons 1 and swings *5W. A series of system prompts rang in my head, and before the demons could react, their heads were cut off and reduced to ashes. Yes, I actually got 30W swings at a time, so the rest is you. Then let's kill you in one fell swoop. All concentrations, water breath Tsuki-shaped Takaiju. Then a surging blue water pattern appeared from the tip of the knife again, rushing towards the demons. Damn, this human is strong, let's work together to deal with him. The demons began to roar towards Wind Feather. But how could they be the opponents of Wind Feather? All of them turned into ashes when they were faced, and brought another 25W swing to Wind Feather. Counting the 10W swings that I saved before, I have now more than 65W swings. Sure enough, hunting ghosts is the easiest way to get the number of swings. The physical fitness technique and the knife technique have reached Dachin and can't be improved. It's the breath of water that is Xiaocheng. It's estimated that Dachin needs 100W swing times. Character Nakagawa Fenjayu. Swing knife times 657955. Breathing method water breath, Xiaocheng. Martial arts knife technique, Dachin. Physical strengthening technique, Dachin. Physique, ageless physique. Pet, Ziobai, White Fox, Unawakened. Task 1, Kill the Ghost King Ghost Dance. Shi Wu Miserable. Introduction, The Ghost King Ghost Dance. Tsuji Wu Miserable is the beginning of everything in this world. Kill him to end this source of evil. Rewards, number of swings 1000W, designated world travel 1, mystery pack *1 status. Uncompleted. Quest 2, pass the final trial. Introduction, a qualified ghost hunter is a good master who has passed the final trial. Rewards, new features of the system, 100W swings, monster breathing status. Uncompleted. Serial quest, slay the demons. Introduction, after sunset, the endless demons start hunting. You are a human, go and kill all the demons. Reward, unknown, depending on the percentage of completion. The higher the completion level, the higher the reward. Status, in progress. The Ghost Slayer's use of the breathing method may have surpassed the realm of Dachin, and the body values of each item far exceed the current me. After putting away the knife, Feng Yu turned to another area. After all, the evil ghosts are all territorial, and the evil ghosts in this area are probably the ones just now. Besides, Wind Feather also wants to meet the hand ghost as soon as possible and then deal with it. 3 days passed like this, and Wind Feather used the same move to attract the demons and then kill them. The number of swings has also reached 125W. Sure enough, when the number of swings reached 100W, 3 words appeared behind the water breath that could be improved. Feng Yu ordered it without hesitation. After the ascension, Wind Feather's comprehension of the breath of water has become more profound. The temperament of the whole person has changed again, and the breath has become restrained but sharp. There are still 25W swings left, and now except for the lottery, the number of swings is useless, unless you get more. Wind Feather slowly shook off the blood of the demon stained on the knife. I don't know where this hand ghost is. After resting for a while to regain his strength, Feng Yu continued to move deeper. The deeper you go, the more demons eat the clothes and swords of the remaining trialists. What should I say about you? If you don't have that strength, don't jump into a darker place. Although, Feng Yu felt a little regretful for the death of these people, but it also means that more demons or hand demons are ahead. Sure enough, when Feng Yu went deeper, a person was running frantically for his life, as if there was a great terror behind him. Why? Is there such a monster? Who will save me? Who will save me? This is just a trial. Why is there such a terrifying monster? Feng Yu saw that person running desperately, but every now and then, it was always easy to fall. No, Feng Yu saw it, and the man fell to the ground. The man who fell widened his eyes, his face turned pale with fear in his heart, and now that he had fallen, he sat on the ground as if he had lost all his strength. I'm going to die, just like them. Died at the hands of that monster. Although Feng Yu agreed with that person's embarrassed appearance at the moment, he did smile. I finally found you. Chapter 15 He, little lamb. The hand ghost playfully chased after the man who had fallen to the ground. Little lamb, I'm coming. The 4 tentacles instantly grabbed towards the trialist. Although Feng Yu was too lazy to save this person, he couldn't let the hand ghost kill people under his nose. All concentrated, the breath of water is the second type of water wheel. Wind Feather leaped up, forming a blue water pattern circle in the air, severing the tentacles stretched out by the hand ghost. Get out, don't get in the way of me hunting him. Feng Yu said lightly to the already scared trialist behind him. Thanks. Thank you, I'll leave now. After speaking, he left without looking back, with a hint of schadenfreude on his face. Maybe in his heart, Feng Yu is a big injustice, and he knows very well that the hand ghost is definitely not something that a trialist can deal with, and he will definitely die here. Seeing this, the hand ghost did not have a trace of surprise in his heart, but became even more excited. Here we go again, my cute little fox, he. The hand ghost let out a playful laugh, and looked excitedly at the fox mask on the head of the wind and rain. Fox boy, how many years has it been in Meiji now? Hand ghost, it's the Taisho era. Why have you been locked up for so long? Replied with a smile. Taisho. Then, the hand ghost let out a crazy roar. The year name has changed, it has changed again. I have been locked up for so long, the year name has actually changed again. Unforgivable. Scaly bastard. Scaly bastard. Scaly bastard. The hand ghost shouted frantically, and the tentacles that wrapped his head kept scratching his arm, and blood kept flowing out, but the hand ghost didn't feel the pain. This hand ghost is really sick in the brain, like a masochist. Feng Yu looked at the behemoth in front of him. To be honest, he would only feel that sense of oppression after experiencing it himself. Hey, just enough time, you're like a big sand in my eyes now, don't tease me anymore, okay? The hand ghost didn't understand what Dasabai meant, but he could see from Feng Yu's eyes that he was full of disdain for himself, and the anger in his eyes was even stronger. It's been 45 years, it's been 45 years, do you know how I got here? Wind Feather sounded a little weird, as if he had heard the famous saying in his previous life. At that time, he was still hunting ghosts, and in the Edo period, he caught me in this wisteria cage, and every year imps like you came to hunt us, but I ate 50 imps, he. 1, 2, 3, 13, you are the 14th, he. This is the number of disciples I have eaten. The scales, I think about it, there are 2 people who impress me the most, those 2, the strongest one has a rare hair color, light orange hair color, there is a scar on the side of the mouth, the other is wearing a flower pattern clothes, it is a girl, very short, no strength, but the movements are very agile, he. The hand ghost said and began to laugh. As soon as Feng Yu heard it, he knew that he was talking about the rabbit and the real mushroom. The mask on your forehead is a sign, and I remember the knife technique of the scaly mask, the same as the Tengo mask he wore. Did he say that this was a mask to ward off evil spirits, and it was precisely because of these masks that they were all killed by me and entered my stomach, and they were simply killed by the scales, he. After I said this, the female imp was still crying, very angry, he. After that, her movements began to stiffen. I just tore off her hands and feet, and, he. Looked at the hand ghost. Feng Yu's eyes gradually became indifferent, and he said, are you finished? I will send you on the road after speaking. It's just that at this moment, Feng Yu suddenly jumped to another place, and it turned out that the hand ghost actually began to sneak attack from underground. It's really a trick, hand ghost, you're really useless. Feng Yu mocked. Okay, I won't beep with you anymore, you still obediently become the number of wielders under my knife. All concentrations, water breath 3 type flow. Wind Feather instantly rushed towards the hand ghost, and the hand ghost also used countless tentacles to attack Wind Feather, but they were all flexibly dodged by Wind Feather. Water Breath Wanton Strike Tide. Feng Yu came to the front of the hand ghost and jumped up, quickly changing his move and slashing at the hand ghost. The neon wheel knife in the hand of Ding Feng Yu was actually blocked, and this blow did not kill the evil spirit, so he quickly retreated. Is it so hard? In that case, let's use a move that hurts a little more severely. And the hand ghost on the side saw that Feng Yu was constantly slashing his neck, and began to joke. It seems that you're still useless, little ghost. He. Shut up, it's noisy. Feng Yu took a deep breath, and once again used the Water Breath 3 type flow to approach the hand ghost unharmed, and then jumped. All concentrated, the water breath picks up the shape of the life flow. Wind Yu's body quickly turned, and at the same time, the blue ripples of the blade appeared, forming a blue-white water dragon and slashing towards the hand ghost. The hand ghost subconsciously resisted, but it was useless. The sound of the scabbard sounded. Wind Feather retracted his sword. The hand ghost behind him looked incredulous. Have you had your neck cut off? Why is this happening? Ding, congratulations to the host for killing a special ghost and getting 50 W swings. Ding, congratulations on getting the first kill of a special ghost. The system is upgraded to open new functions, and the mall of all things. The system is being upgraded. I didn't expect the killer ghost to be able to upgrade the system, but now the upgrade will not affect my ability to kill ghosts and get the number of swings. Feng Yu turned to look at the hand ghost that was turning into ashes. At this time, the original mountain-like body was now only a small half, and the head of the hand ghost was only half of its face. He stared at Feng Yu deadly, as if he saw the figure of the scale left in the past. Scales. Eventually, the hand ghost turned to ashes with the memories of the human beings before his death, and disappeared into thin air. On the top of the mountain of Susishao, he succeeded. Then we should go. The master has taken in a new apprentice. The figures of the 13 children gradually disappeared into the bamboo forest. In the next few days, Wind Feather also used the previous means to lure the ghost out, and then killed the ghost. To Feng Yu's surprise, the system is still being upgraded, but the number of swings you get from killing ghosts is still the same. In the past few days, most of the ghosts of the entire Vine Attack Mountain have been slashed by Feng Yu. I've killed so many, the people of the Ghost Slayer team won't want to kill me. But it's precisely because of me that these people escaped the catastrophe and successfully passed the final trial, but this time it's really a bumper harvest. Looking at the number of knife swings on the system panel has reached more than 4,000,000–3 million, Feng Yu couldn't help but smile. All those who had passed the final trial gathered in the square. Rao's Wind Feather killed most of the ghosts, and most of the people still died in this trial, leaving only a dozen people except for Wind Feather. Feng Yu found that the person he had saved from the hand ghost was not there, and he thought to himself that he probably died after leaving him. What a hapless fellow. Chapter 16. As the sun rises over the mountains, the darkness fades, and the insects and birds begin to move. No matter how many times, watching the sunrise in such an era is amazing. The sun rises from the mountains in the distance, and the warm light shines on every land, on every person who is immortal. Wio. Feng Yu closed his eyes, and a breath that was completely different from the breath of water ran. But quickly, and the breath was interrupted. There's a little realization. But it's not enough. The breath of water in the body has become a block. The transformation between the two is too difficult, and the breath of light and the breath of water are a bit conflicting. No wonder when I watched the anime in my previous life, those pillars said that a person can't have two breathing methods on his body at the same time. Not that he can't, but because there is a layer of separation before the two breathing methods, and if he doesn't break this barrier, he will damage himself. Welcome back, said the two siblings. Congratulations, you're fine. And then, what's next? Asked one of the trialists. First of all, we will distribute the uniforms, measure your size, and then engrave the ranks, a total of 10 classes, A, B, C, D, E, G, G, X, I, N, N, and Aoi. You are now in the lowest class. Feng Yu watched reading the lines like an endorsement on the side, and he also had a little complaint in his heart. I thought to myself, how did these two brothers and sisters keep their expressions unchanged, motionless, and even didn't blink their eyes for so long? Today I will ask you to choose the ball steel to use for the forging of knives, but it takes 10 to 15 days to forge the knives. Before that, declare one thing. Due to the emergence of a few strong players in this trial, there are several who are not eligible to pass the trial. With that, his eyes fell on Feng Yu. Seeing this, Feng Yu waved his hand to show that he was innocent, and he just wanted to save more swings, and he didn't mean to save them. The next list I read is the people who failed the trial, Shikoichiro, Nagashima Maiko. But the people whose names were read down there exploded. Why, we have all passed the 7-day survival test. Why don't you let us pass? We are not convinced, said a group of people confidently. Everyone, this is all for your good. You don't have the strength to pass the test, even if you pass this time, but the later mission is dangerous. You will still die in the hands of evil spirits. The two siblings spoke. Sure enough, after saying that, most of the people were silent. After all, what they had seen and heard in the past 7 days had frightened them. Even the most ordinary evil ghosts don't have the strength to kill themselves, watching their companions being killed and eaten by evil ghosts. If it weren't for a man who saved them, they wouldn't be standing here. Thinking of this, those were silent. After struggling with his own psychology, he left the square. But some people just don't accept it, thinking that they have the strength to survive. The two siblings ignored them and left them aside. When the two siblings were about to step forward to make a move, Feng Yu moved and kicked them all out with one kick. Fuck off, shit, I should have let the ghost eat you and kill the ghost, or you wouldn't be here to dirty my eyes now, Feng Yu said lightly. Those who were kicked away looked at Windfeather with a look of horror in their eyes. They knew that Feng Yu was a ruthless man, and he singled out a dozen ghosts without hurting a single person, so they had to give up and leave this place. Yuzuru gave Yuzuru a meaningful look at Kazuha, and then clapped his hands. The crow of a crow rang out in the sky. Then all the people present who passed the trial had a crow on their shoulders. Windfeather looked at the crow on his shoulder, and the crow was watching him. From now on, there will be crows following you, the two siblings said. It's also good, after the trial task is completed, I will try to sign a contract with the crow, and then let Xiaobai and Xiaohei learn the demon beast breathing method. The crow is mainly used for communication. Whoever got the crow began to study the crow in front of him, teasing it from time to time, and touching the feathers after a while. Next, please choose a piece of ball steel, kill the evil spirits, protect your own knife, and choose the steel for your sword. The crowd came to the front of the balls of steel of various sizes. It's how to choose this, I don't know how to choose at all. Yes, I haven't seen it. Everyone has doubts in their hearts and doesn't know which piece of ball steel to choose. Feng Yu didn't say anything, but lightly stepped forward and picked a piece of ball steel that he liked. Everyone saw that Feng Yu had chosen, and they began to choose, so everyone chose their own calcining material, ball steel. You have chosen the ball steel, and your knife will be delivered to you in 10 to 15 days. In this way, the final trial has come to an end, and Windfeather's system is still being upgraded, but the sound of the task being completed has sounded. The system upgrade is really troublesome. I don't know how long it will take to complete the upgrade. Now the task is completed, but the reward is not receiving. I still want to go back and let Xiaobai learn the demon beast breathing method. A crow from the Ghost Slayer headquarters came to Yorya Sanyashiki and informed him of the results of the trial. Well, 16 people survived, but only 6 really passed, which is really good, and my children have increased, and I don't know what kind of swordsman they will become. Compared to the previous life, when Tanjiro came back, he was covered with injuries, and then compared to himself, is it a bit different? Feng Yu touched his chin and thought to himself. I don't know how Tanjiro is doing now. I'm really looking forward to the look on the face of this old man when he sees me now. That feeling must be very refreshing. The sun set, and Feng Yu walked unhurriedly in the direction of Mt. Seisagi. It's just that he doesn't even know that his breathing has become different at the moment. Chapter 17. As soon as Feng Yu returned to the foot of the narrow misty mountain, Xiaobai sensed it. Before he could go up the mountain, Xiaobai quickly galloped down and knocked down Windfeather. Huh. Xiaobai happily arched his head to Feng Yu. I haven't seen you for a few days, Xiaobai, you're fat again. Feng Yu touched Xiaobai's body and sighed. The various pills given by the system are really powerful, not only improving Xiaobai's qualifications, but also making it so big by eating. Feng Yu smiled and rode on Xiaobai's body. In this way, a man and a beast quickly came to the mountain cabin. Approaching the wooden house, Kazifa saw Scales Takazuo teaching Tanjiro at the door of the wooden house. Master Scale, I'm back. Feng Yu shouted. When he heard the voice of Feng Yu, he trembled all over, and looked at the boy riding on the giant white fox through the red Tengo mask with a look of disbelief. At this moment, the Windfeather was illuminated by the twilight of the setting sun. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Scales sighed in surprise recently. Senior brother Windfeather, congratulations on successfully passing the final trial of the Ghost Slayer team. Tanjiro said with a smile. I haven't seen it for a few days, and Tanjiro has a lot of wounds on his body, and Feng Yu knows how badly Tanjiro has been destroyed by Scales left in the past few days. Eat this, junior brother. Feng Yu smiled and took out a healing pill from the system backpack and handed it to Tanjiro. Tanjiro was a little embarrassed and said, Senior brother, this is not necessary, these are small injuries. Tanjiro thought to himself, the injuries on his body were only insignificant, but the medicinal effect of the healing pill given by Feng Yu was seen, and he could save his life at a critical time, and Scales so also said recently that after Feng Yu passed the final trial, he would have to face those cannibal demons. The journey is destined to be restless. Moreover, 2 days ago, Scales also informed him of the preciousness of the healing pill, so I can't accept it. But Feng Yu didn't care, because in the past few days, he had signed in and won a few more healing pills in the lottery, and it could be said that his current body healing pill was enough. Besides, there are all the better pills in my body than the healing pill, and this healing pill is not bad. You can take what my senior brother gave you. I am not bad for this one, and your current sister Yudizi is still asleep. If she suddenly wakes up and is hungry, she can also replenish her energy. Feng Yu said with a smile. That. I took it. Thank you, senior brother Feng Yu. Kazuha smiled and took out a small box, sealed it and gave it to Tanjiro. After Tanjiro got his hands on it, he carefully put it away, planning to wait for his sister Yudiza to wake up and give it to her. But what he didn't know was that the box that Feng Yu gave him contained several healing pills. You, keep some for yourself. Tanjiro's kid won't be in any danger now. Scales saw the operation of the wind feather recently, and pretended to be angry. Alright, let's go. Into the house, Scales called for Kazuha to come into the house recently, but Tanjiro went into the house and put down the pill box before running to the mountains for daily training. Master Scales, the little junior brother, is very diligent. Looking at the back of Tanjiro going out, he remembered that he was like this at the beginning, and went up the mountain in the dark. It seems that this trial is very simple for you, said Scales so as he looked at Feng Yu's clean and complete clothes. Well, it's okay, those ghosts aren't very powerful, except for one of them. And that one also said he knew you. And then Feng Yu told Scales about what happened during the trial, but omitted some of the secrets. Yes, it turns out that you killed the alien ghost. Yes, it's finally over, Scales said with a sigh. Feng Yu could feel that the scales were left and near, as if his mind was liberated at this moment. It's great that you're back. The bonfire in front of him crackled, and the warm flames shone on the red Tengo mask on the left side of the scale. There are several types of ghosts, and those with alien shapes can use a technique called blood ghost magic. In the future, you will definitely fight this kind of ghost, and the battle against this kind of ghost will be more difficult than the battle so far, but, Feng Yu, you will definitely succeed. You are the most genius among the disciples I have taught. Scales left looked at Feng Yu and said, Thank you, Master Scale. Feng Yu replied, By the way, I asked the people at the headquarters to study the healing pill you gave me last time, and I believe that the results will be available soon, and the swordsmen of the Ghost Slayer team will be a little safer when dealing with evil ghosts. The master and apprentice were chatting one by the fire, but Tanjiro on MT Sajiri was complaining bitterly. At this time, the weather on the mountain was cold and the fog was heavy, and because of the wind feather, Scales readjusted the trial trap on the mountain recently, and the difficulty could be said to have doubled. After a night of training, Tanjiro dragged his tired body back to the wooden house, and Sutaki left would immediately administer Tanjiro with medicine. Seeing this, Feng Yu sighed, I didn't seem to be so miserable at the time. But your beans are really cute, like a sleeping beauty. The flesh on her face is soft, it's so cute. It's soft and cute. But that's all. After all, Feng Yu guessed that if he really killed an Imatsuji, then he probably wouldn't stay in this world at that time. If you are like the protagonists in those novels in the previous life, you will be merciful to the female characters in this world, then when you leave this world, it will be a disservice to these people. In Feng Yu's eyes, this world is a living flesh and blood world, a real world. They deserve respect for giving their lives to protect themselves and others. What's more, women will only affect my swinging speed. Scales and Scales left to explain the situation of your beans to Feng Yu next to him, explaining that because you have never eaten people, the energy in your body is insufficient, so you fall into a deep sleep to recover your strength. Everything is on track. The sun rises and rests, and the wind feather climbs to the highest point of MT Sasagiri every day to watch the sunrise and sunset. The understanding of the breath of light is also getting deeper. Chapter 18. For the next few days, Feng Yu practiced swinging his sword as usual, and at the same time asked Scales about where he could learn martial arts. It's just that Feng Yu was disappointed that he hadn't encountered a more powerful martial arts gym recently, only some small streams. Because the world is developing rapidly, guns and ammunition are increasing day by day, and the era of punches and kicks is over. There are quite a lot of martial arts halls where you only practice swords. It's just that Feng Yu feels that his current sword skills have become great, and if he learns other sword skills, it is estimated that his strength will not improve much. It can only be said that after the system is upgraded, we will see what the situation of the Everything Mall is. Finally, on the 8th day of Windfeather's return to the narrow fog mountain, the prompt sound that the system upgrade was completed finally sounded. Ding, the system has been upgraded successfully, and the first level Everything Mall has been opened. Please pay attention to check. Between the first time the host opens the system, the reward refreshes 10 kinds of rare and above quality items. Introduction to the Mall of Everything. You can buy goods with the number of swings, refresh the goods once a month, and the probability will be refreshed to rare, epic, and legendary goods. Character, Nakagawa Fenjayu. Swing knife times, 435-7800. Breathing method, water breath, Deduction, light breath, uncomprehended. Martial arts, knife technique, Deduction, physical strengthening technique, Deduction. Physique, ageless physique pet. Zobi, white fox, unawakened. Task 1, kill the Ghost King Ghost Dancer without misery. Synopsis, the Ghost King Animatsuji is the beginning of everything in this world, and killing him to end this source of evil. Rewards, number of swings 1000 W, designated world travel 1, mystery pack *1 status. Uncompleted. Quest 2, pass the final trial. Introduction, a qualified ghost hunter is a good master who has passed the final trial. Rewards, new features of the system, 100 W swings, demon beast breathing status. Complete. The chain of quests, kill the evil ghosts. Introduction, after sunset, the endless evil ghosts start hunting. You are a human being, go and kill all the evil ghosts. Reward, unknown, depending on the percentage of completion. The higher the completion level, the higher the reward. Status, 0.3%. In the past few days, Feng Yu has been practicing the number of swings every day, and has also obtained a lot of swings. The final trial quest has also been shown to be completed, and the reward for the quest has been randomly claimed. The number of swings of the knife reached more than 5.3 million in an instant, and at the same time, a golden demon beast breathing method appeared in the backpack space of the system. Is this the demon beast breathing method? Zobi. I didn't expect the method to be so simple to use. Zobi, you come here. Feng Yu called Zobi to his side, and then took out the demon beast breathing method and put it on Zobi's forehead, slowly integrating into Zobi's head. Xiaobai Lang watched his master put his hand on his head, and then a large amount of knowledge suddenly appeared in his head. Feng Yu felt that Xiaobai's breathing changed instantly, and a breathing melody similar to a human breathing method appeared on Xiaobai's body, but it was different from the human breathing method. Awesome, my little white. It only succeeded once. Seeing that Xiaobai had successfully mastered the demon beast breathing method, Feng Yu was also pleased to smile. After all, there is another prerequisite for the demon beast breathing method, that is, it can only be used 3 times, and after 3 times, it will be invalid regardless of whether it is comprehended or not. Then the next thing is Xiaohei. It's just that now Xiaohei doesn't know where to go. It's really troublesome to have no contract, Feng Yu said secretly. Ding, congratulations on the successful awakening of your pet white fox, please check the attributes. Is Xiaobai's attribute panel independent? Feng Yu hurriedly checked Xiaobai's overall situation. Name, Little. White race, White Fox. Divinity value, 0.00000001. Owner, Wind Feather. Exercise, Demon Beast Breathing Method, Beginner, can improve. Awakening, Mental Power, Charm, Body Control. Introduction, this was originally just an ordinary little white fox, but it has a trace of divinity. It's amazing, I didn't expect Xiaobai to be so powerful, not only awakened his telekinesis and charm, but most importantly, he also has the ability to control his body shape, so he can take Xiaobai with him when he goes on a mission in the future. I don't know if Xiaohei will be able to control his body shape if he also awakens. Wouldn't that have both land and air mounts? Wouldn't it be cool to go out? Feng Yu has begun to fantasize that he will ride Xiaobai on the ground and Xiaohei in the sky in the future. After all, every man's dream is to go to heaven once. But Xiaobai can also become stronger with Krypton. I just want my master to go to Krypton. It's really a bit of a pit. It seems that I still need to work hard to earn money to support my family in the future. Why don't you try to give the little white Krypton gold? Forget it. Let's take a look at the mall of all things first. If you give the little white Krypton gold, and then the money for the things you like is not enough, it will be miserable. There's only one epic item, the other 9 are all rare. It's too bad, isn't it? But there are also things that I urgently need right now. That's it, 500,000 is okay. After clicking to buy, Feng Yu's mind immediately flooded with a lot of knowledge. The way of doing it. Wind Swift technique. Yes, very good, it makes up for my lack of speed. Wind Swift technique. When you cultivate to the end of your life, you can be as fast as a swift, and at the same time, you can walk in the wind. This golden body forging technique is also good. Cultivate to the appearance of Deduction to form a golden film, invulnerable, improve my defense, buy it. This 5 tiger fist is also good, the ultimate martial arts, cultivated to the Deduction period. A stream of internal chi is formed in the body to protect the meridians, and one punch can withstand the power of the 5 tigers. These rare items only require 500,000 swings per piece, but after buying them, you also need to swing the number of swings to improve, or cultivate by yourself. But Feng Yu said that who would be a serious person would cultivate, isn't Krypton gold fragrant? At this time, the rare exercises I bought at this time cost a total of 1.5 million swings, and they have all entered the door, and there are also fonts that can be improved. Looking at the more than 3.8 million swings left on my panel, he set his eyes on the only epic item. Chapter 19 Sweatshirt epic item in the Mall of Everything, Psychic Power Secret Technique. Hiss. It was sold for 3 million swings. Feng Yu saw that he only had more than 3.8 million swings left, and fell into deep thought. Now that the defense, speed, and attack aspects have been combined, this mental power secret technique is like nectar in the hot desert to me. So, buy it. The opportunity will not come again. If you miss it, it will be gone. And there are more than 800,000 swings left. You can improve your speed first. After all, the effect of strengthening the body and immortal physique is enough for me at the moment. Then, Feng Yu clicked on the purchase with excitement, and in an instant, the balance of the number of swings on the panel became more than 800,000. This is really a return to the pre-liberation period. In the future, I really have to make good money to support my family. Now, Feng Yu can't wait to raise the big knife in his hand to sharpen the knife, huo to the evil ghost. Alas, if only there were a few more final trials like that, it wouldn't be a matter of minutes to reach the pinnacle of life, hanging and beating the 12 ghost moons, and even the ghost danced Suji was not miserable. Because of this trial, Feng Yu killed most of the ghosts, and the trial of evil ghosts was seriously insufficient, and the final assessment was postponed for 1 session, and the members of the ghost-killing team went out to catch ordinary evil ghosts to fill the gap, but someone was still unconscious. Spiritual Power Secret Technique. Enhance mental power through meditation, which can resist mental power attacks, and after the completion of spiritual power, the spiritual power will be transformed, and there will seem to be unexpected surprises. It's another exercise that is waiting to be fed, and it doesn't appear like the other 3 rare exercises, and I don't know how much it takes to improve. Could this still be a secret technique that can increase my IQ? Feng Yu thought to himself. It's just that Feng Yu was wrong, this is just a special effect brought by the improvement of mental power. The cultivation of the exercises is troublesome. Now you can only practice every day to earn the number of swinging knives. If you go to practice the exercises, it is a little more than worth the loss. Fortunately, this spiritual secret technique can also be improved, but there is no need to go to Krypton Gold in this regard. So now the only thing that needs Krypton Gold is the exercises and the Kryptonite Gold of Zobi and Zayahe in the later stage. Feng Yu dismissed the plan to improve Zobi's demon beast breathing method. After all, his strength has improved, so he can better kill powerful evil ghosts. The benefits will be greater. Thinking of this, Feng Yu immediately pointed towards the wind swift technique. Ascension, 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 elevate, to Deduction. In an instant, countless knowledge appeared in Feng Yu's mind. Where is this? I became a swallow. Feng Yu looked at the 100-meter cliff under his feet in surprise, and it was already pouring rain. No, this is a third perspective, but I can feel the mood, demeanor, and movements of this swallow. Suddenly, the swallow possessed by the wind feather flew down, and its small body flew in the air with the help of the wind without the slightest attack from the heavy rain. At this moment, Feng Yu realized that this was the mystery of the wind swift technique. Borrowing the power of the wind to resist it. After a while, Feng Yu opened his eyes, jumped up, and actually stepped in the air, and the speed was 3 times that of his before. Feng Yu looked at the grass and trees under his feet, and walked with the wind without the help of any entity. Although it doesn't reach a very high height and stops in midair, it's very handsome. Unknowingly, I thought that Feng Yu could fly. Very good, very good. This is really a system production, a must-have product. It's just that the number of swings is not enough, there are only more than 100,000 swings left, and you can still improve the exercises once to reach the realm of refinement. Although there is a free lottery every day, it is only the 10 consecutive draws that I have used for free. Before, the items in those lottery are still very good, like the healing pill. Or go to the Wanwu Mall to buy those ordinary goods. Feng Yu is a little in a dilemma. His own defense is enough. There is no need to improve the golden body forging body technique and the 5 tiger fist for the time being, and going to the Wanwu Mall to buy ordinary goods starts with 10,000 swings, and most of them are healing pills, and there is not much better. But the lottery is different here, there is uncertainty, and it is not necessary to draw the golden legend on the possession of the European emperor. Gan, let's draw a lottery, give me 10 consecutive draws, out of the golden legend? Feng Yu shouted. Congratulations on getting the healing pill 5, energy pill 2, Wulong spicy strip 2, 10,000 poison pill 1. Shipped. Energy pill. There is also the detoxification pill, energy pill, replenish physical strength. Detoxification pill, detoxification. Good guy, I call it a good guy. This introduction is really what it is called as the name suggests. But it's not bad, let's keep it for later. And then took out the spicy strips and ate them. Woo, it's still that familiar smell. Zobi, do you want a spicy strip? Feng Yu said with a smile. Since Zobi awakened, the spirituality in his eyes has become higher and higher. Smelling the spicy strips in Feng Yu's hand, the corners of his mouth involuntarily flowed out of the spurs. Zobi ate the spicy noodles and screamed, and then happily spun in circles, which immediately startled Feng Yu. Don't be so surprised. It seems that it is another creature that has been conquered by spicy strips. A pack of spicy strips was quickly divided between Feng Yu and Zobi, and the air was still filled with that smell at the moment. If it was smelled by the child next door, it would probably be full of tears. Alright, it's time to make money. Feng Yu got up, picked up the knife and began to practice. And each swing of the knife can bring wind feather 10 benefits. The sun sets. Feng Yu began to cultivate the secret technique of spiritual power. Time is also passing little by little. Feng Yu's spiritual power is also constantly improving, and Zobi is also relying on the demon beast breathing method to continuously enhance his strength. Because it knows that only when it is strong can it help its master. It wasn't until the 13th day that the neon wheel knife belonging to Wind Feather arrived. Chapter 20. In the afternoon of this day, Feng Yu practiced swinging his knife in front of the wooden house every day. Jingle bell. Jingle bell. Feng Yu heard the sound of the bell, and it was getting closer and closer, and when he turned his head to look, he saw a man wearing a hat and a mask of a red fireman walking slowly over. Steel Hodora. Then it means that my Nichirin knife has arrived. Feng Yu's heart was a little excited. After all, after waiting for so many days, his own Rylan knife finally came. In my previous life, when I watched anime, I couldn't see the mood of the color change when Tanjiro got the knife, but when I experienced it myself, I realized that the excitement was overflowing on the surface. Feng Yu also wanted to know what color his Hinoa knife was. He knew that in this world, color represented a person's breathing. At this time, he has the breath of water and the breath of light that he has not yet comprehended, and he doesn't know what color will appear. Hello, who are? Asked Feng Yuan, holding back his excitement and pretending not to know him. My name is Ironsuka, and I forged Nakagawa Kazuha's sword and brought it to him. Steel Mold said. Thank you, I'm Nakagawa Fenjayo. My master scales are in the middle of the day please. Feng Yu invited him into the house, just. This is the Nichirin knife, which I forged, and the raw materials of the Nichirin knife are taken from the mountains closest to the sun, scarlet sand iron and scarlet ore, and the iron that absorbs sunlight is made from them. Sunshine Mountain is sunny all year round, and there is no rain. Feng Yu raised his forehead. How can these people have such a character? The scale in the house listened to the introduction of the steel mound outside, and thought to himself, he is still the same, he doesn't listen to others. Windfeather interrupted him. Suddenly, Steel Mord came to the front of Windfeather, carefully revealing Windfeather's appearance. Black hair, tall height. It's mediocre and has no characteristics. Looking at the fireman mask who was only a fist away from him, Feng Yu couldn't help but take a few steps back. There are so many of these strange island masks, Feng Yu complained inwardly. Tanjiro, who was passing by, attracted the attention of Iron Mosuka. You're the son of Hezuo. This is really auspicious, I didn't expect there to be unexpected surprises. Hello, I'm the son of Tanjiro and Aida. Tanjiro said sincerely. I didn't mean that, your hair and eyes are red, and it's auspicious for a fire-related family to occasionally give birth to such a child, so I'm happy. Tetsuka poked Tanjiro's face with his hand. Tanjiro was confused, so he had to turn his eyes for help to Feng Yu. Feng Yu saw that his plea for help was turned away, and there was a trace of happiness in his heart for some reason. Well, I don't know, Tanjiro said with a reluctant smile. Boy, I'm expecting that after you pass the final trial, I'll personally bring you a knife so that you might be able to see the scarlet knife. You say yes, Scales. Iron Mord shouted into the room. Then they went into the house and sat down cross-legged. Congratulations, Scales, I have accepted so many talented disciples. I heard that this kid Nakagawa Fenjayo has killed most of the ghosts in the entire Fuji Attack Mountain, and now the entire headquarters is asking the team members to catch new ghosts and go up the mountain. The handle of the knife was embellished with red and black scabbards, and Feng Yu was already a little eager to draw the knife out. Come on, pull it out, let me see what color the knife of the genius who can stop the final trial for the next session. Steel Mold twisted his hands and motioned for Windfeather to quickly pull out the knife. The Nichirin knife, also known as the chameleon knife, changes color depending on the owner. Feng Yu nodded and pulled out the knife. I saw that the original silver blade slowly turned green. Feng Yu didn't know what to say, this color was a little embarrassing. Is it true that if you live a life, you must have a little green on your body? Feng Yu was also a little helpless, he thought that his knife would be blue, but he never thought that it would turn green. Could it be that blue neutralizes yellow, so it turns green? Thought to Feng Yu. Scales didn't show any expression in the near future, but the steel mound on the side was extremely disappointed. Then he looked at Tanjiro on the side. At this time, Tanjiro was still immersed in the magical scene in front of him, his mouth was wide open, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. It's really changed color, senior brother Feng Yu is so powerful. Tanjiro didn't quite understand what the green knife meant, but he was sincerely happy for Feng Yu. When will I be able to have my own Nichirin sword? Tanjiro sighed. Seeing Tanjiro's envious eyes, Iron Akaza said angrily, Son of Hezuo, you must pass the final trial, and I will personally send you a sword. Thank you, Mr. Steeltsuka, I will definitely try my best. Tanjiro replied. Then Steeltsuka turned to Kazifa and shouted, Hey, Nakagawa Kaziha, if I find out that your Hinoan knife is damaged, I won't spare you, you remember it for me. Well, I'll pay attention. Feng Yu replied. In this way, Steel Mord and Scales left after a short shush. When he left, he specially instructed Tanjiro to pass the final trial. Tanjiro was a little afraid of him at this time. Senior brother Kaziha, I think this person is so strange. Tanjiro sighed. But I'm also looking forward to what color my Nichirin knife will be. As the sun sets, everyone says goodbye to the steel mound and Tanjiro goes to train as usual, while Kaziha carefully examines his green Nichirin sword. Not to mention, this green Rylun knife is still quite beautiful. I guess I am the only one who has this green Rylun knife. At this time, Zobi has already mastered the skill of controlling the god shape. And under the twilight, the figure of a person and a fox touched the heart of the scaly laughed a little. Well, if those children hadn't been killed, maybe the color of their neon wheel knife would have been just as amazing. Chapter 21. It had been the 14th day since Feng Yu passed the final trial. And early that morning, Feng Yu began to teach Tanjiro sword skills. After all, he also knew that he would have to leave here for a long time to complete the task assigned by the Demon Slayer team. If you want to come back, you probably won't have much time. Feng Yu still has a good impression of the protagonist Tanjiro, although some things are too much of the heart of the virgin, but each has its own personality. Feng Yu didn't look at it in the other way, but just did his duty as a senior brother. It can also be regarded as a work for the scale of the left near time to share the point. Tanjiro, the position of your force is wrong, it should be like this, here with the knife, the posture of the standing is not right, the lower plate is unstable, the force is insufficient, straighten the waist. It's too stupid, look at me like this, grab my PowerPoint. Feng Yu corrected Tanjiro's posture for a while, and then asked Tanjiro to readjust. While demonstrating for Tanjiro, he found out Tanjiro's mistakes. I didn't expect to be so tired of teaching people. And it's really the more you teach, the more angry you become. I can't wait to get started and beat me by myself. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing to take a beating. It can also make him remember it for a long time, and with the master's medicine, he will recover quickly. Scales also knew Feng Yu's thoughts, so he had to look at Tanjiro helplessly, sighed, and then pretended not to see. In my heart, I was thinking that someone finally realized the hard work of the cultivator. Seeing this, Feng Yu showed a trace of a gradually hideous expression on his face. Tanjiro, who was practicing, couldn't help but feel a chill in his back and shivered. Danger. It's dangerous. Tanjiro looked around vigilantly, but only Feng Yu, who had a stick in his hand, was walking towards him with a smile on his face. The wind. Senior brother Feng Yu. You. What are you doing here? Tanjiro seemed to feel the hidden knife in Feng Yu's smile, and couldn't help but speak. Senior brother Tanjiro, don't blame me, I came here like this in the first place, that's why I've made such rapid progress. Hey, 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 seeing Feng Yu getting closer and closer to him, he shouted, Master Scales, help, senior brother Feng Yu is going to kill someone. Hey, hey, call it, no one will save you if you cut your throat, good boy, senior brother is all for your good, and this is the rule of our line. Feng Yu looked at Tanjiro who was begging for mercy and felt a lot better, but he would not let go of the punishment of Tanjiro easily. For half a day, the entire Sasagiri Mountains could hear Tanjiro's screams. Scales were in the wooden house recently, so he simply took a cotton earplug and stuffed it into his ear. The mouth kept reading, I can't hear, I can't see. But with the torture for half a day, the effect is also very good, and Tanjiro who saw it is more attentive to the practice, and his concentration is also on the practice. Well, that's right, you said little junior brother, wouldn't it be good if you did this earlier, you have to let me treat you like this, look at the purple and red pieces on your body, and the senior brother who sees it is a little distressed. Feng Yu said with a smile. Anyway, when I taught you this time, they were all geniuses under the stick, and you didn't have a golden finger to go to the sky with one click. If I didn't have a golden finger, I would have experienced the devastation with you now, but I have no complaints. After all, this is a dangerous world. Feng Yu sighed. Although the attack is a little heavier, but the effect is very good, rather than making Tanjiro dangerous when he goes out on a mission in the future, it is better to make him stronger now, and he can be less injured against those powerful ghosts. When I watched anime in my previous life, every time Tanjiro went out on a mission, he was injured all over his body, and the injuries on his body were not healed, so he went to the next task, and the injuries were even worse, even if the Deluo immortals had to hold back their internal injuries. Tanjiro, do you blame me? Exclaimed. Senior brother, I don't blame you, I know you're all for my good. Tanjiro said breathlessly. Very good, Tanjiro, you have to remember in the next few days, no matter how seriously you are injured here, you will not lose your life, but when you leave here, as long as your strength is inferior to that of the evil spirit, or if one action goes wrong, then what awaits you is death. You have to think about your sister, what is the expectation in your heart? Listening to Kazuha's words, Tanjiro fell into deep thought. My anticipation. I'm looking forward to. Let your beans become adults again. Yes, my hope is to bring your beans back to adulthood. Tanjiro shouted. Very well, you must always remember this expectation, but you are still very weak now, so you have to be strict with yourself and be hard on yourself, otherwise you may not see the day when your sister will become an adult again. Got it, said Windfeather. Got it. Tanjiro shouted. Since Feng Yu came back these days, Scales' eyes have been on Feng Yu's body, so that the training thing is a little lazy. At this moment, Tanjiro was also a little ashamed, gritted his teeth and practiced more diligently. When Feng Yu saw Tanjiro like this, he also understood that this was a return to the state of his previous life. Then he entered the house and sat cross-legged beside the left of the Scales. Tanjiro, this kid is indeed a little lazy these days. You're doing a great job, Scales said the next time. Well, that's one of the things I did for you before I left on a mission, replied Windfeather. The ghost slayer with the ghost must be in danger all the way and will not be recognized. Feng Yu, I hope that the moment comes, I hope you can help him, don't let this kind child chill his heart. Feng Yu looked at the figure outside who was practicing hard and nodded. That's good, that's good. Scales sighed. In this way, the two fell into silence. At this time, wow, wow, the crow's cry sounded, and then the crow flew into the wooden house and shouted at Feng Yu, Nakagawa Windfeather, now give an order, go to the small town in the southeast, there are people who disappear, people disappear every day, find out the ghosts lurking in the town, kill them, Nakagawa Windfeather, please be careful, this is your first job as a ghost hunter. Feng Yu nodded and clenched the Hinoa knife in his hand, but the scale was silent in the near future. At this time, Windfeather's system made a sound. Chapter 22. The material of this team uniform is good, it's very comfortable to touch. Feng Yu took out the Ghost Slayer team uniform he sent and put it on. Then he put on a silver-white kimono made of the same good material. In an instant, Feng Yu's already handsome face set off the polite aristocratic temperament. Feng Yu, you are wearing the ghost-killing team uniform now, which is made of special fibers, which is breathable, waterproof, and fire-resistant, and the claws and teeth of the weak imp can't even tear this team uniform. Scaly Left said solemnly to Feng Yu. No wonder when I watched anime in my previous life, those fight scenes were so fierce that the clothes were not broken, and the original material was so powerful. Feng Yu touched the team uniform and said. And then there's The Nichirin knife you hold, it will change color depending on the owner, and the characteristics of different colors are different, but the green rich chakra knife is not bad. Feng Yu looked at his green and panicked rich chakra knife, and the corners of his mouth twitched. You are a very talented genius I have ever met. This is your first time on a mission. You must pay attention to safety, and always remember that you are a ghost slayer. Don't give up your identity as a human. Feng Yu replied lightly. By the way, bring this with you. I guess you'll take Zobi with you too. Scales took out a wooden box recently, just like a popular pet bag in the previous life, which can well accommodate Zobi's body after becoming smaller, and you can see the outside scenery at any time. Master Scales, you're so good, you can even make this kind of thing. Feng Yu picked up the box and looked at it carefully, and said approvingly. Alright, Master Scale, it's time for me to go, or if I stay for a minute, maybe someone will be lost in the hands of the ghost. Feng Yu picked up the box, picked up Zobi and put it inside, then picked up the neon knife and walked towards the outside of the wooden house. Scales left Kanji and Tanjiro also came out to say goodbye. Wait. Scales called out to Feng Yu and came to him, groomed him, and nodded. Definitely. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Master Scale, I will. Feng Yu felt the worry that Scales had about him, and nodded in agreement. Brother Feng Yu, stay safe along the way, we will all be here waiting for you to come back. Tanjiro ran up and hugged Feng Yu and said. Okay, but you have to do it too. Kazuha smiled and patted Tanjiro on the shoulder, and then set off. May Feng Yuzhen and Wuyun prosper. Feng Yu, who left the narrow fog mountain, suddenly felt a little reluctant in his heart. After all, I've been living with them for more than a year. Feng Yu sighed. And Xiaobai in the wooden box seemed to feel Feng Yu's somewhat depressed mood. He climbed out of the wooden box and came to Feng Yu's shoulder, arched his head over Feng Yu's cheek, and then licked his face again. It seems to be saying, don't be unhappy, the master still has me. Okay, I know, I'm just sighing. I've been in this world for almost 2 years, and I've found that when people grow up, the most is separation. But fortunately, now I have you. Feng Yu smiled and touched Xiaobai's head, and then set his eyes on Xiaohei, who was flying freely in the sky. Xiaohei, you come down, I have something to tell you. Feng Yu beckoned Xiaohei to come down. But Xiaohei was a little afraid to go down, and he was a little scared of Xiaobai in his heart, but he still endured the fear in his heart, flew in front of Feng Yu and shouted, wow, Nakagawa. Feng Yu, what's the matter, what's the matter? Feng Yu raised the corners of his mouth. Do you want to eat this? A pill of myelin washing appeared in Feng Yu's hand. Xiaohei smelled the fragrance of the myelin cleansing pill and stared at it deadly. Just when Xiaohei was about to eat the cleansing pill, a pet contract appeared in Feng Yu's other hand, and then quickly bound Xiaohei into a pet. Wow, Nakagawa Kazuha. What did you do to me? What did you do to me? Little Black shouted. It's okay, Blackie, it's all yours. Feng Yu took out 5 pills of the cleansing pill and put them in front of it. Xiaohei couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The myelin cleansing pill not only smelled attractive, but also attracted the primitive desire in Xiaohei's body. There has always been a voice in his heart urging him to eat these myelin washing pills. Xiaohei's heart was constantly struggling, and the original vigilance against Feng Yu gradually disappeared with the entrance of the cleansing pill. Wind Feather. Master, Xiaohei still wants. Xiaohei. After eating the myelin cleansing pill grew larger at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and his claws and sharp beak became more aggressive. Yes, it seems that the contract has worked. Feng Yu thought to himself. Don't worry, you digest it first today, and absorb the effect of the marrow washing pill well. Then, I checked Xiaohei's introduction. Name, Xiaohei. Race, Crow. Talent, discerning directions, speaking introduction. This is a crow with a high level of intelligence cultivated by a special organization. I guess every crow has this talent. Looking at Xiaohei, who had become as big as a falcon, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It's a little small. I've eaten 5 myelin washing pills so small, I can't carry me. Do you want to use the demon beast breathing method now? Feng Yu thought for a while, or don't use it for now. After all, there are only 2 chances left for the demon beast breathing method. If it doesn't work for Xiaohei now, then he will lose a lot of money. Feng Yu thinks that he will use it for Xiaohei tomorrow. Okay, Xiaohei Xiaobai, you will be companions in the future. Xiaobai, you can also teach the little black monster beast breathing method, so that it can be familiar with it in advance. Xiaobai nodded, and then began to call a crow and a white fox there. Wow, what a pair of living treasures. But that's fine, so that the journey won't be boring. In this way, Wind Feather followed the direction of Xiaohei's guidance to the town. As soon as he came to the town, Feng Yu felt that the people here seemed to be a little different. There was a little bit of death, and although the streets were lively now, it was not lifeless, and there was a sadness in the air. There seems to be a lot of eyes on me. Could it be that ghost? Feng Yu thought to himself. There are a lot of flowers that can be seen in this town, and Feng Yu doesn't know what kind of flowers they are, but you can see that people seem to like this flower very much, and they grow it in every house. Suddenly, a little boy rushes out of the crowd and hits Wind Feather. Big brother, hurry. Come on. Otherwise, you'll be like them. The little boy was covered in dirt, and pulling on him meant leaving. It's okay, you tell me, did you see something? Don't worry, I'm here to get rid of that thing. Feng Yu said slowly. Really, big brother, are you really here to kill that man-eating monster? The little boy asked in surprise. Well, but you have to tell me what's going on here so I can think of a good way to kill that man-eating yokai. Big brother, then you can come to my house. The little boy led Windfeather to the house. There was a smell of flowers all the way, and Feng Yu seemed to have some answers in his heart. Chapter 23 The little boy covered in dirt led Windfeather back to his house. Along the way, the strange fragrance of flowers filled the air, and many expressionless people looked at Feng Yu and the little boy. Feng Yu frowned, but he didn't do anything. The moment he opened the door, Feng Yu found that this home did not match the image of this little boy. The whole home was clean and tidy, and it could be seen that it was an ordinary family. But why does this boy look like a little beggar? Feng Yu found a stool to sit down at random, untied the wooden box on his body, and released Zobi inside. Big brother, you must save my sister, cried the little boy on his knees. Don't worry, tell me the specific situation first, and I'll help you. Windfeather pulled up the crying little boy. Zobi also arched the little boy comfortingly. Big brother, things still have to start from half a month ago, our town was still very normal, but suddenly one day, a strange red flower grew inexplicably in the homes of the residents of the town. At first, people didn't care. After all, it was just a small flower, and some people even raised the flower carefully, while others eradicated the flower. But it didn't work. The same flowers would grow again the next day, and it was also from that time on, the whole town was different. They began to believe in the god of flowers, and at the same time established an organization of believers called the God of Flowers, led by the family that produced the first flower in the family. They set a rule, that is, the flowers in the family withered, which means that the family has no respect for the god of flowers, and must be baptized by the god of flowers. During that period of time, the fragrance of flowers wafted from every house, and it was also during that period of time that those people seemed to be lost in their minds, and they no longer became the same as before, although they still had a normal routine, but their personalities all changed. Our family also bloomed at that time, and my family changed, the little boy said as he wiped his tears. Then why aren't you affected? Asked Windfeather. I've been catching a cold for half a month, and when I noticed that something was wrong, I was going to pull out the flower, but my family stopped me like they were looking at me. But I still found an opportunity, and one night, I plucked the flower, and it was at that moment that I found that my parents had recovered and were no longer weird. I told my mother everything, but after a while we had the strange flower again, and the smell of the flower wafted by, and my mother became the same as before. That's how my neighbor Ash didn't come back. That day, as usual, I ran out and observed everyone, and then I ran into Ash, and I was surprised to find that Ash had returned to his previous appearance. So I asked him if he had pulled out the flowers in the house, but Ash told me that he didn't know what was going on, and he didn't know why he was on the street, and that he was sleeping at home as he remembered. So I went back to his house with him, and sure enough, they didn't have the flower. It was also at that time that those who had been lost their minds began to come to Ash's house and proclaim that Ash, like a family that was disrespectful to the god of flowers, was to be baptized after dark. Ash was very puzzled. He said that he didn't know any flower gods at all, and his family didn't do anything, so their family began to resist, but it was useless. They were tied up by those who called themselves the Flower God Organization, and after dark, Ash disappeared. I suspect that the man-eating yokai is like picking food, and the flowers in the house have disappeared, so today is the family that is being treated as food. Big brother, you must save us. The little boy began to kneel on the ground again and beg Feng Yu. Feng Yu held his forehead, a little helpless. Why do people kneel down at every turn? It's all talked. Feng Yu pulled the little boy up and patted his clothes. So why are you making yourself so dirty? I think that yokai might not eat dirty people, so he made himself and his father dirty. You're such a clever little ghost. But this ghost is kind of interesting. Feng Yu thought to himself. Okay, don't worry, you'll be fine with your father, go and wash yourself. Feng Yu touched the little boy's head. No, I won't go, I'm afraid that if I wash it up, the monster will really eat me. Good boy, don't believe me, okay, then you won't wash it. Feng Yu didn't care too much about this. After all, they were two people who didn't know each other, and he had already decided to get rid of that ghost tonight. He thought this ghost was very interesting, and even charmed the whole town with the fragrance of flowers, and kept the whole town in captivity as his own back garden, eating 1 or 2 a day. When he came to the bedside, Feng Yu found that the man on the bed was indeed dirty, and he knew that the little boy did it, for the only remaining hope. In fact, Feng Yu also admires this little boy. The people in the whole town have changed, only he is normal, and he can find so many details. He can't do it without a mature heart. But he who is called to the heavens and the earth is not spiritual, and no one can help him. It's pretty desperate. Don't worry, I won't let you and your father have an accident. Windfeather reached out again and touched the little boy's head. Big brother, it's okay, I'm very grateful to you anyway, because you're also the only one who has been able to talk to me normally during this time, and the rest of you are. Don't worry. Feng Yu guessed that these floral scents might not be very strong. After all, the moment he stepped into the town, he was inhaling the floral fragrance all the time, but he was not affected. Thinking of this, Feng Yu didn't have to deliberately avoid the problem of the fragrance of flowers. Until dusk fell, someone came to the little boy's house. Chapter 24. The little boy said with a frightened expression on his face, "Big brother. They're coming. They're going to take me and my father to eat that yukai. Big brother. What to do? Don't be afraid, just trust me," Feng Yu said lightly. Bang. The door opened. The first to come was a group of people with wooden faces, who were clearly confused. Then, a man extravagantly dressed but extremely ugly walked in. I saw that the man's face was covered with purple pus, and his skinny body almost made Feng Yu think it was a ghost. This family does not respect the god of flowers, take them away, take them all, and take them to be baptized by the god of flowers, the man said with difficulty in a hoarse voice. Then the group of people who were confused began to move towards Feng Yu and the others. No, let go of me and my father. You've all been deceived by this guy. Wake up. Big brother. Save my father. Watching his sleeping father being carried out of the room by those men, the little boy shouted hoarsely at Feng Yu. But at this moment, Feng Yu didn't make too many movements, allowing those people to take the rope and put it on him. Rather than me taking the initiative to find that ghost, it is better to let the ghost come to me, Feng Yu thought to himself. So the three of them were tied up and carried away. Along the way, Feng Yu saw that both sides of the original street were full of people at the moment. Their expressions were the same, their faces were expressionless from time to time, and they looked crazy from time to time. This ghost has some ability. It's like the second child mill on the 12th ghost moon. Could it be that this ghost has something to do with Tong Mo? It's not impossible. Feng Yu and the little boy were stuffed with something in their mouths, so the little boy could only look at Feng Yu with tears in his eyes, hoping that Feng Yu could do a miracle and save him and his father. It's over. Finished. This man can't save his father at all. I knew I shouldn't have been. Involve him. I'm sorry. The little boy looked at Feng Yu like himself, being tied up and carried away by these confused people without resistance, and his heart was full of guilt. As if sensing the little boy's guilt, Feng Yu smiled slightly, saying that there was no need to worry. But in the eyes of the little boy, it means something else. This big brother wants to comfort me before he dies. Such kind people. How could I have killed him? Feng Yu didn't know this. Now he just wanted to see that ghost as soon as possible. After all, he was very embarrassed to be tied up now. Although he could easily untie the rope on his body, in order not to scare the ghost away, Feng Yu had to endure it silently. Finally, the three of them were carried to a dilapidated temple in the mountains, and then they were slammed to the ground by those men. Feng Yu was fine, but the little boy let out a muffled snort. Lord Flower, tonight's disrespectful people have been brought, and your lovely believers will retire first, so as not to disturb the cleanliness of Lord Flower, said the ugly man at the head, kneeling on the ground, respectfully. Then Feng Yu found that a bewitching red flower appeared in front of the man. Then the man said respectfully, "Then let's leave first, Lady Flower." And then the men left in a hurry, leaving only the three of them to be left on the ground. "Are you coming?" thought to Feng Yu, and at the same time there was a faint force in his hands, ready to attack at any moment. It's just that there was no movement for a while, which made Feng Yu wonder what was going on with this ghost. Could it be that he wasn't hungry yet? But Feng Yu knew that this didn't exist, and it must be because this ghost recognized himself as a member of the Ghost Slayer team, so he was very vigilant. After a while, Feng Yu suddenly noticed that there was an extra scent of flowers in the air. Windfeather frowned. He found that he didn't seem to have any effect, but the little boy next to him had fallen into a deep sleep. Hypnosis. Feng Yu thought to himself. Then that means you're coming, isn't it? Feng Yu's face began to turn cold, and then he began to control his breathing and pretended to fall asleep. The ruined temple fell silent for a moment, but after a while, Feng Yu still didn't see the ghost appear. This is simply a coward, this is not yet out. Feng Yu silently wrote down in his heart angrily, and had already thought about how to deal with this ghost. Sure enough, after another while, Feng Yu finally heard footsteps. Is this the person from the Ghost Slayer team? Ha ha ha, I wasn't put down by my Hanoriko. The meat on this Ghost Slayer must be very delicious, I can't wait. Hanoriko looked greedily at Feng Yu lying on the ground, while her mouth kept drooling. This is a female ghost, with a bright three-colored flower growing on her ugly forehead, which is purple, red, and white, and her withered hand is about to reach out to grab the wind feather. You've finally appeared, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Feng Yu slowly opened his eyes, and at the same time, the rope that bound him began to break. Then he stood up, and as soon as he stretched out his hand, the black scabbard of the Hinua appeared in his hand. Hua's Heize was already frightened when Feng Yu spoke, and reflexively jumped on the beam of the broken temple, looking at Feng Yu in horror. How is it possible, you? How did you not fall into a deep sleep? That's my best blood ghost technique. Hanoriko looked at Feng Yu in horror, and at the same time she had already germinated to run away. Guess what? A grim expression appeared on Feng Yu's face. Next, let's enjoy it. If Tanjiro sees Kazuha's expression at this moment, he will find that it is the same as the expression that tortured himself at the beginning. Seeing that Feng Yu was about to attack himself with the neon wheel sword, Hanoriko shouted in horror, "Don't come here. Blood demon technique, flower of dreams." I saw that the flower on Hanoriko's forehead instantly turned pure purple. Then the air began to fill with the same scent that I had smelled before. If you have any other moves, use them, or you won't have a chance after tonight, Feng Yu said. Sure enough, it didn't work for him. That means my blood ghost spells are all useless to him. What to do? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. No way. I'm going to run away. I still want to see that adult. Feng Yu saw Hanariko get up and was about to run. With a leap of his body, he instantly blocked Hanariko's retreat. What, do you want to escape? Am I terrible? Feng Yu still looked at Hanariko with a smile on his face, but the Hinoa knife in his hand had been unsheathed, revealing the pure green blade. Bang! Hanariko knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please let me go. I didn't eat many people. And then, give me death. Blood demon magic, crazy flower. The words on his forehead turned pure red, and Windfeather felt as if he had been hit slightly on the head. How is that possible? I don't know how many of your ghost killers were attacked with this trick, and they were all hit. You're going to have nothing to do with it. Are you the pillar of the Demon Slayer team? Hanariko's face broke out in a cold sweat, and the fear in her heart made her body tremble. It turns out that you still killed so many people from our ghost-killing team. Feng Yu put away a smile on his face and said coldly, to be honest, I've always wanted to see if your ghost's immortal body is really that powerful. The body jumped over, and the Hinoa knife in his hand waved, and at the same time deliberately avoided Hanariko's neck. Hanariko only felt that her body was shattered, and dozens of pieces were cut. How is that possible? Hanariko's eyes showed an expression of disbelief. Because she didn't see Feng Yu's movements clearly, she just passed by herself, and her body was shredded. Feng Yu looked indifferently at Hua Oriko, who was like a pile of rotten meat, and said disgustedly, it's disgusting. He didn't cut my neck, but wanted to torture me. This man is a devil. The sharp pain from her body made Hanariko's mind very clear. The ghost's powerful self-healing ability began to show at this moment, and I saw that the fragments of Hanariko's body began to merge autonomously. But once fused, Windfeather swung his knife and slashed at it. In this way, as long as Hanariko's body fuses, Feng Yu swings his knife and slashes it. Feng Yu is happy, but Hua Oriko is experiencing endless pain. You killed me. Kill me. Give me a good time. Hanariko felt that her body's self-healing ability was getting weaker and weaker, and the torture of her body made Hanariko's mentality gradually crazy. Watching her body heal again and be chopped to pieces again and again, at this moment, she just wants to be freed as soon as possible. But how could Feng Yu let her get her wish? Chapter 25. The night in the mountains, which is extremely quiet, is broken by Hanariko's screams and begging for mercy. At this time, the little boy and his father who were tied up in the ruined temple had woken up because Hanariko's blood ghost art had ended. The two looked at each other with wide eyes. The little boy's tears had blurred his dirty face, but because his mouth was stuffed with things, he could only make a woo-woo sound. The same is true of his father. His eyes are full of confusion. He doesn't know what is happening, but at this moment he has his child in front of him, but the rope on his body makes him unable to move. Can only be like a worm, squirming and leaning towards his child little by little. On the other hand, Hanariko's side at this moment has gradually lost consciousness. Because of the huge loss of physical ability, the broken body has almost no self-healing ability. Am I going to die? Hanariko's eyes gradually faded, the three-colored flowers on her forehead had withered, and the blue eyes were no longer focused. Seeing this, Feng Yu also put away the knife in his hand, came to Hanariko's side and squatted down, carefully observing Hanako's situation. I didn't expect to be able to hold on for so long. I forgot how many times I swung the knife myself. But the self-healing and regeneration ability of this evil ghost body is really limited, and those who say infinite regeneration probably don't have the ability to chop the ghost over and over again. Do you know why I did this? Do you? I don't know if you became a ghost voluntarily or if you were forced to become a ghost and lose your memory, but the camp is different, and I just want to verify something, so I'm sorry, Miss Devil, it's hard work. Feng Yu smiled. Now that my experiments have come to fruition, and the sun is about to come out, seeing that you have no ability to survive now, do you have anything to say, or you can tell me where your kind is, and I can send him to hell with you. Feng Yu's gentle tone and movements seemed to Hanariko to be a word that was more terrifying than a demon. You're the devil. You're a demon. Hanariko looked at Kazuha with tears and hatred, but fell silent after a while. It seems. This time I'm really going to die. When I was dying in my brain, the memory of not becoming a ghost suddenly poured out. Huazhai's tears suddenly flowed out like she didn't want money, and she kept chanting in her mouth, I'm sorry Shankai. The flowers you gave me are really beautiful, it's really fragrant. A light appeared in the sky in the distance, and then, Hanariko's body began to gradually turn into ashes. Oriko, you must be my wife when you grow up. Okay, brother Yamazaki. Look, these flowers are so beautiful, you must be the most beautiful girl on your head. The warm sun shone on the two of them, like a fairy couple. But that night, everything changed. Red everywhere. Hanariko saw that the boy who had said that she was going to marry her, now there was no breath. She wanted to die, and put a knife into her stomach. She thought that in this way she could die with the boy she loved. In the last memory, Hanariko reopened her eyes, and her body was full of power, and the boy she once loved so much had been swallowed by her, and since then, there has been one more demon flower ghost in this world. It turned out to be me. Brother Yamazaki, are you coming to pick me up? We can finally be together. Don't be separated in the future. Hanariko's body finally turned to ashes in the sun. Ding, congratulations on getting the number of knife swings *50W. Listening to the prompt of the system, Feng Yu knew that the ghost of Hua Oriko had been killed by himself, and at the same time, Feng Yu also noticed the happy expression of Hua Oriko at the end, and vaguely guessed something. It's just a different position. So Feng Yu left the scene and returned to the ruined temple, untying the ropes on the two boys. The two immediately hugged each other. Father, you're finally woke up. I'm sorry, kid. You've worked hard. Feng Yu didn't interrupt the warmth of the two, and after finally bidding farewell to them, he was left alone in the ruined temple. With clothes all over the ground, you can imagine how many people Hua Oriko has eaten in the past half a month. People are watching the sky, and they can't live if they do their own evils. Feng Yu muttered. Then a fire burned down the entire ruined temple. Thick black smoke filled the sky, and Feng Yu's face was unusually cold. At this time, Xiao Bai jumped out of the box behind him, as if he felt the anger in Feng Yu's heart, and licked Feng Yu's hand with his tongue. It's okay, Xiao Bai, I just didn't expect to be able to do such a thing as a human being. Feng Yu sighed, reached out and touched Xiao Bai's soft hair, and then his expression was stunned. Ding, release new mission. Task 1, comprehend the breath of light and create 3 moves. Introduction, people always have to learn to grow, and you find that the breathing of water is not very suitable for you, so go and create your own breathing method. Quest rewards, number of swings 500W, number of refresh legendary quality items in the Mall of Everything 1, new system features *1. Status, unfinished. Quest 2, complete 3 Ghost Slayer missions. Introduction, as a fledgling, you can already take charge of yourself, abide by your heart, and complete the tasks of the Ghost Slayer squad. Rewards, number of swings *200W, system deduction function, Mask of Death. Status, complete 1/3. Of the deduction function, spend the number of swings to deduce the next stage of the upper limit martial arts and breathing techniques. Mask of Death has a stun effect that protects against psychic attacks, and can also be designated as a fusion mask, which grants all the attributes of the Mask of Death. Feng Yu carefully examined the 2 tasks, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The system is powerful, this is really able to solve my urgent need. The breathing method and martial arts have now reached the Dachin stage, and I can't see the way to the next stage. This deduction function is timely. The breath of water can reach a higher level. Maybe I have already reached the strength of the pillar at that time. Feng Yu picked up Xiao Bai and sucked in for a while. Xiao Bai, you are really my lucky star. Xiao Bai didn't know why, he only felt Feng Yu's happy mood, and he was also happy. Ha ha ha. A man and a fox laughed out loud in the mountains. But on the other hand, someone has suffered. Chapter 26. When Feng Yu and Xiao Bai returned to the town, he found that the town that should have been lively was still as deserted as before. What's the matter? Hasn't Hanriko's blood ghost magic been lifted? Where have all the people in the town gone? Just as Feng Yu was puzzled, an aging voice stopped him. Young man, can you help the old woman? I'm going to throw eggs at that scum. Feng Yu looked, and an old woman on crutches trembled, like a broken candle in the wind, and it fell when it was blown. Old man, who are you? Asked Feng Yu, holding her up. Young man, you're from out of town, but fortunately you only came to us today, otherwise you might have been eaten by monsters. Old man, what about them? They all went to the town square. I was inconvenient, I couldn't walk anymore, but I still wanted to see what happened to that scumbag. The old man had an angry look on his face. Feng Yu had vaguely guessed that it was that person, and then helped the old man to the square. Kill him. We should have killed him a few years ago. This scumbag colluded with a monster to kill people. The whole town gathered around the square. In the center of the square, kneeling was the leader of the previous flower god organization. Everyone was scolding him as they threw rotten vegetables and rotten eggs at him. The man lowered his head and was silent, and his body was tightly bound to the man. Silence. Yoichi Yamada, what else do you have to say? Said the man standing next to Yoichi Yamada. Ha ha ha, what do I have to say? It's funny, I really want to kill you all. I hate you, I hate the world, why should I be so ugly and my family so poor? All of you hate me, and want me to die every day. But on the contrary, I want you to die too. Yoichi Yamada laughed maniacally. Combined with the purple pus-covered face on his face, he was as terrifying as a ghost. Why can you be well dressed and fed, and I can only live like a dog? I'm really jealous of you, this world is really unfair. Yamada. Yoichi still roared. You fart, where did we treat you like that? On the contrary, we also help you, bring you food, give you clothes to wear. But people like you are not only ungrateful, but also ungrateful. Ha ha ha, you call help? Are you really laughing at me? You will only pour me the food that feeds the animals, and only throw me the clothes you don't wear. Do you call help? Shouted Yodoichi Yamada. I can't wait to kill all of you, drink your blood, pick your skin, and pull your tendons. Fortunately, I met Lord Flower. How beautiful she is, how understanding she is, giving me the power to kill you. Ha 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 ha. You lowly things, you should obediently become the blood food of Lord Flower. The people around the square were not calm, and even the old man who was supported by Feng Yu couldn't shake his legs at the moment. Angrily, he took out the rotten eggs in the basket and threw them at Yoichi Yamada. At the same time, Feng Yu also saw the boy and his father, who were also here in the square. It's just that they didn't come forward to beat Yoichi Yamada like those people. Father, it's the big brother. The boy said to his father. The boy's father looked over and just met Feng Yu's gaze. Feng Yu nodded slightly, and stopped looking at the two of them. In the end, Yoichi Yamada's body was full of injuries, and Feng Yu saw that his hands and feet had been beaten and broken, and blood was still bubbling out of his mouth. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. It's you guys who are at fault. Yoichi Yamada muttered. I really have no regrets. Poor people must have something to hate. Feng Yu said as soon as he looked at Yoichi Yamada, who was about to die. Then, soon Yoichi Yamada was arrested by the local police station. Perhaps they also knew that if Yoichi Yamada didn't give a bad breath to the residents, he probably wouldn't be able to calm his anger. It's also good, so that it doesn't make the townspeople become murderers. It's over, let's go. Feng Yu hugged Zobi and said. Unbeknownst to Feng Yu, for a long time, there was hardly a single flower seen in this town. Just as Windfeather was about to leave the town, he was stopped. Exactly the guy from the local police station. Mr. Windfeather, thank you for getting rid of the yokai and allowing us to regain our freedom. Let's thank you for a few days, said the police boss respectfully. Feng Yu was silent for a while, then nodded and agreed. Then Feng Yu was arranged to stay in the best hotel in the area. This hot spring is really too comfortable, isn't it? Feng Yu let out a light gasp in the hot spring. There are also a variety of fruits and drinks on the side. Sure enough, the life of a rich man is extravagance. I like it. Gradually, Feng Yu began to enjoy it wholeheartedly. After all, the hot springs in the small island country are not covered. At first, the person in charge of the hotel wanted to arrange a few maids to serve Feng Yu, but he refused one by one, for the simple reason that Feng Yu did not integrate into the open hot spring culture of the small island country. Feng Yu stayed in the town for a total of 3 days, and during these 3 days, he experienced the true luxury of life, gradually lost under the sound of adults. After packing up his things, Feng Yu took advantage of the gap when no one was around, and hurriedly ran away. In the past 3 days, I don't know who got lost and disappeared, and when I learned that it was Feng Yu who saved them, I began to visit him one after another. Some people want to worship him as a teacher, some people want to befriend him, and some people even want to marry their own daughters to him. Windfeather knew she couldn't stay here anymore. The 3 days of extravagant life caused him to practice the knife a lot. Wow. Lord Windfeather, there are suspected traces of ghosts in the forest to the west and west, please go as soon as possible. Xiao He fell on Feng Yu's shoulder and was on the side of Xiao Bai and a fox, left and right, one black and one white. Just the day before, Feng Yu let Xiao He learn the demon beast breathing method, but in comparison, Xiao He's qualifications were many and insufficient, and Xiao Bai used up the remaining 2 opportunities before he successfully mastered it. At the same time, Xiao He also learned to control his body shape under Xiao Bai's teaching, and his huge body became a normal size. It's just that the small body is full of power. With the improvement of his intelligence, Xiao He has completely become Xiao Bai's follower. Farts followed behind Bai to learn breathing, or, this time, experience what it's like to fly in the sky. Feng Yu set his eyes on Xiao He. Black, Chapter 27. Wow. Xiao He's whole body trembled, and he felt a bad premonition. Xiao He, this time your master will be lazy, work hard for you, and send me and Xiao Bai to that place. Feng Yu said to Xiao He with a smile. Wow. Xiao He was a little aggrieved. After all, it grew so big, and he didn't expect that one day he would be used as a manned vehicle. Okay, I won't wrong you, look at what I have in my hand. 3 myelin washing pills appeared in Feng Yu's hands. As long as you send us to that place in the west, these 3 myelin cleansing pills will be yours. Wow. Okay. Xiao He looked at the cleansing pill, and his whole eyes couldn't take his eyes off. Then Xiao He trembled, and his whole body began to swell, and after a while, it became as big as a cow. Feng Yu jumped up and jumped on Xiao He's back, because it was the first time he did this, because he was afraid of hurting Xiao He. He almost fell to the ground. After staggering for a while, I found a good place to stay. Wow. Master, I'm going to take off. Xiao He shouted. Wait a minute. You take off slowly, you will inevitably be a little nervous for the first time. Feng Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva tightly, and the tension in his heart was relieved. I didn't expect that I, a person who is not even afraid of ghosts, would be afraid of riding a bird for the first time. Wow. I'm sorry, Lord Windfeather, if I don't jump, I won't be able to fly. As if feeling Windfeather's embarrassment, Xiao He opened his mouth to explain. After flying to a certain height, the whole bird's body flew smoothly, and the Windfeather slowly controlled the body and slowly stood up. The feeling in the sky is really unusual. I can't reach this kind of flight altitude with wind swift. It's really good to be Xiao He. Looking at the scenery under your feet, it is like a beautiful landscape painting. This is different from the feeling I saw in a plane in my previous life, and the whole earth seems to have been trampled under my feet. Feng Yu's heart seemed to be a little enlightened. It was night, and the white moonlight was shining on Windfeather and Black. The whole land is like a layer of silver frost, and the scenery remains. It's a pity that there are no cameras, otherwise it would be nice to be able to record such a beautiful picture. Feng Yu sighed. The greatness of nature is to make human beings feel small and at the same time to feel awe of it. Feng Yu looked at the bright moon in the sky, and seemed to have a feeling in his mind. I saw that he slowly closed his eyes, and the Railun knife in his hand was already unsheathed. The pure green blade looks so good in the moonlight. The breathing on Wind Feather's body became more and more steady, and a different way of operating from the breath of water appeared. Breath of light? At this moment, the breath of light appeared on Feng Yu's body. Feng Yu only felt that he had entered a special state, and the huge full moon seemed to be right in front of him, and he could reach out and touch it. But there is a diaphragm blocking itself. Since I can't get through, then use the knife in my hand to cut through everything that stands in front of me. All episodes, Breath of Light 1 Moonlight / Feng Yu shouted, opened his eyes violently, and the speed of swinging the wheel knife in his hand became faster and faster, and the blade gradually emitted a silver-white light. Faster. Hurry up. Feng Yu felt that the bottleneck was getting closer and closer to him, just a little bit. AHH. The silver light in the sky spread out from the center of the wind feather, then compressed, and then swung the knife with the last force of the wind feather. A silvery white light slashed down at the towering tree on the ground. Bang. A smooth cut appeared where the towering tree had been slashed by the moonlight. And then there was the crash. The last knife used up 70% of the strength in Feng Yu's body, and at this moment he was gasping for air. But there was a smile on his face. He finally understood the first move of the breath of light, although it was just a matter of effort for him to perform for the first time. However, if you have mastered the essentials and the operation of breathing, as long as you practice properly, you will be able to quickly master this move that is many times more powerful than the water breath 1 type water/move. Yes, Wind Feather borrowed the way the water breath works to create his own breathing method. It's not as good as the breath of water, but it's really your own. The direction of the breath of light is to be fast, ruthless, and accurate. I don't know how many times I swung it just now, but I already feel like I'm about to break through the speed of sound. This trip. It's really thanks to Blackie. Wind Feather saw that because of his breath of light, a feather on Blackie's body had been shaved off. That piece was bare. In order not to interrupt his master's perception, poor Xiaohei could only continue to fly smoothly. If he had been treated like this, he would have flown to nowhere. Seeing this, Feng Yu said distressedly, I'm sorry, Xiaohei, I've worked hard for you, and when I get to the destination, I'll give you a few more as compensation for those feathers. As soon as Xiaohei heard that there was compensation, the whole crow body was shocked, and the speed was doubled. Wow, wow. A loud cry resounded through the sky. This scene was also seen by the people living in the forest, and they all believed that Xiaohei was a god. If Feng Yu knew, he would definitely call him a good guy. Didn't even forget to complain a sentence or two. How could people in a small island country love brain supplements so much? It's really the birthplace of the second dimension of anime. The night was hazy, and Feng Yu didn't know how long it would take to reach his destination, so he began to fall asleep unconsciously. Steady breathing, the secret technique of mental power runs on its own with the body, replenishing the spiritual power consumed by Feng Yu for a day. At the same time, it can also be found that the full concentrated breathing of the wind feather is also constantly running, only the breath of water for a while, and the breath of light for a while. The two breaths switch to each other, which may also be the point where Feng Yu needs to exercise next. There are two phases of concentrated breathing. One is the normal state of full concentration during battle, and the other is full concentration breathing *, that is, continuous total concentrated breathing throughout the day. At this moment, Feng Yu is at the introductory stage of the full concentration of breathing *, and he has not yet mastered it skillfully. In this way, Feng Yu slept on Xiaohei's back beautifully, until a beam of light from the east woke Feng Yu up. Chapter 28. The sun rises in the east, and the sun shines on the horizon to illuminate the whole earth. Feng Yu stood on Xiaohei's back and looked into the distance. Maybe it can be equivalent to going to the dragon country of this world after the dust has settled. Feng Yu had a lot of thoughts in his mind, and his eyes dimmed a lot. Although he usually looks indifferent, he always wants to go back to the land that he is most familiar with and gave birth to and raised himself. Maybe the current dragon kingdom is still in retreat. Feng Yu thought to himself for a moment of time. Blackie, how far are you to get to a nearby town? Asked Feng Yu. Wow, Lord Windfeather, that's it ahead. Xiaohei fluttered his wings and said a little tiredly. Xiaohei sighed at this time. He has not been so tired since he was born for a few years. But I didn't dare to say that in my heart. Alright, Blackie, just drop us down at that mountain crossing. In order not to cause unnecessary panic, Feng Yu felt that the rest of the journey was up to him. When Xiaohei heard this, he shouted happily twice, and then quickly flew below. When the wind feather hit the ground, the original body the size of a cow changed to the size of a normal crow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Xiaohei, this is your reward. Feng Yu took out 7 marrow cleansing pills from the system space and handed them to Xiaohei. Feng Yu looked at the way he swallowed the myelin cleansing pill into his stomach like a wolf, and guessed that Xiaohei estimated that after eating these myelin washing pills, there would be no effect. Xiaohei's qualifications are not better than Xiaobai's, and the effect of the pulp cleansing pill is not so great, and it is already very good to be able to eat more than a dozen. Sure enough, when Xiaohei ate the 5th, he felt that his body was becoming saturated, and his body's instinct made him lose the desire to eat it. Xiaohei was in a dilemma at this time. One was to finish eating the cleansing pill, and the other was that his body instinct did not allow him to continue eating. Feng Yu saw Xiaohei's entanglement, so he stepped forward and said, if you can't eat it, don't eat it yet, I'll keep it for you, next time you have an appetite, maybe you want to give it to your crow buddies to eat. Feng Yu picked up the 2 remaining marrow cleansing pills. Xiao He tilted his neck as if he was thinking, but Feng Yu had already accepted the cleansing pill, and there was nothing he could do. I had to flutter and flutter to Feng Yu's shoulder, close my eyes and rest. It seems that after a night of flying, Xiao He is still a little unbearable, and he needs to exercise more. At this time, Xiao He was dreaming, and he didn't know that his next life would be several times more tired than now. Feng Yu put the wooden box on his back on the ground. Xiao Bai poked his head out, looking like he had just woken up. Xiao Bai jumped out of the wooden box, and Feng Yu gently picked up Xiao He with his hand and put it in the wooden box to let it rest. After doing all this, Feng Yu took out food to fill his stomach with Xiao Bai, and then prepared to go down the mountain to the town to understand the situation. Feng Yu's pace is very slow, he is enjoying the state at the moment. He has already mastered the introduction a few days ago, and now he is walking slowly, and his breath is steady, which is very helpful for cultivating full concentration breathing. Xiao Bai was also happy, jumping up and down to vent his energy in the wooden box for the past 2 days. One moment he jumped into the grass, the other he went into a cave. Feng Yu didn't worry about it. After all, with Xiao Bai's current strength, the fierce beasts in the forest probably wouldn't be its opponents. And some hunters' traps won't trap it. The white hair is not stained with a trace of dirt. As long as it is stained with a trace, Xiao Bai shakes it gently, and the dirt will be separated from itself, which is simply an automatic cleaning ability. Feng Yu sighed. That in less than a year, the little white fox that was once shivering in the snow and begging for help actually had a special ability at this moment. And I have also come to this point in more than a year, from an ordinary person. Not only the help of the system, but also its own perseverance. It's going to get better and better in the future. Xiao Bai and Xiao He. For these 2 of their own pets, because they have a contractual relationship with themselves, Windfeather will not worry about them betraying him, but others are different. There is no eternal foundation of trust, although when I watched anime in my previous life, how those people were, but anime is anime, reality is reality, and now I have come to myself is reality. It is indispensable to have the heart of guarding against others, and the heart of harming others is not to be had. As long as they do to themselves, then they will do to them as they do. Feng Yu asked himself with a clear conscience. For Xiao Bai and Xia He, Feng Yu did not treat them as his subordinates, but treated them as friends and partners. If it really comes to the day when I kill Animate Tsuji, will I give up everything in this world? Feng Yu looked at the cheerful Xiao Bai and asked his heart. It's just that the answer is only understood by Feng Yu himself. One person and one fox walked like this. Xiao Bai jumped into Feng Yu's kimono when he was tired of playing, poked out a small head, closed his eyes and recuperated. Yo, young man, did you come down from the mountain? A middle-aged man with dry firewood on his back called Feng Yu. Yes, uncle, I want to go down to the town now. Feng Yu smiled. You, did you really come out of the forest? Said the uncle, looking at Feng Yu with a ghostly expression on his face. Feng Yu frowned, puzzled what the woodcutter's expression meant. Uncle, is there anything strange in the forest? Asked Feng Yu suspiciously. Young man, that's right, you may be a foreigner, there are monsters living in this whole forest, and anyone who passes up from here is the territory of monsters, and everyone who passes by will be eaten by monsters, and we woodcutters have eaten a few, the man said in horror. Seeing that Feng Yu had no expression, he then said, I don't know when it started, this forest has become a nightmare for the residents of our town. Originally we woodcutters lived on the forest, but suddenly one day, this forest appeared one after another people disappeared. At first I thought it was lost, but I never thought that someone saw a terrible monster in the forest, and as soon as the monster appeared, it would be accompanied by a thick fog. The screams of people and the sound of terror chewing can often be heard in the dense fog. More and more people are missing in this forest. Now even those of us woodcutters only dare to chop firewood around here. Young man, I don't know why you weren't caught by the monster. I advise you not to come to this mountain in the future, it's all for your good. This. Feng Yu was also stunned when he watched the smooth operation of the woodcutter. It's like, somehow, someone said that he wanted to tell you a secret, but he left without finishing speaking, and he left as fast as he went, without leaving a trace behind. So, is there a ghost on this mountain? Asked Feng Yu suspiciously. It's just that he is the only one left here, and no one will reply to his voice. Feng Yu had no choice but to go down the mountain to the town to learn more about the situation. Chapter 29 Feng Yu hugged Xiaobai, went down the mountain with doubts, and came to the town. First, he found a hotel to stay in, and after settling in, he took care of the innkeeper to prepare food for him. The food is simple, traditional Japanese cuisine, and a little girl is waiting next to you. When he was in the last town, Feng Yu got a lot of money, so now he is also a rich man. Of course, the purpose of asking the maid to serve him is not simple, mainly to understand the situation. What's your name? Asked Windfeather. My name is Yuzi, do you have any orders? Said Yu, blushing and frightened. The guest in front of her is not only outstanding, but also has abundant money, and is completely the dream lover in her heart. And the little white fox in his arms looks so cute. I really want to hug you. The girl cast her peach blossom eyes, lowered her head and stared at Feng Yu and the little white fox tightly. If this adult asks me to do that kind of thing. The girl's face turned red, and her delicate appearance was like a bright peach. No way, son, how can you be so nasty? Looking at the woman in front of her who called herself a woman, blushing and shaking her head for a while, Feng Yu was a little puzzled by what this woman had in her mind. Although the posture of the woman in front of him is okay, but that's all, not to mention that he doesn't have that idea. But in order to understand the situation clearly, Feng Yu still endured the idea of wanting to drive her out, and said softly, "What is the situation in the forest in the back mountain? Do you understand? I just got here, and then I heard some news that there are yokai in the back mountain forest, so I wanted to know about it." Windfeather spoke. "My lord, in fact, I don't know very well about the forest in the back mountain, but recently it was rumored that there are man-eating monsters on the mountain, but I haven't seen it, but I've heard the woodcutter who specially sends firewood to our hotel say that there is a man-eating monster on the mountain. Let's not go up the mountain." There were still people who didn't believe it at the time, so they insisted on going up the mountain, and then they never came back, and the woodcutter said that the person had been eaten by the monster, and he took back the torn clothes. He told him what he had seen and heard. Hearing this, Feng Yu nodded, and then fell silent. It seems that there is a ghost in the center of this woodcutter. After eating, Feng Yu plans to go to the street for a stroll. Maybe there will be a harvest, although he can go up the mountain now to check the truth. After all, he thinks that at this time he is also able to fight the upper and lower strings. It's just that Feng Yu plans to inquire about these woodcutters. As soon as he left the hotel, Feng Yu found that two people were sneakily following him behind him. Windfeather pretended not to see it, but wanted to see who they really were and what their purpose was. Feng Yu walked very slowly, a picture of shopping, from time to stop at the stall to pick up the goods on the stall, and then go to see the street performances. In the end, Feng Yu felt that it was almost enough, so he walked alone to an alley where no one was around. The two people who were following him were also in hot pursuit, and when they saw Feng Yu coming to the uninhabited alley, the two looked at each other, nodded their heads, and then walked quickly towards Feng Yu, still holding a knife in their hands. "Yo, aren't you going to hide it?" The woodcutter. Feng Yu didn't turn his head, but continued to walk slowly. But the two people behind were stunned for a moment, and then said, "Good boy, you found out." The two took off the cloth covering their faces and said fiercely, "Young man, don't blame us. If you want to blame, you went to the mountain," the woodcutter that Feng Yu met before said. Feng Yu turned his head, a smile on his face, and just looked at the two of them like that. One is the woodcutter he met on the mountain before, and the other is the one he has never seen. This person has a deep scar on his face, and the muscles on his body can be seen that this person should also be a woodcutter. "You two, you want me to die, and I want to die, but what is on the mountain?" asked Feng Yu. "Boy, don't take our words, we're here to take your life. As for why, let's wait for you to go to hell and think about it. Kill him together," Scarface said to the woodcutter. "Ada, I don't think he knows the secrets of the mountain, or forget it. Don't kill anymore." The woodcutter hesitated. "Waste, you'd rather kill by mistake than let go of a person, don't you want glory and wealth?" The scar-faced man kicked the woodcutter. "Ugh, I just don't want to kill anymore." The scar-faced man saw that the woodcutter had no desire to do it, so he swung his knife at Feng Yu and slashed at it. The scar-faced man thought to himself that with this little white face, his body was weak and untouchable. Would he be hacked to death with this knife? Seeing that the scar-faced man's knife was about to cut Feng Yu, the woodcutter couldn't bear to look at it. The woodcutter didn't hear Feng Yu's scream, but heard the sound of the knife falling to the ground. Turning his face, the scar-faced man fell to the ground, while Feng Yu was smiling intact. You, what did you do to Ada?" The woodcutter said in horror as he watched Scarface fall to the ground and lose his breath, thinking that he had been killed. "Don't worry, it's just a simple knock him out. Okay, if you don't want to die, then tell me the truth, hee." The woodcutter looked at the terrible smile on Feng Yu's face, and his heart was furious. He didn't care about the Scarface man lying on the ground, and he got up and wanted to run. But where is he comparable to Windfeather? As soon as Feng Yu jumped up, he blocked his way, and shook his head and said regretfully, "You don't cherish such a good opportunity. You want to run away, you still have to let you know my means." The woodcutter was stunned by this scene, his legs trembled, and he collapsed to the ground weakly. Feng Yu saw that the woodcutter had actually urinated. That's right, before Feng Yu made a move, the woodcutter was actually scared to pee. Feng Yu was a little disgusted and took a step back. "Say it, I'll listen." In this way, the woodcutter confessed everything, and begged for mercy, saying that as long as Feng Yu let him go, he would immediately surrender himself. The woodcutter told Feng Yu what had happened. It turned out that when the woodcutter and others were in the mountains, they accidentally discovered a gold mine, and several people were at the scene at the time, and most of them made the intention to swallow it together, but some people disagreed, and then they were pushed and killed by mistake. At that time, they were very scared, and some people wanted to turn themselves in, but some people were still occupied by greed in their hearts. As a result, those who wanted to turn themselves in were also killed. Losing one's life for no apparent reason would certainly cause panic, so the remaining woodcutters came up with such a method. First, they found a very hidden place to bury the body, and then the men also fled back to the town with their wounds all over their bodies. And then there is the false rumor that the people who did not come back because there was a yokai in the mountain that attacked them. At this time, of course, the people from the police station in the town were aroused, so they went up the mountain to check, but the people at the police station were also afraid, and the woodcutter did not know where to get the stone that could make the fog. When the people from the police station went up, they lit the stone, and the thick fog shrouded it, which was even more terrifying, and there were also the accomplices of the woodcutter in the fog with the sound of chewing. In this way, the whole town knew that there were monsters on the mountain, and these woodcutters would dig gold mines on the mountain every day, and at the same time, they would guard people up the mountain. Once someone who is not afraid of death goes up the mountain, it is another human life that is killed by these woodcutters. Over time, no one dared to go up the mountain anymore, until he met the wind feather. The woodcutters thought that wind feather really came down from the mountain, and it was possible that they had discovered their secret, so they wanted to kill it in order not to be exposed. That's why it's like this. You're smart. I have to say that these woodcutters have a good plan, but it's a pity that they met someone who knows martial arts. Feng Yu guessed that the stone that fogged out at that point was probably dry ice, and there was a lot of it. Feng Yu sighed that no matter what time it was, greed always made people do crazy things. Okay, you go and turn yourself in, otherwise, it will be even more painful to be surrendered in my hands. As he spoke, Feng Yu's face was indifferent, and he stepped down and broke the scar-faced man's hand. Then he used the machete to chop off one of Scarface's fingers. Bright red flooded the woodcutter's sight. The woodcutter was terrified. The sound was obviously the sound of bones breaking, and the fingers were broken, but it didn't move at all, which showed something. This showed that the young man in front of him had seen blood. Thinking of this, the woodcutter just went to the police station early to seek refuge away from this demon with a gentle and elegant appearance. After that, the woodcutter turned himself in, not only telling everything that had happened, but also pointing out the place where the body was buried. Of course, the gold mine is also known to the officials, but it is not known to whom it will fall. Feng Yu didn't have any idea about gold mines. After all, he didn't need that much money. The woodcutter surrenders so easily, probably because he has been in a state of mental tension and guilt in his heart after killing someone. Chapter 30. Is this the mountain in front of you? Feng Yu hugged Zobi and came to the foot of this mountain called Kirishima Mountain. Trees grow from the halfway point down the mountain, but smoke rises from above. It looks like this is an active volcano. Mt. Kirishima in the small island country is a general name for the volcanic complex located on the border between Kagoshima and Miyazaki prefectures in the southern part of Kyushu. There are no trees above the mountainside, and it is bare, but there is a miasma that can be seen with the naked eye below the mountainside. Ever since he reached the base of the mountain, Wind Feather had already sensed a slightly poisonous gas coming from the air. For the sake of conservatism, Feng Yu still took a detoxification pill, because he was not sure if his physique could withstand this miasma. Zobi, eat this. Feng Yu fed the antidote pill to Xiaobai, but Xiaobai didn't look away, saying that he didn't need it, and at the same time signaled to Feng Yu that there was something unusual on this mountain. Feng Yu looked at it and nodded. He already felt that there were probably ghosts in this mountain, but he was not sure of the number. Seeing Xiaobai behaving like this, Feng Yu woke up Xiaohei again, wanting to give Xiaohei the antidote pill. Xiaohei opened his eyes and shook his head. Lord Feng Yu, I won't enter the mountain, and then it's up to you. Feng Yu didn't actually expect Xiaohei and Xiaobai to be of much help to him now, just for their safety. But now Xiaohei has indicated that he will not enter the mountain, so he can only go in with Xiaobai by himself. Suddenly, there was a roar from the mountains, like the cry of a beast or a ghost. Feng Yu's eyes were solemn, and he slowly pulled out the sun knife in his hand. Begin to prepare for battle in the mountains. Xiaobai, you go into the box. Feng Yu and Xiaobai entered the mountain like this. As soon as he entered the mountain, Wind Feather felt that the light in the forest was blocked by the lush foliage. The smell of volcanic ash was in the air, and the environment is not only humid but also hot. Feng Yu walked a long way, and he was already sweating a lot. In addition, there seems to be very few people walking around this mountain, and there is no path to open up, so you can only jump and cast the wind and swifts to hurry. But often in this environment, there are so many strange vines that the speed of the swifts drops a lot. The whole forest gives Wind Feather a feeling that it is dark, and if you are not careful, you will be entangled by all kinds of vines, so that people can't find their way back. Time passed little by little, but there was no ghost in sight. But Feng Yu could feel that since he stepped into this forest, his eyes were peeking at his every move. Feng Yu understands that this is one of his weaknesses, and he has no ability to perceive. He didn't have Tanjiro's sensitive nose, nor did he have the beastly sense of Yanosuk. Poor perception is trouble, said Feng Yu, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Maybe I can create a move similar to Yin Nishuk's beast breath to perfect my sensing ability. The more Wind Feather thought about it, the more he felt that he could. It's just a pity that I've never seen Aizu or a Yanosuk demonstrate the breath of the beast on the spot. And now Yin Zisuk doesn't know where he is, so he can only wait for the three little Tanjiro to meet. Just as Feng Yu was thinking about the future of the light breath move, Xiaobai behind him screamed. Wind Feather immediately became vigilant. Roar. Xiaobai jumped out of the wooden box and roared towards a certain place. Feng Yu followed Xiaobai's gaze and saw that the original vine actually squirmed on its own, completely sealing the way it came. Feng Yu clenched the Nichirin knife in his hand. He scolded himself for being distracted in such a place, and he was even more eager for the ability to perceive. The vines were wound in the direction of the wind feather, and they were about to touch the wind feather. Boom! Feng Yu easily cut off. The vines that had just been cut down immediately grew back. Wind feather frowned. This vine has a very strong regeneration ability, and it is obviously the blood ghost technique of this forest ghost. It seems that you want to use these vines to consume my physical strength, right? It's a pity, you underestimated me, Feng Yu's face was blue, and it was the first time that he felt a little aggrieved, and he couldn't find the ghost behind him, and he felt a little like being played. This made him very unhappy. The result was that the ghost was going to suffer. Looking at the vines in all directions, Wind Feather took a deep breath unhurriedly, clenched the knife in his hand and said, "All concentration, water breath 2 type water wheel." The huge blue water wheel rolled in the air by Wind Feather's body, and all the vines and trees that came into contact with it were cut off one after another. Bang! Bang! The trees around it were cut down and fell to the ground with a loud bang. It was only that soon another vine would grow. However, this also freed up a large circle of freedom for Wind Feather. Huh! Zobi shouted. "Zobi, are you saying that the ghost is in that direction?" asked Feng Yu. Xiaobai nodded, his whole body jumped up, and Feng Yu followed closely when he saw this. The Nichirin knife in his hand never stopped, constantly slashing at the surging vines. Xiaobai also used the sharp claws in his hand to open the way in front of him. One person and one fox cooperate with each other. "Damn, that fox found me," said a grim grimace in the depths of the forest. The demon's hands and feet turned into vines at this moment, inserting them into the dirt, constantly controlling the vines to block Wind Feather and Xiaobai. Seeing that Feng Yu and Xiaobai were not affected by the vines at all, the evil ghost said viciously, "You forced me, after I catch you, I must eat you." Blood demon technique, spirit tree soul. As the evil ghost's voice fell, Wind Feather stopped here, because he found that the trees in the place he was in had turned into tree people with red eyes at this moment. Roar! Roar! The treant roared, and began to attack Wind Feather. Xiaobai's body size has also turned into a normal size at this moment, and it is difficult for the treeman's bulky movements to touch Xiaobai at all. And Wind Feather's dodge speed was seriously affected by the vines and trees around him. Seeing this, Feng Yu didn't hide. "I was thinking that I would kill you with one blow after finding you, but it seems that I want to show a little strength." "Very good, I won't pretend. In fact, these tree people are rubbish." Wind Feather took a deep breath. All concentrated, water breath 1 type water surface slash. Wind Feather used the basic move of water breath, and wherever the tip of the knife reached, it was cut into several pieces. Damn, how could this man be so strong? Could it be the pillar of the Demon Slayer team? How can this be? Why are there pillars? Here, is it here to crusade against the lords? The demon began to panic, and as soon as he lost his mind, the control of the vines dropped. Bang! The originally dense woods were cut out of a path by the wind feathers. Feng Yu also met the initiator. "It seems to be you," Feng Yu said with the neon wheel knife pointing at the ghost in the forest, only to see that the emerald green knife was still stained with the blood of the tree man. Drip by drop on the ground. The forest ghost's eyes widened, and it wanted to run for its life at this time, but its hands and feet turned into vines and stuck in the soil, and it had not yet pulled out. You don't want to come here. If you kill me, the adults will definitely break you into pieces." The ghost in the forest watched Feng Yu approach him step by step, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "I was terrified. Oh, is there a more powerful ghost in this forest than you? Very good, so you can die." Feng Yu's indifferent expression was as cold as his knife. Water breath 1 type water surface slash. The blue sword shadow flashed, and the head of the forest ghost fell to the ground. His eyes were full of disbelief as he watched his body turn to ashes. I was cut off my neck. I'm disappearing. Ghost hunters. You'll soon be killed by the adults. I'll wait for you in hell." The forest ghost finally turned to ashes and dissipated into the air. Hehe, is it even more powerful? Feng Yu put away the Nichirin knife, and a smile appeared on his face, just like the smile he had for Tanjiro. It seems that this mission could be a big harvest. Chapter 31. After the ghost in the forest is killed by Wind Feather also reaps the number of swings from the system *50W. It's just that instead of feeling relaxed at this time, the whole forest seems to have become more depressing. A large number of birds and beasts ran away, forming a stark contrast in this silent and terrifying forest. "Xiaobai, you're ready to fight." Feng Yu jumped onto a big tree, looking at the movement of birds and beasts running in all directions, and knew that there was going to be a big battle next. Xiaobai's size also expanded rapidly at this moment, turning into a huge beast. The wave of air gushing out of the poof came out of Xiaobai's nose, and he looked around vigilantly. The pure green Hinekara knife was held in his hand, and suddenly, the trees in all directions began to shake, and then 3 figures appeared. There are 2 male ghosts, a female ghost, but they are both extremely ugly. One male ghost has closed eyes, the other is covered in fiery red, and the female ghost is floating in the air. As the figures of the 3 ghosts appeared, there were more than a dozen ghosts behind them, respectfully waiting for the 3 figures in front of them. "You're the ghost hunter who killed the waste of the vines. Look at the thin skin and tender meat. It must be delicious." The female ghost of the three ghosts led by him stared at Feng Yu with a thorn, and her greedy eyes seemed to have decided that Feng Yu was a Chinese meal. Oh, you're talking about the ghost who controls the vines, right? If so, then that's right. He died very simply. His neck was gently wiped out by the Nichirin knife in my hand, and then turned to ashes little by little, but I am sure that you will also go down to accompany him soon. Feng Yu said unhurriedly. Ha ha ha, he actually treats us like vine. Waste, Haze, do you think this is the funniest joke? Ha ha ha, do you think you can deal with us by killing the vine and that waste? Both male ghosts were laughing at Feng Yu's arrogance, and he didn't want to argue about anything, waiting for them to be killed, and then he knew that he would not laugh at it. Hey, that kid over there, are you the pillar of the Ghost Slayer squad? The female ghost began. I'm sorry, I'm not a pillar, I'm just a newcomer who just passed the trial. Feng Yu said lightly. The female ghost breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a pillar, if it was a pillar, it was estimated that only their adults could fight against it. Little ones, go up and get him for me, I'm going to taste his flesh and blood, said the fiery red male ghost to the ghosts behind him. As soon as the words fell, those ordinary ghosts began to scramble towards Feng Yu one by one. Looking at the already unpleasant air of the evil ghosts coming from the sky, there were all kinds of fishy smells, all of a stench. Feng Yu adjusted his breathing and said slowly, all concentrated, the three types of water breathing, flowing, and dancing. Feng Yu jumped into the ghost group, and the extreme speed brought by the three types made him feel like he was in a no man's land in the ghost group. Everywhere they went, the heads and bodies of demons were broken in two and then turned to ashes. Those ordinary ghosts originally thought that the numerical superiority could crush Windfeather, but they never thought of underestimating Windfeather's strength. Watching Feng Yu cut one by one like a melon in the group of ghosts, his subordinates were constantly being killed. Zobi also joined the battle, and every time he swung his claws, he would scratch a ghost into two pieces, and then Feng Yu mended the knife, and one person and one fox cooperated with each other. The three demons were furious. Damn humans, let's go. The three demons leaped out and attacked towards Windfeather. But how fast Windfeather was, and the dozen or so ordinary ghosts had all been killed by this time. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of more swings in the system, Feng Yu only felt beautiful, and he sighed that these ghosts were simply good ghosts. Those three ghosts attacked him, and Feng Yu also reacted immediately. Using the breath of water, the flowing dance and the wind swift of the three shapes were easily dodged. Bang! The attack power of the three ghosts was so powerful that the ground was forced to be punched out of a 10-meter deep crater. Between the flying sand and rocks, the Windfeather had already floated to a big tree. Human, I didn't expect you to dodge our attack, Gee, there are 2 hits, ha ha ha, but in order to complete the task of the adult, let's kill you first. Haze, Sanmyo, come up with real skills together. As soon as the words fell, I saw that the female ghost's face showed a crazy expression and stared at Feng Yu and said, Blood Ghost Technique, Fog Barrier. The black mist instantly dispersed throughout the forest, and the forest that had no light to enter was even nowhere to be seen at this moment. For a moment, Feng Yu lost his sight, but Xiaobai did not have an impact, and a pair of blue pupils stared closely at the bodies of the 3 ghosts. At the same time, he also came to Feng Yu's side. Guy, little ghost, my sister's blood ghost skills are amazing. And that's not all. The voice of the female ghost came from the darkness. Feng Yu frowned, and said secretly, it's a little troublesome. This female ghost's ability can unleash mist. And there seems to be poison in this mist. However, she didn't know that I had eaten the antidote pill and was immune to these poisons. It's just that we have to solve her as soon as possible, otherwise it will be a little troublesome when the time of the detoxification pill is over. Although there is still one, but if you can use it, you don't need it. The female ghost saw that Feng Yu had lost her eyesight in her blood ghost technique, so she said to the 2 ghosts next to her, it's okay. The 2 male ghosts nodded to each other, and then a pair of eyes suddenly appeared on the forehead of the male ghost with his eyes closed, and then he reached out and gouged out those eyes and pressed them into the fiery red male ghost. Come on, we'll help you, said the closed-eyed man. The fiery red male ghost laughed and jumped into the black mist. The ability of the 3 eyes is easy to use, and with the haze, it is simply terrifying, but of course the most powerful is Uncle Ben. At this moment, his vision in the black fog is not affected at all. Obviously this is the ability of the 3-eyed male ghost. Blood demon, rock giant. Boom boom. Windfeather heard the sound of the boulder rolling, and then the hairs on his body instinctively stood on end. Danger. Bang. The tree where Windfeather was broken by a huge fist, but Windfeather had already jumped to another place by this time. As soon as he landed, he heard the words Blood Demon Technique, Blessing of the Earth God. The ground where Windfeather was located began to squirm, so he jumped to the side of the tree again. At this time, he understood that this ghost's ability could control the earth. It's really troublesome to not have a line of sight. Here it is again. Windfeather felt a great danger coming and dodged and jumped to the other side. The loud noise was a sign of how powerful the attack was. If this attack falls on you, it is estimated that you will be smashed into a meatloaf. So you have to kill that female ghost first. Xiaobai, can you see where that female ghost is? Feng Yu said to Xiaobai who was standing on his shoulder. Huh. Xiaobai shouted. Very good, Xiaobai, then trouble you to be my eyes. No, that human is too flexible. The rock devil's devil technique can't catch him. 3 eyes, you use another blood devil technique to interfere with him. The 2 ghosts standing on the treetops looked at Feng Yu, who had no line of sight, but could easily dodge the attack of the rock ghost, and immediately discussed making a secret move. Blood demon technique, Death's Eyes. Feng, who was dodging the stone monster's attack, suddenly felt a powerful spiritual attack rush into his brain. Seeing the countless eyes that appeared in front of him, Feng Yu knew that he had been tricked, but soon, the illusion was broken, and the 3-eyed blood ghost technique was blocked by Feng Yu's spiritual power. But Feng Yu himself was also hit hard by the stone monster because of the gap between the spiritual attacks. I didn't expect this human to have such a strong spiritual power, and he cracked my blood ghost technique in an instant. But the rock attacked him. The 3-eyed ghost said. Wind Feather was knocked out by a powerful attack and crashed into a large tree. It hurts all over my body. Feng Yu felt like his internal organs were shattered. But with his strong self-healing ability, those broken bones and organs are repairing quickly. Poof. Feng Yu spat out a mouthful of dark red blood, and he suddenly felt much more relaxed. Then he took out another healing pill. The effect of the medicine was instantly dispersed, and the wounds on the body healed faster. Feng Yu stood up tremblingly, and Xiaobai licked the wound on his face, as if he was very distressed. Xiaobai, I'm fine. I didn't expect that there was a blood ghost technique of spiritual attack in these 3 ghosts. I was a little careless, but I won't do it again. In the whole concentration, the breath of light too shines brightly. Silver-white light emanated from Wind Feather's hand. What is this? All 3 ghosts were stunned. The first to bear the brunt was the 3-eyed ghost, who screamed miserably, and his closed eyes were bleeding and tearful. The rock ghost covered his eyes, and the haze ghost grew his mouth with a shocked face. When the black fog cleared, Wind Feather saw the 3-eyed ghost and the haze ghost in the trees in the distance. In an instant, all concentration, water breath 3 flowing dances. Feng Yu's speed was very fast, and he came to the front of the 2 ghosts in the blink of an eye. All in the concentration, the breath of water is a type of water surface / blue. Water streaks emerged, and the instinctive reactions of the 2 ghosts made them make a defensive posture, but it was useless. The 2 ghosts couldn't believe that their heads had been cut off, and finally turned to ashes and dissipated into the air. Feng Yu covered his chest. It was obvious what kind of damage the light breath too had caused to his body. Wio. The strong self-healing ability quickly recovered. You forced me. I don't want to use this here because I don't want to destroy the habitat. Blood demon magic, volcanic flame. The red color of the rock ghost turned into lava, the surrounding flowers and trees withered, and the temperature in the air became higher and higher. Boom, boom, boom. No, this ghost must be killed as soon as possible, otherwise let him complete this blood ghost magic volcano will erupt. Before he had time to think about it, Wind Feather jumped out. This is the time to race against time. Wind Feather thought of the one-type light slash of light breath. Extreme speed, extreme damage. Wind Feather slashed towards the rock ghost as fast as a ray of light. Don't you think? The rock ghost shouted. That the huge stone monster suddenly blocked in front of the rock ghost, and when he saw that he was about to hit it, the wind and rain in the air immediately reacted, transforming the water breath and slashing at the stone monster from the sky. Bang! The sheer force caused the stone monster to be cut in half. The rock ghost was stunned. How could it be? How could you be so strong? His strongest defensive and offensive blood demon technique was now cut in half by a person who was not a pillar in front of him. This man is terrifyingly strong. Ever since he became a ghost, no one has been able to break his blood ghost technique, not even the boss who is the 12 ghost moons. The rock ghost knows that it's not that it can't be broken, but that this man is too strong. You must be a column, aren't you? Isn't it? The rock ghost asked frantically. Having lost the will to fight, he no longer wanted to resist, only a feeble wail. Because he can't escape, this man is very fast and amazingly powerful. I'm sorry, I really wasn't. Wind Feather chopped off his head while the rock ghost was stunned. I don't believe it. Full of unwillingness, dissipated in the air. The 3 ghosts were cut under the knife by Feng Yu in this way, but in a cave somewhere, a pair of blue eyes opened, and if you look closely, you will find that there are still words engraved in the eyes. Feng Yu saw the system prompt and collected the number of swings of the knife *50W, and suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The pain spread from the chest, and the organs burned like fire. It's still too difficult to change the 2 breaths. But at this time, a volcano on the mountain finally erupted. Chapter 32 Feng Yu lay on the ground gasping for breath, although the body's self-healing ability has reached its peak, but because of the internal injuries caused by the stone monster's punch, it has not healed, and it uses the unfamiliar light breath 2 type. The physical condition has gotten worse. Not to mention that when killing the rock ghost, the 2 breathing methods are converted to each other, which is very heavy on the body. My body hurts. I'm so tired. I really want to close my eyes and sleep. Feng Yu's eyes widened, clenched his teeth, and forced himself not to shout. But the pain in the cone was still coming, and Feng Yu didn't dare to think about leaving here first, because listening to what the vine ghost said, there was a 12 ghost moon here that was stronger than them. Feng Yu wasn't sure if it was the upper or lower string, but with his physical condition at the moment, it was estimated that he couldn't even deal with the lower string. He wanted to go down the mountain to recuperate first and then come back to kill the evil spirit, but as soon as his body moved, the heartrending pain hit him, making him unable to move. Now that Ghost of the 12 Ghost Moon hasn't come yet, I can't sit still. It's not like my style. Windfeather was a little worried about the ghost coming, as he felt that sight in the forest scanning him at the moment. Poof. Feng Yu slowly supported himself to sit up, but his internal organs were damaged again, and the accumulated blood spurted out of his throat at once. Ha, ha, ha. Feng Yu took out a few healing pills, put them in his mouth, chewed them, and swallowed them in his stomach. All of a sudden, the majestic power of the medicine washed away every wound in the body. Aha. The huge sourness made him can't help but let out a soft snort. Then there is the itch. Itch to the extreme. Feng Yu felt like there were countless ants swimming in his entire body, and he knew that this was the flesh and blood of his body that was being repaired. It's like a normal wound when it scabs. This is a good thing, but Feng Yu can't stand it anymore. Damn, it's so itchy. Feng Yu couldn't care about his image at this time, and hammered the ground frantically, trying to relieve the itch in the body with pain. Knock knock. The ground smashed out a dirt pit under the strong force of the wind feather. At this time, Feng Yu noticed that a thick miasma came from the air. A dark green gas hit, and everywhere it went, the trees rotted at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's not good. These miasma are poisonous. Feng Yu endured the itch in his body, and quickly reacted and jumped onto the trunk of the tree, dodging the dark green gas. Oh, you can still react at such a speed. You should be a pillar in the ghost-killing team. The dark green gas slowly dissipated, revealing a figure. It's troublesome. The person who came was a ghost, and it wasn't a ghost in general. The 12 ghosts were under the moon. And there were 3 cross scars on his face, and he was wearing golden earrings on his ears, and more importantly, there were big words engraved in his eyes. I've been watching you since you entered this forest. I originally thought you were just an ordinary ghost swordsman, and I never thought of killing my 4 subordinates and a group of ordinary ghosts in a row. How do you say I'm going to kill you? The third sick leaf smiled. And I found that the energy in your flesh and blood seems to be very abundant, higher than the average person. You should be the legendary Thin Blood. I didn't expect that the probability of not being able to pick out a single Thin Blood out of 100 people actually appeared in front of me, and it was still in a state of serious injury. Slip. Your meat must be delicious, Fang. Yu looked at the sick leaf not far away vigilantly. The neon wheel knife in his hand had been re-unsheathed. As long as the ghost in front of him moved, he would make a counterattack. Now he just wants to delay a little more time, which is a little time. In this way, his injury will be better. It's a pull of time. Seeing Feng Yu like this, the sick leaf was not in a hurry, as if he was playing with prey, with a sickly smile on his face. Drag it out. The longer it drags on, the deeper the poison invades. Sikya knew that Feng Yu was seriously injured, but he didn't know if Feng Yu still had the power to fight back, and when he watched him fight with the vine ghost in the dark, he knew that this ghost hunter liked to hide his strength. Over the years, his cautious personality made Sikya can't help but think of his own use of blood ghost magic to slowly kill Feng Yu. No, there's something poisonous in the air. Feng Yu looked at his body and seemed to have a strange feeling. Green spots appeared on the skin, the body's ability to heal itself was restricted, and even poison was still invading his body. Feng Yu hurriedly tore his clothes and covered his nose. Oh, have you finally found out, Ghost Hunter? Sikya couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Feng Yu. Feng Yu bent his knees weakly. Even if he covered his nose, it didn't have any effect. This poison was a gas, and it was perfectly integrated into the air. Just like a virus, it infects cells and infects oxygen during respiration. Ha ha ha, I forgot to tell you, this entire forest is covered in my blood demon magic withered miasma, and from the moment you step into the forest, you are constantly inhaling the virus in the air. Now you feel my beloved poison constantly destroying your body. Ha ha ha. Originally, I saw you enter the forest for a while, and I wondered what was going on. According to normal speaking, as long as you take a breath in this forest, green spots will gradually grow on your body, and eventually turn into a puddle of poisonous water. This poison, but even the adult praised it at the beginning. Sikya thought of a certain figure in his mind, and couldn't help but show a timid look. I see. It's no wonder that there is always a smell in the forest here. Feng Yu also understood why there was a smell when he stepped into this forest at this time, and the entire forest was shrouded in this ghost's blood ghost technique. Not to mention that this is worthy of the 12 ghost moons. The scope of the blood ghost technique is so large, and it is deadly. It's just that Feng Yu put away a panicked expression on his face at this time, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth when the sick leaf couldn't see it. Bang! Feng Yu fell to the ground weakly, and when he saw that his face was already covered with green spots at this time, he guessed that it had been poisoned into his heart. This ghost hunter is already a Deluo immortal and it is difficult to save. Yo, can't you support it so soon? Said Sikya with a smile. Then, the figure suddenly appeared in front of Feng and kicked him away. What a speed! Feng Yu was amazed at how fast this ghost was, and in an instant, it came to him from such a distance. You must know that Feng Yu is very confident in his speed. Ahem. You were a ninja before you became a ghost, right? Said with a pained expression on Feng Yu's face. I didn't expect you, a human, to see my movements and deduce my previous identity. Sick. Yes said faintly. Feng Yu understands that in the anime of the previous life, in the second quarter of the 12 ghost moons, except for tiredness and nightmares, the rest were laid off by a crumb boss who likes women's clothing as soon as they appeared. There is no trace of the introduction of the diseased leaf, only know the action of escaping from the diseased leaf and the escape route at the first time, and know that the original body of the diseased leaf is not simple. The ninja's way of hurrying, thoughtful, has his own ideas, and also germinates the idea of betraying the crumb boss. Courage, prudence, and wisdom are also timid. You're good, but that's all, he said, and walked towards Wind Feather. Here's your chance. Feng Yu thought to himself, then turned his back and took out the remaining antidote pill. Thanks to Zobi, he didn't take the antidote pill. Sikya didn't know what Feng Yu was doing at this time, thinking that he was so weak that he couldn't move, but he never thought that Feng Yu, who was lying on the ground, suddenly got up and attacked him. In the whole concentration, the breath of light is a type moonlight/wind. Feather's speed was very fast, like a ray of light attacking towards the diseased leaves. How is that possible? Blood demon technique, blood shuriken. Wow, sick. Leaf's reaction speed was very fast, and a blood-red shuriken blocked Wind Feather's killing blow. Although it was blocked, the body was indeed knocked away a few meters away by the powerful force. The dust and smoke scattered, revealing an embarrassed figure. How is it possible? How can you not be poisoned? At this time, there were no green spots on Feng Yu's body, and the moment the detoxification pill was entered, all the poisons were unraveled. And the body has also recovered. It's a pity. Feng Yu saw that his blow was blocked, and he knew that it would be difficult to have such a good chance to kill this ghost just now. I'm still too anxious, I should wait for him to get closer. Feng Yu regretted it now and it was useless, so he could only be tough. The messy sick leaf saw that Feng Yu was not only not poisoned, but his body was almost recovered. I don't know what I'm thinking. His eyes were bulging and he stared at Feng Yu. This man gave him a very strange feeling. Obviously he was dying of poison 1 second, and the next second he almost killed himself like no one. And how powerful the blow just now was. Sikya guessed that Feng Yu was acting just now, just to sneak attack himself. Despicable human, said Sickleaf through gritted teeth. Hehe, each other, you poison me, I pretend to be poisoned and hurt you, aren't we 50 steps and 100 steps? Laughing. Joke, if I hadn't had the antidote pill, I would have died a long time ago. You will lose the boutique. Feng Yu thought to himself, and then bought 5 detoxification pills with his backhand at the Wanryu Mall for 100,000 knife swings. Very good, guaranteed. Give me death, shouted Sickleaf, the blood-red shuriken thrown out of his hand. Bang! Came a loud noise. On the contrary, everything that was touched by the shuriken was cut into 2 pieces, and Feng Yu easily dodged and jumped to the other side to land. Then before he could react, another blood-red shuriken struck, one after the other, for a total of 5. Each one was highly poisonous, and green smoke was constantly rising from the cuts of the severed trees. You're so poisonous, said Wind Feather to the Sickleaf. Humph. Sikya didn't speak, but commanded with his hand, and the shuriken that was originally thrown out flew back again. Rows of trees fell to the ground, and Feng Yu also had a hard time dodging, and as soon as he landed, a shuriken attacked. No, you can't go on like this, the physical exertion is too great, and the injuries in the body are not healed. Feng Yu panted and kept dodging in the air. Don't look at the relaxed look on his face, but only Feng Yu knew that every dodge involved wounds. Wind Feather's speed became slower and slower, and he was almost cut in 2 several times, and the clothes on his body were shattered by the shuriken attack. Sickleaves also seemed to notice the strangeness of Feng Yu, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. This human speed has slowed down, I guessed right, his injuries are really not healed. Time passed little by little, and the originally dense forest became bare due to the battle between Wind Feather and Sickleaf. It's now, humans are going to die for me. Seeing a flaw in Wind Feather, a shuriken appeared in his hand, and as soon as he jumped out, he attacked Wind Feather. Wind Feather instinctively subconsciously blocked. Seeing Feng Yu's appearance, Sickleaf said with a sly smile on his face, you have been fooled, human. The Sickleaf in front of him disappeared, only to see that a sword in his hand suddenly appeared behind him, and then turned into a Sickleaf and attacked Feng Yu's back. A sharp pain struck, and Feng Yu was injured. Although he dodged the fatal blow at the last moment, he was still injured. Severe pain hit, and Feng Yu hurriedly took out the detoxification pill and healing pill and swallowed them in his stomach. But before Feng Yu could recover, the Sickleaf began to attack again. And it was the same move. Only this time it was a shuriken attack from all sides, and Feng Yu didn't know that it was his body, which was very deadly. No, I'll be killed by him if I continue like this. Can you only use that trick? Feng Yu gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's a new round of attacks, but Feng Yu is staring at the figure of the Sickleaf who is attacking. The shuriken around him is at the same speed as the Sickleaf, and when he is about to touch the Wind Feather, the Sickleaf smiles, but he soon stops smiling. In the whole concentration, the breath of light too is radiant. A violent bright light appeared. Wind Feather jumped lightly and dodged the shuriken attack. And the Sickleaf screamed. And his body was cut into several pieces by his shuriken. Ah, my eyes! Sickleaf screamed with his eyes closed. What have you done to me? The intense glare caused the Sickleaf to be blinded briefly. Wio, Wio. Feng Yu gasped heavily, but his face was full of surprise. It seems that this move can be used as a big killer in the future. At this time, the sick leaf had no will to fight, and his eyes couldn't see, so he only wanted to escape at the moment. Unable to care about the body being put together, the skull grew hands and feet, and quickly hid in the grass. Don't want to run. Seeing this, Feng Yu hurriedly chased after him. This was a very good opportunity to kill him. The speed of the wind feather is very fast, and the diseased leaves run very slowly because they are invisible. All of a sudden, he was caught by wind feather. Please let me go. I'm sure I won't hurt anyone anymore. You believe me? The sick leaf with his eyes closed began to beg for mercy. Do you think it's possible? Obediently become the source of my strength. Breath of light, one-shaped moonlight slash. No. The screams resounded throughout the forest. Feng Yu also fell to the ground and passed out. Chapter 33. Just as Feng Yu was still in his last bit of consciousness, he seemed to hear a girl with a very nice voice ringing in his ears. Moses Moses. And at the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer team on the other side, Yaya Sanyashiki looked out of the sky and muttered, "Our Ghost Slayer team has another very good Ghost Slayer. Yi Yong." The Yi Yong body on the side seemed to tremble, but quickly returned to normal. That kid actually killed a mountain ghost alone, and it also included a 12 ghost moon under the third string. What an excellent child. Soon, the news that Feng Yu killed the third under the third string alone spread in the circle of the pillar. Feng Yu didn't know how long he had been asleep. He only knew that this time he was really tired, and the degree of injury to his body was the most serious since he came to this world. During his slumber, Wind Feather seemed to hear a voice calling out to wake him up at every moment. Time is ticking. Everyone wanted to see for themselves what the person who killed the third string alone was like, but they were all rejected by the people of the Butterfly House, all because Feng Yu was still in a coma. Despite this, the coma state does not allow others to come over to condole, and only Butterfly Shinobu knows why. Where is this? Feng Yu slowly opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes was a clean wooden house, and there was Ziobai who was still sleeping on the side. After rubbing his head, Feng Yu touched Ziobai with his hand. Ziobai, who was sleeping, seemed to feel the familiar touch, and opened his eyes suddenly. Ziobai saw that his master had woken up, and excitedly threw himself into Feng Yu's arms, licking Feng Yu's face frantically with his tongue. The host. Master. I miss you so much. A glutinous girl's voice suddenly appeared in Feng Yu's head. Who is talking? Feng Yu was puzzled. He and Xiaobai were in the whole room, there was no one else at all, and after a week of inspection, he put his eyes on Xiaobai in his arms. Could it be that Xiaobai is talking? Feng Yu picked up Xiaobai and carefully cued it. The host. Master. The glutinous voice sounded again, and this time Feng Yu listened carefully. Xiaobai, have you learned to speak? Feng Yu woke up in surprise and found that his pet could speak, and this surprise was too big. Yes, master. Listening to Xiaobai's voice in his head, Feng Yu was a little disappointed, because Xiaobai couldn't communicate with others, he could only communicate with himself, which may be because of the pet contract. Anyway, I'm very happy. Feng Yu touched Xiaobai's body with his hand. Fortunately, I let you leave first. Feng Yu recalled that when he met the 12 ghost moons, he secretly let Xiaobai leave and let Xiaohei move a savior for himself. According to this situation, it is clear that Wind Feather is saved. The body is so comfortable. Feng Yu stretched his waist heavily, and his body, which had not moved for a long time, came with a crackling sound. Then I turned my attention to the properties panel. Characters, Nakaga Wind Feather. Swing knife times, 536-4870. Breathing method, water breath. Deduction, martial arts, knife technique. Deduction, physical strengthening technique. Deduction, wind swift. Deduction, golden body forging body trick. Entry, can be improved. 5 tiger fist. Entry, can be improved. Mental power secret art. Refinement, can be improved. Physique, ageless physique. Pet, Xiaobai, awakened. Task 1, kill the Ghost King Oni dance introduction. The Ghost King Animatsuji is the beginning of everything in this world, and killing him ends this source of evil. Rewards, number of swings 1000 W, designated world travel 1, mystery pack *1 status. Uncompleted. Serial mission, slay demons introduction. After sunset, endless demons start hunting. You are human, go and kill all demons. Reward, unknown, depending on the percentage of completion, the higher the completion level, the higher the reward. Status, 0.4%. Mission 2, comprehend the breath of light and create 3 moves. Introduction, people always have to learn to grow, and you find that the breathing of water is not very suitable for you, so go and create your own breathing method. Quest rewards, number of swings of the knife 500 W, number of refresh legends of legend quality items in the mall of everything 1, new system features *1. Status, uncompleted. Quest 3, complete 3 Ghost Slayer missions introduction. As a fledgling, you can already take charge of yourself, abide by your heart, and complete the tasks of the Ghost Slayer squad. Rewards, number of swings *200 W, system deduction function, mask of death. Status, complete 2/3 of the number of knife swings has reached more than 5 million, that means that the sick leaf has brought me 2 million knife swings. Feng Yu simply calculated, the ghosts with blood ghost magic are counted as 500,000, and the ordinary ghosts are 50,000, adding up to more than 3 million before and after. So, the diseased leaves are worth 2 million swings. The breath of light and the 3 missions are almost completed. So you're going to get rich soon, Feng Yu was very satisfied with this harvest, but the danger factor was also rising. If you do it again, Feng Yu will definitely say that. Fools won't do it. The secret technique of spiritual power has actually improved. Do you want to use the number of swings of the knife to directly upgrade to a higher level? Feng Yu was in trouble, because this time the spiritual power was actually very helpful to himself, but this secret technique can be cultivated independently, and it seems a bit of a pity to spend the number of swings of the knife to increase. And looking at this situation, the cost of the increase is definitely not low. The most important thing for me now is to improve my combat effectiveness. As long as I complete the task of the ghost killing team again, then the deduction function can be turned on, and then I can quickly deduce the breath of water or other exercises to a higher level. Forget it, the spiritual secret technique will not be improved. First, I also discovered my strengths and weaknesses in this battle. The advantage is that my damage and defense are very strong, but I can't do this aspect of perception. If my perception is strong enough, then I won't be attacked in the first place. Maybe take your defenses to the next level? Feng Yu touched his chin and thought. Then he silently raised the golden body forging body to the Deduction stage. It's a familiar operation again. Feng Yu's head is full of knowledge, as well as illusions. Nam no Amitba Nam no Amitba. Bursts of Sanskrit sound sounded in his ears, and what caught his eyes was a huge golden Buddha. And at this time, the surface of Feng Yu's body was glowing with golden light, and he could clearly feel that his epidermis had formed a thin film. It was thin, but he tried to cut through his skin with the Nakula knife in his hand. But it didn't hurt a single bit. The defense is stronger again. Feng Yu sighed that. He seemed to be going farther and farther in defense. Chapter 34. Then let's take a good look at where this is. Feng Yu got up and opened the door to the house. The moment the door opened, a scent of flowers came to my nose, and butterflies fluttered in the courtyard. Just as Feng Yu was enjoying such a beautiful scenery, a girl's voice came from behind him. You're awake. Feng Yu looked for the voice. It turned out to be 3 black-haired girls dressed in white, each wearing a different color hair ornament on their heads. Hello, my name is Kiyoshi Teraki, said the girl with a pale pink hair ornament. Then Nakahara Orange, a light blue hair ornament girl, and Nao Takeda, a green hair ornament girl, introduced themselves respectively. My name is Nakagawa Kazuha, can you tell me where this is? Feng Yu looked at the 3 girls in front of him, and only felt very familiar, but he didn't think about it for a while. Wind Feather, this is Butterfly Dance, 1, 2, 7. Count the fact that you've been here for 7 days today. That means you've been in a coma for 7 days for so long. The girl named Kiyoshi Teraki counted her fingers and said, I've been in a coma for so long. Feng Yu Zome. This is the first time he has been in a coma for so long. No matter how many injuries he has received before, he can be intact the next day, not because of anything else, but because Feng Yu has strong confidence in the recovery of his body. But this time, when I heard others say that I had been in a coma for 7 days, I still couldn't believe it in my heart. Shinobi-sama sent you here. Teraki Kiyoshi seemed to see Feng Yu's doubts, and then said, when Shinobi-sama sent you here, you were covered in blood and wounds, and it was Shinobi-sama who has been treating you, and of course we have our credit. Ha ha ha. It's great that you woke up. The 3 sisters of the temple said with a smile. We're going to tell Shinobi-sama about this. Then the 3 of them disappeared as soon as they slipped through the smoke, leaving only Feng Yu who was stunned in the courtyard. The 3 little ones are a little different from the appearance in Feng Yu's memory, probably a little small. Think about it, too, the plot of the original book hasn't started yet, and there is still more than a year to start, and these 3 little ones are probably also children's personalities. Wind Feather said darkly. Then I didn't think much about it, so I started to dance with butterflies. To be honest, this place is really suitable for living. Looking at the clean and tidy houses, planted with all kinds of flowers and plants, the butterflies flying in the sky all over the garden, and the Wind Feather also saw the busy butterfly dance staff. Very organized doing their job. Feng Yu didn't know where he went, he only knew that he was holding Zobi all the way to enjoy the butterfly dance. At this time, Feng Yu stopped. Hey, the girl wearing the pink edge emerald green butterfly hair ornament is waving the wooden knife in her hand. There are also butterflies flying around her, as if accompanying the girl. It's Chestnut Blossoms Falling Chanel? Feng Yu looked at the girl who was practicing hard and fell into deep thought. Only about 2 years later, the character changes in these original books are somewhat different. The girl who was practicing also seemed to have spotted Feng Yu's figure, stopped the knife in her hand, and looked at Feng Yu quietly with lilac eyes. Sure enough, it's a taciturn girl. Feng Yu sighed, although the image is a little inconsistent, but the personality is still the same. The hair ornament on that head is to commemorate Butterfly Ninja's sister Chini. Wind Feather recalled that in the introduction of the anime he watched in his previous life, there was a story about Butterfly Shinobi, Chana Migu, and the girl in front of him, Chanel. It's a pity, the misfortune of childhood, coupled with the murder of Chana, has become what it is now. After thinking about it, Feng Yu still felt that she should not disturb her practice and left this place. He was stopped shortly after Wind Feather left. Aoi Kanzaki, who was wearing a girl with dark blue hair accessories, shouted angrily, "How can you move around at will? Do you know that you're still in the recovery period and can't run around? Come back with me? Is this being taught?" Feng Yu was stunned for a moment, and then was taken away by Kanzaki Aoi. "You lie down well, don't move, and you'll come back when you have a good time." After that, he said to the 3 small Terranoi Chingdom who lowered their heads behind them, "Keep an eye on him, don't let him run around." "Yes." The 3 little ones replied resignedly. Then Kanzaki Aoi went out, leaving only 3 little ones and Kazuha in the house. I said, "I'm actually fine. Look." Wind Feather stood up and jumped a few times. "So you don't stare at me with that kind of look at the prisoner, Feng." Yu was stared at by the 3 little ones, and his heart was furious. "No," Sister Kanzaki Aoi said, "we have to watch you." "Ugh, you guys." Feng Yu sighed. Obviously his body knew best, and he had fully recovered, and he didn't need treatment at all. On the contrary, he felt that his body was much stronger than before he fell unconscious. Feng Yu guessed that it was probably the reason for the physical strengthening technique, and he remembered that the physical strengthening technique would become more and more powerful only when stimulated by the outside world. In this way, the 3 little ones stared at Feng Yu tightly. 3 pairs of bean eyes make Feng Yu feel a little cute inexplicably. Of course, Feng Yu was also a little nervous at this time, because I heard them mean that the legendary butterfly ninja was coming. At this time, the door of the house opened. Moses, it's really good that Feng Yu-kun woke up." The door opened, and Wind Feather heard the voice before he fell unconscious again. "Huh." Feng Yu looked up, and a pair of purple eyes, a girl with butterfly patterns and a smile on her face came in and greeted Feng Yu. "Butterfly Shinobi." Feng Yu lost his mind for a while, but he didn't expect the super popular butterfly shinobi in his previous life to meet him in this situation. Moses, Wind Feather-kun seems to know me? Butterfly. Shinobu leaned in front of Feng Yu and waved his hand, and said with a smile, "Ahh that one. No, I haven't seen it." Feng Yu didn't expect Butterfly Shinobi to get so close, and his heart was a little weak for a while. Feng Yu-kun is such a cute boy, Butterfly. Shinobu couldn't help laughing when she looked at Feng Yu's blushing face. The little white fox raised by Feng Yu-jun is really cute. Only then did Feng Yu realize that his own Zobi had jumped into the arms of the butterfly ninja at this time, and arched her hand affectionately. "Zobi, you white-eyed fox?" Feng Yu was a little angry, but he didn't expect Zobi to leave him, the master, and go to the butterfly to ask for a petting. But to make trouble, Feng Yu coughed lightly, sorted out his thoughts and said, "Thank you for saving me." Butterfly Shinobu said as she touched Zobi's hair. "But anyway, thank you for taking care of me these days." Feng Yu asked. "Well, Feng Yu-kun's body is very good, and his recovery power is also very good." Butterfly Shinobu looked at Feng Yu's body and seemed to think of something, and then his face suddenly became serious. "Feng Yu-kun, have you practiced 2 breathing techniques?" "Huh? How do you know?" Feng Yu exclaimed. "Because when I found you, I felt 2 different breathing methods on your body. Your body is very strange, the ability to heal itself is very strong, and the immunity to poison is also very strong, and you have been in a coma for so long because of the damage to the organs in your body caused by 2 breathing methods, Butterfly." Shinobu explained. "I see." Feng Yu only then understood the reason why he had been in a coma for so long. "If Feng Yu-kun doesn't mind, can you show me how the 2 breathing methods work, because you are the first person to have 2 breathing methods. If you can, then the strength of our ghost-killing team can be taken to the next level." Looking at Butterfly Shinobi's expectant eyes, Feng Yu was also a little touched. After all, he knew the story of Butterfly Shinobi. So he said, "Okay, thank you, Kazuya-kun." Chapter 35. Feng Yu sat on the bed and looked at the butterfly shinobi in front of him who always had a sweet smile on his face, and couldn't help but think of watching the anime prequel about her, Chanahui, and Chanel in his previous life. The girl used her smile to hide the pain in her heart. She is not suitable to be a ghost slayer, because her wrist strength is not enough and she is the only person in the ghost killing team who cannot cut off the ghost head, but in order to be able to avenge her sister, she finds another way, using her advantage of being proficient in pharmacology and toxicology, to research poisons that can kill ghosts to make up for her shortcomings. She also created her own set of breath, the breath of the worm. She is a genius and a pathetic person. In the past, the butterfly was serious, unsmiling, and straightforward, with a competitive and irritable side. And after the death of her sister Butterfly Chini, Shinobi's whole person has changed a lot. She completely imitated her sister's behavior, tone, and personality, and always maintained a calm side, and she began to smile all the time like her sister. Butterfly Shinobu will be expressionless when angry or serious. And when she is angry, she will demand that not being able to control her emotions is a sign of immaturity, and she will try her best to control her expression and try to calm down as much as possible. Feng Yu also knew at this moment that Butterfly Shinobi was trying to use herself as a container to inject poison, wanting to kill the second child who was on the string. Feng Yu admires her courage very much, but also thinks she is stupid. There is hope for people to live. Even if there is little hope, you should learn to protect yourself first. Wind Feather knew what the reason she had just asked him to show her the 2 breathing techniques was for. It's nothing more than wanting to become stronger, and the winning rate against Shang Tong Mill will be a little higher in the future. Anyway, if you can reduce the tragedy a little more, let's reduce it a little. Feng Yu sighed, and then came to the martial arts training square. In the middle of the square, Butterfly Shinobu was already waiting here. Feng Yu-kun, you're here, Butterfly, Shinobu said with a smile. Butterflies. Feng Yu-kun, do you have anything to say to me? Butterfly Shinobu saw Feng Yu's expression suddenly became indifferent. No. Feng Yu dared to admit it, seeing the smile on Butterfly Shinobi's face again, he couldn't help but shudder. Then Feng Yu-kun, tell me how you managed to do the 2 breathing methods. I don't know why I was able to master the 2 breathing methods, but I suddenly comprehended it. Feng Yu can't say why. In the final analysis, it is because of the strong recovery power of his body that he is not afraid of irreversible damage caused by the conversion of the 2 breathing methods. Maybe it's because of my constitution. Wind Feather then explained. I see. Butterfly Shinobu looked at Feng Yu with a thoughtful expression. Feng Yu-kun, can you show me your self-created breathing method? Butterfly Shinobu pleaded. Yes. Wind Feather then begins to show Butterfly Shinobi 2 moves of light breathing. In the whole set, the Breath of Light 1 type Moonlight Slash, the Breath of Light 2 type Shines Brightly. These are the 2 moves I have researched so far, Feng Yu said after the display. It's incredible, Feng Yu-kun, your second move actually made me feel the warmth of the sun. Butterfly Shinobu said with a surprised expression on his face. Wind Feather-kun, can you show me your water breath conversion light breath again? Yes, yes. Wind Feather then breathed with water, and then transformed into Breath of Light. The 2 breathing techniques are transformed into each other. Butterfly Shinobu looked very seriously. The smile on his face also subsided a lot, and his eyes were always on Feng Yu's face. Whew. After showing Feng Yu, he let out a breath of turbidity. It's very powerful, Feng Yujun, none of our Ghost Slayer team can transform the breathing method without injury like you. Butterfly Shinobu said approvingly. Wind Feather-kun, what kind of body did you feel when you transformed the Breath of Light? Butterfly Shinobu asked again. Do you feel? I just feel a little uncomfortable. There is also a little damage to the body, Feng Yu replied truthfully. Butterfly Shinobu nodded approvingly. After all, the Ghost Slayer had also verified whether it was possible to learn 2 or more breathing methods on one person's body. But it basically ends in failure, and the biggest difficulty is discomfort. The pillar of the Ghost Slayer team can also learn 2 breathing methods, but not only will not improve his strength, but he will drag down his body. The Ghost Slayer wants to improve their strength, not drop their strength. Butterfly Shinobu circled around Wind Feather, and then suddenly pulled out a knife and gently cut through Wind Feather's skin. That's right, Butterfly. Shinobu saw the bleeding place where the skin had just been cut by herself, and the scab quickly healed. It seems that Feng Yujun's body is very special. Butterfly couldn't help but touch the scab with her hands. With a slight touch, the scab fell off, revealing new skin and no wounds at all. Feng Yu-kun, are you thin-blooded? Butterfly asked coldly. Thin blood? I don't know. Feng Yu pretended that he didn't know if it was thin blood. After all, his physique was an ageless physique that was more powerful than thin blood. And before this body gets the ageless physique, the recovery power is already amazing, not to mention that there are all kinds of forging body duels. Just now, Butterfly endured it, and it was only when he let go of his defense that he cut through the skin. Otherwise, with that little bit of strength, the film can't be cut. Butterfly Shinobu had a little disappointment in his eyes, but he still had a smile on his face. Look at this. Feng Yu couldn't bear to take out a myelin washing pill from the system space and put it in Butterfly Shinobi's hand. Wind Feather-kun. This is Butterfly. Shinobu was a little puzzled, and carefully examined the small pill. You'll know what it does when you eat it. As long as you know that my body is so strong, it has its credit. Feng Yu didn't want to explain too much. Butterfly put the marrow cleansing pill into her mouth in disbelief. It's numb. This woman can eat so beautiful. Feng Yu don't turn his head away, no longer look at the butterfly ninja. How so? Butterfly Shinobu let out an exclamation, and her face instantly became excited, because she felt that her body was getting stronger. Wind Feather-kun, where did you get this pill? Can you give me some more? Or do you have it or not? Butterfly Shinobu asked excitedly. This elixir is called the cleansing pill. It's also a secret of mine where I got it, and I don't have much on me, so I can give you another one and let you study it. Feng Yu said. That's right. It's a bit of a pity, but it's already very good. Butterfly Shinobu put away her excitement, and then saw Feng Yu take out 2 marrow cleansing pills and put them in her hands. You can eat another one, and keep the remaining one for research, hoping that you can research its ingredients and then develop it on a large scale, Feng Yu said with a blushing face and a heartbeat. Feng Yu-kun, is this the same quality as the pill sent by Mr. Scales a year ago? You mean the healing Dan? Feng Yu then remembered that he had given the healing pill to Scales Zojinji at that time, and he never thought that he had sent the healing pill to Butterfly Shinobi. Sure enough, it's also from the hand of Feng Yu-kun. Feng Yu-kun, I'm very grateful to you here. Because of your healing pill, our ghost killing team can reduce casualties. Butterfly Shinobu bowed deeply for Feng Yu and said, You're saying that the healing pill has been successfully developed. Wind Feather was a little incredulous. Yes and no, Feng Yu-kun, because we can only make pills with a lot of weak efficacy, mainly because a few of the ingredients in it are like they don't exist in this world. Feng Yu-kun is really a strange person. You give me the feeling that you don't have a heart that sacrifices everything. Then, Butterfly Shinobu took the purifying pill and left. She wanted to develop the purifying pill as soon as possible, and then make it in batches. After all, this elixir is really amazing, and his original strength has improved a lot. Of course, the most important thing is that his body is dirty. The butterfly couldn't bear to be like this in front of Feng Yu, so she wanted to wash off the impurities on her body first. If it is developed, can I cut off the head of the ghost? Feng Yu stood in place and looked at the departing butterfly shinobi, thoughtful. Chapter 36. For the next few days, Feng Yu never saw butterfly shinobi again. Feng Yu guessed that she was caught up in the study of the purifying pill, and she couldn't extricate herself. Feng Yu really wants to go out and kill ghosts, so he can complete the 3 ghost-killing team missions early, so that he can turn on the deduction function. At that time, his strength will be able to reach a higher level. But Butterfly Shinobu instructed the Teraka Kyozo to keep an eye on Feng Yu and forcibly let him recuperate without injury, and he could only move in the butterfly dance. Of course, not only the 3 little ones were staring, but there was also a Kanzaki Aoi supervising on the side. It's a bit of a pity, I still want to have a fight with Butterfly Shinobi, to compare myself with the strength of the pillar in the Ghost Slayer team. Feng Yu sighed. In the huge martial arts training square, only the figure of Chanel was wildly waving the knife in his hand under the scorching sun. Hi. Feng Yu stepped forward to greet Chanel. It's just that Chanel didn't see it, and continued to practice the knife technique. Good fellows. Ignore me directly. Feng Yu shook his head helplessly. He took out his own Nichiwa knife and began to practice swinging it. During this period, Chanel was like she hadn't seen the person Wind Feather, waving her arms like an emotionless machine. Feng Yu found that Chanela's breathing was particularly steady, and her body was sweating after a long time of practice, but her breathing did not change at all. What a terrible person. Feng Yu thought to himself, if he had changed to his previous self, his breathing would have been disordered. Whew. Feng Yu cleared some other thoughts from his mind and began to hollow his mind and look for the third move of the Breath of Light. It's just that after a long time, Feng Yu doesn't have a clue. What the hell went wrong? Breath of Light. Breath of Light. Light. Yes. Light? Feng Yu looked up at the sky. The blinding light made him a little unable to open his eyes, but there was a glimmer of light in his mind. My breath of light is inseparable from the light that can be seen everywhere. I lack the ability to perceive this, but the world is full of light, sunlight, moonlight, etc. These are all lights. I rely on light, and at the same time light is also my tool. If I could form a connection with light, then the light will become my eyeliner. The more Feng Yu thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. The melody of the breath of light began to surge on Feng Yu's body, and Chanel on the side seemed to be moved. Putting down the knife in his hand, he watched suspiciously as Feng Yu kept waving the knife in his hand. In Chanela's eyes, there seemed to be a myriad of lights in Wind Feather's body, and those lights surrounded him, rejoicing with his breathing. This makes every time Feng Yu breathes, the surroundings of his body will be a little brighter. Chanel didn't make any other moves, as if she was afraid of disturbing Feng Yu, but just watched him quietly and try new moves. It's amazing. Chanel gave a blank expression of approval that only she could hear. After a long time, Wind Feather stopped. A smile appeared on his face. The third move is a bit early, keep trying according to this idea. I estimate that in just a few days, my third form of light breath will be successful. Feng Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. Turning his head to look at Chanel on the side, he realized that Chanel was looking at him. Hey, Chanel. Feng Yu took the initiative to greet again, but Chanel turned around, and waved the knife in her hand expressionlessly. Feng Yu. On the other side, at the moment when the third sick leaf of the second string was killed, the handsome aristocratic man who was leisurely drinking coffee and reading a book, his originally black pupils instantly turned red. Sick leaves are dead? What a piece of crap. Green knife. Faces I've never seen. A blinding light. Animatsuji muttered miserably. There are people with pillar-level strength on the side of the Ghost Slayer team again. Wind Feather didn't know that he had been noticed by Animatsuji Mummy, and at this moment he just wanted to quickly study and master the third form of light breath. He even had a name in mind, and it was called the Breath of Light, the guidance of the 3 forms of light. It's just been a few days, but I still haven't been able to reach the final step. Feng Yu was a little impatient, but another voice in his head kept telling him that maybe he just needed an opportunity. After another 2 days, Feng Yu came down with a completely salted fish, practicing knives every day, saving some meager income from wielding knives, and then teasing Ziobai and teasing Ziahei. Life is not happy, but what should come is still coming. On the 5th day, Feng Yu met Butterfly Shinobi. You are. Feng Yu saw that Butterfly Shinobi's mental condition was a little poor, and his eyes seemed to be bloodshot. Feng Yu-kun, it's been a long time. Can you give me another myelin cleansing pill? I've been studying it for the past few days, and the materials have run out. Butterfly said with a red face. No problem. It's the first time Feng Yu has seen the appearance of Butterfly Ninja, just like those young people who stayed up late and became addicted in their previous lives, and they were mentally exhausted. Butterflies. Endure. Miss, do you want to go and rest first? Feng Yu couldn't bear her to continue her sleepless research. It's just that Butterfly Shinobi's next words surprised him a little. Feng Yu-kun, you're going to follow me to see the Lord next. Butterfly Shinobu said with a smile. My lord? Wait a minute. You said the Lord wanted to see me? Feng Yu looked incredulous. What's the matter, Wind Feather Monarch? Isn't it normal for the Lord to want to see you? We are all members of the Ghost Slayer team, and we are also all children of the Lord, and you killed the 12 ghost moons alone. Maybe you can become the pillar of the Ghost Slayer team this time, Butterfly. Shinobu said. Pillar. Feng Yu was really a little numb this time. He didn't expect it to come so quickly. What's wrong, Feng Yu-kun? Butterfly Shinobu looked at Feng Yu standing in place, not knowing what he was thinking, so he interrupted his thoughts and said, it's nothing. Let's go now, then. Feng Yu came back to his senses and hurriedly said, let's go, then. Then, out of nowhere, two people wearing black clothes with big hidden characters appeared, leading the two of them towards the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer team. Along the way, Feng Yu's mood couldn't be calmed down for a long time. It's not just about meeting the maternity house, it's about the other pillar level people. Wind Feather wasn't ready to meet them at this time, but when it came, he couldn't help it. Forget it, the soldiers will block the water and cover the earth, and sooner or later such a scene will have to be faced. Feng Yu's heart suddenly remembered a passage. Don't be cowardly, let's go together. In this way, Wind Feather and Butterfly Shinobu came to the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer under the leadership of the Hidden Staff. Chapter 37. Led by two hidden members, Wind Feather arrived at the headquarters of the legendary Demon Slayer. As soon as you step into this courtyard, a sense of tranquility struck. It was quiet and clean. The courtyard is lined with landscape trees, and the floor is made of cement, pebbles and marble. The boy who killed the 12 ghost moons alone, are you going to be my stepson? A deafening sound struck, and Feng Yu looked up to see that he had yellow hair with red edges, a pair of big eyes and thick black sword eyebrows, which made this man look so spirited. Flame Pillar? Purgatory Kyojuro? At this time, Yanzu looked a little immature in his memory. However, that image and tone are indeed Yanzu's Ingjulan. Don't. Feng Yu thought to himself, we are about the same age, I want to be your brother, you actually want to be my father. That must not happen. Mr. Purgatory, don't come here to make trouble. Interrupted Butterfly Shinobu on the side. Ha ha ha, Miss Butterfly Shinobi is not strange. Seeing Xiaolang laughed, and then said to Feng Yu, you are Feng Yu, very good, I feel that your strength is very strong, if we have time, we can learn together. Cut, it's not gorgeous at all, Yin. Zuyu Mero Tianyuan said disdainfully. Is this Feng Yu-kun? What a cute boy. I don't know if I have a girlfriend. Lian Zagan Le Temple Mi Li said with a blushing face. Snake Pillar He Xiaobane gritted his teeth and looked at Feng Yu. Soon, the familiar 9 pillars arrived at the scene. Tomioka Yoshi saw that Feng Yu was here, his expression trembled slightly, and he nodded at Feng Yu randomly, and didn't say anything. Yanzu clasped his hands together, tears streaming down his face. Kazumizu was talking to himself, today's weather seems to be good, and the shape of that cloud seems to be. He has white hair, 3 extremely conspicuous scars on his face, and bloodshot eyes. Hey, are you the one who killed the 12 ghost moons alone? What the hell is going on? The 12 ghost months can be killed by unknown minions? Immortal. Chuan said arrogantly. Mr. Immortal River. His scars have increased again, so handsome. The happy eyes of the honey glass eyes of the Ganlu temple that appeared in the Immortal River are full of love. The air all around seemed to be infected, filled with sweet smells. Tomioka looked at the Immortal Minoru quietly and didn't know what he was thinking. Me? Unknown minions? Feng Yuzome, he is also a little angry at the moment. This immortal Chuan Minoru is really underwhelmed when he speaks. What, are you going to try? Not to be outdone, Feng Yu held the Nichirin knife in his hand. Yaga. Immortal Minoru shouted as he seemed to be angry at Feng Yu's attitude. Then he pulled out the Hinoan knife and rushed towards the wind feather. Bang. The two Japanese knives collided with each other and made a crisp sound. It's so fast. The strength is also very strong, and it deserves to be in the top 3. Feng Yu remembered the ranking of the strength of the 9 pillars of ghost slaying by some netizens in his previous life, and the immortal Chuan Minoru in front of him was inside. Wind feather flicked it off, and the immortal river flew out, but it quickly rushed up again, and it was faster and stronger. But it was blocked by the wind feather again. Baga, Baga. Seeing that his attack was blocked again, immortal Chuan shouted angrily. The strength of the knife in his hand was twice as strong. Then he kicked it again. Feng Yu didn't expect that the immortal Kawa Minoru would still engage in a sneak attack, and he didn't have time to resist, and the strong strength directly made him take a few steps back. Seeing that he was about to fall, Feng Yu felt someone behind him holding him. When I turned around, it turned out to be Yoshi Tomioka. Butterfly Shinobu also ran over and said with concern, Feng Yu-kun, are you okay? I can see that Butterfly Shinobu seems to be angry. Mr. Immortal Chuan, are you sure you want to attack the members of the Ghost Slayer team? Butterfly Shinobu still had a smile on her face, but everyone knew that she was on the verge of anger at this time. The immortal Minoru glanced at Feng Yu, snorted indignantly, and clasped his hands on his chest. Very good, immortal Chuan Minoru, I wrote down this matter today. Feng Yu clearly realized that he was not the opponent of immortal Chuan at this moment, but he had a golden finger, and his strength would definitely be able to catch up with him or surpass him soon. Shinobu seems to be angry, it's really rare. So handsome? Ganla Temple Miri looked at the butterfly and said, the boss has arrived. The boss has arrived. The two sisters said. At this time, all the pillars respectfully greeted the man in the room. Feng Yu also looked up. The sound of clogs sounded. Dressed in flame-patterned white haori, with a scar on his face and white eyes, Ye slowly walked out of the darkness. Thank you, my lovely children, Ye said calmly. Then he came to the corridor with the help of his 2 children, looked up, felt the warmth of his skin, and said, "Good morning, everyone, the weather is so beautiful today, is the sky blue?" There was also a semi-annual meeting of the pillar public. I'm glad it's still you old faces. Brush. The 9 pillars knelt down on one knee in unison, and Feng Yu also knelt down on one knee with them to show respect when he saw this. The leader's health is really happy, please take care of yourself. Immortal Minoru spoke first. Thank you, Shaimai. Sanyashiki replied. I wanted to be the first to speak, but I didn't expect to be robbed by Mr. Shaimai. The honey glass of Ganla Temple lowered her head and said, Alright, let's get up, let's start the meeting. Ye said, I take the liberty of excuse me, I don't think it's appropriate to say that Nakagawa Fenjayu is the pillar. Immortal Chuan spoke. His strength is not enough to serve as a pillar of the Ghost Slayer team. What's more, now the position of the water column is held by Tomioka Yoshiyong, and there is no place for him to hold it. That's right, said Yashiki Yaya, who replied meaningfully. For the members of our Ghost Slayer team, if you want to become a pillar level member, you need to complete one of the following 2 tasks. 1. Defeat the members of the 12 ghost moons, and kill 50 ghosts. Nakagawa Fenjayu, this kid has met one of the conditions, and he has killed the 12 ghost moons by himself, although he has joined the Ghost Slayer team for a short time, almost a year, but this proves his strength. I think he can be the backbone of the Ghost Slayer. It's just that the 9 pillars of the Ghost Slayer team are currently being filled, so let's hold this meeting to discuss. Do you have any good opinions? Ye said. I disagree. Immortal Chuan was the first to object. Then there were rock pillars and serpent pillars against it. The reason for the unification is that although he killed the 12 ghost moons, he did not contribute enough to become a pillar. I support Feng Yu-kun to become the pillar of the Demon Slayer team. Butterfly Shinobu said. I support it too. Kyojuro shouted. Tomioka Yoshi and Kazumizu didn't have any expression at all, as if they had deserted during school in their previous lives, wandering out of the world. The remaining love pillar Ganla Temple Honey Glass is red and bowed her head and is entangled. What to do? Mr. Immortal Chuan is so handsome. Feng Yu-kun is so cute. It's really hard to choose. As if anticipating this situation, Sanyashiki Yaya spoke, then what do you think, Nakagawa Kazuha? I don't know, I'm at the mercy of the arrangement. Feng Yu felt that whether he became a pillar or not would not affect him. After all, his main purpose was to kill ghosts, and becoming a pillar was nothing more than to be respected and authorized by more people. Little impact on him. That's right, said Yaya calmly. Then the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Our ghost-killing team has been fighting ghosts since its inception, from the beginning of the Nun, to the current 9 pillars. You are all very good children. I originally wanted to let the child of Feng Yu take over the position of the water column, but I heard that he created his own breath of light, so I consider adding another pillar position, the pillar of light. Feng Yu, do you think the light pillar or the water column is better? The Sanyashiki Yaya sent the choice to the equal again. Feng Yu, I don't know if I should say it. It's not very useful to me, why do you keep asking me? But he said, Lord Chief, the breath of light is still in its infancy, and the name of the pillar of light still doesn't seem to be appropriate. Yaya said with a smile. Lord Chief. Immortal Chuan said heavily. Shaimai, Feng Yu, this kid can use 2 breathing methods at the same time. I think he is qualified to be the pillar of our Demon Slayer team. Okay, that's it. When the light breath of the child wind feather is created, I'll take over the position of the pillar of light, ahem. Yaya coughed after saying that. Lord Chief. Lord Chief. Juzu instantly became nervous. I'm fine. The maternity house is waving his hand. Then he went into the house, leaving only the people half kneeling on the ground. Chapter 38. With the maternity house, Yoya entered the house. The pillar that was half kneeling on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. The crowd began to leave the place one by one. However, when Wind Pillar Immortal Chuan and Yinhei Xiaobane left, they glanced at Feng Yu viciously. Feng Yu was a little helpless. The personalities of these 2 people were really strange, somewhat inexplicable. Immortal Chuan is okay, he is rampant by nature, and he drags to death, but that Yinhei Xiaobane is a little strange. Feng Yu realized that he didn't provoke him, and inexplicably attracted a wave of hatred. Could it be that I'm the legendary protagonist of the Destiny? Wind Feather wondered. But then, Wind Feather knew the reason. Feng Yu-kun, you are really handsome. Lian Zagan Le Temple Mi Li said with a blushing face. At this time, Feng Yu took a good look at the dress of the love pillar. I have to say that Lian's figure and the bottomless V-shaped clothes are really a feast for the eyes. Ahem, you can't take a second look, it's going to get hot. Feng Yu's face also turned a little red, and he said weakly, no, Miss Meili is amazing. Thank you Feng Yu-kun for the compliment. I don't know if Feng Yajun is interested in having a sweet love, Ganlu. Temple Meili said with her face covered. Feng Yu could see that her face was already blushing at this time, just like the peach. Ahem. Then you don't need to, Miss Miri. I don't have that idea yet, said Windfeather. It's really a goblin. I didn't expect you to get this far. You're excellent. Is Mr. Scales okay? Tomioka said with a blank face. Senior brother Yiyang, why don't you go back and see Master Scales in person? I feel that Master Scales misses you a lot. Feng Yu said. I'll go back when I have the right chance. Do you want to learn the 11th trick of water breathing, which is also my own move? Nagi. Brother volunteer, I'm willing. Feng Yu hurriedly agreed. He wanted to learn this 11th trick before, but because of the situation, he didn't have the opportunity to meet brother Yiyang, but now he took the initiative to bring it up. Why not? I think you're better suited to the position of the water column. Tomioka said. It's coming. Brother volunteer, is this going to pass on the position to me so that I can retire? Feng Yu thought to himself. No, brother Yiyang, I think you're quite suitable. I'm a coward. Someone who doesn't. Feng Yu noticed that Tomioka's eyes seemed to dim a lot. All right, let's not disturb the Lord's rest here. The butterfly on the side couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly interrupted. And Feng Yu also cast a grateful look at Butterfly Ninja. Butterfly Shinobu met his gaze, and a smile appeared on his face. Feng Yu-kun, come and fight with me in a battle full of blood and justice. Purgatory Kyojuro shouted. Mr. Purgatory. Feng Yu was about to speak, but he saw Butterfly Shinobi speak first. Are you sure you want to fight here? What's going on? How did the temperature drop? It's terrible, ha ha ha, that Fenjayu-kun, take some time to come to my residence to learn. With that, Kyojuro also left. Only Feng Yu, Butterfly Shinobu, and Tomioka Yoshito were left on the scene. Let's go, get out of here first. Then the three of them, led by the hidden members, returned to the butterfly house. In the end, Butterfly Shinobu left Feng Yu on the grounds that there was something, and he knew that Butterfly Shinobu was definitely going to study the pulp cleansing pill. Alas, it's a workaholic again. Feng Yu couldn't help but sigh at Butterfly's diligence. Let's go, Tomioka said lightly. So Feng Yu and Tomioka came to Lianwu Square. Tomioka stood opposite the wind feather and slowly took out the Hinoa knife in his hand. The azure blade shone in the sunlight. It's much better than my green. Wind feather cast an envious look. Tomioka ignored this. He said lightly, this 11-type water breath is also the strongest defense I created. You see, I'll demonstrate it. In the whole concentration, the breath of water 11 is calm. In an instant, Feng Yu seemed to see Tomioka Yoshio standing on the water, and anything that moved was resisted and calmed down. Soon, Tomioka was able to demonstrate. And Feng Yu also learned a lot. For example, the form of the 11th shape and the respiratory rate. As long as you practice more, then the 11 type will soon be able to master it skillfully. Thank you, brother Yiyang. Feng Yu thanked excitedly. Well, you practice hard. Yiyang didn't have much expression, and left the place with a faint reply, leaving Feng Yu alone. This move is really amazing. After learning this trick, my strength is estimated to be able to go to the next level. In the next few days, Feng Yu frantically practiced the 11th form of water breathing, and although he had not yet fully mastered it, he was already able to use this move. Moses, Feng Yu-kun, you are really a hard-working person. The Butterfly Shinobi who was contacting the 11 type didn't know when he appeared behind him. Miss Butterfly Shinobi, have you succeeded in your research? Feng Yu couldn't help but ask. Because the condition of the butterfly ninja at this time is much better than the last time I saw her. Thanks to the elixir you provided, the research has yielded great results. But like the healing pill, there are several ingredients that do not match, and can only be replaced by others, which also leads to a significant reduction in the effect. Then Butterfly Shinobu took out a pale yellow pill from his hand and handed it to Wind Feather. This is the result of research over this period of time, and it has been tested without any side effects. Thank you very much, Feng Yu-kun. As long as this pill is produced in batches, then the strength of the entire ghost-killing team will be on a higher level, and there will be one more chance of destroying ghosts. Butterfly Shinobu bowed and thanked him. It's all your efforts, don't thank me. Feng Yu was a little embarrassed. After all, Butterfly Shinobu actually helped herself a lot, and now it felt a little weird to be bowed by her. Feng Yu-kun is really a kind person, Butterfly. Shinobu looked at Feng Yu and smiled. Chapter 39. As Wind Feather practiced more and more, the type of water breath 11 was also thoroughly mastered. Finally mastered this move completely, Feng Yu sighed. In the past few days, he has been practicing the move of water breath frantically, almost reaching the state of madness. But the hard work paid off, and today I have mastered it thoroughly. Lord Wind Feather, Lord Wind Feather. Feng Yu, who was wiping the Japanese wheel knife in his hand, looked up. It's a little black who hasn't been seen for many days. West-northwest, west-northwest, Lord Wind Feather, there are traces of ghosts found over there. Please go and kill the evil ghosts as soon as possible. Xiao He said respectfully. The two pets, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, have gone to the next level with the demon beast breathing method, and their spiritual intelligence is getting higher and higher day by day. Xiao He has also completely become Xiao Bai's little brother. Wind Feathers, a population of crows, also know a little bit. They have their own social circles, and they often get together to complain about their followers. But because of the Wind Feathers, Xiao He can be said to have harvested a lot of female crows of their tribe, and his life is not happy. Well, let's start again tonight when it's dark, Feng Yu said meaningfully to Xiao He. Xiao He's body trembled, and he immediately knew what to do. As the sky darkens, Wind Feather bids farewell to everyone in Butterfly Dance, and then embarks on the path of slaying ghosts. Lord Wind Feather must come back safely. May your martial arts be prosperous. The Temple Kingson only wiped his tears, and he didn't know whether to say goodbye to Zobi or Fenjiu. Feng Yu knew that during this time, Zobi had become the treasure of everyone in the entire butterfly dance. Everyone loves it. Zobi, you've gained weight. Feng Yu said while standing on Xiao Hei's back, feeling the flesh growing on Xiao Bai's body. Hey, Zobi didn't gain weight, the owner is bad. Xiao Bai's voice sounded in Feng Yu's mind, refuting the fact that Feng Yu said that he had gained weight. Feeling the wind blowing on his face, Feng Yu couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, I still came by myself. Because Xiao Hei had to collect breathing methods and a large number of marrow cleansing pills, his body size reached an astonishing mountain-like size. The sky roared by, and the strong air currents made the trees shake. I'm going to get stronger and stronger. Feng Yu lay on Xiao Hei's back, hugged Xiao Bai tightly, and fell asleep. The sun rose soon the next day. Feng Yu woke up from Xiao Hei's back, stretched and said, "Good morning, Xiao Bai and Xiao Hei." "Good morning, Lord Feng Yu." "Good morning." "Good morning, Master." Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai also greeted him one after another. "It's another sunny day. This weather is really comfortable." Feng Yu sighed. It's here, Lord Windfeather." Xiao Hei hurriedly shouted. "All right, Blackie, let's go down here." Feng Yu jumped down with Xiao Bai in his arms, and Xiao Hei's size began to shrink. "Let's go, it's not too late, and you can still catch up for breakfast. The plan of the day lies in the morning. If you don't eat breakfast, where will the spirit of the day come from?" At this time, the town was full of vendors shouting. Feng Yu chose the food that seemed to have an appetite and gave it to himself and Xiao Hei. Then he began to inquire about the town. "It's just that strange things have happened." "Shopkeeper, has anyone been missing in your town lately?" Feng Yu asked. "Missing? No, no one has been missing in our town," the shopkeeper said without thinking. Seeing that he couldn't find a reason, Feng Yu began to wander around again, trying to find a trace of clues. But to his disappointment, people in this town said that there were no missing persons. What's going on? Feng Yu pondered. It stands to reason that Xiao Hei's news will not go wrong. And the ghost killing team knows that there are ghosts there and they are all reported by local people, but now they are almost asking people all over the town, and no one is missing. It's a little weird. Looking at the smiling pedestrians on the street, Feng Yu planned to wait and see what happened first, and then wait until the night when the ghosts came out to eat people. Later, Feng Yu found the best hotel in the local area and stayed there. People, you just can't enjoy it, and if you enjoy it once, you won't be able to accept the living conditions you used to have. Feng Yu said comfortably while soaking in the hot spring. Zobi on the side also soaked in the hot springs more and more times with Feng Yu, and actually learned to swim. "Zobi, you've changed, you're no longer the same monster in the snow you used to be." Looking at Zobi's constant fluttering in the hot spring, Feng Yu sighed. On the other hand, Xiao Hei is miserable. "I didn't soak in the hot springs once, so I stayed in my room and closed my eyes and rested." But it's not because Feng Yu doesn't let it soak in the hot springs, it's mainly because Xiao Hei has been a travel tool for a night, and he is tired to death, and he doesn't have the strength to make a fuss like Xiao Bai. Of course, the main thing is that Xiao Hei is afraid of water. "I don't know how long I soaked." Feng Yu saw that his skin was wrinkled, so he reluctantly got up. After all, the hot spring is really addictive. Soon, evening arrived. Feng Yu is also ready to slay the ghosts, and plans to go out and walk the streets. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to run into a ghost. Little by little, time passed. "I didn't see the ghost, but I met a drunkard." The drunkard's face was flushed with alcohol, and his whole body was full of alcohol. When Windfeather passed by, he actually hit Windfeather straight up. "Hey, boy, don't you look at the road? Apologize to Uncle Ben," the man said drunkenly. Sick in the head. Feng Yu didn't want to pay attention to it. After all, he mainly wanted to find the ghost and then kill it, and then the system task would be completed. There, the deduction function is turned on, and the strength is estimated to be a big improvement. The man saw that Feng Yu ignored him, so he was angry and wanted to grab Feng Yu, and kept saying, "You little white face, stand for Uncle Ben." It was just that Feng Yu turned sideways, and the man fell to the ground on the side. Snr. Feng Yu found that the man had fallen asleep on the ground. "It's really unlucky." Feng Yu bent down and looked at the man who had fallen to the ground, and then he had an idea. Smiled and said, "I don't blame me." Zobi, the master laughs so scary. The man's clothes were stripped of by Feng Yu, leaving him only a small nene. This guy is quite rich. Looking at the wad of money in his hand, Feng Yu planned to keep it for this man. After all, lying on the ground on this big night, it was seen by some people with a heart, and the money must have been robbed. So it's helping him. Well, helping him? Feng Yu's heart blossomed, and then he left this place beautifully. It wasn't long after Windfeather left that a pair of blood-red eyes appeared from the darkness. The drunken man slowly vanished. Chapter 40. Feng Yu, who had not harvested all night, was no longer hanging outside, and planned to continue squatting tomorrow. No way, he doesn't have the ability to perceive, and it's hard to search for ghosts. And the people in this town seem to give Feng Yu a very strange feeling, but they can't say what it looks like. It's just that there's an eerie atmosphere everywhere. Talking too much is to make Feng Yu feel that this town is too harmonious. Forget it, it's almost dawn, and there is a high probability that the ghost will not appear, so let's get some sleep. Feng Yu shook his head and said regretfully. Then he picked up Zobi and lay on the bed, closed his eyes and recuperated. Although he didn't feel any mental fatigue, he still enjoyed the feeling of lying in bed. Soon, the sun was rising. Bright light shines into the house. Zobi's ears moved, opened his eyes, and looked at the figure outside the door suspiciously. The figure stood still outside the door, then quietly left. Are you gone? Feng Yu, who had closed his eyes, slowly opened his eyes and said. Then he went out. Soon, Feng Yu discovered who the figure standing outside the door was. It turned out to be the girl at the front desk of the hotel. Feng Yu remembered that her name seemed to be Yu. Just when I thought that it was normal to find a house for Yu, I was about to leave. There was a burst of scolding. Waste, you can't even do this little thing, what's the use of you? I was wrong, please forgive me. I'm going to make it tonight. Yu cried and begged for mercy. Tonight is the last chance, if you can't finish it again, you can give me death. Then there was the loud sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Feng Yu had already jumped onto the roof at this time, and watched quietly in the dark in order not to startle the snake. At this time, the clothes on Yu's body were already in tatters, and the blood that flowed out oozing red the kimono. Lying on the ground in distraction, motionless. If it weren't for the tears that kept flowing from the corners of her eyes, Feng Yu would have thought she was dead. Son, I don't want to go wrong any longer, Yu muttered. Who is the? Feng Yu was going to see what this woman was going to do tonight, and he felt that the shit in her mouth might be related to ghosts. Thinking of this, Feng Yu left Zobi to continue staring at the woman here, while he quickly returned to the room. For he saw the innkeeper walking towards his room. Distinguished guest, are you awake? The innkeeper's voice came from outside the door. What's the matter? Feng Yu replied. It's such a guest, today is a gathering of our town, the street will be a lot more lively, see that you are a foreigner, I want you to experience a characteristic of our town, if you don't want to go there to play, don't bother you. The innkeeper said respectfully. I see, I'll take a look later. Windfeather said. Okay guest, if you need anything, remember to inform me in time. And the figure outside the door disappeared. I'd like to see what you're up to. Feng Yu quickly got up and went out the door. As soon as I got to the street, it was even more lively than yesterday. At this time, Zobi also came over, and as soon as he saw Feng Yu, he jumped into Feng Yu's arms. Then he told Yui about Yui. Didn't you do anything? Alas, killing a ghost makes me look like Sherlock Holmes, I just want to kill a ghost simply. Feng Yu shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, Mother, why don't you remember your father? Obviously he was with us yesterday. Why don't you even remember him? Windfeather walked through the crowd and found that it was a crying girl, holding a woman in gorgeous clothes and not letting her leave. Child, are you stunned? Your father died in an accident when you were very young. The gorgeous woman turned around and hugged the girl in distress and said, Nishinomiya is good, Mom knows that you miss your dad, but Dad really died when you were young. Mother, my father is still living with us. Why do you say that your father has already passed away? You lied to people. The little girl lay on the ground and began to roll. Passers-by stopped to watch. It's like the melon-eating masses in the previous life. What's the matter with this kid? I remember that the man in their family has passed away a long time ago. I think, this girl must have been deluded by a monster to become like this. That's terrible, let's leave quickly, otherwise it won't be good if we get contaminated with something. Yes, get out of here quickly. Only the mother and daughter were left in place. Zigong, Mom is going to work, if you don't let go, Mom will be angry. Anger appeared on the gorgeous woman's face, and she shook it hard, directly throwing the girl aside, and then left directly. Mom, why don't you remember Dad? Why doesn't everyone remember their father? Nishinomiya looked at the departing woman and cried bitterly. Can you tell me what's going on? Feng Yu came to the girl, stretched out his hand to help her up, and said softly. The little girl looked up and cried and said, everyone has forgotten my father. Every time someone forgets. Only I remember. Woo woo woo. Xiao xin. Lesser. They were all forgotten by everyone. Only I remember. The girl named Nishinomiya cried even harder. Okay, don't cry yet. Talk to my brother. Maybe my brother can help you. Feng Yu gently wiped the tears on her face, and seeing that the girl was no longer crying, she took out a candy from the system space and let the girl eat it. Brother, it's so delicious. The girl said in surprise. As long as you tell me about your father. For Zioxin and Xiaoa, I will give you all the candy. Feng Yu said as he took out a large bag of candy. Brother, will you believe me? Said Nishinomiya with teary eyes. Aha, brother believes in you. Feng Yu smiled. Then Nishinomiya told everything about Zioxin, Xiaoa, and her father in her mouth. That's right. So everyone forgot about them, only you remember? Feng Yu asked with a frown. Well, big brother, can you help me find my father? Obviously he said yesterday that he would accompany me to the rally today. Don't cry yet, I'll help you with this, Feng Yu comforted. So when someone goes missing, the memory of that person disappears. Windfeather thought. Looking at the girl in front of her, Feng Yu seemed to feel more familiar the more she looked at it. This girl can't be the daughter of the drunkard last night. Then isn't the father in the girl's mouth? Feng Yu felt a little headache, but he didn't expect that meeting someone casually could be so coincidental. But I still remember the appearance of that man. Chapter 41. Feng Yu looked at the crying Nishinomiya a little apologetically, and his face twitched slightly. Don't cry yet. Feng Yu wanted to reach out and touch Zigong's head, but it hung in the air and did not fall. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was your father, I didn't expect this to happen. Feng Yu didn't say anything, just quietly accompanied Zigong's side. Could it be that after I left there last night, Nishinomiya's father was killed by a ghost? But I didn't notice it at all. It's really annoying to have poor perception. The host. I seem to be able to help you, Xiaobai on the side said unhappily when he saw Feng Yu. Huh? Xiaobai, you said you can help me? Feng Yu immediately spoke. Yes, master, I actually noticed the anomaly last night. It's just that I didn't know it was a ghost. I thought it was something else. I'm sorry, master. Xiaobai's apologetic voice sounded in his head. Wait, Xiaobai, you just said that you sensed an anomaly last night. Yes, master. Feng Yu was a little stunned. He didn't expect Xiaobai to have this ability. At this time, he regretted that he didn't get to know the pets around him well. Xiaobai, when did you start having this ability? Feng Yu asked. Actually, master, I don't know very well. It seems that as I understand more and more about the breathing method in my mind, I will gradually have this ability. I see. And then turned his gaze to Xiaobai's attribute panel. Name, Little. White race, White Fox. Divinity value, 0.00000007. Owner, Wind Feather. Exercise, Demon Beast breathing method, refinement, can improve. Awakening, mental power, charm, body control. Introduction, this was originally just an ordinary little white fox, but it has a trace of divinity. It turns out that Xiaobai's breathing method has reached the level of mastery. My mind has always been limited. I've always just treated Xiaobai and Xiahei as pets, and I didn't think about how they would help me. In an instant, Xiaobai's breathing comprehension level reached the Deduction stage, and Feng Yu's number of swings is also 2 million less. Seeing that there were less than 3 million swings left on his panel, Feng Yu ruthlessly pressed the boost button on his panel. Ascension. Ascension. All of a sudden, a huge amount of knowledge poured into Feng Yu's head. Feng Yu only felt that his head seemed to swell. Then there was an explosion. This is. Wind Feather was overjoyed. What he saw in front of him shocked him deeply. Within a radius of 500 meters, the sight of the moving ants crawling slowly in the dark corners presented in the eyes of Feng Yu. Incredible. Feeling all kinds of big and small things within a radius of 500 meters, it really made him a little uncomfortable. Wind Feather stumbled and almost fell to the ground. No, I feel like my head is so heavy. Feng Yu knew that this was the reason for the excessive use of mental power. I didn't make it to 3 minutes. And fainted. Xiaobai hurriedly stepped forward to protect Feng Yu at this time. If Feng Yu woke up and saw Xiaobai's appearance, he would definitely be shocked. Because at this moment, there are 2 white tails wagging behind the little white buttocks. What's wrong with me? Wind Feather woke up from his slumber. No, my head hurts. Feng Yu said bitterly, covering his head. After relieving a little, I slowly remembered what had happened before. I remember that I was like, this trick can only be used as a last resort, otherwise before the enemy falls, I myself will fall. You're finally awake? Feng Yu looked at it, and the white fox with 2 tails in front of him dangled in front of him. Am I dazed? How did I see that Xiaobai has 2 tails? Feng Yu rubbed his eyes in disbelief and said, Master, I don't know what's going on. I suddenly understood that breathing method to a higher level, and then my body was very hot, and that tail came out. Feng Yu picked up Xiaobai and came to his eyes to carefully inspect Xiaobai. How do you look more and more like the legendary 9-tailed fox? My little white fox turned out to be the legendary mythical beast 9-tailed fox? Such a sentence popped into Feng Yu's mind for a moment. Wait for Xiaohei's breathing method to practice to the Deduction stage. It won't become the legendary 3-legged golden crow. The corners of Feng Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Xiaohei, who had already left Feng Yu and ran to the other female crows, shivered coldly. Who's cursing Uncle Ben? Believe it or not, Uncle Ben's crow's mouth said to kill you? Xiaohei shouted, causing the female crow next to him to tremble. On the other side, Feng Yu also quickly accepted Xiaobai's changes. After all, it was his pet. And in this way, Xiaobai can also help. It's just a pity that the number of swings of his knife has been reduced to 0. Ugh. It's not easy to live in poverty. But after finishing this order, I guess I'll be able to get rich again. Looking at the task reward for completing the Ghost Slayer mission 3 times, Feng Yu couldn't help but look forward to it. I'm going to have to find out how many swings this ghost has to make up for my loss tonight. Feng Yu thought to himself. Chapter 42 Night fell quickly, and Feng Yu was full of confidence this time. Made up for his shortcomings, and there was Xiaobai on the side to help him. As long as that ghost came out to kill people this time, then he would be corrected on the spot. Xiaobai, let's go. Feng Yu picked up the Hinua knife in his hand and appeared on the street. Xiaobai stood on Feng Yu's shoulders. His 2 tails were constantly swaying from side to side, and his orange eyes were exuding a strange light. And Feng Yu also began to let go of his spiritual power. In an instant, all the abnormalities that occurred within a radius of 500 meters were in Feng Yu's line of sight. This time, Feng Yu learned to control the valve of mental power, releasing spiritual power little by little, and then observed the entire area. The night is hazy. Soon the lights in the houses of the townspeople began to go out, and for a while, the light on the street became darker, and only a few residual lights were left fluttering, as if they would be extinguished when the wind blew. It's coming, Zobi, walk. Windfeather finally noticed something unusual in the house of a resident. A pair of blood-red eyes opened from the darkness. The smell of blood filled the room in an instant. The couple in the room and the young child were already asleep unconscious. A pair of ghost hands slowly stretched out from the darkness, and they were about to touch the heads of the couple. Bang! The white figure flashed, and the ghost hand hanging in midair often broke off on the wooden plank. Who is it? The demon cried out in pain. Zobi slowly walked in front of the evil ghost, raised his head proudly, and looked at the evil ghost with contemptuous eyes. Damn the stinky fox. Give me death? Then, the demon's body, which had been hidden in the darkness, emerged. Feng Yu on the side was surprised to find that this ghost actually had two identical heads on one body. It's just that one of the heads has its eyes closed, giving Feng Yu a feeling as if something terrible will happen when he opens his eyes. Zobi saw that the evil ghost had completely appeared, and the banter in his eyes became even heavier. Why are you damn fox laughing at me? I'm going to kill you, I'm going to skin you and cramp. The demon shouted viciously. Blood magic, the cage of the necromancy. I saw that the head of the demon slowly opened its eyes. Feng Yu felt a powerful force attacking Xiaobai, and he couldn't help but worry. Zobi screamed softly. I saw that Xiaobai's two tails began to emit white light, and the moonlight in the sky seemed to be being pulled. It actually rushed to Xiaobai's tail from all directions in a straight line, and at the same time, the light was constantly increasing. Xiaobai immediately jumped up. Originally, a cloud of black smoke appeared at Xiaobai's location, and Feng Yu could hear bursts of wails coming from the black smoke, like a ghost. Xiaobai easily dodged the demon's blood ghost technique. At the same time, there were terrifying energy fluctuations at the two tails, and then they were thrown by Xiaobai. The orb of energy flew swiftly towards the demon. Bang! The energy ball exploded. With a huge burst of energy, causing the room to explode, and the smoke cleared, revealing the broken ruins all over the floor. The demon didn't seem to have time to react, or maybe it didn't even think that a fox would have powers. The entire body was torn apart by the explosion of the energy ball. But soon the demon's body began to reassemble and return to its original state. At this time, Xiaobai had already jumped onto the roof of another house, and the huge tail wrapped around the family, and then put it on the ground. Damn it, damn fox, the demon seems to be starting to go into madness. My cake, how dare you touch it? Unforgivable, unforgivable. Then, cracks began to appear in the demon's body. Bright red blood flowed out as if it didn't want money, and a powerful momentum rose into the sky, raising dust all over the ground. Brother. Two pairs of blood-red eyes opened, and Xiaobai instantly felt as if his body was fixed, unable to move. Xiaobai shouted. Feng Yu, who was in the distance, knew that he could no longer let Xiaobai continue to test, and it was time to do it himself. All concentration, breath of light, one moonlight slash. Everywhere the sword flashed. It was broken in two. Bang! Windfeather's knife was blocked. Windfeather was puzzled, the smoke dissipated, and a sense of danger struck, and Windfeather hurriedly retreated a few meters. Looked at the ghost who had just resisted himself with a wary face. I saw a man full of muscles like the swirling roots of an old tree, and a blood-red machete in his hand. The head of the demon turned out to be the other head of the previous ghost. The ghost's eyes are still closed. But it is indeed dangerous to give the feeling of Windfeather. Xiaobai also broke free when Feng Yu attacked the ghost just now, jumped in front of Feng Yu and looked at the behemoth in front of him vigilantly. Feng Yu didn't dare to act rashly, but the demon didn't, and saw the demon's body disappear. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Feng Yu. So fast. Bang! Feng Yu pulled out the Hinoa knife to resist, but was still sent a few meters away. The reaction from his hand indicates how great the strength of this ghost is. That knife, the more Feng Yu looked, the more he felt that the machete in the demon's hand was like a cleaver. The moment he first came into contact, Rao's spiritual power was already extremely strong, but he could still hear the wails coming from inside the knife. Seeing that the blow did not hurt Windfeather, the demon immediately stepped forward to attack Windfeather again. The powerful battle fluctuations caused the surrounding houses to be smashed one after another, and Xiaobai was constantly saving people on the side. The strange thing is that no one woke up with such a big movement. Xiaobai rescued all the people in the vicinity into the distance. Feng Yu was also relieved when he saw this. I can finally let go of my hands and feet. I hope you don't let me down. All concentrated, the breath of water is the shape of the land, and the whirlpool is twisted. The water began to spin with the sword swung by Windfeather, and the demon was beaten back again and again. Wounds began to appear on the huge body. Very good, it's time to get away, Feng Yu smiled. At this time, he was also aroused to fight, and this was the first time he had fought such a behemoth. He planned to hone his sword skills. All concentrated, the breath of water is a type of water surface slash. The Windfeather charged. Demon was also waving the machete in his hand. Bang! The two knives collided, and a powerful airflow spread from the two of them. Then a person and a ghost kept colliding, and the speed of the evil ghost became faster and faster, as if it was just a warm-up. Seeing this, Feng Yu became even more excited, and he could see that this ghost was actually simulating his movements. And the speed is getting closer and closer to itself. Although you are strong, I am stronger. In the full concentration, the breath of light is a type of moonlight slash. Wind Feather's speed more than doubled again, and white light flashed, and a huge knife mark appeared on the demon's chest. Ah! The demon was in pain, and the skull, which had been like an ornament, began to scream. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! A hoarse voice came from the demon's head. It's just that Feng Yu found that the sound was very similar to the voice before the ghost had not yet transformed. Just as Wind Feather looked at the evil ghost strangely, a dangerous aura hit. I saw that the demon's body began to bleed, and then slowly grew eyes. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Feng Yu, and for a moment Feng Yu seemed to be affected. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have been killed and eaten by the demons. You give me my life. Feng Yu's eyes appeared in the father of the previous girl, Nishinomiya, that is, the drunkard who was stripped naked by him that night. Now the drunkard was covered in blood, and only one head was left cursing frantically at him. Wind Feather didn't want to pay attention to it, because he felt it was an illusion, so he swung his knife and slashed at the drunkard. Feng Yu felt like cutting a watermelon, and cut the head of the drunkard in front of him in half. It was only very soon that the two halves of the skull began to change. In the end, he transformed into a younger drunkard. Wind Feather's temples twitched a little, and he gritted his teeth and swung his knife again, and then the two heads began to turn into four heads. And it's the appearance of a drunkard who is getting younger and younger. The four heads were all staring and cursing at Wind Feather viciously. Shut up, die! Wind Feather shouted. But not only did the voice not stop, but more voices appeared. Wind Feather noticed that the heads of the ghosts he had killed earlier had also begun to appear around Wind Feather. Die, die, give me my life. More and more heads are appearing, both familiar and unrecognizable. Feng Yu was a little anxious. It's just that he didn't notice that the memory of the person in front of him was slowly fading away. The sound of hee sneering kept coming out. Wind Feather didn't want to put it off any longer. He felt as if he was losing something, but he couldn't remember. A sense of fear of the unknown hits, and Wind Feather begins to act. All in one set, the three types of water breath are dancing. Wind Feather stumbled suddenly, and he stopped. What's going on? I don't even remember how to use this move. It's just that soon, the memories of the three types of water breath welled up, and Wind Feather didn't care so much. Quickly with a flexible body, he came to the front of the ghost. In the full concentration, the breath of light is a type of moonlight slash. The clearest thing in my mind is the move of the breath of light, and the breath of water, which I was the most proficient at, has all lost my memory. It's just that soon, Wind Feather's attack is blocked by the machete in the ghost's hand. The evil ghost opened his eyes and looked at Feng Yu playfully. Duh. Feng Yu seemed to hear a voice. Then he noticed that his body had begun to grow pairs of eyes. Nimas, what the hell is going on? Feng Yu was puzzled, and felt that this ghost was strange everywhere. At this moment, a voice woke Feng Yu, the host. Wake up. Don't be manipulated by ghosts anymore. Whose voice is this? Why is it so familiar? I can't remember anything about it. Feng Yu tried hard to find the owner of the voice in his mind, but he couldn't find it. The host. I'm a novice. Wake up. The figure of a little white fox emerged, and all kinds of things in the past began to reappear like a valve releasing water. I remember. The real Wind Feather opened his eyes violently. I saw that the snow white and soft hair of my eyes was dyed red with blood at the moment. The host. You. Finally woke up. Zobi fell into Feng Yu's arms, dying. How dare you? How dare you hurt my little white? Feng Yu just wanted to kill this ghost quickly at the moment, and at the same time understood why the people in the town were not woken up. The demon watched Wind Feather in front of him retreat again and again, as if he couldn't believe that Wind Feather had broken free from his blood demon technique so quickly. No, I'm going to die. I'm going to run. The demon's blood-red eyes kept turning, as if looking for a way to escape. It's just that Feng Yu will give him a chance. All concentration, water breath 7 type Shizuku ripple spike. The stabbing was as fast as it was possible, and the pure green tip of the knife plunged into the demon's head. Seeing that it had only stabbed him, the demon couldn't help but let out a voice and said, you sent this to the door yourself. Seeing that it was about to fall on Feng Yu's body, suddenly a smile appeared on Feng Yu's face and said, all concentrated, the breath of water is a type of water surface slash. The neon blade quickly changed direction, and with a slight swing, the head of the demon. The movement seemed to have slowed down 100-fold, and the demon's eyes widened, as if he didn't believe that his head had been cut off. I'm not reconciled? The demon shouted. It was just that it quickly turned to ashes. Ding, congratulations on getting the number of swings *50W. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, and the system is starting to upgrade. Chapter 43. After the ghost was beheaded by Wind Feather, his body continued to turn to ashes, and the blood-red machete slowly faded away and revealed its original appearance. A mangled chopper was exposed to the ground, then corroded at a rate visible to the naked eye. Little by little, it turned into a pile of rust, and a knife handle. Feng Yu touched slightly. The scene in front of him shocked him a little. A large group of people appeared in front of him, including children, young and old, of all ages. Feng Yu had never seen these people, and the only one he had seen was the rich and noble Zigong father, who was the drunkard that night. They were all waving at Windfeather in thanks. Then it slowly vanished. Is there really a soul in this world? Feng Yu asked himself. After all, this kind of thing is really a bit unbelievable. But then I thought about it, and it seemed that I had already come into contact with the existence of the soul. For example, the rabbit and the real mushroom on the top of the mountain of Mt. Nero and those children. They all have obsessions in their hearts, and it is the obsessions that make them exist in the world in another form. Go all the way, Feng Yu said reverently. Then, the sun also rose at this time. Feng Yu looked at the divine light, and seemed to have a little understanding, and the breath of light immediately worked. With the swing of the Nichirin knife in his hand, the light spread out and scattered everywhere in the town. This is called the breath of light's wanton redemption. Feng Yu muttered. Moonlight slash, radiant shine, light guidance, redemption. The 4 moves were created by Feng Yu at this moment. When this group of Zobi was fighting with the ghosts, the ability ball they used inspired Windfeather, so that the 3 types of light breath that were already one step away from mastering it were a matter of course. After completing 2 tasks at once, Feng Yu was also in a happy mood. On the other side, as the light of the 4th move of the Windfeather light breath fell on every corner of the town, the sleeping residents also began to wake up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he looked blankly at the ruins in front of him. Where's my home? What about my big home? I should still be dreaming. The noise started, only to be quickly suppressed by the people at the police station in the town. They have received the news and know what happened. Residents who promised to compensate for the loss of their homes. Only then did the residents' revolt be quelled. At this time, Feng Yu had already returned to the hotel with Zobi, who was covered with injuries. After feeding the healing pill, the wounds on Zobi's body had healed, and Feng Yu came to a pool and gently wiped Zobi's red hair with a wet towel. Zobi, thank you for your hard work, Feng Yu said with a sigh. He knew that when he was controlled by the ghost, Zobi probably tried desperately to protect himself. I originally thought that when the spiritual power secret technique reached the Deduction stage, I could ignore the spiritual power attack. It turned out that it was all my loneliness. Feng Yu regretted his arrogance, so he was accidentally controlled by the ghost. Ding, the system upgrade is complete, please pay attention to check. The upgrade was done so quickly. Looking back at the first system upgrade, it took several days, but I didn't expect it to take less than half a day this time. Feng Yu hurriedly checked out the new features of the system. Deduction, spend a certain number of swings to deduce the exercises that have reached the limit. Synthesis, spend a certain number of swings to synthesize items, exercises, etc. There is a certain probability of failure, but the synthetic items will be returned, please use with caution. Deduction, synthesis. Is the system withdrawing the rewards of both tasks? Feng Yu looked at it, and a lot of things really appeared on his attribute panel. Characters, Nakaga Windfeather. Swing knife times, 768-8521. Breathing method, water. Breath, Deduction, light breath martial arts, knife technique, Deduction, body strengthening technique, Deduction, wind swift, Deduction, golden body forging body recipe, beginner, 5 tiger fist, entry, mental power secret art, Deduction. Physique, ageless physique. Pets, Zobi, awakened, Zayahe, unawakened. Task 1, kill the Ghost King Oni dance introduction. The Ghost King Animatsuji is the beginning of everything in this world, and killing him ends this source of evil. Rewards, number of swings 1000 W, designated world travel 1, mystery pack *1 status. Uncompleted. Serial mission, slay demons introduction. After sunset, endless demons start hunting, you are human, go and kill all demons. Reward, unknown, depending on the percentage of completion, the higher the completion level, the higher the reward. Status, 0.5%. Task 1, become a pillar of the Ghost Slayer team. Introduction, those who already have the high-level strength of this world should not continue to salt. Rewards, Legend of Everything Mall Quality Refresh 1, number of swings 300 W, substitute Death Doll 1, random pet skill 1 status. Uncompleted. Quest 2, defeat the Ghost Slayer Pillars Introduction, challenge the pillars of the Ghost Slayer team and gain their approval, and the rewards will be different for each defeat. Reward, depending on the completion of the state, 0%. The system taskbar has been refreshed. Is there also this substitute Death Doll that I think it is? Feng Yu was silent, silently looking up the entire attribute panel. Or, try the deduction function, and then silently drag the water breath to the deduction function. Ding, do you spend 200 W to deduce the number of swings? Sure. Feng Yu gritted his teeth and nodded. In an instant, the number of swings of more than 7 million became more than 5 million. It really hurts. Feng Yu's heart was dripping blood, but he looked at the result of the deduction with anticipation. Ding, the deduction was successful. Congratulations to the breath of water for breaking through the boundaries and reaching the level of transcendence. Boom. Windfeather felt like his head had exploded. When I opened my eyes, I was standing in the midst of a roaring ocean. An invisible and irresistible force was constantly pulling at his body. Windfeather can't resist, this force is too strong. The last tsunami crashed and covered the Windfeathers. In reality, Feng Yu opened his eyes violently. The clothes were already completely wet. Feng Yu immediately fell to the ground weakly, gasping for air. Was that a trip through the ghost gate? Feng Yu couldn't believe how real what he had just experienced. But, I actually created the 12th form of water breathing. 11 type calm waves. 12 shaped waves. One is the ultimate defense, the other is the ultimate attack. One defense and one attack. The breath of water has been perfected. Feng Yu felt the weakness of his body, but there was a smile on his face. Now, my strength has really reached the level of the pillar? As his strength slowly recovered, Feng Yu also stood up. Synthetic. The risk is a bit big. And there's nothing to synthesize. Maybe the exercises. Forget it, let's take a look at what the legendary quality items in the Everything Mall are. Feng Yu opened the Everything Mall, and what caught his eye was the golden item. It's Chapter 44. The items of legendary quality that caught the eye directly shocked Wind Feather, because it turned out to be a knife, and it was an unusual knife. It was a knife known to all the people of the small island country. Treasure knife, ghost cut. Demon knife, ghost cut, a famous knife in the Ming dynasty in the era of peace, one of the two famous knives of Yuan Man's hung to defend the world, formerly known as mustache cut, and another famous knife Nipil is matched as a pair. Legend has it that Tsuno Watanabe used a mustache to cut off the wrist of the Onai god Ibarakiboy at the Gojo Ferry, which has the effect of being indestructible, sharpening iron like clay, bloodthirsty, soul eater, and the power of the ghost. Tips: the knife can be fused with any knife to inherit the effect of the knife. This is actually the same usage as the Grim Reaper face, and it can be fused. Feng Yu seems to understand why these props produced by the system have the ability to fuse. Maybe there is a ghost cut in this world. Or the Mask of Death. Wind Feather hesitated a little, because the price of the ghost cut has reached a high of 500W in the number of swings. I bought the ghost cut. Then the number of swings I have won't have. Just don't buy it. According to the urine of the system, the mall of all things is refreshed. There must be no more. Feng Yu was in a dilemma for a moment. After struggling inwardly for half an hour, Feng Yu decided and directly bought the famous knife of ghost cut. Seeing that the number of times he swung his knife was directly only a few 100,000, his heart was dripping blood. But soon the law of true fragrance came. Lying down. That's too handsome, isn't it? This knife? Feng Yu carefully pulled out the ghost cut. For a moment, a sharp knife aura was highlighted in his hand, which perfectly matched Feng Yu's body standing posture and knife holding technique. A sense of familiarity welled up in Feng Yu's heart. Bang! Wind Feather gently waved the ghost cut in his hand. A sword aura swung out. The hill in front of him was directly flattened. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? Feng Yu's mouth opened wide, as if he couldn't believe that the flattened hill in front of him was actually the result of his own gentle swing of the knife. This knife is really fragrant. The true value of this 500W flower. Feng Yu couldn't put down the ghost cut in his hand, and at this time, he finally understood why some people like famous knives. But anyone who has used a famous knife will probably look down on ordinary knives. It's a pity. If you appear in this form, it is estimated that people will soon recognize you as a Onai cut. I can only make you my Nichiwa knife. Feng Yu held the Onai cut in his right hand, and pulled out the Hinoa knife in his left hand. I saw that the two knives began to merge slowly, and Feng Yu was surprised to find that it was not the ghost cut that merged into the Nichirin knife, but the Nichirin knife merged into the ghost cut. Soon, two knives became one, and the appearance of the ghost cut has also changed. The original silver-white blade inherited the green color of the Nichirin sword. It's just that the green is in the middle of the blade, and a thin green strip is dotted with the Onai cut knife. Ha ha ha, it's good, it's good. I originally thought that the ghost cut was integrated into the Nichirin knife, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Yes, very good. In this way, not only did the ghost cut not lose any of it, but on the contrary, it inherited the sunburn effect that can kill the ghost. Feng Yu looked at the ghost cut knife and was really getting happier and happier. Feeling the bloodthirsty desire from the ghost cut in his hand, Feng Yu's eyebrows. It's not good that the bloodthirsty desire of the ghost cut is so strong. After all, I'm not a murderer. Feng Yu quickly sliced the ghost into the scabbard, and the sense of desire disappeared. I didn't expect that Onaiche still has such a side. Then, Feng Yu took out the Grim Reaper mask in the system space and put it in his hand. Suddenly, Wind Feather felt the temperature drop down. The mask made of cold jade was dark and weird, the cyan fangs were bloodthirsty and terrifying, half green in the snow, half gold in the fire, and the scarlet eyes seemed to be watching Feng Yu, as if there was a mysterious force pulling his soul. He couldn't help but shudder, and Xiaobai, who had already woken up on the side, retreated straight, revealing a defensive state. The host. Master, that mask is terrifying. Xiaobai shouted. Feng Yu endured the throbbing in his heart and took out the fox mask that Scales Zhou had given recently. Then a familiar scene happened. The two masks begin to fuse gradually. But all this is not the fox mask merging into the mask of death, but the other way around. Soon the two masks fused into a fox mask. To be honest, the fox mask that Scaly left gave to Wind Feather was originally a little weird. The complexion of the face, the red eyes, the appearance that seemed to be smiling but not smiling looked even more strange under the fusion of the Grim Reaper's mask at this moment. The eyeballs turned scarlet color, and if you look at it for a long time, you will feel dizzy, and even the figures of countless unjust souls will appear directly with weak resistance. Feng Yu snorted for a moment, slowly put the mask in his hand on his face. Boom. Feng Yu felt as if his whole person had been sublimated. Originally, things that could only be perceived within a radius of 500 meters have reached 1,500 meters at this moment, a threefold increase? Windfeather was shocked. I really didn't expect this mask to be so prominent. When I first saw the introduction of the Grim Reaper mask, I thought it would only have the effect of resisting mental attacks, but I never thought that it could also increase mental power. This is definitely not weak and ghostly value. Feng Yu feels very profitable, and at the same time, he also admires in his heart that the things produced by the system are really high quality. After taking off the mask in his heart, Feng Yu spent more than 200,000 yuan to buy all kinds of pills. Although there are a lot of pills in the backpack, but to be on the safe side, prepare a little more. At this time, the system backpack was stuffed with all kinds of pills, among which the healing pill and the detoxification pill were the most, and there were also various daily check-ins, small items from the lottery, and small snacks. Finally, there is the doll woven from straw. The whole doll is woven from yellowed rice grass, and there is a piece of paper attached to the doll's head. When encountering irresistible danger, use your own blood to drop on the paper on the baby's face, then you can resist a fatal crisis for yourself. It's a pity. Such a life-saving thing is a one-off. If there are a few more, I'll be able to completely let myself go. So I still have to develop now. Feng Yu shook his head and sighed. I'm probably the worst one among the all-time traversers. Such a good golden finger hasn't taken off until now. It's really a bit of a failure. It's okay. Fortunately, you have Zobi with me? Feng Yu hugged Zobi and prepared to go back to the butterfly house. Chapter 45 Buzzing. Rows of trees began to sway as they were blown by the strong air current. Quack, master, I'm coming. Xiao Hei's huge body roared over the forest, and a loud cry resounded through the sky. Shut your crow's mouth, I didn't tell you, don't usually get bigger at any time. Feng Yu said to Xiao Hei, the host. Xiao Hei was originally a crow. Xiao Hei shrank his body and fell to the ground, and said aggrievedly, okay, I don't blame you, look at you like that. You are aggrieved like a little daughter-in-law, wait until it gets dark and then set off to go back to the butterfly house. Feng Yu could feel that Xiao Hei's power had risen again, and the originally jet black feathers had a trace of gold. Nima. It can't really transform into a golden crow, right? Feng Yu couldn't imagine it. It's just a demon beast breathing method, as well as those myelin washing pills, which made Zobi, who was originally a white fox, grow 2 tails and have divinity. Even more outrageous is this crow. The spirit is getting higher and higher, and the expression is becoming more and more human, and at this moment, the color is also beginning to change. Isn't this really a bloodline atavism? Feng Yu said. Quack, master, how do I feel that you seem to have changed? Xiao Hei said shyly on the side. Huh? It's changed? Where has it changed? Windfeather asked. Quack, master, you have become stronger. Feng Yu, Xiaobai. Feng Yu and Xiaobai looked at Xiao Hei as if they were mentally retarded. Quack, it seems that I guessed right, ha ha ha. Xiao Hei saw that Feng Yu Xiaobai was silent, thinking that he had become very powerful, and couldn't help laughing. Could it be? Blackie's brain is broken? Feng Yu asked at Xiaobai. Master, don't ask me, I don't know it. Xiaobai denied it 3 times, as if Xiao Hei was in his eyes at this time. Bad luck. Xiao Hei was still entertaining himself on the side, completely unaware of the caring gazes cast by the 2 behind him. Forget it, Xiaobai, let's stay away from it. It's not very easy to make a lot of brains. Feng Yu looked a little unbearable. 1 person and 1 fox leaned together, and the crows on the side jumped up and down, seemingly with endless strength. Soon, it began to darken. The little black plane started to start, and Feng Yu and Xiaobai stood on Xiao Hei's back and closed their eyes to recuperate. Xiao Hei has also gone from being uncomfortable when he first carried people to being an old driver now. Master, you can sleep in peace, it will never disturb your rest. Xiao Hei said coquettishly. Feng Yu nodded lightly with his eyes closed. Late at night, the moonlight turned into the moon, and Windfeather closed his eyes, and he didn't know when the breathing on his body began to become the way the breath of light worked. At this moment, all the lights can be pulled by me, and they will tell me what I want to know. Feather slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Hei, landing, it's time to make money. Xiao Hei seemed a little puzzled, but he still continued to descend slowly. In the darkness of the deep forest below, a pair of eyes are engraved with the characteristics of the lower strings. White hair has the characteristics of double horns, a symmetrical red line on the face, white hair with a long chin, and short bangs between the 2 horns. Dressed in a plain red kimono, with a black and white fur shirt collar tied at the back and a large dark purple bow, and a cute girl with red whites of her eyes, she is leisurely enjoying the thigh meat of an adult man's lean subdivision. Sure enough, this part is still the best. And when he took a bite, there was a happy expression on his face. The hara in his mouth flowed even more. Woo woo, it's so delicious. It's been a long time since I've eaten such delicious meat. At this time, the surplus son was like a hungry ghost reincarnated, gobbling up the flesh and blood in his hands. It's just that every now and then I stop again, and every now and then I speed up my swallowing. No, you can't eat that fast. Savor it slowly. There was a struggle on Zero's face, but she was quickly consumed by desire. I really want to eat, Feng Yu had already jumped to the treetops at this time, calmly looking at the cute girl who was feasting. Look at this short and cute figure, make sure it's a zero surplus, Feng Yu began to recall the introduction of the zero surplus in his previous life. This is a particularly timid ghost. Every time he encounters the pillar of the ghost killing team, he will run the fastest for the first time, and he may be a child before he becomes a ghost, and it is also named after the food, indicating the fate of being devoured by no misery in the end. The specific blood ghost technique has not been introduced clearly. Feng Yu did not despise this timid female ghost. After all, this is a 12 ghost moon, even if it is just the next string. Feng Yu whispered a few words to Zobi in his mind. Zobi nodded, and then disappeared into the darkness. Who? The surplus who was eating immediately made a defensive posture and looked around vigilantly. Huh. In the dark, Zobi's figure appeared in the sight of Ling Yuzai. Scared me, I thought it was someone from the Ghost Slayer squad. It turned out to be a little white fox. Go and go, don't disturb me to taste the food. Ling Yuzai's face showed a fierce expression, wanting to scare Zobi away. It's just that Zobi sat down on the spot, and the old god watched the rest of the children cooking. Ling Yuzai was very uncomfortable to look at, and he was about to attack Zobi. Stinky fox, disturb my food, give me death. The short body ran quickly towards Zobi. Zobi tilted his head, and there seemed to be a smile on his face. Then the tail behind him turned into two, and countless rays of light began to converge in the middle of the two tails. The fluctuations in energy are getting stronger and stronger. Zero Yuzai was startled, and she felt the aura of danger from the energy fluctuations on the little white tail. How is it possible? What the hell is going on with this fox? Zero Yuzai wanted to run away with palpitations, but how could Zobi let her get her wish? The energy ball is quickly thrown out and attacks towards the zero. Not good. Zero Yuzai screamed. Blood devils, hungry potato apple. A pale yellow energy appeared in front of Zero Yuzai. Bang! A huge explosion was heard, and the terrifying destructive power directly blasted the forest into a clearing. The smoke cleared, revealing the unscathed remnants, and she saw that her face was full of anger at this time, and her mouth kept saying, "Dem fox. Actually stained my delicious food. Unforgivable? Blood demon technique, ghost buds." Vines jumped out of the ground, frantically winding towards Zobi. Zobi didn't have time to dodge, and his heel was entangled. Zobi wants to launch the energy ball to blast these weird vines. It's just that how could the rest of the child let Zobi re? The whole body flew out quickly, and attacked towards Zobi. Master! Zobi screamed. I'm here, all in the collection, the breath of light 1-type moonlight slash. The white knife flashed, and the vines wrapped around Xiaobai's body were cut off one by one. Not good. Zero Yuzai screamed as Feng Yu's knife had fallen in front of her. Blood devils, hungry potato apple. A barrier appeared, blocking the fatal blow. The reflexes are really good, Feng Yu said. Ghost hunters? Are you a column? At this time, Ling Yuzai saw Feng Yu holding the ghost cut and wearing a strange fox mask on his face, and the idea of running away had germinated in his heart. Just because Feng Yu invisibly gave Ling Yuzai a feeling of natural enemy, which made her can't help but start shaking her legs. Don't try to run away, you can't escape, Feng Yu said. All concentration, breath of light, wanton redemption. If the light that passes away in the cold winter is the same, it will cut off the head of the remaining children. How is it possible? Zero Yuzai couldn't believe all this with tears in her eyes. The ghost hunter in front of her actually broke through her blood ghost technique and cut off her head. I felt like I was going to die, but I didn't feel any pain. And I finally don't have to starve. Memories of the time before becoming a ghost began to appear in Zero's mind. This light is so warm, I actually feel full. If I had encountered such a light at that time, I wouldn't. Zero's face was no longer struggling, but showing a smile that had achieved his life's wish. Thank you. Thank you. Zero Yuzai seemed to want to see the face under the fox mask firmly, but the speed of turning into ashes had spread to the last eye. Ding! Congratulations on getting 200W of swinging knives. Seeing a huge amount of money in the account, Feng Yu's heart suddenly became a lot more satisfied, and the fox mask he wore on his face was also removed. Looks like this mask isn't bad. No, it should be a good night, and I actually picked up a lone lower string. Chapter 46. After Feng Yu killed the Zero Sun, he came to the corpse that the Zero Sun had killed before. The grey clothes have a big word printed on the back, and it can be seen that this is a member of the ghost killing team, but I don't know what class it is. Rest in peace. There was no expression on Feng Yu's face. After coming to this world, the things of dead people were already common. Soon, the corpses of the members of the Demon Slayer were buried by wind feather, and a stone tablet with inscriptions was erected in front of the slightly raised earth pit. Unknown Ghost Slayer members rest here. After doing all this, Feng Yu took out another bottle of wine from the system space and poured half of it in front of the grave. This wine is called beer, you can taste it. Ah, by the way, and peanuts. While drinking beer and eating peanuts, Feng Yu's face also smiled. Brother, go all the way. So Windfeather rode Xiaohei out of the forest. Bang! A loud noise came from the castle. The exquisite man in the gorgeous aristocratic clothes roared angrily, "Waste, it's all a bunch of waste, giving you so much blood, and in less than a month, you were killed by 2 lower strings. It's all a bunch of rubbish. Fox, damn fox." The man with a beautiful face is obviously a Nimaitsuji, and it can be seen that he is still playing a game of casual clothes at this time. The memory that came from before the death of the Zero Yuzai was the wind feather wearing the fox mask. I haven't seen that knife before, and so is that mask, which seems to have a special ability. From the memories of Zero Yuzai, it seems that the strange mask has the effect of pulling the soul. And how do I feel about that knife? Where have I seen it? The wind and rain on the other side are lying on Xiao Hei's back at the moment, and he is really resting. The breathing on his body also returned to normal breathing. More than 2 million swings. Do you want to deduce the breath of light? If you look at the deduction cost of the breath of water, the breath of light should be the same price, it's just that the 2 million swings of the knife that I earned with great difficulty, should I spend it right away? Feng Yu hesitated for a moment, but still felt that the deduction of the breath of light should be carried out. Ding, the conditions are not enough to deduce this item. Failed? Inadequate? Feng Yu looked at the system's prompts and was a little puzzled. Isn't the breath of light at its limit? Or what are the conditions in the underconditioning? It's just that the system is still cold, and it doesn't pay attention to Feng Yu at all. After thinking about it, Feng Yu still decided to give up thinking, and he couldn't rely on the system to open up for himself, so he could only comprehend and create by himself. Forget it, let's go to bed first, the boat will naturally go straight to the bridge, just let it be. The night passed quickly, and Xiao Hei also succeeded in sending Feng Yu to the butterfly house before dawn. Quack, Lord Windfeather, then I'll go back and rest first, Xiao Hei said respectfully, and also made a special gentleman's salute. Blackie, where did you learn these strange moves? Feng Yu asked. Quack, Master, this is what I learned from you humans, and they all say that this is a sign of respect for others. In the future, don't learn these nonsense things, you just do your best. Feng Yu waved his hand. Quack, good master, I thought you'd like it. I won't do it next time. But once curiosity and interest are opened, how can a simple crow make a change? Then Xiao Hei couldn't wait to fly away. Feng Yu was a little helpless, but there was no way to restrict Xiao Hei's actions. He knew that Xiao Hei had a lot of harems now, and he estimated that he would rush back, and he didn't know how to live happily with the female crows in a few rooms. Ah, Lord Windfeather is back. The three sisters of the temple behind them suddenly let out an exclamation when they saw Feng Yu. Well, long time no see, guys. Feng Yu nodded with a smile and said, Lord Windfeather, have you had breakfast? Do you want to go to breakfast with us? Sang Xiao asked. Okay, I was going to have breakfast, so let's go together. Then the four of them and one fox soon came to the cafeteria. Windfeather was picking up food when a voice behind him interrupted his thoughts. Moses, Windfeather-kun, have you come back from your mission? At a glance, it turned out to be a butterfly ninja that I hadn't seen for many days. Today's butterfly ninja's hair is still messy, and it looks like he has been working crazy overtime research recently. Yes, Miss Butterfly Shinobi. Windfeather-kun, I haven't seen you for a few days, you seem to have become stronger, Butterfly. Shinobu felt that the gap between the current Windfeather and him before was too obvious. Feng Yu's breathing was a little messy before, but after coming back this time, the whole person was restrained, and there was no impurity in his breathing, as if he was breathing for the sake of breathing, and he had reached a pure realm. This kind of realm has only been seen in Tomioka Yoshi and Iwajiki. In the past few days, she has become like this without seeing Feng Yu. She is very curious about what Feng Yu has been going through in the past few days, so she found a place to sit down and ask Feng Yu why. So, Windfeather-kun, you created a move that is exclusive to you with water breath? And your breath of light has mastered the fourth move? Butterfly. Shinobu was a little unconvinced. Then he spoke, Feng Yu-kun, you are really a genius. And then his eyes quickly dimmed. How I wish I could be like you and become stronger, but even if I have developed a low-grade version of the myelin cleansing pill, and I have reached the limit of my strength improvement in the past few days, it is still not as fast as Feng Yu-kun's ascension. Feng Yu didn't know how to comfort him. All the words he just said were hidden from the existence of the system, and he didn't want to arouse Butterfly Shinobi's self-confidence. Miss Shinobi, you can take this, maybe it can help you. Feng Yu silently took out a few marrow cleansing pills and put them in her hands. It's Feng Yejun, I have already received your favor, and this elixir is so precious, you should keep it for yourself. Butterfly Shinobu refused. No, Miss Shinobi, you can take what you give it. You don't have to worry about my business. You take good care of your body, don't trample on it at will. The dead have passed away after all, the living should live well, don't let yourself be too tired. Damn, why do you teach me? The butterfly, who has always been smiling, shed tears at this moment, holding the marrow cleansing pill tightly in her hand, looking at the back of Feng Yu leaving for a long time. At this moment, although Butterfly Shinobi was angry, the strangeness left roots in his heart. Chapter 47. Eng Yu left the purifying pill and hurriedly slipped away. After all, the butterfly ninja was already on the verge of breaking out. Butterfly chini is the taboo of butterfly ninja, and it will explode when you touch it. It's so dangerous, Feng Yu said with a sigh of relief. Just now, he was releasing his spiritual power to observe Butterfly Ninja's every move, and his grey face was no joke. I hope she can get stronger, and I hope she can listen to me. Butterfly Ninja has too much on her shoulders, and she wants to take revenge but she doesn't have the ability, so she can only feed poison with her body, so that one day she can grind with the kind of ghost who specializes in eating women, and she has 2 children. It's better to hide these days. Feng Yu hurriedly slipped out of the butterfly house with Zobi in his arms and found the nearest town. In the past few days, Butterfly Ninja has digested the purifying pill, and it is estimated that her strength will improve a lot, and then I will talk to her. But she didn't have a trace of happiness. Soon, the 5-day period passed quickly. This is what it's like to have power. Maybe you can change. The knife. Butterfly Shinobu raised the knife in his hand and said in a deep voice. Hey, Miss Butterfly Shinobi, it's been a long time, and I miss it so much. Feng Yu jumped off the roof and said with a smile. Hehe, yes, Feng Yu-kun, I haven't seen anyone for a few days, and I've been looking for you. This woman is still angry. It seems that he is going to be beaten before he is relieved. Feng Yu looked at the butterfly ninja like this, and guessed that her anger had not subsided. Miss Shinobi, I'm just telling the truth, you're hurting your own body like this, and you don't want your sister to see you like this. Wind Feather said. Sister, Butterfly. Shinobu seems to have fallen into the bits and pieces of her life with Chini. At that time, she was lively by nature and dared to express her joys, sorrows, but since her sister was killed, she has become silent and always has a smile on her face. She still vaguely remembered what her sister looked like. It can be said that Butterfly Shinobu is imitating her sister's living habits. Feng Yu-kun, I'm curious how you know. The knife in Butterfly Shinobi's hand is already clenched, ready to attack at any time. You compete with me, and if you beat me, I'll tell you. Wind Feather said. Just what I want. Feng Yajun, don't ask for mercy later. After all, the sword has no eyes, and it may cut off your hands and feet, but you don't have to worry. I can help you heal it until it is intact. Butterfly said softly with a smile. This woman. It's really ruthless, saying the gentlest words and doing the most ruthless things. Feng Yu scolded secretly. Come on, I don't know who wins or loses. Feng Yu took out a knife from the side. Feng Yu-kun, do you look down on me too? Butterfly Shinobi's face showed bruises, but he was still smiling. Okay. Feng Yu knew that if he didn't use the ghost cut in his hand, the butterfly ninja would definitely break out. Maybe there would be a gap with him after this time, a gap that could not be healed. Feng Yu-kun, your knife seems to have become different, Butterfly. Shinobu asked suspiciously when he noticed that his knife was not all green. But it doesn't matter. Feng Yu-kun shouldn't release water on me because I'm a girl. It's very dangerous. With that, the butterfly ninja jumped up, and the feathers on its body stabbed towards the wind feathers like a butterfly with open wings. In the whole episode, the breath of the worm and the dance of the butterfly tease. The butterfly shinobi's knife has a 4-leaf-shaped blade, the handle is mainly mint green, the scabbard is white, the blade is slender, and the tip of the blade has a barb. The speed of the butterfly ninja is very fast, so fast that ordinary people can't see her movements clearly, but under the eyes of the wind and rain at this time, her movements seem to have slowed down. It seems that she is really angry. Feng Yu saw that the tip of the knife was about to stab him, and the ghost cut in his hand was slightly raised. Ding! The blades collided, and the strong force caused Feng Yu to take half a step back. Feng Yu didn't dare to take her attack lightly, because he felt that Butterfly Shinobi's attack turned out to be a series of damage. One section is stronger than the other. In his previous life, Feng Yu knew that although the strength of the butterfly ninja's swing was weak, the force of its downward pressure and the power of its thrust were very strong, powerful enough to penetrate the rock, and the speed of its thrust was faster than the Shizuku's ripple thrust of the breath of water. At this moment, I really felt that power. It's like someone else's attack, but it uses a central force to thrust. Her knife was hers, and after the strength of the cleansing pill in the past few days, the butterfly ninja's attack became even more rapid. Not only does it increase her strength, but it also increases her speed. Ding! Ding! No matter how Butterfly Shinobu changes the direction of his attack, Wind Feather is always able to resist it. Suddenly, Butterfly Ninja flipped backwards and kicked his whole foot towards the vital point of Wind Feather. Damn, so ruthless. Feng Yu saw the knife hidden in the tip of the Butterfly Ninja's toe, and hurriedly resisted it with a ghost cut. Feng Yu-kun, you have to defend all the time, don't you? Seeing that the sneak attack was not successful, Butterfly Shinobu took advantage of his strength to distance himself from Feng Yu and said with a smile. Feng Yu knew that the Butterfly Shinobi at this time was even more angry. Feng Yu didn't speak, just stared at her tightly, and slowly said, be careful. Bang! Wind Feather sprinted like a beast, and the powerful back of his neck made the dust fly behind him. Butterfly didn't expect that Wind Feather would really attack her, and her body instinctively raised the knife in her hand to resist, but how strong Wind Feather's attack was. Bang! Butterfly Shinobu flew out upside down and fell to the ground. The embarrassed butterfly stood up slowly and gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Feng Yu-kun, I didn't expect your strength to be so strong, Butterfly said as she endured the pain coming from her body. But don't look down on me. Butterfly Shinobu shouted with a hideous face. Then the whole thing attacked towards the Wind Feather, and this time the attack was even more rapid, like a deadly fight. I didn't. I'll be able to get my sister's revenge. I'll definitely be able to. Feng Yu easily blocked Butterfly Shinobi's attack, allowing her to wave the knife in her hand in an orderly manner. He knew that Butterfly Shinobu needed to vent his emotions at this time, and when he didn't have the strength, his emotions would be gone. Wind Feather is waiting. You look down on me too. You look down on it too. Why do you look down on me? Butterfly held back tears and scolded as she attacked. The fierce attack caused a loud bang in the entire martial arts training square. Soon, the people of the Butterfly House were attracted by the loud noise. Shinobu-sama, she. Teraka Kyoso only covered his mouth, as if he couldn't believe that the hideous person in front of him was actually the gentlest and least angry person on weekdays. Sister. Chanel quietly looked at everything in front of her. She seemed to feel the unwillingness in Butterfly Ninja's heart, and her eyes gradually focused. A wave of anger began to emerge. The knife in his hand was tightly gripped. The entire Butterfly House didn't make a sound, just quietly watched the Butterfly Ninja vent their emotions. Everyone also understood at this moment that the adult who never got angry would also look like this. Soon, the sun was setting in the west. Butterfly Shinobi's movements became slower, and finally fell directly into Feng Yu's arms. Feng Yu was silent, just gently wiped the dirt off her face for her. The people behind him didn't dare to make any moves, as if they were afraid of disturbing Butterfly Shinobi and Feng Yu. It's okay, you come and send Miss Shinobu back to her room so that she can rest well, she's too tired, Feng Yu said slowly. Seeing the Butterfly Ninja being carried into the room by everyone, although the system prompted that the challenge was successful, but he couldn't be happy. Chapter 48. Since that day in the martial arts training ground, Butterfly Shinobu also knew that his gaffe was seen by everyone in the Butterfly House. It's just that when he quickly reopened the door and faced the outside, Butterfly Shinobu faced it calmly as if it hadn't happened before. The people in the Butterfly House didn't say a word about it, but they were more interested in helping Butterfly Ninja. The culprit, Feng Yu, knew that after the Butterfly Shinobi woke up, he also hurriedly ran away and came to the house of Purgatory Kyojuro. Riding Xiaohei, he soon came to a courtyard. Xiaohei's huge body scared the sweeping Chihiro in the yard. Blame. Monster? Chihiro looked at the behemoth in the sky in horror, holding the broom tightly in his hand, his legs trembling constantly. It scared Xingjulin's younger brother. Feng Yu picked up Xiaobai and jumped down and came to Chienjiro. I'm sorry, my pet may have scared you. My name is Nakagawa Fenjayo. I'm your eldest brother's good friend. I'm sorry when we met for the first time. Feng Yu stretched out his hand and gently pulled up Senjiro, who was sitting on the ground. Just. That monster was your pet just now? Chihiro was a little incredulous. After all, Xiaohei's current size is indeed a bit scary. Xiaohei, come back quickly and apologize to Qinjilang. Immediately, Xiaohei gradually returned to his original state, revealing his original appearance. Quack, I'm sorry, I scared you. This is the crow of the ghost-killing team. It's clear that Chihiro has seen Kyojuro's crow. Yes, what about your brother? Feng Yu asked with a smile. Brother just went out for something. Mr. Feng Yu, you might as well come in first. It is estimated that my brother will be back soon. Chihiro said respectfully. Good. Feng Yu nodded lightly. You look like your brother, but you don't look like you. Xinjira and Kinjura are simply carved out of the same mold. If it weren't for the difference in Kinjuro's height and personality and way of speaking in front of him, he really wouldn't be able to recognize it if he didn't look carefully. Lord Windfeather said that I am not as good as my brother. Senjiro said as he served Windfeather a cup of tea. In fact, there are many ways to guide others to live in this world, and you don't have to have strong power to protect others, Feng Yu said lightly. When Chienjiro heard this, the whole person seemed to be frozen, and his eyes widened. Mr. Feng Yu, do you think so too? Senjiro, whether you can do it or not depends on yourself, not whether others think you can do it. Feng Yu took a sip of the tea in his hand and said slowly, Teachable, Mr. Kazuha. Next, Chihiro cleaned up and tidied up the entire yard. Wine. Wine, give me wine. There was the sound of a vase breaking in the room, and then a man with long orange-red hair and thick black eyebrows, who closely resembled Senjiro, broke open the door and fell to the ground. The rich aroma of wine spreads instantly. What is this? Feng Yu turned out to be Senjiro's father, the predecessor of Yanzumaki Jiro. I'm sorry, let Mr. Feng Yu smile, this is my father. Senjiro apologized with an embarrassed expression on his face, and then helped Maki Jura with a familiar car. Get out of here, you're just like Kyojuro, you're a useless person, none of us can compare to that person, all breathing methods are derived from the breath of the sun. Feng Yu silently watched as Kinjura's small body lifted up the tall Maki Jura. Senjiro didn't say a word, and seemed to be used to such a life. Feng Yu vaguely remembers that there was background information about him in his previous life. After reading the books left by the Flame Pillar in the past, he realized the gap between the strength of the samurai who used the breath of the sun in the past and his current self, and gradually realized the limits of his ability and his incompetence in swordsmanship, so he began to be confused and gradually gave up his identity as a swordsman. In the end, after his wife Purgatory Ruhuo died of illness, he was so negative that he completely broke away from the ghost-killing team and relied on alcohol to anesthetize himself all day. Feng Yu felt that such a person was a failure, and since he lost the belief to continue to grow stronger, the former Yanzu had already died at that time. In his previous life, if it weren't for Kyojuro's death and Tanjiro's protagonist's head hammer, he wouldn't have woken up and repented of himself. Waste. It's all rubbish. Sooner or later, one day he will die at the hands of a ghost. The room kept hearing the sound of Makijuro's scolding, as well as the sound of various furniture being smashed. Feng Yu ignored it. For this kind of person who has lost his faith, he has no choice, and some can only wake up by himself or be hit by Tanjiro with a hammer on the head like in the original play. I don't know how Tanjiro is training. It's strange that I miss it. Tanjiro, who was training in the distance and in the Narukiri Mountains, suddenly sneezed. Why do you suddenly have a bad premonition? Tanjiro looked around suspiciously. At the end of this journey, let's go back then. Feng Yu closed his eyes and began to rest. A fragrant wisteria incense was lit by Senjiro. These incense sticks to calm my father. Senjiro explained. Well, it's okay. The time soon came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The current Demon Slayer team Purgatory Kyojuro is back. Seeing Xiaolang looked at Feng Yu in his own house, and couldn't help but shout, Feng Yu-kun, your strength seems to have improved a lot. Kyojuro couldn't help but shout, Feng Yu-kun, why are you here? The deafening voice sounded. Feng Yu sighed, it is worthy of you. Seeing Xiaolang, this voice is simply a tremor that even the old king at the head of the village can be frightened. Long time no see, Mr. Purgatory, forgive me for my sudden visit. Feng Yu got up and said, ha ha ha, Feng Yu-kun, are you going to be my stepson? Kyojuro laughed, as if he was a little expecting his answer. I'm sorry, Mr. Purgatory, I didn't have that idea. I'm here today, just to visit you, and by the way, learn martial arts. Feng Yu said with a fist. Xingjulin sighed for a moment and was about to agree, but Qinjilang on the side suddenly interrupted them. Brother, when is it now? It's better to finish eating first and then have a discussion. Grunt. Kyojuro's stomach began to growl. Ha ha ha, okay, then eat first. Feng Yu also nodded, and ate along. Has Mr. Purgatory's food always been so amazing? Feng Yu was a little surprised. The pile of food in front of him was being quickly wiped out by Xingjuro. Yes, my brother has always eaten so much. Chihiro on the side said lightly, and picked up the dishes for Xingjulin. Although Qinjilang's age is younger than Xingjulin, the affairs of the family can be taken care of in an orderly manner, and the whole person's temperament is completely different from Xingjulin. Xingjulin is heroic and straightforward, Qinjilang is introverted and polite, and the personalities of the two brothers complement each other. Feng Yu looked at the two of them silently from the side, and Chihiro took care of Xingjuro like a little adult. Chapter 49. The pile of food was quickly swept away by Purgatory Kyojuro. Smack. Thank you for your hospitality. Purgatory Kyojuro clasped his hands together and said loudly with a smile. Qinjilang on the side was no longer surprised, and silently cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks on the side. It's hard work for Chihiro, Feng Yu-kun, let's go. Then the two of them went to the place where the knife was practiced. Feng Yu-kun, our members of the Ghost Slayer team are not allowed to hurt each other before, so let's stop there. Purgatory Kyojuro's momentum is very strong, the feather weaving of the flame pattern is constantly swaying behind him, and he wears a white hilt and a flame-shaped blade around his waist, and the black and white scabbard shows his might. His tall stature made him feel a sense of security when he stood there. Feng Yu nodded, and the strong aura of Purgatory Kyojuro made him start to get enthusiastic too. Very good, Feng Yu-kun, I see your fighting spirit, so let's get started. Purgatory Kyojuro laughed, and then slowly pulled out the black blade of the Hinoa knife. Then I'm on. Purgatory Kyojuro's speed is very fast, and Feng Yu also pulls out the ghost cut to fight. The powerful momentum made the surrounding dust fly. Ha ha ha, Feng Yu-kun, you have made my fighting spirit ignite. Kyojuro laughed, followed by an even more violent attack. Feng Yu was also defending and counterattacking, and the two of them fought back and forth in the martial arts training ground. It's just that Feng Yu found that a breath of qi gradually appeared on Purgatory Xingjuro's body, and the pale yellow qi was surrounding him, and his fighting spirit was strong. It's vindictive. Feng Yu knew that Purgatory Xingjuro's fighting spirit had been tempered for a long time and was close to the supreme realm, and he was also recognized by the first-string Sanyi Woza in the original play. The two fought more and more intensely, and finally even used the breathing method. Breath of fire, one no ignorant fire. Fiery red flames erupted from the blade and struck towards the wind feathers. Breath of light, one moonlight slash. Bang! The strength of the two people was comparable, and when they saw the stalemate, the two began to change their moves to attack each other again. Breath of fire, the second shape of the flame rises in the rising sky. Breath of water, one water slash. Chihiro quietly watched the two of them fighting on the side, and his eyes reflected a look of envy. How he wished he had the qualifications to become a swordsman, so that he could help his eldest brother share the pressure. His hands were clenched tightly, and the words that Feng Yu had said before kept ringing in his head. I'll help others in my own way. I will. Purgatory Kyojuro and Feng Yu didn't know how much time had passed, but they could feel the comfort in their hearts. At this moment, whether it is Purgatory Xingjulan or Feng Yu, they are all enjoying this competition, devoting themselves wholeheartedly, not for winning or losing, but for having a good time. Good, very good, very good, ha ha ha, Feng Yajan, I recognize your strength. Ha ha ha, thank you for the recognition. Purgatory Kyojuro looked at his full state. Feng Yu was still able to fight back and forth with himself, and couldn't help but praise from the bottom of his heart. As the battle between the two became more and more intense, wounds began to appear on their bodies, but they didn't care, they were already enjoying the battle at the moment. The entire martial arts training ground was already in a mess, and all kinds of wooden stakes had been affected by the battle and turned into several pieces scattered on the ground. I don't know how long it took, but the two of them finally stopped, and they gasped for air. Ha ha ha, Feng Yu-kun, it's really happy. Purgatory Kyojuro laughed. Mr. Purgatory, so am I, thank you for the advice. Feng Yu said with a smile. In fact, when Purgatory Kyojuro said the sentence I already approve of you, the system prompted that the challenge had been successful. It's just that it may be affected by the high morale of Purgatory Kyojuro, and Feng Yu's competitiveness is also provoked, and he finally begins to devote himself to it. At that time, he didn't care about winning or losing, because every minute and second of the sparring was getting stronger. Mr. Purgatory, eat this, and the wound will heal soon. Feng Yu swallowed a healing pill into his mouth, and then took out another one and handed it to Kyojuro. Although knowing that this kind of skin trauma is insignificant to Kyojuro. Oh, isn't this the emerging curing elixir in the organization right now? It seems to be more advanced than the one in the organization. Purgatory Sinjuro was not ambiguous, took the pill and put it directly into his mouth. Soon, those wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The effect, stronger than what is distributed in the organization. Purgatory Kyojuro laughed. Thank you very much for Feng Yu-kun's elixir. Next, Feng Yu temporarily lived in Kyojuro's house, because he was a little weak and returned to the butterfly house to meet Butterfly Shinobi. In addition to this reason, Feng Yu has another purpose, and that is Kyojuro's younger brother Senjuro. The night before Feng Yu left, he pulled Senjuro aside alone and handed him a small bag. Mr. Windfeather, what is this? Chihira said suspiciously. If you want to continue living like this, you should never turn it on, but use it to make changes. After Feng Yu left, Chihiro couldn't help but open the bag. This is Mr. Kazuha, thank you. Senjuro's face was filled with tears, and his hand was clenched tightly. The next day, Feng Yu said goodbye to Kyojuro and Senjuro, and when he parted, he glanced at Senjuro, and it was obvious that he had opened the bag. Goodbye, Mr. Purgatory and Senjuro. Goodbye Feng Yu-kun. Goodbye Mr. Windfeather. Feng Yu, who was walking on the road, said to Xiaobai on his shoulder, Xiaobai, what do you say the future of that child will be in Kinjilang? Okay, I don't blame you. I seem to be a little looking forward to what the fate of Chihiro will be in the future. Feng Yu looked in the direction of Kyojuro's house full of anticipation. Chapter 50. Feng Yu walked all the way, of course, because Xiaohei didn't know where to run. After walking for a while, Xiaobai, I don't seem to know where to settle down. Feng Yu said to Xiaobai on his shoulder. Xiaobai heard the call, slowly opened his eyes, stretched his waist and said, where the master goes, Xiaobai will go. Do you want to go back to the butterfly house? I just don't know if Butterfly Shinobi will kill me when he sees me. Butterfly house can't go, there's no mission right now. The addresses of the other columns are also unclear, and the key is that Xiaohei doesn't know where to go. When Xiaohei comes back, he must be beaten up. Say Xiaohei. Xiaohei flew from the sky. Quack, master, go back to the organization headquarters, the leader summons, the leader summons. Then it slowly descended, turning into a little black flying mount, waiting for Windfeather to come up. Could it be? Feng Yu had already guessed the reason why Yeya had summoned him, so he followed Xiaohei to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. As soon as I entered the courtyard, I saw the corridor in front of the house, where the two siblings were sitting on the left and right. There were only 3 people in the entire courtyard, and Feng Yu thought that the other pillars were also here. Good afternoon, Nakagawa Fenjaya, the weather is just as good today, Yeya said with a smile. Feng Yu half knelt to show respect. Good afternoon, Lord Chief. I already know what you've done during this time, so you remember what I told you last time about making you the backbone of the Demon Slayer team, protecting humanity and fighting evil spirits. Sanyashiki said calmly. Yes, yes. Feng Yu replied. Half a year ago, I passed the final trial, completed 3 tasks, and killed 2 lower string ghosts alone, one with 3 sick leaves, and one with more than 1 lower string, killed countless evil ghosts, and contributed to the marrow washing pill and healing pill. This is what you thought you were doing by joining the Demon Slayer, Yuzuru said, who was in the delivery house on the side. Nakagawa Kazuha, first of all, on behalf of the Ghost Slayer team, I would like to thank you for your contribution, and second, you are willing to be the pillar of the Ghost Slayer team. 2 titles, the Pillar of Water and the Pillar of Light. Your self-created Breath of Light has already taken on its wanton form, and I believe you can create the moves behind the Breath of Light. The water column is now held by Tomioka Yoshi, and although he has also told me that he can quit the position of the water column and recommended you to take the position, I think you can take up this title together. The reason why the pillars of the ghost-killing team are called pillars is because they are stronger and can support the entire organization and lead the entire ghost-killing team to fight against the evil spirits. The pillar is not to see how a person is, but to see if he can be recognized by everyone. Whether it's strength or contribution, you've already met the qualifications to become a pillar. So I want to invite you to be the pillar of our Demon Slayer team. Yeya said calmly. Become a pillar of light or serve as a water pillar with Brother Brave, Feng Yu measured in his heart. Lord, then I will take over as the 10th pillar of the organization, the Pillar of Light. Feng Yu said firmly. Okay. A smile began to appear on the face of Yeyashiki. If you really do what Shinobu said, you will serve as the title of the Pillar of Light instead of the Pillar of Water. Butterfly Shinobi. Feng Yu asked suspiciously. Well, 2 days ago, she also recommended you to me to become the pillar of the ghost killing team, and she also told me everything you did, so she summoned you alone. Say it, Shinobi. Yeya said behind him. Wind feather? The door behind Yeya slowly opened, and a familiar figure appeared. Long time no see, Feng Yu-kun. Butterfly Shinobu smiled and greeted Feng Yu. Ahem. Butterfly Shinobi. I haven't seen you for a long time. Feng Yu felt that he was choking, otherwise why would his throat be so itchy, and he wanted to cough and didn't want to speak. Originally, Feng Yu was ready to be beaten by Butterfly Ninja, but who knew that he hadn't seen it for a long time. Looking up, Butterfly Shinobi was still the same as before, with a smile on his face forever, but it was different from his previous dull eyes, and at this moment Feng Yu could actually find emotional fluctuations in it. It seems that it has really changed from before. Feng Yu breathed a sigh of relief. But it's inevitable that I don't dare to do anything in front of the maternity house. It's better to stay away from her later, otherwise if you suddenly stab me, I won't be poisoned to death. Ahem. The maternity Yakoshiki began to cough violently. Leave here, chief, you need to rest. Yuzuru said. So Feng Yu and Butterfly Shinobu sent the maternity house Shiki Yoya into the house and left the place. Feng Yu-kun seems to be afraid of me. Butterfly Shinobu said with a smile. Have it. I just have something. Feng Yu's body trembled when she said this. It's over, this woman shouldn't be going to do it. Don't worry, Feng Yajun, I'm not angry anymore, I will take good care of my body in the future. With that, Butterfly Shinobu left on his own, leaving only Feng Yu standing in place. That's leaving. And she just said, will you take good care of your body? I guess I heard it right. Zobi. Feng Yu was a little surprised, he didn't expect Butterfly Shinobi to say such a thing. Yes, master, what Butterfly Shinobi-sama just said is that he will take care of his body, Zobi said truthfully. That's good. At least you cannot go according to the original book, then the final tragedy may be avoided. Feng Yu recalled that the final ending of Butterfly Shinobu was to sacrifice himself and not kill Tong Emo, and finally relied on Chanel and Yin Zisuk to kill him. Although the poison on Butterfly Shinobi's body was the key to killing Tong Emo, Feng Yu always felt that it was a bit of a pity. Not only did he pay for his life, but in the end, he couldn't see his enemy die with his own eyes. The character of Butterfly Shinobu was really stabbed too much by the original director. I hope that this ending will change a little bit of my fate and change her fate. Feng Yu thought to herself. That's right, Zobi. Where do you think we should go? Zobi? Soon, the news that Wind Feather had officially become the 10th pillar of the Ghost Slayer reached the ears of every member. Chapter 51. Wind Feather became the 10th pillar of the Ghost Slayer team. Some were happy and some were angry. The people who are happy are already friends with Feng Yu, and the ones who are angry are the other pillars who have always looked down on him. For example, the Wind Pillar and the Snake Pillar. But anger is anger, but he will not do anything to hurt the other party. This is the responsibility of being a ghost-killing team pillar. Most of the members of the ghost-killing team who have not heard of Feng Yu are curious, wanting to see the true face of Feng Yu's Lushan. After all, such a big ghost-killing team organization, and suddenly there is an extra leader, and I can't help but be curious. What do you say the new Lord of Light looks like? Go, you ask me. Who do I ask? I know what Lord Light Pillar looks like. For the next month, the members of the Ghost Slayer team were basically discussing who the 10th pillar of light was. The initiator, Feng Yu, was sitting on Xiao Hei's back at the moment, leisurely thinking about how to train and how to enhance his strength in the coming days. With my current strength, it can only be said that it is difficult to improve to a higher level. But I have a system, and relatively speaking, my strength will improve faster. First of all, it's the breathing method. I feel that the breathing of water is already saturated, and there is no room for improvement, so there is only the breathing method of light, but the breathing method of light cannot be promoted overnight. The second is to open the brindle and the sword and the strongest buff to penetrate the world. Finally, there is the system. Feng Yu summed up the direction in which he could improve his strength. The breathing method of light is not urgent. I have an ageless physique. It stands to reason that the fatal flaw of opening the markings and not living to be 25 years old does not exist for me. It is more difficult for Hideo and the transparent world to break through the limits of the body. But the transparent world may be a higher level of mental power. Finally, it's the systematic deduction and synthesis function. Characters, Nakagawa Fenjayu. Swings knife times, 649-7753. Breathing method, water breath. Divine transformation, light breath. Martial arts, knife technique, Deduction. Body strengthening technique, Deduction. Wind swift, Deduction. Golden body forging body technique, beginner. 5 tiger fist, beginner. Mental power secret art, Deduction. Physique, ageless physique pet. Zobi, awakened. Zayahei, unawakened. Task 1, kill the Ghost King Ghost Dance Introduction. The Ghost King Ghost Dance Tsuji is the beginning of everything in this world, and killing him ends this source of evil. Rewards, number of swings 1000 W, designated world travel 1, mystery pack *1 status. Uncompleted. Serial mission, slay demons introduction. After sunset, endless demons start hunting. You are human, go and kill all demons. Reward, unknown, depending on the percentage. of completion. The higher the completion level, the higher the reward. Status, 0.5% status. Uncompleted. Mission 1, defeat the Ghost Slayer Pillars. Introduction, challenge the Ghost Slayer Pillars to get their approval, and each one defeated will get a different reward. Reward, gain status depending on completion. 20%. Task 2, accept. 2 Apprentices. Introduction, now that you have the strength at the top of this world, it's time for you to experience what it's like to be a teacher. Take in 2 apprentices, and learn the breathing method. Rewards, number of swings *300W, number of epiphany times *1, activate the Brindle method. Status, unfinished. After the completion of the task of becoming a pillar, there is another task of collecting apprentices, and this task is not completed so quickly. It is a bit difficult. I can only find out if there is a genius. Feng Yu is a little distressed, and now the time for the completion of the tasks promulgated by the system is continuous, not like the previous one-time completion of the ghost. I don't like to develop games. And then took out the task reward substitute death doll from the system space. This is the second life. It would be good if the energy was produced. Feng Yu sighed that there were too few cherished items. If there were a few more, he could really take a knife and point at a Nimetsuji without misery and say, "No misery, what do you think of life?" Finally, the legend of Everything Mall is refreshed. Feng Yu's heart was a little excited, although the legend is that the quality is very expensive, but it is really worth the price. A little bit of gold is a dazzling gold. Only this time it was a golden gas. Fighting spirit, only those who have the ultimate martial arts can comprehend. Wearing it on the body, it can increase personal charm, and in battle, it will feel how much it increases with the will of the wearer. I wonder if the system is peeping on me. Give me what I lack. Click to buy without hesitation, and the panel instantly reduced the number of swings by 500W. Ding, do you want to bind Dochi? Nonsense, for sure. In an instant, Feng Yu felt that his various attributes had doubled. Xiaohei, do you see the river in front of you? Drop down there. Although Xiaohei was puzzled, he could only do it. Originally, Xiaohei thought that Feng Yu was going to do something, but who would have thought that he would come to the river and look at the reflection in the water? You've really become handsome, Feng. Yu touched his face and said. Then it's finally the pet skill. Sunlight flame, gathers energy to shoot a ray of light that has the sun's burning effect. System, are you going to roll up and come out with this kind of skill? Is this so that Xiaobai and Xiahei also have the ability to kill ghosts? Wind Feather knows. Who should I give this skill? Feng Yu looked at Xiaobai for a while, and then at Xiaohei. Xiaobai has awakening skills. Obviously, giving Xiaohei can make up for its shortcomings, but looking at Xiaohei's personality like a second HA, Feng Yu suddenly didn't want to give Xiaohei this skill. Forget it, since you want to cultivate, you will treat everyone equally. Xiaohei was very happy when he heard Feng Yu calling himself, and he flew in front of Feng Yu. Quack, Master, do you have anything to do with me? Xiaohei tilted his head and said. Feng Yu didn't speak, just silently put the number of swings *500W on the little black head, and then slowly blended in. After a long while, Xiaohei opened his scarlet eyes and said, Quack, Master, I have learned. Then, a ray of light shot out of his mouth into the distance. The tree in front of him collapsed, and the fracture smelled of burnt. This power is truly a golden legend. Wind Feather was a little shocked. Just a ray of light shoots through a big tree. Xiaobai, you will become stronger in the future. Feng Yu touched Xiaobai on the side and said. Then the resources have been allocated, and the next step is to complete the tasks of the cultists first. Wind Feather set off again and flew in the direction of the narrow misty mountains. Chapter 52 Boom. Xiaohei's huge figure flashed from the sky, and Feng Yu couldn't help but feel a little excited when he stood on his back. I'm finally coming back to Sashimiyama. I don't know what Tanjiro and the lovely Yaduko are like. I'm really looking forward to seeing Tanjiro and Scale's expressions on Zojinji. Xiaohei's speed seems to have become faster. Feeling that the airflow became more violent than before, Feng Yu knew that Xiaohei's strength was also constantly improving, and now that he had the ability to kill ghosts, then the battle after that, maybe he could come by surprise. Let Xiaohei be a sixth child, and make a move of Sunshine Flame when the ghost is not paying attention. After all, who would have thought that an ordinary crow could fire an energy cannon? The key is that this energy cannon is still fatal to ghosts. The more Feng Yu thought about it, the more he felt that he could. Xiaohei and Xiaobai's indicators were not much weaker than the ordinary members of the Ghost Slayer team. On the contrary, they were even stronger, not only physically flexible, but also good at being the sixth child. Feng Yu's mind suddenly remembered a sentence that was very famous in a certain sound in his previous life, I am the sixth child. This sentence is poisonous. Thinking of this sentence, Feng Yu's mind kept playing, and he couldn't stop at all. No, I can't think about it anymore. I can't stop thinking about it. Feng Yu hurriedly began to empty the murmur of his head and meditate. Soon, Blackie's voice woke him up. Quack, Master, the narrow misty mountains are coming. Feng Yu slowly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was a familiar mountain, and there was a wooden house on the mountainside in the distance, which was emitting faint green smoke at the moment. Someone seems to be coming. Sitting in the wooden house and boiling medicine, Sotaki Zojinji seemed to sense something approaching, picked up the Hinakura knife next to him, got up and walked outside the house. At this moment, in order not to be frightened by the scales, Feng Yu landed on the ground not far from the foot of the mountain early. Blackie also returned to his normal size, hovering above the sky. Huh? Is that? Feng Yu saw the small temple at the foot of the mountain. Xiaobai, look at this is the small temple dedicated to you. Xiaobai heard Feng Yu call to himself, and also poked his head out of the box behind him and looked at Xiao Miao. Xiaobai, let's take a look. Feng Yu said with a smile. The small temple is very small, so small that it can only accommodate people half a meter high, and there is a stone statue that looks like Xiaobai, but it is not like Xiaobai. Because there are 9 tails behind this stone statue, the expression is more charming and oppressive. There was still unburned incense in front of the statue, and it was clear that the worshippers had not gone far. Xiaobai jumped out of the wooden box and looked at the statue that looked like himself but not like himself. The host. I have a special feeling. Xiaobai said. What's wrong? Feng Yu asked. It's that I can feel that this idol has something to do with me, as long as I want to. I will be able to absorb special energy through this idol. In Xiaobai's eyes, the idol in front of him is filled with a special energy, and there is always an attraction that makes it choose whether or not to absorb this energy. But there is another kind of thing that can happen if you absorb the energy inside the idol. Xiaobai hesitated, looking at his master Feng Yu as if asking for help, hoping that he could make a decision for himself. So, there is energy in this idol in front of me that can be absorbed, but I feel that something bad will happen if I absorb it. Wind feathers eyebrows. If according to what Xiaobai said, then the energy in this idol is the incense wish power in the previous life. It is the power of incense contributed by these people who come here to worship. A sentence sounded in Feng Yu's head, incense is poisonous. The world of ghost destruction does not describe the power of other systems too much, nor does it say whether there are gods in this world, it only tells about the existence of people and ghosts. Xiaobai, you can absorb this energy. Xiaobai nodded. After all, this energy was constantly tempting itself, and it was already ready to absorb energy. I saw Xiaobai lightly touch the idol, and a large amount of fluorescence emanated from the idol's body and poured into Xiaobai's body. Huh. Xiaobai began to fall to the ground in pain, as if he was enduring intense torture. What's wrong with you, Xiaobai? When Feng Yu saw Xiaobai like this, he couldn't help but worry. The host. Master, I'm fine, I may need to sleep for a while. After speaking, Xiaobai fell into a deep sleep. But Feng Yu could feel that Xiaobai's breath was getting stronger, and every minute and every second was undergoing transformation. Xiaobai, who fell into a deep sleep, came to a mysterious space. Specks of fluorescent light constantly surround it, and countless voices ring in its ears. God-sama, save my child. God-sama, please bless me with my wealth. God-sama, please. Countless voices are constantly being played, and Xiaobai is struggling to accept all this. It turns out that this is the consequence. In the real world, Feng Yu gently picked up Xiaobai and put it in the wooden box. He found that Xiaobai's idol was constantly decaying, as if it had been baptized by the years. It's strange, Feng. You didn't study the idol too much, so he hurried up the mountain. It was only when Windfeather left, a plume of black smoke suddenly appeared on the idol, and then dissipated into the sky. Familiar road, familiar mountain, Feng Yu seems to have a sense of belonging. Think about it, since he came to this world, the place where he has stayed for the longest time is the narrow fog mountain. Welcome back, Windfeather. Sakashizo, who had been standing outside the wooden house early, said while wearing a red Tengu mask. It's been a long time, Master Scale. The moment Feng Yu saw the scale of the left approach, he couldn't help but touch his heart, like the feeling of a wanderer returning to his hometown. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Scales muttered. The two then returned to the hut together. As soon as I entered, I saw your beans that had already woken up. At this moment, she woke up a year earlier than the original, with big red eyes, a piece of bamboo in her mouth, and carefully looked at the wind feather in front of her. The appearance of your beans is so soft and cute that it's not good. How can there be such a cute creature in this world? Windfeather let out a sigh. Chapter 53. The hut was silent, save for the crackling sound of the blazing fire. Congratulations on becoming a pillar of the Demon Slayer team, Scales said lightly. Windfeather responds. The beans on the side were eating the marrow cleansing pill given by Feng Yu, with a sense of satisfaction. Yuduza can feel that after eating the cleansing pill, the strength of the body is also constantly improving, and you can't help but feel a sense of dependence on Feng Yu. It's like a kitten, and after eating, you will look at Feng Yu with a blank eye. Feng Yu gently rubbed her head, and Yuduza enjoyed the feeling. Stretched out his hands with a longing expression. Okay, don't look at me like this. Feng Yu looked at the appearance of Yubin in front of him, smiled helplessly, and then took out 6 myelin cleansing pills and handed them to her. I saw her pick one up and put it in her mouth, and then secretly took out 3 more and put them aside. Feng Yu knew that your beans were left for Tanjiro, and he couldn't help but sigh that he was so happy to have such a sister. Don't give her so much, these pills are very precious, they are more effective than the pills developed by the ghost-killing team, and the energy contained in them is also higher. You have to plan more for yourself, said as Scales looked at Windfeather closely. Well, it's okay, looking at your beans like this, the cleansing pill can replenish the energy needed by her body, which is more effective for her to suppress her desire to eat people. Windfeather said. Well, ghosts eat people because people have the energy they need in their bodies. The conversation between Windfeather and Scales fell silent again. At this time, the wooden door opened. I'm back. Tanjiro, soaking wet, shouted. Ah, brother Fengyu, are you back? Tanjiro couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the Windfeather in the house. Long time no see, Tanjiro. Fengyu said with a smile. It's been a long time since I've seen brother Fengyu. Tanjiro was delighted, but soon shivered, and his soaked clothes were still dripping and falling on the board. Ah, I'll go change my clothes first. Tanjiro said embarrassedly, and then hurried to change his clothes. Has Tanjiro started practicing the breath of water now? Fengyu asked. Well, this kid's talent is not as good as yours, so he needs to work harder, and now he trains at a very high intensity every day, in order to quickly improve his strength and find a way to make his sister turn back into a human. He's different from you, he has a firm goal, but you don't, and he doesn't seem to have a strong sense of belonging to the Ghost Slayer. Scales said solemnly. Fengyu did not deny that he came to this world to become stronger in order to survive, and apprenticeship with Scales left was the first step to become stronger. For the purpose of the ghost-killing team and the hierarchical system, Fengyu didn't care very much. After all, in the 21st century, everyone is equal, and there is no class mentality. Tanjiro's road in the future will be very difficult. I hope you can help him more. At this time, Tanjiro, who had changed his clothes, came out and touched the head of Yerbeen, and then sat down next to the campfire. Come on, let's drink this. Tsutakizo handed a bowl of hot soup to Tanjiro. Thank you, Master Scales. Tanjiro took the hot soup and hurriedly took a sip. Ah, hot, hot. Tanjiro swallowed hard. Ah, it's so warm. Tanjiro sighed. Yudo on the side also slowly walked over and sat down between Kazuha and Tanjiro. Then he carefully took out 3 myelin washing pills from the small bag and put them in Tanjiro's hand. What is this? Tanjiro looked at Kazuha and Scales in confusion. Scaly left silent, but Fengyu said with a smile. If your sister left it for you, you can take it. Thank you, brother Fengyu. Tanjiro hurriedly pulled Yerbeen's and thanked Fengyu, but he knew the effect of this elixir and the preciousness of this elixir. Looking at the bulging packets of Yerbeen's, you can imagine how much Fengyu gave you beans. Okay, they're all senior brothers, there's no need to be so polite, just take it for you. These pills are no longer useful to me, but they are very useful to you now. Fengyu said with a gentle sip of hot soup. Then he said, it's delicious. I'll stay here for a while, and I'll guide you in your cultivation during this time. A smile appeared on Fengyu's face. Tanjiro looked at this smile and couldn't help but think of the original days, and couldn't help but be a little flustered. The wind. Brother Kazuha, thank you then. Tanjiro said hesitantly. The Scales on the side did not speak recently, which was regarded as acquiescing to Fengyu's behavior. The strength of Fengyu at this time has far surpassed him, and it is not a bad thing for him to teach Tanjiro to train. It's really a genius out of a young man. The Scales under the Tengu's mask looked at Fengyu and didn't know what he was thinking. On the second day, Tanjiro got up early and waited outside the house with a knife to wait for Kazuha. Good morning, brother Windfeather. Well, good morning, Tanjiro. Fengyu dipped some water on his face, and after wiping it gently, he saw that Zobi was still asleep. The energy fluctuations on Zobi's body are getting stronger and stronger. Is he about to succeed in transformation? I don't know what kind of changes will happen if the transformation is successful. And then touched his head lightly and then went out. Let's go. Okay, brother Windfeather. So the two of them came to the waterfall in the mountains. Do you know why Master Scales asked you to practice here? Fengyu asked. I know, this is so that I can melt into the water better and master the breath of water faster. Well, it's good to know, so don't go quickly. Remember that no matter how strong the water flow is, what you want is to adjust your breathing first, control your balance, and melt into the water is to adjust your body's breathing to the frequency of the water flow. Tanjiro hurriedly ran to a boulder at the bottom of the waterfall and sat down cross-legged. The icy water fell from the upper reaches and kept lapping Tanjiro's body. Tanjiro's body trembled on the boulder under such a powerful stream of water, not to mention adjusting his breathing, and it was difficult to even sit there. The sitting posture is unsteady, and the breathing is disordered. It seems that it is necessary to start from the sitting position first. Kazuha, who was in the distance, muttered as he watched Tanjiro keep trying to find a way to keep his body from the influence of the current. There it is. A smile appeared on the corner of Fengyu's mouth. Tanjiro, who was being beaten by the current, had no idea what kind of training he would go through next. Chapter 54. As soon as the wind feather was set, the whole person jumped up, and the wind and Swift jumped in the air, came to Tanjiro's side, grabbed him, and jumped to the shore. Senior brother Fengyu, what's wrong? Tanjiro was a little confused. 1 second he was still enduring the washing of the current with his eyes closed, and the next second he came to the shore. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart how powerful Fengyu's strength was. It's okay, I just want to give you a different way, Fengyu said with a smile. Tanjiro looked at the smile on Kazuha's face, and a bad premonition sounded in his heart. Wind Feather Master. Senior brother, lightly move. Tanjiro's mind resounded with the past, and the wind feather in front of him also smiled. Someone I think of. Kazuha gives Tanjiro a finger bullet. It hurts. Tanjiro quickly covered his forehead. Alright, I've got you up with a good way to get to the waterfall without the current. Because of the way you are, it's hard to even sit on that boulder, let alone keep breathing and let yourself melt into the water. Windfeather said. Senior brother Windfeather, what should I do then? Tanjiro asked. Very well, it looks like you're ready. The first thing to say is to solve the problem of not being affected by the current. That's the stone, Fang. Yu said with a smile as he pointed to a large stone. Stones. Tanjiro followed the direction that Kazuha was pointing and saw a stone that was about 50 or 60 pounds. So, Tanjiro had a stone tied to his back, hands, and feet. Senior brother Kazuha. Tanjiro felt that his body was heavy, and his whole body seemed to be firmly fixed. Well, that's good, that's it. Feng Yu looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Then it's up to you. So Kazuha picked up Tanjiro with one hand and threw him to the boulder at the bottom of the waterfall. Well, that's good, so it doesn't look like it's going to move. Feng Yu watched Tanjiro sit up with difficulty, nodded and said, Tanjiro, you can familiarize me with the washing of the water now, and when it is not affected, then you can untie the stones on your body. I don't require you to be able to master the breath of water in a short time, but you must get used to the flow of water. Feng Yu said solemnly. It's senior brother Kazuha. Tanjiro knew that this was for his good, and said with his physical discomfort. Okay, you have to always remember what is the reason why you have to work hard. This kind of training is very difficult. When you want to give up, you think about the reason why you yourself apprenticed to master scales in the first place. With that, Kazuha left the place, leaving Tanjiro alone on the waterfall floor to let the water lap against him. The original dream. Thy beans. I'm going to make you a human again. Tanjiro's eyes reasserted his purpose, and he began to close his eyes and let the water wash over his body. Feng Yu in the distance knew Tanjiro's performance through the perception of spiritual power, and couldn't help but nod. It's almost time. And he returned to the cabin. I'm back, just rest for a while. Scales left said recently. Tanjiro, that kid can't be in a hurry. Too much of a hurry will hurt the foundation. Don't worry, Master Scale, with me, I won't let Tanjiro get hurt, even if he only has half a life left, I can pull him back. Feng Yu said confidently. After all, he has a healing pill, even if the healing pill can't work, there are other kinds of pills, and yesterday's Tanjiro ate the marrow washing pill, and the strength of the whole person has also increased, and there is basically no problem with the flushing of the waterfall. Letting the water wash away is not a physical cultivation, but a spiritual cultivation. The water is beating at the body all the time, and it is very difficult to settle down. This is a kind of spiritual torment. As long as you get through it and get used to it, then Tanjiro will not only improve the soul, but also the breathing method. That kid isn't as good as you. Scales were interrupted by Windfeather just as he wanted to speak. All right, Master Scale, you can trust me. Tanjiro is not as fragile as you think. Tanjiro's will is very strong, and in the original book, every explosion of potential is because his sister Yuduzi is in danger, or he encounters an invincible ghost. Maybe it's the luck of the protagonist, and it won't die so easily, but it's more Tanjiro's determination to help his sister turn back into a human. After looking at Feng Yu quietly for a while, and then looking at your beans, he didn't say anything more. At this moment, Feng Yu is doing an experiment, that is, to make Tanjiro's strength stronger than the original book, and to participate in the final trial in advance. Let's see if he will meet my wife, Zenai, and Kawahe Unishuk. If you encounter it, then it means that this world has a strong correction power, and if you can't meet it, then it's okay, because Tanjiro's strength will be stronger than the original book, and he will grow faster. Kazuha on the wooden house is leisurely sipping tea, but Tanjiro is different. It's so painful, it's so tired, it's so uncomfortable. I really want to get out of here. Countless distracting thoughts swirled through Tanjiro's mind. Bang 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 was the only sound Tanjiro heard in his ears. I feel like there are countless ants swimming around my body. Tanjiro's will gradually dissipated, and he felt that he was sinking into a dark quagmire, constantly sinking. I don't know how long it took for Tanjiro, who fell into darkness, to hear someone shouting his name. Brother. Tanjiro. Kid. Who is it? Why is the sound so familiar? Tanjiro tried to find the source of the sound, but it was dark and he couldn't see anything. Brother, don't give up. We're always there for you. Tanjiro, remember what I said, never give up. The sound is getting louder and louder. A ray of light also appeared in the endless darkness. Rokuda, Takeo, Hanako, mother, father, everyone. Tanjiro said with tears in his eyes. All of Tanjiro's dead family members appeared here at this moment. Kid, I miss you so much. At this moment, Tanjiro seems to be a child who misses his family. Tanjiro threw himself into Aoida Kamada's arms and cried out in pain. I don't know how much time has passed, but Aoida Kamada patted Tanjiro on the back and said, Kid, it's time for you to go back. Your beans are still waiting for you. Hearing your beans' name, Tanjiro instantly realized. Yes, and your beans. At this moment, the whole darkness faded. Tanjiro in reality opened his eyes violently, changed his previous appearance, and really integrated into his cultivation. Chapter 55 at noon. Kazuha came on time to deliver food to Tanjiro. I don't know what happened to Tanjiro. Feng Yu knew that this kind of forced training was the most torturous to people's minds, and if he couldn't bear it, he felt that Tanjiro might take off the weight on his body. But unexpectedly, Kazuha saw Tanjiro under the waterfall, and At this time his face was pale, like a candle in the wind, and he would fall at any time. His mouth kept reading, "Your beans, your beans." Feng Yu nodded when he saw this, and expressed his satisfaction with Tanjiro's behavior of withstanding the torture of the water and not taking off the stones on his body. So the whole person jumped up and brought Tanjiro to the shore. At this time, Tanjiro was already a little delirious, and when Feng Yu saw this, he took out a healing pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Soon Tanjiro's face began to flush and he slowly opened his eyes. Senior brother Windfeather. Tanjiro looked at Feng Yu suspiciously. "Tanjiro, you're good," Windfeather said. "You didn't take off the stones from your body to hide from the current, but persevered until now. You are great. You just follow this direction of cultivation, and when you don't need the stones on your body, and when you can maintain the breath of water without being affected by the flow of water, then you can already end your cultivation. At that time, I will teach you the moves behind the 10 shapes of water breath that brother Tomioka and myself created," Windfeather said. "Thank you, senior brother Windfeather." Tanjiro hurriedly thanked him. "You remember, don't be afraid of getting hurt, because there is a senior brother. Even if you only have one breath, I can save you back. You know, you just need to work hard to improve your strength. Don't have worries, senior brother has been watching you." Feng Yu opened the lunch he brought, and the smell of rice came to his nose. Tanjiro smelled the smell of rice, and his stomach began to growl. "Let's eat." Tanjiro began to gulp down. This is too delicious, senior brother. It seems that you are hungry, and it is not in vain that I personally made a nutritious meal for you." Feng Yu watched Tanjiro eat, and his heart was also happy. After all, this was the first time he had cooked seriously in this world. For this purpose, a wild boar was also caught from the mountains. "Senior brother, I have never eaten such a delicious dish. What is the name of this dish?" Tanjiro asked. "Well, what about this dish? The name is braised pork. You eat it slowly, there are many more here. I'm afraid you won't be able to finish it." Feng Yu took out another lunch from behind him, and as soon as he opened it, it was also braised pork that made people have an appetite at a glance. The benefits of fat and thin, the bright red color covers the original taste of wild boar, which is sprinkled with green onions, and when you bite into it, the mouth is still bubbling with oil. Braised pork. What a strange name. Tanjiro thought about it carefully and realized that he had never heard of it at all. "It's good if you like it. I'm afraid you won't like it." Feng Yu smiled. Soon, Tanjiro finished his lunch. "Thank you for the hospitality, the meal was very tasty." Then Tanjiro began the afternoon training. Just like in the morning, it was also trained to withstand the washout of the current. Looking at Tanjiro so consciously, I couldn't help but think of the time when I was training here. Or rather, I didn't try much of this training at all. No way, who let him have a golden finger? Kazuha leaves, leaving Tanjiro alone to train at the bottom of the waterfall. As the days passed, Tanjiro finally took off the stone on his body after a week. "It's progressing fast, and I expected it to take you a lot more time than you do now." Kazuha patted Tanjiro on the shoulder and said. At this time, Tanjiro's whole temperament has changed, and there is no sense of youthfulness, but on the contrary, it is a kind of stability, like after experiencing vicissitudes. "After you have mastered the artistic conception of water breath and all the moves, if you have time, I will also train you to breathe in full concentration." "Okay, hurry up and cultivate, now the time is very tight, you have to strive to become stronger every minute and every second," Feng Yu said solemnly. "Yes, senior brother Feng Yu, then I'll go," Tanjiro said firmly. Then he went to the bottom of the waterfall and began to adjust his breathing, but the irregular flow of the water made every breath he breathed disrupted. Feng Yu stood on the shore and watched him adjust his breathing over and over again. "Tanjiro, feel how the water that falls on your body flows," Windfeather shouted. When Tanjiro heard this, he also closed his eyes and emptied his brain, focusing only on the water that fell on his body. Time passed little by little, and the sound of the water flowed around my ears. Tanjiro's breathing became more and more peaceful, and the frequency of water breathing began to appear. The water was loud, but everything seemed to slow down. The flow of water, freedom, change, soft. Tanjiro's mind kept ringing the words that he had said to himself in the past time. Ahem. Tanjiro coughed, and his breathing of the water, which had just become better, was immediately interrupted. Tanjiro said that he was very uncomfortable, and when he tried to try the state again, his heart couldn't calm down. "No, can't rush. Adjust your breathing and take your time." Tanjiro's breathing rate became slower and slower, as if it were running water. It's just that soon, Tanjiro is interrupted by the strangeness of his own body. "My lungs feel so painful." Tanjiro clutched his lungs in pain. After the pain subsided, Tanjiro tried to get into the same state again, but as soon as he entered the state, he was quickly interrupted. Tanjiro's will to train day after day is strong, and his countless failures have also deepened his understanding of the breath of water. "Very well, Tanjiro, it seems that you have learned how to blend into water, so the next step is to teach you the 11th and 12th types of water breathing. You've got it." Windfeather began to demonstrate it again. Tanjiro was watching Windfeather intently from the side, and when he was 11, he saw Windfeather appear on the surface of a lake, and the lake was very quiet, as if nothing could make it ripple. Then his whole body changed, and the whole person was on the rough sea, and countless waves beat from his center to all directions. Tanjiro could feel how amazing the power was. Soon after the wind feather demonstration, Tanjiro also began to draw a scoop according to the gourd, but failed. There was no shape, no breathing, just a simple wave of the knife in his hand. Tanjiro, first of all, you have to understand that the 11th type and the 12th type correspond to absolute defense and absolute attack. Your breathing is not right, and your movements are not right, so let's practice these two moves well, and this time I will teach you by myself. Wind Feather said. Next, Tanjiro began to be trained by Kazuha. Every day Tanjiro's body is a dark wound, which is obviously caused by Feng Yu, but because of the effect of the healing pill, Tanjiro can't move every time he trains, and after a healing pill goes down, he begins to live again, so a new round of training begins again. Tanjiro's progress was also very fast, and it was not until a month later that the news brought by Kaguro stopped. Chapter 56. A month later, at noon. Quack, Master, Southwest is suspected of the existence of 12 ghost moons. Please set out now to find the ghost and kill it. Xiao Hei said anxiously. Senior brother Feng Yu, then you can go quickly, the matter is so urgent. Tanjiro looked at Kazuha and said, well, I originally wanted to continue to train your full concentration breathing, but it seems that there is no way out, so I can only wait for the mission to come back and make plans. Tanjiro, you just continue to practice according to the current training method. Laying a good foundation is the most important thing. Your performance in the past month has exceeded my expectations. Then I'll go first, you tell Master Scale. Feng Yu jumped on Xiao Hei, who had already grown bigger and was waiting to take off. By the way, remember to take care of Zobi. Xiao Hei's quick takeoff showed that this mission was urgent. Senior brother Feng Yu, you must come back safely, may your martial arts be prosperous. Zobi, I'll take care of it, we'll wait for you to come back. Tanjiro shouted in the direction of Feng Yu's departure, but Xiao Hei's speed was so fast that he had already disappeared. No matter how many times I see him, I can be scared by senior brother Fenji's little black, and I don't know how to cultivate. Tanjiro shook his head, looking at the distance with more determined eyes. After this month of hellish training, his strength has been transformed very well, and he has already reached the strength when he went to participate in the final trial in his previous life. Coupled with the moves behind the water breath, if the hand ghost is not dead, it is estimated that it can be easily slashed under the knife. I don't know what kind of freak senior brother Yiyang and senior brother Feng Yu are, and they can actually create the moves behind the breath of water by themselves. I don't know if I can create my own water breath move like them. Tanjiro couldn't help but clench his fists, looking forward to what would happen in the future. Southwest. 12 ghost moons. In my previous life, when I read the introduction of the original book, I didn't seem to have this plot. Could it be that it's because of the butterfly effect I bring? Feng Yu thought to himself with a heavy face. He felt that this mission had a faint bad premonition. There is no way, I can only block the soldiers, and the water will cover the earth. Xiao Hei, are there any other pillars to go with me this time? Feng Yu asked. Quack, Master, and the insect pillar butterfly ninja will also go together. Little Black replied. I didn't expect it to be butterfly shinobi, but it was a little unexpected to me. Could it be that my bad premonition is because of butterfly shinobi? Bah, what am I thinking? Thinking so badly about butterflies. She shouldn't cheat me, right? Feng Yu shook his head, but the bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. On the other side, MTMHI in the southwest of the west. Don't kill me. Why are there such monsters? Who's going to save me? Countless screams resounded throughout MHI Mountain. The mountains are surrounded by fog all year round, dense trees cover the sky and the sun, and the white bones of the forest are scattered everywhere on the ground, and the uniforms belonging to the ghost-killing team and the Japanese wheel knife fall to the ground. Everywhere there are undried bloodstains, dead heads, severed hands and feet, etc. This is in Shura Field. Shura Field belonging to the Demon Slayer team. It's also a hunting ground for evil spirits. The evil ghost was gnawing at the members of the ghost-killing team who had not yet lost their breath. Mouthful after mouthful, blood flowed on the ground, constantly converging, and a 10-meter-long blood trail was formed. The devil is howling. Humanity is screaming. Even though the powerful members of the ghost-killing team are still resisting stubbornly, with the fall of all lines, the evil ghosts are eyeing them who are still resisting. There are more and more demons, but there are fewer and fewer members of the Demon Slayer team. Damn, what's going on? Why aren't there pillars to support us yet? I shouldn't have come. We're going to die here. We're going to be eaten by demons. We're all dead. All are dead. The number of demons is gathering, and the members of the ghost-killing team are constantly dying, and gradually some people are starting to fall into despair. Everyone, we have to cheer up. Even if we all die here today, we will do our best to kill the demons as much as possible. Don't forget why we joined the Demon Slayer in the first place. Among them, the members of the Ghost Slayer team who had reached the first level shouted. It's just useless. The screams of the constantly dying team members surround their ears, constantly destroying their hearts. Adam the Devil. One of the younger members of the Demon Slayer picked up the Nichirin knife in his hand and rushed out. Don't. The Class A member shouted. It's just too late, and one of the grimaces on the opposite side looks very much like a praying mantis, with a playful expression on its face. Then the whole body turned into an afterimage. And then the body of the young Ghost Slayer member who rushed out was broken in two. The young member's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what was in front of him, and in just an instant, he was killed. The mantis ghost returned to its place, sticking out its long tongue and licking the fresh blood on the scythe. Ha ha ha, what a delicacy! Scream, scream, I'm going to kill you all and eat you bit by bit. The mantis ghost had a crazy look on his face. Hey, praying mantis, don't you look down on us? The other grimaces on the side also had a playful expression on their faces, as if they were dissatisfied with the mantis ghost's words, and scolded. Humph, those two adults said that whoever kills is their prey. The mantis ghost said disdainfully. Then it's up to each to his own ability. The other ghosts laughed. But those two adults said that they would kill them slowly, and wait for more of them to come here to rescue. Ha ha ha. All the ghosts looked at each other and smiled. After all, they had the confidence, and all of them knew that those two adults were the legendary 12 ghost moons. And the class is not low. If it weren't for the fact that these Ghost Slayer squads would have sent a message of rescue, the demons would have already swarmed up and brutally killed and eaten all the remaining members of the Ghost Slayer team. They're only doing this to lure out the stronger people of the Demon Slayer. Oh no, they're planning to use us as bait to get Lord Pillar over. And maybe this mountain has an even more terrifying existence. One of the members of the Ghost Slayer team with a talent for perception said tremblingly, because he sensed that there was an even more terrifying aura lurking. The combined aura of these ghosts in front of him is not as strong as the aura of the ghosts hidden in them. You have to understand that the strength of these ghosts can reach the strength of the second class of the team. He knew very well that it might be the legendary 12 ghost moons. He was truly desperate. I'm going to die. All of them will die. They're just torturing us. The team members on the side saw him like this, and couldn't help but say, don't give up. Our Lord Zu is about to come to support us, as long as we hold on. The sentient member looked up at the team member in front of him, whose body was trembling, and smiled, and comforted himself. Yes, even if it's really going to die, I also want to drag a demon on my back. The sentient ghost slayer adjusted his breathing, changed his desperate attitude just now, and looked firmly at the evil ghost in front of him who was still laughing. Chapter 57. On the other side, Feng Yu and Butterfly Shinobu were hurrying quickly, and Xiaohei was also doing his best to fly, because a second slower would mean the death of one more Ghost Slayer team. Xiaohei knew that the ghost-killing team had sent hundreds of swordsmen to it, but a large number of distress messages were issued, indicating how dangerous this mission was. No, it's too slow, and I don't know how long it will take to get to Tiancheng Mountain. In the southwest of the west, Feng Yu looked at the scenery that kept flying upside down with a solemn face. He knew that Xiaohei had already used all his strength to fly, but not enough, not fast enough. Feng Yu couldn't help but look at Xiaohei's attribute panel. Name, Xiaohei, unawakened. Race, crow. Technique, demon beast breathing method, refinement, can improve. Skills, sunshine flame. Talent, discern direction, speak. Introduction, this is a crow with high intelligence cultivated by a special organization. Ascension. Ascension. Without hesitation, Feng Yu clicked on the number of swings to increase the number of knife swings, and instantly became hundreds of thousands, and Xiaohei's demon beast breathing method suffix also became the Dachshund stage. Xiaohei's body shouted for a while. Master, there seems to be a force rushing out of my body. Xiaohei's body was emitting a golden light, and all the original black feathers had turned pale yellow at the moment, and the head had turned completely golden. Xiaohei's entire body changed its appearance, and the claws on his feet became sharper. Congratulations on your pet Xiaohei's successful awakening and obtaining a divinity value of 0.0001. Congratulations on your pet awakening. Talent extreme speed, comprehension skill scream. Feng Yu didn't have time to carefully check Xiaohei's speed talent and screaming skills. I heard Xiaohei shouting, Master, I think my speed can be faster. Then, with a swish, Xiaohei's speed increased again. And Feng Yu was caught off guard by this speed up, and the whole person almost flew backwards, and he was lying on Xiaohei's back, and he found that his eardrum was very painful. After adjusting the breathing method, the abnormalities on his body began to disappear, and only then did he check Xiaohei's talent and skills. Extreme speed, speed can break the sound barrier. Scream, sonic attack. Is very simple to introduce. Extreme speed means that now Xiaohei's speed has broken through the speed of sound. I see. Feng Yu looked at the fleeting earth, and his heart was also very satisfied. It's worth the number of swings I've consumed. Xiaohei knew that this was the power that his master gave it a boost, and he also knew that he must have paid the price, so he went even harder to hurry. Feng Yu is in a hurry here, and Butterfly Shinobi is also running quickly in the direction of Amagi Mountain. The mood of the two people was very dull, and Butterfly Shinobu learned from his crow that hundreds of members of the ghost-killing team had sent a message for help, and they knew that they must be more than lucky in this mission. Feng Yu and Butterfly Shinobu hope that the rest of the team members can hold on a little longer. Minutes and seconds passed. More than 30 ghosts with blood ghost skills in Amagi Mountain kept playing tricks on the members of the besieged ghost-killing team. The rest were all ordinary ghosts, and all the ghosts had greedy eyes in their eyes, staring at the remaining members of the ghost-killing team. There are only a dozen members of the ghost-killing team left, and these demons obviously have the ability to kill them all, but they just want to torture them to death one by one and destroy their faith. In the depths of MTMAGI. 3 pairs of ghosts with engraved eyes are watching the entire MTMAGI. With the words 3 strings engraved in his eyes, short pink hair, and dark blue tattoos all over his body, this is the zodiac seat? Unexpectedly, this time, Wu Miao actually dispatched the nest to hunt the members of the ghost-killing team. The 2 ghosts on the other side have the next string and the lower string 6 engraved in one eye. The 2 lower string ghosts looked at the nest respectfully. The momentum of the zodiac is very strong, the momentum of the other lower string is a little weaker, and the last lower string 6 completely hides itself, like an ordinary person. My lord, when do you think the Ghost Slayer pillar will be able to get here? Xia Xianyu said cautiously. Just wait, said Uza unconcernedly. The 2 new lower string ghosts didn't dare to say anything. After all, they were lower strings, and they had only recently become ghosts. It is also because Wu Miao has taken a fancy to their blood ghost skills that he will provide a large amount of human flesh and blood, and his strength will increase so quickly. The 2 lower string ghosts glanced at each other, and they couldn't help but think of that figure in their minds, and they were trembling and afraid. The depths of the forest are very quiet, the silence is terrifying, and all the insects, birds, and beasts have been frightened and dare not move. The remaining members of the Ghost Slayer team no. The members of the Ghost Slayer watched in horror as the number of people around them gradually decreased, and each time it was an instant, the person disappeared and was caught on the side of the evil ghost. Then everyone watched as he was bitten to death by the evil spirit, and then gnawed on the flesh. The members of the Ghost Slayer who had been eaten by the flesh had already lost their breath, but their eyes were wide and they couldn't close them for a long time. What's more, the demon only eats the body, and then throws the heads of the dead Ghost Slayer members into the rest of the group. Despair, madness, and bloodshed are constantly washing over everyone, and the hearts of the first-class team members have collapsed, their eyes are gradually losing hope, and their expressions are gloomy. Who can come to save us? The first-class team member burst into tears, and the fighting spirit in his heart had long been extinguished. Crying and screaming constantly surround my ears? The stark look of his teammates lingered in his mind, and everyone gave up resistance at this moment. The Rylun knife in his hand has lost its edge, the breathing on his body has been disordered, his eyes are scattered, and he is quietly waiting for death to come. All the demons knew that this was the best chance, a chance to kill them all. It's just that all the demons didn't come forward to kill, but discussed on the side who would take the lives of the remaining members of the demon-killing team. I want that skinny one. I want that chubby, his meat must be delicious. I want the youngest-looking, fine-skinned, and tender flesh that melts in your mouth at first glance. The demons are like merchants in an auction house, constantly picking out their favorite items. After choosing, the demon begins to gradually take his prey. At this time, there was a loud voice from the sky. All concentration, water breath 12 type turning the sky waves. Sunshine blaze. A figure fell from the sky, and a blue-white wave burst out. From that figure, and all the demons who were affected by the huge wave froze and then their heads fell, staring at the figure in their scarlet eyes, as if they couldn't believe that their heads had been cut off. Congratulations on getting the number of swings *50W. Congratulations on getting the number of swings *5W. The system's prompt sounded continuously, and the demons whose heads had been cut off slowly turned to ashes and dissipated into the air. Feng Yu didn't know how many evil ghosts he had killed with this move, but he only knew that the system's prompt had never stopped at all. Then there was a loud bang, and I saw several pillars of light falling from the sky shooting at the demons on the ground, and I saw those ghosts who were shot by the pillars of light, and black smoke came out of their bodies, and then turned into ashes under the frightened eyes. The people who came were none other than Feng Yu and Xiaohe. All the remaining demons didn't dare to take a step forward, staring at Windfeather. At the same time, he stared at the flying little black in the sky. I'm sorry, I'm late. Feng Yu stretched out his hand and gently picked up the first-class player who had already lost hope. There was blood all over the ground, broken clothes, and Nichirin knives all over the ground, and the heads of the dead members who were about to pile up into a hill. Feng Yu's heart twitched, and then boundless anger swelled up. All concentration, breath of light, dawn of the wanton type. Pale yellow dots of light began to appear, falling from the sky and gathering into the Onikiri. I saw that the ghost cut began to glow with strange red and black gas, like a demon trying to break free. Windfeather's figure disappeared, and rushed into the group of demons like a ray of light, and the demons' eyes saw only a ray of light attack, followed by countless fluorescent rays falling from the sky. It's so warm. The demon's face showed a happy expression, and then turned to ashes. Congratulations on getting the number of swings *50W. Congratulations on getting the number of swings *5W. The system beep that had just stopped started to sound again. Chapter 58. Another group of ghosts was killed and turned to ashes. And now all the ghosts began to be afraid, and their faces no longer had the previous banter expression, but turned into panic. This person is too powerful. Let's run, he may be the pillar of the ghost-killing team. What are you afraid of? Don't forget, we also have adults here. Some ghosts have already had the idea of running away, while others still have no fear, and their faces are full of disdain. We saved. Feng Yu alone resisted in front of the members of the Ghost Slayer team, and none of the demons dared to step forward again, only daring to stare at him with a fierce face. Big, my lord. Are you Lord Light Pillar Windfeather? The Eyes of the first-class members at the head began to focus, and the back of Feng Yu was so tall in his eyes at this time. Well, sorry I'm late. Feng Yu replied lightly. We are finally saved. Lord Light Pillar has come to our rescue. Did you see that? The first-class player said to the team members behind him with tears in his eyes. It's just that these people didn't respond at all. All froze in place, as if they had lost their souls, and became a walking corpse. Feng Yu also knew about their situation, and he guessed that these people were probably because their minds were destroyed, and there were also mind-controlled blood ghost techniques in the ghosts. Feng Yu was also looking for the ghost who performed the blood ghost spell at this time, but he just looked around, but he still couldn't detect which ghost it was. No, it's because there are still many ghosts on the scene, although dozens have just been killed, some have blood ghost skills and some are ordinary. But most of them are ghosts who don't have blood ghost magic, and ghosts with blood ghost magic are stronger and more responsive. Moreover, the ghosts of the entire mountain are not limited here, and other hidden ghosts hear the sound and converge here one after another. The first-class player was able to come to his senses so quickly, perhaps because his strength was stronger than others, and his mental strength was also a little stronger. Feng Yu was thinking about countermeasures, and in front of him were the evil ghosts who were eyeing him, and behind him were the members of the ghost-killing team who had no combat ability. I can only find the ghost that controls their mind first, and then kill it. This way I can share my pressure. Feng Yu alone is not afraid of these ghosts, but he is worried that he will enter and exit 3 times in the ghost group, and these members who have no resistance may be killed. Then there is no point in your own task this time. I'm sure you saw my strength just now, the ghost who controls their sanity. I advise you to disarm the blood ghost spell, otherwise you will wait to be killed by my sword. Feng Yu said with a smile. Then he disappeared and rushed into the group of ghosts, only to kill a few ghosts this time and then return. When he returned, he was still holding the head of a ghost. The ghosts were shocked, and Feng Yu's spiritual power spread, enveloping this group of ghosts, and he was looking for the control ghost he named to see if he was frightened by himself. If there is, then the ghost will definitely show its feet. Once you show your panic, or sneak away, it's likely that it's the ghost. Wind Feather was watching all the ghosts, especially those who were hidden among the ghosts with blood demon magic and who wanted to escape. There's nothing out of the ordinary. Wind Feather looked around, and didn't notice anything unusual about any ghosts. He's only one person, let's go up together, even if he's the pillar of the ghost-killing team, kill him, let's eat him together. The praying mantis ghost looked at Feng Yu greedily and said, yes, yes, yes. Let's go up together and kill this ghost hunter. Go. All the ghosts were clamoring to go up and kill Wind Feather, but none of them dared to make a bird. Ryder, that bastard just said he was going to get on, why don't you go on it now? That's it, they want to trick us into going up and sending us to death. Looks like a praying mantis, this bastard. The demons began to fight among themselves, blaming the mantis ghost who had taken the lead in the first place. Nima, why don't you go up? The praying mantis ghost said viciously. Originally, what he wanted was to let the ghosts around him go up to consume Feng Yu, who knew that these ghosts were also greedy for life and afraid of death, and they would only talk and dare not act. The first thing you said, you go, you get on and we're on again? Feng Yu looked at the demons who were caught in internal strife and was speechless for a while. Originally, I was thinking about whether this group of ghosts was really going to come up together, and I was worried about whether I could protect the group of people behind me. I never thought that the opinions of this group of ghosts were not unanimous, and they all shouted the most, but they were the most cowardly. Those ordinary ghosts are all tougher than them. And at this time, there was a sudden terrifying coercion in the sky, and all the ghosts felt this coercion, and they were all shivering. Bang! A figure fell from the sky, and the moment it landed, it directly smashed into a deep pit, and the dust dispersed to reveal the figure inside. Short pink hair, covered in dark blue tattoos, this is the upper wind of the 3 nests. Feng Yu was shocked in his heart, he didn't expect to run into the nest seat here. Obviously, this time Tiancheng Mountain was a trap for the pillar of the Ghost Slayer team. Then 2 terrifying auras appeared, and when Feng Yu saw the words in their eyes, he understood that these were 2 12 ghost moon ghosts. Ghosts I've never seen. Is it because of me that Wu Miao has recreated 2 lower string ghosts? The lower string Wu and the second string 6. Feng Yu looked at the Yuwoza with a solemn face. If he fought alone, he might not be afraid of him, but now there are ghosts all around, and there are 2 lower string ghosts who don't know blood ghost arts, as well as those ghosts who have blood ghost skills. It's a haunt's nest and a trap. Wind Feather is the only one here who has the strength to fight, as well as the injured class A player. It seems that this time I was ambushed. A strong sense of crisis is constantly warning. At this moment, he just wanted Butterfly to hurry over and help him share the pressure. You're a pillar of the Demon Slayer. Yuwoza looked at Feng Yu and smiled. You guys are amazing, you actually used so many ghosts to ambush me. It seems that the lower string ghost that you killed last time gave you a lot of pressure. Feng Yu was not to be outdone, and said with a smile. Don't mention that waste, I feel that you are very strong, you should be waiting for the pillar. Then come and duel with me. He threw a punch behind him, and all the ghosts were knocked 10 meters away, even the 2 lower string ghosts next to him. After doing all this, Uzusa looked at the group of people behind Feng Yu, and then punched forward. The terrifying air currents visible to the naked eye jumped out of his fist and attacked towards Feng Yu, who frowned and quickly waved the ghost cut in his hand. All concentration, water breath 1 type water surface slash. The sharp ghost cut the airflow from the middle with ease, but the airflow that formed 2 halves fell behind him, directly hitting 2 open spaces with an irresistible destructive force. What are you doing? Windfeather was furious, and this nest seat wanted to attack his powerless Ghost Slayer members. They're too much of a way, they're just cleaning up the dojo, said Indifferent. Very good, you have my approval, so let's play with me. He twisted his neck, did a stretch, and then looked at Feng Yu with high spirits. Chapter 59 What's your name? Uzusa said with a smile. Nakagawa Kazuha? 10 pillars of light for the Ghost Slayer. Feng Yu replied. Feng Yu, my name is Yi Woza, I can see the fighting spirit on your body burning. Let me tell you, why you can't step into the Supreme Realm with 1 foot at the door, because you are human, because you will grow old, because you will die. Become a ghost, Nakagawa Kazuha. He held out a hand and invited. As long as you become a ghost, it doesn't matter if it's 100 years or 200 years, you can continue to exercise, so that you can become stronger and explore the Supreme Realm with me. Hihi, do you want to become a creature like you who can't see the light? How long has it been since you felt the warmth of the sun? Feng Yu said expressionlessly. It's a pity, you still have to choose to be like those low-level creatures, slowly growing old and slowly weakening. Yi Woza put away his smile and looked at Feng Yu indifferently. How can you be sure that I must be weaker than you? Feng Yu sneered. Really? The eyes of the Zodiac changed, and the soil under the solace of his feet instantly sank. The technique unfolds, destroy, and kill the Luo needle. A blood-red snowflake symbol emerges from the solace of the feet and then slowly turns blue. Since you don't want to be a ghost, then damn it. He smiled as he posed for an attack. Feng Yu also took a deep breath and adjusted his state. The ghost cut on Xiang's hand began to emit a blood-red mist. The nest seat disappeared in an instant, attacking towards Windfeather. Wow. Feng Yu directly blocked it with his knife and counterattacked. Bang. The speed of the 2 attacks was as fast as a bolt of lightning, and the ghosts and people present could not see the movements of the 2 of them clearly. I saw a flash of light, and the whole field of dirt flew up. The speed of the Zodiac is very fast, and every punch he throws carries a terrifying power. None of the pillars I've killed so far are called pillars of light, and no one has ever promised me to become a ghost. Bang bang bang. Woza frantically threw his fist, and Windfeather used his knife to constantly resist his attacks. Damn, I can't let go. Feng Yu wanted to concentrate on dealing with the Zodiac at this time, but there were evil ghosts not far away, and his side was full of members who were incapable of fighting. He was worried that if he didn't pay attention to those demons, then these people would probably be killed. He can only keep defending, only hoping that the butterfly ninja will come soon. Seeing that Feng Yu was fighting with him, he half-heartedly said angrily, How dare you? How dare you fight me and be distracted? An even more terrifying force converged in the fist of the nest seat, and Windfeather saw that something was wrong and hurriedly took a step back. It's just that the attack speed of the Zodiac is so fast. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and the dust and smoke dissipated, only to see the indifference on his face, as his fist was blocked by the Windfeather. Very good, your strength is the strongest of all the pillars I have ever seen. Ha ha ha, there was an excited look in his eyes. I'll ask you again, are you sure you don't want to become a ghost and explore the Supreme Realm with me? The Uza withdrew the hand that had been slashed by the ONI slash, and then healed in front of Windfeather's eyes as if it were showing off. Look, this is the healing power of ghosts. No matter how serious the injury is, it can heal in an instant, and it can also have eternal life. Why don't you want to become a ghost? I am also pursuing the Supreme in the martial arts field. Obviously only those who are selected can become ghosts. You don't give a damn? The Zodiac has struck again. Feng Yu also seized the opportunity. All concentration, water breath land type twisting vortex. The blue-white waves of water turned into whirlpools as the ghost cut turned. Brush. Woza's hand was cut off. Scarlet blood poured out of the severed arm in an instant, only to grow back in an instant, continuing to attack Windfeather. Windfeather also feels like changing moves to block attacks. The powerful air currents centered on the 2 of them, and with an irresistible force, they violently destroyed the surrounding trees, turning the surrounding area into an open space. The ugly grow old, the incompetent weaken? This is you humans. I can't stand it. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and the speed of his attack became faster and faster. Feng Yu can only do defensive status one by one. Feng Yu is looking for an opportunity. He is waiting for the arrival of Butterfly Shinobi. Ha ha ha, happy and happy. I'm going to kill you and make you my stepping stone into the highest realm. The Zodiac instantly jumped into the air. Destroy and kill, empty style. The fist was swung in the direction of the Windfeather. It's coming. Bang. Feng Yu sensed a powerful force coming towards him, and directly slashed down with his sword. A strong air current instantly erupted behind Feng Yu. Then came another 5 in a row. Feng Yu also sensed the attack for the first time, and quickly swung the ghost cut to resist one by one, but the powerful force also made him retreat again and again. Feng Yu stepped on it hard, and his body instantly stopped retreating. However, he didn't give him a chance to breathe, and continued to frantically use the destruction kill void style, attacking Windfeather. Feng Yu took a deep breath hard. All concentrations, water breath 3, flowing dance. Blue-white waves began to appear, and Wind Feather's figure flickered rapidly, dodging the attack of the Zodiac seat. Bang bang bang. The attack of the Zodiac fell to the ground, making several loud noises. All the demons didn't dare to take a breath, and could only watch the battle between the two of them. Each of his attacks can smash a large hole in the ground. Wind Feather jumped up, and a blue-white giant wave appeared behind him. All concentrations, water breath 12-shaped giant waves. Surprise appeared on the face of the Zodiac and smiled. Are you finally going to fight back? Sabotage, kill, exterminate. Terrifying energy erupted from his fist and made a loud bang, boom. The extinguishing style of the nest seat blocked the attack of the Wind Feather. Then the two of them changed their moves in the air and attacked each other frantically. Demons began to move from below, greedily looking at the powerless members of the ghost-killing team. The first-class team member picked up the knife and looked nervously at the group of demons in front of him. What to do? I can't resist this group of ghosts at all. The first-class team members began to fall into despair again. Feng Yu was dragged away by the nest, and only he had combat power. Suddenly, quack, sunny flame. A strong ray of light shot out from behind the first rank and fell into the group of demons. The demons touched by the light began to scream. Finally reduced to ashes. Boy, have you forgotten that Uncle Ben is here? Xiao Hei's huge body fell from the sky and landed beside the first-class team member. It's Wind Feather Sama's crow. How can it be so powerful? And the feathers all over the body turned pale yellow. The first-class team member looked at Xiao Hei in surprise. Boy, don't be stunned. Hurry up and get ready to attack. Xiao Hei felt that Feng Yu was not by his side, and felt very dangerous. Quack, Master, you can go to fight with confidence, these people are guarded by Xiao Hei. Blackie shouted at the Wind Feather who was fighting the Zodiac in the sky. Feng Yu knew about Xiao Hei's move from the time the demon underneath began to move, and he knew that Xiao Hei didn't let him be distracted. Although Xiao Hei has undergone a transformation and his strength has increased greatly, it is not enough, there are too many ghosts. Xiao Hei and that first-class player can't resist it at all, and they can't help. Oh, that crow is interesting, it can even emit a light that kills ghosts, and it seems that it can't be left behind. Yu Woza looked at the little black laugh below in surprise. Humph. Feng Yu saw that the nest seat had paid attention to Xiao Hei, and the attack speed became faster and the attack more violent. It's just that half of the spiritual power is still divided on the battlefield on Xiao Hei's side. Chapter 60. The battle below Xiao Hei is deadlocked, and whoever takes a step forward can start the war. The demons are afraid of the flames of sunlight that shoot from Blackie, and at the same time, they are also afraid of the wind feathers in the sky who are fighting with the zodiac seat. The demons have become very cautious at this time, and no one wants to be the first bird. After all, the previous bird has long been reduced to ashes. Just when the two sides were at a stalemate. Moses. A pleasant sound came from the sky, and I saw a butterfly fluttering like a blue butterfly, and slowly fell in front of Xiao Hei. Butterfly Shinobu smiled and said, "Wow, Mr. Devils, good evening? Can we get along?" Although he had a very gentle smile on his face, the knife in his hand had been infused with venom. It's finally here. Butterfly Shinobi. The wind feather in the sky noticed the fate of Butterfly Shinobi, and his hanging heart was also relaxed. With a vigorous wave of the ghost cut in his hand, Uoza hurriedly stepped back and smiled. "Oh, finally willing to fight me with all your might, is it because of the arrival of that woman? It's a lovely girl, she dares to come here alone, I'm afraid she is also the pillar of your ghost-killing team." The golden eyes of the Zodiac couldn't help but look at the Butterfly Shinobi below, with an approving expression on his face. Yes, as a girl, she has such courage, it would be better if she became a ghost. The Butterfly Shinobu on the ground looked up, and she felt an unprecedented coercion. That ghost. It's terrifying, Butterfly. Shinobu broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. I didn't expect him to become so powerful, Butterfly. Shinobu bit her sexy lip tightly, and the hand holding the knife couldn't help but exert force. Another woman, don't rob me of any of you, this woman is mine. The mantis ghost unabashedly showed a greedy gaze at the butterfly. Then you go, coward mantis. The other evil ghosts next to him have long been tired of seeing mantis ghosts, and they are the happiest every time, but they dare not move. This kind of mouth ghost, they don't look down on it, and they don't even disdain to be with it. Humph. The mantis ghost snorted coldly, and then flew out towards the butterfly ninja attack. The sharp green scythe glowed with a faint dark green. Obviously, this is poison, it is very fast, and it is about to cut the butterfly ninja. Butterfly Shinobu just looked at it quietly, then took a deep breath and said lightly, "All episodes, Worm's breath, Butterfly's dance teasing." In a single breath, Butterfly Shinobu dodged the attack of the mantis ghost, and then withdrew the knife. The mantis ghost's eyes widened, and he saw it fall to the ground, and 5 wounds appeared on its body, and purple liquid began to flow from the wounds. Then the purple veins spread throughout the body. It was only an easy move for the mantis ghost to die, and it fell to the ground and died no longer to die. What's going on? Why didn't the mantis ghost move? The ghosts looked at the mantis ghost lying motionless on the ground in horror. The woman just passed by the mantis ghost gently. What the hell is going on? It's poison, that woman uses poison. One of the ghosts said. What kind of poison is that? It can kill us. It seems to be the poison of wisteria flowers. The ghost with a very sensitive nose smelled the disgusting fragrance of the flowers and began. At this moment, the evil ghosts were even more afraid of butterflies, and they didn't dare to look down on the body of the little woman in the distance. Seeing that the demons did not dare to step forward for a moment, Butterfly Shinobu turned to face the members of the Demon Slayer who had lost their minds. He gently brushed away a person's eyelids, examined them, and took out a small bottle of purple liquid from inside his clothes. Sir, just put this in their noses. Butterfly Shinobu said to the first-class player. Yes, Lord Wormpillar. The first-class team members took the bottle tremblingly, and then began to smell the team members one by one. Soon, the team members began to wake up. Am I dead? Captain. As soon as I woke up, everyone was still in a state of circle, and one of them saw the butterfly ninja and couldn't help shouting. All right, everyone, take what you have and fight the demons together. Feng Yu in the sky couldn't help but admire as he saw that the butterfly forbearance killed the mantis ghost with a single blow just now. She's getting faster. It seems that with her, I don't have to worry about them. Wind Feather then looked at the ONI nest, and the ghost cut in his hand began to glow with a scarlet mist. Your knife is not ordinary. He put away his joking expression and looked at the knife in Feng Yu's hand seriously. He felt a faint sense of threat coming from the knife, as if he had the illusion that he could kill himself. Then Uzusa, let's fight. Feng Yu stretched his arm and said defiantly. Then the whole person went towards the nest seat. All concentrations, breath of light, one moonlight slash. The pale yellow light bloomed, and the Zodiac admired while resisting. What an amazing sword technique, and it's a different breathing technique from just now. Feng Yu, let's become a ghost. Once again, the Zodiac sends an invitation to Wind Feather. I said, I'm not going to be a ghost. Complete collection, breath of light, type 2, radiance. Caught off guard by the dazzling white light, he hurriedly covered his neck with both hands. Wind Feather's ONI cut was blocked by the arms of the Uzumaki. It's a pity, it's just a little bit. Bang. He shook it hard and broke free from the ghost cut. Destruction and killing. The Zodiac seat directly struck at the Wind Feather frantically. Bang bang bang. There was a loud noise in the sky, and you can imagine how fierce the battle was. Of course, the battle on the ground was not to be outdone, and with the addition of Butterfly Shinobu and Xiaohei, the Ghost Slayer team regained the will to fight. The two lower string ghosts were handed over to Butterfly Shinobi to deal with, and the rest was handed over to Xiaohei and the rest of the team. Everyone has a clear division of labor and has found an opponent. Because of Feng Yu's indiscriminate killing before, a lot of demons also died, so there was no resistance like before. Of course, now Butterfly Shinobi's strength has increased greatly. Not only can he deal with the two lower string ghosts, but he can also find time to help the members of the Demon Slayer team kill the demons. Butterfly Shinobu can kill several ghosts with each jump, and everywhere she passes, the body of the demon falls to the ground and is poisoned. In the sky, the Wind Feather and the nest are fighting back and forth, and even the more they fight, the more they feel. Uoza saw that the fighting spirit on Feng Yu's body was getting stronger and stronger, and even faintly caught up with his fighting strength. Why is your vindictive spirit getting stronger? He shouted in confusion. Want to learn? I'll teach you, but it's a pity you're not human. Chapter 61. Feng Yu's face showed the expression on which he had invited him to become a ghost, and he smiled. It's a pity, you're a ghost, you can't learn. The face of the Zodiac was so dark that it was about to condense into water. Mere human beings. Even humans dare to laugh at me as a ghost? Nest is angry. He used to fight with Feng Yu with a playful mentality, but now it's different, he's really angry. An even more violent momentum poured out from the body of the Zodiac seat, and the seventh sense of Wind Feather was in a crazy warning. The ghost in the hand of Chiang stopped in front of him, and looked at Uoza with a solemn face. I'll kill you, he said with his head down. Destruction and killing, final, blue and silver chaos and remnant light. Blue snowflake runes emerged from the soles of his feet, and countless blue compass needles converged around him. Give me death. All the compass needles began to explode in all directions with a terrifying destructive force. The speed of the missile is very fast, it is extremely fast, and the damage value is also full, and it begins to explode violently as soon as it hits an object. All concentrations, water breath, 11 type cum waves. A blue horizontal plane emerges, and a blue barrier visible to the naked eye resists the attack of the Zodiac seat. No, I can't resist it. Cracks began to appear in the blue barrier, and the attacks of the Zodiac continued to strike. Bang! The blue barrier shattered, and the destructive force caused the wind plume to fall vertically to the ground, forming a large crater. Destruction kill, shattering, 10,000 leaves flashing willow. The figure of the Zodiac suddenly flashed onto Wind Feather's head, and frantically threw his fist at him. Boom, boom. The fierce punches were like a thunderstorm, hitting the Wind Feathers, and the impact caused the ground to shatter like leaves. Wind Feather immediately dodged the fist attack of the Rainbow Nest. But the Zodiac didn't give him a chance to breathe. Destroy the killing, foot style, crown first. Raised a kick from the bottom up behind him, aiming at the gathering momentum of Wind Feather's head. The majesty of the sky soaring to the sky pointed straight to the sky. Wind Feather leaned back, and at the same time quickly retreated, avoiding the close attack of the Zodiac seat. But soon, the nest was chaotic again. All around it was a huge crater left by the battle, with broken tree trunks falling to the ground and dirt flying in the air. Feng Yu desperately used the ghost cut in his hand to resist the attack, and the clothes on his body had already been shattered by the impact, revealing his sturdy body. Feng Yu's body is bleeding. This is caused by the impact. You must know that Feng Yu's body has reached a terrifying realm, and it is difficult to even hurt the knife. Blood is leaking out at the moment. The smell of blood constantly stimulates the nerves of the nest. What a tempting smell. I decided, I'm going to eat you. Sonosa shouted. The attack in his hand was even stronger, and Feng Yu was beaten back again and again. Windfeather fended off the attack of the zodiac seed and checked the number of times he swung his sword. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, you will be shocked when you see it. The number of swings of the knife reached more than 11 million. Seeing that he was gradually falling to the downside, Feng Yu gritted his teeth and directly deduced the secret technique of spiritual power. In an instant, the number of 5 million swings disappeared, and Feng Yu was dripping blood in his heart, which was finally getting rich, and it was actually reduced by half at one time. Isn't it worthy of an epic level secret art? Feng Yu recalled the cherished level marked at the beginning. Congratulations, the deduction has been successful, and the spiritual power secret technique has reached the stage of supernatural transformation. Boom. Feng Yu found that the surroundings stopped for a moment, and he found that he seemed to be flying into the sky, and when he looked down, his body and the seat of the nest were still. What's going on? Windfeather was a little puzzled, and then changed again, and Windfeather saw that everyone, including animals and plants, had a faint blue figure on their bodies. Is that a soul? Feng Yu was not sure, but he saw in the body of the zodiac that there was a woman holding him in his soul. Is the former lover of Yuosa in love with Snow? Liangxiu, who was hugging the nest, seemed to sense that Feng Yu was looking at him, and slowly turned his head to meet Feng Yu. Please, help him, Liangxiu said with tears in her eyes. Please, save him. Feng Yu was shocked, he didn't expect that Liangxiu's soul could sense himself. Feng Yu wanted to speak, but soon an irresistible pull continued to pull him into his body. Time flow is restored in an instant. The moment the soul entered the body, Windfeather paused, and the zodiac found an opportunity and instantly knocked Windfeather away. Vomit. Feng Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, and the powerful force made him fly upside down and crash into the mountain col. I feel that all my internal organs are injured. Feeling the damage in his body, he hurriedly took out the healing pill from the system and began to recover from the drug. The pill was ingested, and the wounds on his body began to heal slowly. Strange, how can I see the veins of my body, only? Then did Feng Yu realize that he could see inward, and the world scenery at this moment had become completely different, as if it was blank. Feng Yu didn't know what the situation was, but he could feel that he was in this state, and there was a steady stream of power pouring out from the depths of his body. It's too late to guess that. The attack of the nest has come again. But after adjusting his condition this time, Windfeather found that Azumasa's attack had slowed down, and he could still see all the bones and veins of his body. The blood-red heart was constantly beating, and Windfeather seemed to be able to hear the sound of beating. Bang! Nest's fist was blocked by Windfeather, but this time he didn't move. All concentrations, water breath, 7 shapes, Shizuka ripple strike. Uzusa stared. A knife appeared in front of his eyes. The knife was still exuding an evil power. He wanted to dodge the knife, but the speed of time around him seemed to slow down. He couldn't dodge. The ghost cut that brushed. The Windfeather cut off half of the body of the nest. That blow. You've stepped into the highest realm. Why is it that just a human being? Faster than I did, I stepped into the highest realm. He shouted, and his body recovered instantly. Destruction kill, Ghost Core 8-fold core. The figure of the nest seed appeared in all directions of Windfeather, and 8 figures bombarded him at the same time. Boom, boom. A huge explosion resounded throughout Amagi Mountain. The area where the Windfeather was located was constantly descending. The terrifying energy exploded to the extreme. The surrounding land was not broken, and the trees were toppled and swept up by the strong air current, flying into the distance. The mud smoke scattered, revealing the wind plume in the center. How is that possible? Roar? You really stepped into the supreme realm, just like the Black Death. It's just that at this time, he already had a hint of retreat in his heart. All episodes, Breath of Light, Wood type, Light Flash. A yellow light suddenly appeared, rushing towards the nest. Not good. He quickly threw a punch to meet it, blocking Windfeather's attack. Bang! The air currents from the collision erupted, breaking through the surrounding trees. Feng Yu saw that his move was blocked, and with another wave of force, he directly cut off the arm of the Yuosa. Blood was scattered all over the place, and the nest quickly retreated, keeping a distance from the Windfeather. Destruction and killing, final, blue eyes and remnant light. The compass resurfaced. Seeing this, Feng Yu also hurriedly cast the breath of water, and the 11th type was calm and resisted. But the nest seat turned his head and ran directly, and Feng Yu wanted to chase it, but a scream made him stop. Chapter 62 Quack, Master, save me. Xiao Hei's voice sounded behind him, and Feng Yu looked at it, and there was a big black snake wrapped around Xiao Hei's back. It was estimated that Xiao Hei would not be able to attack the snake, so he began to frantically hit the ground and the trunk of the tree, trying to fall off the big snake. But the serpent is like glue, and it doesn't let go. Damn Raven, you've killed so many of our companions, give me death. The black snake opened its mouth and was about to bite down. Xiao Hei closed his eyes, and said silently in his heart, Master, why don't you come yet? Your cute and mighty Xiao Hei is going to die. Windfeather instantly flashed behind Xiao Hei, and then retracted his knife. The raised soil landed, a set of actions flowed smoothly, and the number of swings of the knife reached 50 My head was taken by, cut off. The head of the snake ghost fell to the ground, and he opened his mouth as if he wanted to shout, but he couldn't. Huh? How can you not feel pain? Xiao He was puzzled, opened his eyes, and found that the ghost on his body had disappeared. The host. You've finally come to save Blackie. He almost died. He cried. All right, didn't I come? Feng Yu didn't make too many movements, took out the healing pill from the system space and handed it to Xiao He, and then took out a set of clothes to change into. I don't know what happened to Butterfly Ninja's side, and now I can still earn some knife swings in the past. Feng Yu looked at the battlefield on Butterfly Ninja's side, and then pulled Xiao He and hurried over. The battlefield on the other side was littered with the corpses of demons covered in purple spots, and Butterfly Shinobi's hair was a little messy, but the knife in his hand slowly pulled out of Xia Xianmu's body, and then looked at the remaining ghosts present. As soon as the body of the lower string drew the knife from the butterfly, the whole body began to tremble and fell to the ground on its knees, letting out a painful wail. Ah, save me, lower. String Wu stared at the lower string 6 on the ground with wide eyes, and stretched out his hand to pray that he would pull him. It's just that the toxin of the butterfly ninja spreads rapidly throughout the body like the erosion of the tarsal bones. Then the next string was like the corpse of a demon that had fallen to the ground, and he lost his breath. Mr. Devil, you're the only one left, why don't you want to get along with humans? Can you tell me how many people you've eaten? Butterfly. Shinobu said with a smile as she gently wiped the dust on her face. Just kidding, this woman. How can this woman be so strong? If it weren't for my blood magic, she wouldn't have been able to break through my skin. I'd have died here long ago, just like them. A cold sweat broke out on String 6's face, and how terrible Butterfly Shinobi's smile was at this time. He remembered that the woman had just laughed and flashed through their demons, and that all the demons had been poisoned. No, I can't die here. I'm going to run away. It finally became the 12 ghost moons. It's not easy to get the appreciation of the adult. Xiaoxianmu's breathing became more and more rapid, and his mind kept thinking about how to escape. Mr. Ghost, aren't you telling me the truth? Butterfly Shinobu said. Do you remember that place in Lindong? Said Butterfly Shinobu as he looked at Xia Xianlu. For a moment, a chill spread throughout the body. How would she know? Shizunaku's eyes widened and he looked at Butterfly Shinobu in disbelief. A whole 131 people, all killed and eaten overnight. This thing is exactly the same as what Mr. Devil is missing? Butterfly Shinobu pulled out a bronze shard from his bosom. Look, isn't this the missing corner of your armor? Xia Xianliu shouted in horror, because at this time, Butterfly Shinobi had already raised the knife, even if he was protected by this armor, but the fear in his heart still made him keep retreating, wanting to run away directly. All episodes, Breath of the Worm, Dance of the Bee Fangs. Butterfly Shinobu jumped out of the whole person, the speed was very fast, and the thin sword in his hand stabbed violently towards the lower string 6. Ding! Butterfly Shinobu aimed at one place and attacked continuously, but failed to break through the armor. It just caused a tiny crack. Mr. Devil, you see that the armor on your body is cracked, is it broken, do you want to take it off? Said Butterfly Shinobu with a smile. You damn woman, give me a death. Blood demon magic, blood demon axe. A blood-red axe appeared, and was picked up by the lower string Rakuki and swung at the Butterfly Ninja. It's just that Butterfly Ninja's movements are very agile, and the speed of the next string 6 is not enough in her eyes. If it weren't for the armor on his body, this ghost would have died earlier than the previous one. Bang! The attack of the lower string 6 missed, and the huge force slashed to the ground, and a deep rift appeared in an instant. Mr. Devil's power is really strong, but it's useless to me. Butterfly Shinobu jumped to the side and said with a smile. Then another move, Worm's Breath, Bee Fang Dance, Shinto, continued to stab in the same direction as before. The next string 6 took the axe and was about to slash at the Butterfly Ninja, but it was easily dodged. Damn woman, you have the ability to pick me up head on, and you're still the pillar of the ghost-killing team by sneaking in. Xia Xianliu shouted angrily, because he found that another crack appeared in the place where he was attacked by the Butterfly Ninja, and if he came a few more times, he might have to break through the defense and inject poison into his body. Then his fate will be the same as that of those of his kind who fell to the ground, and he will be poisoned in an instant. Butterfly Shinobu was just about to speak, and the voice of Windfeather sounded in the sky. Oh, how about I accompany you? All concentrations, water breath, type 2, water wheel. A blue-white circle of breaking waves falls from the sky and slashes down the cord 6. Bang! Xia Xianliu was stunned in place, looking at Feng Yu in horror, and then the armor on his body cracked directly from the heavenly spirit cover, and then directly turned into 2 halves and fell to the ground. Feng Yu also quickly mended the knife at this time, and directly cut off the head of Xia Xian 6. Xia Xianliu unwillingly watched his body continue to turn into ashes, but it was useless, and soon disappeared. Ding! Congratulations on getting the number of swings *100W. So little, Feng. Yu looked at the system prompt and said. Why so little, Feng Yu-kun? Butterfly Shinobu on the side said. Nothing. You're not hurt, are you? Asked Windfeather. Then, without waiting for Butterfly Shinobu to speak, he directly stuffed a healing pill into her hand. Butterfly Shinobu blushed and was about to get angry, but Feng Yu had already jumped on Xiao Hei's back and chased after the remaining demons. Damn bastard! Butterfly scolded. How dare he? Thinking of being touched by a man for the first time, Butterfly Shinobi's heart was very angry, but there was a strange feeling. Xiao Hei's speed is very fast, and of course Wind Feather is even faster at killing ghosts. Butterfly Shinobu only heard the screams of evil spirits in the distance, and then there was no more. Finally caught up. Listening to the system's prompt sound, Feng Yu felt like he was blooming. All the demons were slain by Wind Feather. The number of swings has also reached more than 9 million. It's Lord Wind Feather. Thank you, Lord Wind Feather, for saving us. The rest of the Ghost Slayer shouted excitedly, ignoring the wounds on their bodies. One for each of you, eat it. Feng Yu took out 11 healing pills from the system space and distributed them to them. My lord, this is too precious. The first-class team members saw that this was different from the healing pills distributed in the organization, and the ones given by Feng Yu should be more advanced. It's okay, just eat it for you. Then the members of the ghost-killing team did not hesitate any longer, and directly took the pill, and the wounds on their bodies were healing rapidly. The effect. It's amazing. Feeling the situation on his body, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "Thank you for your hard work, Feng." Yu looked at them and smiled with satisfaction. It's just that the corpses all over the ground are so miserable. Chapter 63. The sun rises in the east, and the dawn dispels the darkness of the whole world. The demons killed by the butterfly shinobi were turned to ashes and dissipated in this land under the light of the sun. The sun shone on the faces of all the remaining people who were still stained with blood and dirt. At this time, the personnel of the logistics department of the ghost-killing team, Yin, began to clean up the scene. Ghost Slayer uniforms and Hinua knives were scattered all over the ground. The blood on the ground had not yet congealed. Everyone's mood is heavy, including Feng Yu, although this time it seems that the ghost-killing team defeated the ghost, but it is also lost. Because as long as there are ghosts, then they can create a steady stream of these ghosts, but their ghost-killing team is not. Their number of swordsmen is limited, and if they die, they are really dead. Half of the members of the mission were dispatched, but only 11 people remained. This is undoubtedly the deadliest blow to the Ghost Slayer team, and it may be difficult to see the members of the Ghost Slayer team slaying evil spirits everywhere for a long time. Of course, the evil ghost side also suffered heavy losses, and according to Wu Miao's timid character, it is estimated that there will be a long gap to recover. Butterfly Shinobi's face has long since lost the smile, and he just looks at the hidden members with a blank face as they continue to clean up the scene. Is it worth it? Feng Yu asked his heart, but the answer in his heart was only clear to him. Feng Yu sighed, and left Magi alone, where the members of the Ghost Slayer had buried the lives of the fearless people. The Ghost Slayer headquarters. Isaiah is rummaging through the roster of sacrificed Slayer members that was sent. 150 children. Only 11 survived. My child died again. When will this struggle between humans and demons end? It's not miserable. Tears flowed from the eyes of the delivery Yashiki and looked into the distance. Ahem. Yaya began to cough violently, and Yuzuru on the side hurriedly supported him and said, "My lord, it's time to go back and rest." Then, he took out a bottle of the healing pill developed by Butterfly House and asked the Sanyu to take it. That's when the cough stopped. "I'm fine, I have to tell their family the names on this list. And be kind to them." Yaya handed the list of sacrificed members to Yuzuru-san Yashiki. "Yes, my lord." The two siblings replied. Soon, this battle of Magi Mountain, which was both a victory and a fiasco, spread throughout the Ghost Slayer team. Everyone was shocked to hear the news, but more often than not, it was the sadness that could not be concealed. Asakusa's delicate-looking woman, with scarlet eyes, kicked the entire desk away. Bang! "Jussie, what's going on?" A handsome-looking aristocratic man downstairs ran upstairs and hurriedly asked. The delicate woman didn't speak, but as soon as she stretched out her hand, she directly twisted the man's neck. The man's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe all this. The delicate woman took out a handkerchief expressionlessly, wiped her blood-stained hands and said, "What a waste." The window of the room was opened by a strong wind, and the nest seat half knelt in front of the delicate woman and said respectfully, "My subordinates have come to report to you, Lord Wu Miao." The delicate woman's face began to change at this moment, and finally changed into her original appearance. "Animatsuji is no miserable?" Bang! Wu Miao's hand suddenly turned into a scarlet tentacle, directly twisting the head of the nest seat. The gushing blood splattered the entire room, and the smell of blood was overwhelming, but the Zodiac did not dare to move a single step. The head that had tumbled to the ground flipped over, and then slowly returned to its still, half-kneeling body. "You can't kill a single pillar, and you're still the third to lose," Wu Miao said expressionlessly, but the blood on his face appeared, and he could see that he was really angry to the extreme. "Didn't you find any news of the blue flower?" "Lord Wu Miao, although I have investigated, I have not grasped the exact information, and I can't confirm whether the blue flower is real, and I haven't found the blue flower," Uzusa said calmly. "So what?" Wu Miao was another finger, and the chest of the Zodiac was directly dented. "Vomit." Uwoza spat out a mouthful of blood and continued, "In response to the adult's orders, I will do my best to find it in the future. You can't beat a pillar you've never seen before. It's a matter of course that ghosts win people, and you're the only one of the ghosts in the whole mountain to come back." The scarlet eyes of No Misery looked at the nest quietly. His body was trembling as if he was in severe pain, and he lowered his head and didn't dare to say more. My wish is to destroy the Ghost Slayer and wipe them all out, so that they can never appear in front of me again. This shouldn't be a difficult thing, but it hasn't been realized yet. What's going on? Wu said calmly. But the corners of his mouth began to bleed, and it was clear that this was tormenting him. It's just a Hellslayer column? You chose to run away. I'm sorry for letting you lead the two lower strings in that ambush, and you've disappointed me so much. The upper string has also fallen. Wu Miao directly violently twisted the healed head of the nest. Then with a flick of his fingers, the body of the Zodiac was directly knocked out of the house under the terrifying power. Feng Yu in Qingyuan town. Soaked in the hot springs and washed the dirt on his body. Xiaohei, what do you say this life is for? Why is it so fragile? There was a trace of confusion in Feng Yu's eyes, although he knew that this world was very cruel, but this time the battle killed so many people, he couldn't help but feel extremely uncomfortable. Did you say it was because of my intervention that it caused their deaths? If it weren't for me, in the original book, this incident didn't happen at all. Lord Windfeather, you don't have to blame yourself. If it weren't for you, more people from the Ghost Slayer team would have died. It is also because of you that the Ghost Slayer team has the healing pill and the marrow cleansing pill, so that more swordsmen have become stronger, and the safety of killing ghosts has been more guaranteed. Xiaohei said. Although it also felt very uncomfortable with the sacrifice of those swordsmen, it also saw a lot about life and death, and its heart was relieved quickly. Perhaps, Feng Yu said calmly. Xiaohei saw that Feng Yu said this, and he didn't dare to say anything more, so he stayed quietly next to Feng Yu, familiar with the power of his body's surge. The surging power in the body before was unfamiliar because he was in a hurry, but now he was idle, and he was surprised by how big the changes around him were. Quack, it's over. How did I turn yellow? How could my noble black feathers turn yellow? Will my wives dislike me? Xiaohei jumped into the hot spring, trying to wash off the gold on his body and return to his former blackness. But even after all the strength was exhausted, the gold color still didn't change at all. It's over. I've gotten stronger. It's also turned yellow. Chapter 64. Since the Battle of Amagi Mountain, Feng Yu has been here in Qingyuan town for a month. Feng Yu has also gradually come out, from the original state brought about by the breakthrough of the spiritual power secret technique every day, to now wearing a simple dress every day to fish in the Qingyuan River. The breeze blew on the face, making the entire Qingyuan River burst with white scales. I've been studying for half a month, and this state seems to be the transparent world described in the original book. Feng Yu is now in this state. The world in his eyes has completely changed. The speed of time around him seems to have slowed down. There is no trace of distraction in his mind. The whole world is like transparent. All the creatures and objects or other special things he wants to see and feel, he can see the essence clearly. He can get all the information about that object as long as he wants. For example, the fish swimming at the bottom of the river, as long as Feng Yu wants to, then all the information of this fish from birth to the present will be captured by Feng Yu in an instant. It's just that in such a state, the consumption of the body is also very large, and Rao is as strong as him, and he can only be in this state for an hour. An hour after the perfect stuck point, Windfeather found that it seemed that it had taken longer to open the transparent world. Is it because my body is already familiar or because I'm getting stronger? Feng Yu said quietly as he looked at the calm lake. Suddenly, the fishing rod in Feng Yu's hand trembled, and with a slight flick, a herring was pulled into the air and flashed in a perfect arc. Feng Yu looked at the herring that was struggling on the ground, gently picked it up, and then put it into the river. Others say I'm blaming me. I think you're really weird. You obviously caught a fish, and finally let it go. Do you say you're stupid? A little girl's voice came from behind Feng Yu. You're here, said Feng Yu with a smile. You know me? The girl jumped down from the tree and asked suspiciously. Yes, I know. Feng Yu looked at her quietly. The girl has a pair of turquoise eyes, clear and clear, bright as stars, a pair of double ponytails tied to her head, a pair of faint bamboo eyebrows on her melon-like face, and two small tiger teeth and dimples adorn her cuteness. Not only do I know that you've been peeking at me here for more than 10 days, but I also know your name, where your home is, and how many people are in your family. Feng Yu smiled. I don't believe it, so tell me my name. The girl said with a flushed face and unconvinced. Your name is Nanako, you're 10 years old this year, and everyone in your family calls you a monster, and... Nanako hurriedly said. Hey, who are you? Why do you know about me? You're not going to be a pervert, are you? Nanako covered her mouth and looked at Feng Yu in surprise. Feng Yu said with a faint smile. No, just wonder, because the light in this world is everywhere. Nanako didn't understand what Feng Yu meant, but she could feel that the Feng Yu in front of her seemed to have changed at this moment. It became very scary, as if he was standing naked in front of him. Nanako looked at Feng Yu in horror. You. Nanako's legs trembled, and she finally fell to the ground weakly. I know you had to steal to treat your mother, but have you ever wondered what would happen to the person who stole something? Windfeather said. What do you know? Nanako shouted at Kazuha with tears in her eyes. It's impossible for a rich family like you to experience the life of our people. We are trying to live every day. You don't understand it at all. Do you really give it to me? Nanako blinked, looking incredulous. Well, you'll take what you're giving you, but promise me not to do anything sneaky anymore. Feng Yu gently wiped the tears from her face, then put away the fishing rod and left the place. Looking at the back of Feng Yu leaving, Nanako's mouth spat out the word thank you that only she heard. Feng Yu knew that Nanako had been treated as a monster since she was a child because of her special pupil color, the son of a ghost god, and her father chose to commit suicide because he couldn't accept her existence. From then on, her mother supported her, but it was difficult for a woman with a child to survive in such a world, so her mother started a leather and meat business to earn food. But because of this, her mother was infected with the virus, which is what she called the sexually transmitted disease syphilis in her previous life. After being infected with the virus, her mother became thinner, and her body was getting worse day by day, and everyone in the whole town knew that her mother was infected with wind willow disease, and they were even more spurned, and even expelled. As a last resort, the mother and daughter could only live in a dilapidated house outside the town. Nanako's mother can't move around much, so she can only go to the town to beg, but the people in the town still have a little impression of her. After all, those turquoise eyes are so conspicuous. The people of the town think that she is also infected with venereal diseases, that she is filthy and that she is a representative of the devil. Never once did he give her money and food. Seeing that her mother would be unable to stand up if she didn't treat it, Nanako had no choice but to become a thief. With her own unusually fast speed, Nanako ran away every time she stole money and food, and when the stolen person found out, Nanako had already disappeared. In this way, Nanako relied on the stolen things to buy some medicine for her mother. It was also 10 days ago that Nanako spotted Feng Yu who was fishing in the Qingyuan River. Looking at Feng Yu's clean and gorgeous clothes, he concluded that he had money on him, and there was a lot of it, but he had been struggling to find a chance to start. In addition, Nanako found that Feng Yu was very strange, and the fish she caught were all released, and she scolded every time she saw a fish caught and put it in the water. It's just that when Feng Yu sometimes deliberately throws the fish to her side, he will say, "This person is a weirdo." Over time, Nanako became very curious about the man Feng Yu, and wondered why Feng Yu did this. Just thinking about it, there is only one answer, and that is that Windfeather is either a fool or a weirdo. Nanako looked at the money in her hand and quickly got up and ran towards the medical hall in the town. It's just that what she doesn't know is that there is an uninvited guest in her home. Chapter 65 Nanako came to the medical hall, and when the staff saw that it was her, they took out the medicinal herbs very skillfully. After all, Nanako is a frequent visitor to the medical hall. After buying the medicine, it was already dark. Nanako is barefoot and rushes through the streets, covering the medicine in her arms like a baby. With these medicines, my mother should be fine. Nana fantasized about the day when her mother would recover her health. It's just that she didn't know that the medicine in her arms was useless at all, and it was just that the people in the pharmacy deceived her into saying that this medicine could cure her mother in order to pity her and prevent her from losing hope of living. You must know that at this time, there is no special treatment plan for flower willow disease, and even if there is, the cost is not something that Nanako can afford. Nanako ran faster and faster, because she felt that something was wrong tonight, and there was always a bad premonition in her heart. She ran faster and faster, and when it was dark, she didn't even notice when there was an extra piece of rotten wood on the road. As soon as Nanako stepped on it, the whole person was about to fall to the ground. No way. At the moment when she fell to the ground, Nanako's body seemed to burst out with a force, and she turned over directly, using her body to protect the medicinal herbs in her arms. Bang! Nanako fell to the ground, her knees and elbows were broken, and blood flowed out. Fortunately, the herbs are fine, Nanako said with a sigh. Then she got up slowly, but the pain in her ankle made her walk limp. Her elbows and knees were bleeding, but she didn't care so much, because she knew where her mother was waiting for her to come back after stepping through the field. If you go back so late tonight, your mother won't be angry, right? Nanako's mind recalled her mother's thin cheeks and skinny body. Even if she was weak, she had to warn herself to protect herself, and her heart began to feel uncomfortable. I don't know how long it took to walk, but finally the dilapidated house that I had been thinking about finally came into view. It's just different from usual. Tonight seems to be very quiet, so quiet that it's terrifying. Nanako's bad feeling grew stronger and stronger, causing her to quickly run towards the broken house, ignoring the pain in her ankle. Mother, you must not have anything to do. If something happens to you, what can I do? Nanako was very anxious in her heart. Just at the moment when you are close to the broken house, a smell of blood came to my nose. At the same time, it is mixed with a foul smell. How so? Nanako discovers that the door of the house that was originally broken has been broken by a powerful force. Broken pieces of wood are everywhere. Nanako cautiously stepped into the threshold of the broken house. I'm back, mother, Nanako shouted. Only, as always, the gentle response was gone, and there was silence in the room. It's eerily quiet. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the heavenly spirit cover. Mother, Nanako shouted, and then hurried to the room where her mother was lying. Bang! Nanako pushed the door open. In an instant, the smell of blood and the stench became even stronger. No, Nanako shouted, unable to believe what was in front of her, because she found out that her mother was being eaten by an ugly-faced monster. Bang! Nanako lifted a wooden board from the side and threw it at the monster. It's just that her small body doesn't have much strength at all, and it is painless to smash it on the demon. Oh, the demon slowly turned around and saw Nanako with an angry face. I didn't expect there to be a girl. It seems that I was lucky tonight. The demon looked at Nanako greedily. The big mouth full of fangs was stained with the blood that belonged to Nanako's mother. Anger and fear swelled up in Nanako's heart. Her body was trembling, and tears were falling down her face. What the hell are you? What did you do to my mother? Nanako picked up a wooden stick from the side and cried tremblingly. This woman is your mother? She must have some kind of disease, otherwise her meat wouldn't taste so bad. The demon scoffed. Then he turned around and picked up one of Nanako's mother's arms and nodded in front of her. Phew, it's unpalatable. The demon spat out the flesh in his mouth and said in disgust. How dare you? How dare you treat my mother like this? I can't spare you. I can't spare you. Nanako was stimulated by the scene in front of her at this time, and raised her stick like crazy to attack the demon. It's just that the evil ghost was unmoved, and looked at Nanako with an evil smile. It's funny anger, ha ha ha, angry, desperate. The demon shouted, not caring at all that Nanako was attacking herself with a stick. Come on, hit here. The demon lowered his head and said jokingly. Nanako couldn't listen to anything at this point, and anger filled her mind, causing her to lose her independent thinking. The demon let Nanako hit her body with a look of enjoyment. I don't know how long it took to fight, but Nanako's movements gradually slowed down. The wooden stick in his hand had already turned bald from the head of the attacking ghost, and it was still covered in blood. It was the blood of evil spirits. Nanako's arm was almost unable to lift, and a sense of weakness and fatigue filled her body. She gasped for breath, and the evil ghost saw Nanako stop attacking, and said with an evil smile on her face, look what this is. The demon's head, wounded by the stick, was instantly healed. Nanako looked at the evil ghost in despair. She couldn't understand why there were such creatures in this world, and she didn't understand why she was so unlucky. I recall the scenes from my memory. There is no happiness, only endless pain, being called the son of ghosts and gods, being scolded for wild seeds, being spurned by others, being beaten and driven away. Only my mother firmly protects herself in front of everyone. It's just that life is always unfortunate. Her mother fell ill, her hope fell at that moment, and no one could protect her in times of danger. She still remembered what she said to her mother that day. Mother, I will protect you in the future. Her mother didn't say anything, she just hugged her tightly, and she could feel her crying and knew why. Nanako's eyes gradually faded, losing her original luster, tears kept flowing, and finally she sat on the ground weakly, muttering incessantly. Mother, I'm sorry I didn't protect you well. The demon also laughed when he saw Nanako like this. That's great, that's it, that's it. I love to see you lowly humans look desperate, ha ha ha. Well, let's be my plate next. When the demon stretched out its withered claws and was about to grab Nanako, a voice rang out. Yes, tell me what despair is. Chapter 66. As soon as the words fell, a white light flashed, and the outstretched demon arm fell directly to the ground. The gushing blood splattered Nanako's dazed face. The demon howls in pain. Who is it? Looking around, there was no one to be found. But the footsteps were getting closer and closer, and the demon turned to see Feng Yu with an indifferent face on his face. You're a ghost hunter. The demon was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter ghost hunters in such a place. Obviously, his own kind told him before that because the ghost killing team had killed too many people, he couldn't spare manpower to kill them, so he originally wanted to go to Qingyuan town in front to hunt humans. But when I passed by here, I found Nanako's mother lying on the bed, although she was infected with the virus, but the evil ghost did not dislike it. After all, he had not eaten a person for a long time, and he was almost too hungry to stand it. Then he bit Nanako's mother to death. In the end, I met Nanako's scene. What to do? This ghost hunter is very powerful at first glance. The demon's brain kept turning, and finally his eyes fell on Nanako's body. I saw that the arm that was originally cut off was instantly grabbed by the ghost and picked it up, and then rushed directly towards Nanako. I really don't know whether to live or die. All episodes, breath of light, wood type, light flash. A flash of light appeared, and in an instant dust flew up, and the demon's head was cut off, and blood gushed out of the air to the ground. The demon looked incredulous, and fell to the ground, staring at Nanako deadly. The body that was gradually turning to ashes was still scratching at Nanako, and just as it was about to touch her, the demon's body turned to ashes. Nanako's eyes widened, and the demon turned to ashes in front of her, and even the blood that had been spilled on her face began to slowly disappear. Weirdness and incomprehension fill Nanako's mind, and what happened today really impacts her worldview. In the end, she passed out directly. Feng Yu picked up Nanako expressionlessly, gently wiped the dirt on her face for her, as well as the already messy hair, and then guarded her. The night was hazy. Feng Yu lit a fire, sat quietly in front of the fire, and took out a brand new blanket and quilt from the system space and covered Nanako's body. Mother, don't go. It's clear that Nanako is having a nightmare, probably dreaming of what happened today. Feng Yu quietly looked at the fire in front of him, not knowing what he was thinking, just silent. It's another slow step. If only I could have come earlier. Isn't it her mother who won't have an accident? The battle between humans and demons. It's all killing, it's all death. Feng Yu sighed. Soon, the night passed, and the sun shone back on the earth. Awake? Feng Yu asked. Seeing that Nanako didn't answer, Feng Yu smiled, and the wet towel that she didn't know where it came from, wiped the tears from Nanako's face. Last night that monster was called a ghost, and they used humans as food, and ordinary weapons would not harm them, even if they cut off his neck. Only this knife with special materials in my hand and this warm sunlight can kill them completely. Windfeather pulled out the ghost cut, and then pointed to the sun in the sky. Nanako didn't react, just looked at the familiar broken house in front of her. Her eyes seemed to see the bits and pieces of the time she had lived here with her mother again. It's bitter, but it's warm. Mother. Nanako began to cry at the thought of her mother. Let's go see your mother, said Windfeather. But Nanako stood up, said to the broken house with a blank face, I'm sorry, and then turned around and took out a fire from the fire that had not yet been extinguished, and set the whole rotten house on fire. Feng Yu's face paused, as if he didn't expect Nanako to do such a thing. He just watched quietly what Nanako was doing at the moment, without stopping or speaking. Blazing flames rose into the sky with black smoke. It seems to be saying a final goodbye to Nanako. Mother, I'll take care of myself. Nanako burst into tears. The sadness in her heart was indescribable. She fell to her knees, and then bowed 3 times. Feng Yu didn't know how to comfort her, so he walked up to her and gently patted her on the back with his hand. Actually, I know, my mother won't live long at all, and I know that the medicine sold in the hospital doesn't have any effect on my mother at all. I just want to accompany my mother to the end of my life. My mother said that my name was Nanako because she saw that my green eyes were like young shoots that were growing strongly, breaking through the ground. She wants me to be brave and strong. Nanako threw herself into Kazuha's arms and twitched constantly, tears wetting his clothes. Nanako cried for a long time, and Feng Yu silently let her cry in her arms. The flames were constantly burning, reflecting Feng Yu's face red. Do you have any plans for the future? Feng Yu asked. I don't know. Nanako didn't seem to think that one day her mother would leave her, leaving her alone in this world. Originally, she had already planned to leave this world with her mother, but at this time, when she asked from Feng Yu's mouth what she planned to do in the future, she felt extremely confused. If you really don't know what to do, you can follow me in the future, Feng Yu said lightly. Hearing this, Nanako slowly raised her head and looked at Feng Yu's handsome face. Can you teach me to be as good as you are? Nanako asked cautiously. Well, yes, but it's going to be hard. Feng Yu calmly looked at her tear-stained cheeks. I want to avenge my mother, I'll kill them all. Nanako gritted her teeth and said fiercely. Feng Yu didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly, sighed and said, you will be my apprentice in the future. You don't lie to me, I'll go there when you go in the future. Well, I won't lie to you. The raging flame behind them reflected that they had established a master-apprentice relationship at this moment. Bidding farewell to the place where he once lived, Feng Yu led Nanako to the hotel where she lived. Later, she asked her to soak herself in the hot spring to wash up, and then asked her to buy clean clothes suitable for Nanako. The moment Nanako put on her new clothes, she burst into tears. It was the first time she could remember wearing such a good-looking, clean outfit. Master Windfeather. Thank you. Nanako threw herself directly into Feng Yu's arms. Master Feng Yu's body smells so good. Chapter 67 Nanako, who felt the color in her arms, seemed to be sniffing her own body. Feng Yu frowned. Okay, it's not too early, let's go eat first. Feng Yu slowly took a step back. Nanako seemed to feel something, and replied with a smile, okay, master. Along the way, Nanako followed Feng Yu's side very well behaved, with a smile on her face. How do I feel that something seems to be wrong with my apprentice? Feng Yu thought to herself, but quickly rejected the idea, thinking that maybe Nanako was still immersed in the grief of losing her mother and had not yet come out, so she was afraid that she would leave her uneasy. I hope so. Nanako on the side peeked sideways at Feng Yu from time to time, and the corners of her mouth came back to show a smug smile. But soon, pedestrians on the side of the road began to talk. Look, isn't that the yokai? Why is he wearing such a beautiful outfit, and who is the man next to him? I don't know, maybe that man bought the little monster as a slave. Feng Yu ignored them and continued to walk calmly, but Nanako on the side couldn't help it and scolded angrily, if you say bad things about my master again, I'll tear your mouth. As he spoke, he was going to go up and fight with those people. Feng Yuzo frowned, looking at Nanako with strange eyes. Everyone looked at Nanako's teeth and claws, but they were also afraid of angering Feng Yu, worried that they would cause trouble to themselves, so they walked away one after another. Humph, those people dare to say bad things about the master like this. If they didn't run fast, I must make them look good. Nanako said to Feng Yu as if she was invited. Feng Yu just looked at Nanako with a strange expression and said, were you so reckless before? Master, you are just too gentle. These people say bad things about you. You ignore them, they will only be more arrogant. Nanako said as she pulled Feng Yu's arm. Feng Yu was about to say something more, but was interrupted by Nanako. Okay, master, let's go eat. I'm almost hungry. Then, he pulled Feng Yu and quickly arrived at the place where he was eating. Next, Feng Yu stayed in Qingyuan town for another week or so. In the end, Windfeather decided to return to the narrow misty mountains. As soon as the night came, Windfeather summoned Xiaohei, who was outside with the female crow, to come back. Wow, there's a yellow crow, Nanako said in surprise when she saw Xiaohei flying into the room. Quack, little ghost, you are the crow, your whole family is a crow, Blackie retorted. Ben Xiaohe is the legendary crow, the most beloved pet of Lord Windfeather. Who are you? You actually appeared in Lord Windfeather's room. Xiaohe raised his head and said proudly. Wow, the crow has spoken, Master Windfeather, look, the crow has spoken. Nanako saw Xiaohe and quickly shouted. All right, you two don't make a fuss. Windfeather said. Xiaohe will work hard for you tonight. When Xiaohe heard this, he immediately smiled and said, Gaga, it is my Xiaohe's blessing to be able to serve the master. Well, don't use the flattery you learned from the villains on me, you know, I don't eat that. Feng Yu glanced at Xiaohe, and then said, this is Nanako, the apprentice I just accepted, you know each other now, and then we will be a family. Gaga, it turns out that your little ghost turned out to be an apprentice accepted by the master, then it's a pleasure to meet you, my name is Xiaohe is the master's pet. Hello Xiaohe, I'm Nanako. Nanako stretched out her hand and gently grabbed Blackie's wings as if shaking hands. All right, it's time to go back. Feng Yu said as he looked at the sky outside. Yes, master. Xiaohe jumped into the open space outside, and then his body gradually grew larger. Wow, you're still able to transform, it's too powerful? Nanako let out an exclamation, and then ran over to carefully check the changes in Xiaohe. Xiaohe, you are so amazing, how did you do it? Quack, of course, Xiaohe is the best. Xiaohe seems to enjoy the praise from Nanako, and begins to brag about his great achievements and past. Feng Yu stood aside and watched Xiaohe's high-spirited boasting. Nanako with stars in her eyes, shook her head, picked up Nanako, and jumped on Xiaohe's back. Let's go, Feng Yu said lightly. Quack, take off. Black's wings began to flap in the air, and soon he was flying high in the air. Let's go slower this time. Feng Yu looked at Nanako, who was gritting her teeth and clutching the placket of her clothes, and said. Xiaohe turned his head and said, Quack, I'm sorry master, I forgot that there's another imp here, so I'll slow down. Since Xiaohe awakened his speed talent, his normal flight speed has been much faster than before. After the flight slowed down, the strong airflow slowly eased, and Nanako finally relaxed, no longer holding on to the hem of Feng Yu's clothes. Wio, Xiaohe, you're so powerful. Nanako changed her appearance just now and said with a smile. Quack, no, just so. One man and one crow began a mode of touting and enjoying again. Feng Yu looked at the two of them, shook his head, sighed, and began to close his eyes and recuperate. After a while, Feng Yu found that Nanako had come to his side and slept quietly. His hands and feet were curled up like a little rabbit seeking comfort. Mother. Nanako still had tears in the corners of her eyes. Windfeather gently stroked her head with his hand. He knew that Nanako was afraid that he would leave her, so he had been silently trying not to cause trouble. Although she usually behaves with a big grin and is alive, she still hasn't stepped out of the shadow of her mother's death in her heart. Actually, in my place, it's good to be the most authentic version of yourself, Feng Yu muttered. The sleeping Nanako seemed to feel the warmth from Feng Yu's palm, and her body involuntarily rubbed against Feng Yu's palm. It's quite well behaved and sensible. The night passed, and it was not far from the narrow foggy mountains. Wow, that's beautiful. Master, look at it, it's sunrise. Nanako's voice rang in her ears, followed by her arm being shaken. Feng Yu opened her eyes, and saw Nanako holding her hand. Seeing Feng Yu wake up, he hurriedly said, Master, look, what a beautiful sunrise. Before Feng Yu could speak, Xiaohe under him preemptively said, Quack, little ghost, what's all the fuss about? I don't know how many times I've watched this kind of scene with my master, and I'm tired of watching it. No, I will often watch the sunrise with my master in the future, and the sunset. Nanako shouted. What a pair of living treasures. Feng Yu sighed helplessly, and then looked in the direction of the narrow misty mountain. I can't help but feel a little apprehensive in my heart. Chapter 68. Nanako on the side was still arguing with Xiaohe, but Feng Yu's thoughts had already drifted to the wooden house in the forest on the mountainside. This more than 1 month seems to be a short time, but it feels like a long time has passed in Feng Yu. The white fox with 3 tails, in the wooden house in the forest, suddenly opened his eyes. Master. Xiaobai ran outside like crazy and shouted at the sky in the distance. Master. Xiaobai stood up and sat on the ground. The 3 white tails behind him were constantly swinging, looking at the direction of Feng Yu expectantly. Small. Bai. Meduzi in the wooden house saw Xiaobai running out, and his face was puzzled. She was a little worried about what had happened to Xiaobai, but the deadly sun made her afraid to take a step. Yuduza can only hide in a place where the sun can't shine, looking at Xiaobai worriedly. The scales next to him also found Xiaobai's abnormality recently, got up and walked out of the wooden house, and followed the direction of Xiaobai's look, and saw Feng Yu and his party flying over. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Scales left Zou's voice choked up a little, but quickly sighed and returned to normal. The red Tengo mask looked so weird, but it couldn't hide his complicated mood at this time. Above the sky, as the distance between MT Sajiri got closer and closer, he finally saw the wooden house in the mountain, and at the same time saw Xiaobai who was waiting for him and the scale Takazo with the red Tengo mask next to him. Blackie fell slowly, his wings creating a powerful air current, making the ground dusty. It's been a long time, Master Scales. Feng Yu said quietly as he looked at Scales in front of him. It's good to be back. Scales have noticed that the wind feathers at this time seem to have become different from before. has become less lively than before, no longer has that sassy momentum, on the contrary, has become taciturn, and his mentality has become stable. Scales left recently didn't know if this change was good or bad, and could only say it's good to be back. After all, in this world, only being alive is the best answer to your loved ones. Well, by the way, this is Nanako, my new apprentice. Feng Yu pulled Nanako, who was hiding behind her, to the front and said, Mr. Scales. You. Hello. Nanako said hesitantly, seemingly startled by the Tengo mask that Scales wore on her face. It's called Patriarch Scales, he is your ancestor, your master's master. Windfeather said. Patriarch Scales. Nanako said aggrievedly. Emerald pupils. It's a nice kid. Scales praised as he looked at the color of Nanako's pupils. Zobi on the side looked at his master and didn't notice it, and hurriedly said, Master, Master, you ignore Zobi. Zobi said aggrievedly on the side. Feng Yu saw the three tails behind Xiaobai swaying. He was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. Long time no see, Zobi, it seems that you have successfully mastered that power. Feng Yu said with a smile, spread his arms. Xiaobai immediately jumped into Feng Yu's arms with a smile, and kept rubbing his head against it. Feng Yu found that the fluctuation of energy on Xiaobai's body was more than twice as strong as before. I'm sorry it took so long to see you. Feng Yu touched Xiaobai's head, looking doting. Master, it's okay, as long as you still remember Zobi, and you want Zobi, no matter how long you wait, I will wait for you. Zobi said happily. Maybe in Ziobi's eyes, Windfeather is its whole world. What a cute white fox, I really want to touch it, as if I hugged it. Nanako on the side looked at Ziobi's appearance and the soft hair on her body, and couldn't help but say. Feng Yu just smiled. Zobi, this is Nanako, and it will be a family in the future. You two get to know each other. Zobi poked his head out and looked at Nanako. The white tail suddenly lengthens and wraps around Nanako's hand. Hello, I'm Zobi, and I'm the master's favorite Zobi. Hearing this, Nanako seemed to have heard this sentence somewhere, and couldn't help but look at Xiaohei. Xiaohei saw Nanako's gaze, don't look away, and pretend that she doesn't know anything. Nanako seemed to have discovered something funny, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but show a smile. Hello, Zobi, I'm Master Fenjayu's apprentice, just call me Nanako. Feeling the softness in her palm, Nanako smiled. In this way, everyone is reunited after a long absence. They went into the hut together. The bonfire in the house is still burning and seems to have not been extinguished all year round. Seeing everyone return to the wooden house, Meduzi, who was hiding in the shadows, poked her head out. After a glance, her eyes fell on Nanako, who had an unfamiliar smell. Yuduza leaned over, stared at Nanako's eyes tightly, and pointed at Nanako and then her own eyes. No, don't be sad. Yuduza touched Nanako's head behind her. Nanako stayed in place, she didn't seem to react, but her eyes were slightly red, and she could see that at that moment, she remembered something, or her disguise was discovered. Feng Yu Zome on the side said, Nanako, this is your bean, just like you. Her family was also killed by evil ghosts, and she also became a ghost. She also has an elder brother Tanjiro, who should still be cultivating in the back mountain. You know each other. Ghost. Family. Nanako didn't seem to expect that the cute and swollen girl in front of her was the same ghost as killing her mother that night, and she couldn't help but look carefully. It's just that there is no difference between himself except for the red pupils and the bamboo in his mouth. After all, he has turquoise pupils, but he doesn't bite the bamboo. You. Hello. Sweeping away the panic in her heart, Nanako stretched out her hand and said. It's just that the bean in front of her suddenly hugged her and gently stroked Nanako's head with her hand. This sudden change made Nanako not react, but she quickly broke free and hid behind Feng Yu. Master Feng Yu, she's so weird. Nanako poked her head out and said. You bean, what's wrong with you? Feng Yu asked. Home. Family. People. Said Yuduza. Family. Feng Yu looked at Yubin and Nanako strangely, not thinking about why Yuduza would say such a thing. Scales on the side interrupted them and said, maybe it's because you feel the sadness in Nanako's heart for losing her family. Is that so? Windfeather looked at your beans. Yuduza nodded cutely. Alright, let's come over for dinner. Scales left said recently. Feng Yu nodded, then took out a few more marrow cleansing pills and handed them to your beans. As soon as Yuduza saw the cleansing pill, she began to drool and smiled happily on her face. Chapter 69. In the wooden house. Feng Yu and Scales Zo didn't speak, just eating quietly. Nanako on the side is also surprisingly quiet, and the atmosphere is quiet. Only the satisfied beans eating next to him make a rattling sound like biting candy. Xiaobai and Xiaohei did not step forward, but came outside. Xiaobai quietly listened to Xiaohei tell what Feng Yu had experienced for more than a month. Little white boss, you don't know how dangerous it was at that time. It was the master who killed the snake at the last moment, otherwise I would never see you again. Xiaohei said with tears streaming down his face. Then after Xiaohei finished talking about everything, Xiaobai just tilted his head and looked at Xiaohei and said, so you also woke up? Yes, I'm pretty good now. Not only have I mastered the sunlight flame to kill ghosts, but I've also become faster, and at the same time, my screams are even louder. So that's the case. Xiaobai looked at Xiaohei meaningfully. Xiaohei, it seems like we haven't practiced for a long time, so let's practice. Then all that was left was Blackie's screaming. The sound was very loud, resounding throughout the narrow fog mountain, and for a moment the birds and beasts ran away in fright, or hid in the nest and shivered and did not dare to come out. At the foot of the huge waterfall in the back mountain of the narrow fog mountain, a young man in grey clothes opened his eyes and said suspiciously, "Why does this voice sound so much like senior brother Feng Yu's crow?" Feng Yu saw what Nanako meant, and said lightly, "If you want to go, go there." When Nanako heard this, she quickly nodded, then put down the dishes and chopsticks and ran outside. After Nanako went out, only Feng Yu and Scales were left and Yuduzi on the side. "What are you going to do next?" Scales left to speak. "Next, I want to personally teach Nanako and Tanjiro for a while, and then let Tanjiro go to the final trial half a year later," Feng Yu said calmly. "Have you figured out what kind of breathing method Nanako should learn?" "Not yet, it's up to her to choose. That child's personality seems to have changed a little since she experienced her mother's death, and I don't know if it's good or bad." Feng Yu sighed as she remembered Nanako's strange behavior. "That's right," Scales said as he looked at Feng Yu quietly. "Why did you suddenly remember to take in apprentices?" Windfeather naturally wouldn't tell the Scales that this was a system task. "I had to make up a reason and said, I probably saw my past in her." Scales were silent for a while, and then remembered that when Tomioka Yoshio introduced Feng Yu, he explained that his parents were also killed by ghosts. So that's the case. Yuduzi on the side suddenly came over and took out a small wooden figure from his arms. The little wooden figure carved a bit like Feng Yu, but it didn't look like it. Feng Yu was a little puzzled, not understanding why Yuduzi suddenly stuffed him with such a thing. "Take it, this is the wooden figure that Yuduzi has personally carved for all of us during this time." Scales left near time also took out his own wooden figure from his arms. Rough carving techniques. At first glance, it was made by the same person. Windfeather touched the head of your bean and accepted the wooden man. Yuduzi seemed to enjoy the touch of Windfeather, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. "Thy bean, this kid. Alas, a poor man, too." Scales said Zojinji. "I believe in Tanjiro, and I believe that your beans will one day be restored to adulthood," Feng Yu said with a smile. "Well, by the way, did you fight with the third quarter this time?" Scales asked. "Well, the strength is very strong. There may not be many opponents in the ghost-killing team." Feng Yu was silent. "That's right. For hundreds of years, none of us in the Ghost Slayer have encountered a ghost on the wind, none of them have come back, and we don't know how strong we are. It seems the strength of the Ghost Slayer team is still very weak." Scales sighed in the past. "We've been fighting demons for more than 1,000 years, and we've always been in a weak state, and we've almost been wiped out. It was more than 400 years ago, there was a natural beginning swordsman, who mastered the breath of the sun, and constantly chased and killed the Ghost King Wu Miao, but human life is limited after all. After the Ghost King Wu Miao boiled that existence to death, he led the upper string to take revenge on the ghost-killing team until he perished, and all traces of the breath of the sun were eliminated, so all the breathing methods now are derived from the breath of the sun, and the breath of the sun can no longer be found. In the end, it was because the Yens of Purgatory family withdrew at that time that it escaped the revenge of the evil ghosts, and it was precisely because of the retreat of the Yenza ancestor that the family was not attacked by the Ghost Clan. Many years later, the Yenza family returned and reorganized the Ghost Slayer team again. In this way, the possible chance of completely killing Animate Tsujimo is really very small." Scales left his voice was a little choked, as if he felt an unprecedented despair. "The reason why human beings are human beings is because we will experience birth, old age, sickness, and death, but evil ghosts are different. As long as a Nimaitsuji exists for a day, there will be a steady stream of evil ghosts born. Their resilience is amazing and they have eternal life. It will take at least 5 years for our Ghost Slayer to return to peak condition. And in 5 years, the demon has already recovered, and even reached an even more powerful power." Scales sighed as he sighed. "I don't think so. I think we humans have unlimited growth potential. We can achieve the power to kill the 12 ghost moons through a few years of cultivation, but the birth of the 12 ghost moons takes a long time to accumulate power. We still have a chance for the Ghost Slayer," Feng Yu said with a firm look in his eyes. Scales seemed to be shocked by the will on Feng Yu's body, because he felt that there was a fighting aura on Feng Yu's body that had been cultivated with the Purgatory family. Scales looked at Windfeather closely, and it seemed that he saw the image of the former Breath of the Sun initiator. Chapter 70 In the Wooden House. Windfeather and Scales are talking to each other and are listening alone. After the two finished talking, they began to fall silent again. "Master Scale, you can take this." Feng Yu took out a small blessing bag and handed it to the Scales. Scales took a closer look, and there were 10 myelin washing pills inside. Without waiting for the Scale to speak, Feng Yu said, "Eat it, these can enhance your strength, even if you have retired to the front line and become a cultivator. You better leave it to those in need. I have an old bone and I don't need it." Scales refused recently. He knew how much he cherished the marrow cleansing pill in his hand, and he also knew what the effect was. Feng Yu was not surprised by Scales' refusal, so he continued, "I have a hunch that the next few days will be the peak of the previous battle between the Demon Slayer and the demons. I want you to be stronger so that you can better protect everyone." Feather then looked at Yuduzi. Scales were silent for a while. He understood that he was old, and his strength had fallen much compared to when he was at his peak. I still have more myelin washing pills, so you don't have to worry about me not having them on me, and whether it's Nanako or another apprentice I will accept in the future, their myelin washing pills will not be less, and now the ghost killing team has developed a myelin washing pill, although the effect is not as good as these, but it can improve the overall ability of the ghost killing team. Besides, now that the swordsmen of the Ghost Slayer team have suffered huge losses, it is the time when a large number of cultivated swordsmen from the cultivators are needed. If your strength is getting lower and lower, or if your health is not good, then there will be one less way for the entire Ghost Slayer team to cultivate swordsmen. Feng Yu quietly looked at the scales and said recently, I don't want you to be killed by a ghost one day because of your strength. Master Scales. After Feng Yu finished speaking, he put down the dishes and chopsticks, and slowly got up and walked outside the house. Only the scales were left, and he quietly looked at the marrow washing pill in the small blessing bag in his hand. Ever since Nanako came outside the house, she saw a white and yellow figure fighting. It's not right, it should be said that it was a one-sided crushing, and Xiaobai pressed Xiahei to the ground and rubbed it. Sure enough, the strength has become stronger, and such an attack didn't hurt you. Xiaobai looked at Xiaohei under him and said, Little white boss, you will always be my boss, don't beat me, don't beat me. For the sake of your sincerity, then I won't bully you. Xiaobai let go of the claws that stepped on Xiaohei's body and said proudly, Thank you, Boss White. By the way, Boss White, what was your trick just now? Why is there a phantom with 9 tails behind you? Asked with a hippie smile. This is the ability I got this time. This trick is called Please God. I can summon a special kind of phantom and then manipulate it. Sure enough, it's still Xiaobai's boss. Xiaohei is completely convinced. What, didn't you accept it before? Xiaobai said with a smile. No, I used to accept it, and I accept it now. Xiaohei hurriedly said, for fear that the white fox in front of him would bully him again. Alas, why is my crow so bitter? I thought I could turn over and be the boss. Xiaohei cried with a sad face, completely unaware that Xiaobai was watching his every move. It seems that I will find an opportunity to educate Xiaohei well in the future. Thinking of this, Xiaobai nodded. Wow, Xiaobai, you're so amazing. Nanako looked at Xiaobai and let out an exclamation. In her cognition, Xiaohei is very powerful, but in the scene just now, she stepped on Xiaohei to kneel and beg for mercy. How impressive that look was. Xiaobai and Xiaohei turned their heads to look at Nanako at the same time, with a smile in their eyes. I'll cover you in the future, Xiao Nanako. Nanako savored the title, as if she felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't feel it, so she had to nod. Seeing Nanako's appearance, Xiaobai was overjoyed, and then proudly raised his head and swept past Nanako's side and came to Feng Yu. Feng Yu bent down and hugged Xiaobai, and then carefully checked Xiaobai's changes at the moment. 3 tails. Is it really going to become a 9-tailed fox? Feng Yu said as he stroked Xiaobai's 3 tails. Name, Little. White race, White Fox. Divinity value, 0.1. Owner, Wind Feather. Exercise, Demon Beast Breathing Method, Deduction. Awakening, Mental Power, Charm, Body Control, Please God. Introduction, this was originally just an ordinary little white fox, and after transformation, it already has the qualification to become a god. The breathing method has become a mastery, and the skill of inviting gods has been mastered, and the profile has also changed, and it has become the qualification to become a god. Feng Yu muttered as he looked at the attribute panel belonging to Xiaobai carefully. Xiaobai, is this god invitation skill comprehended by this transformation? Feng Yu asked. Yes master, this is the skill I have comprehended in this transformation. Xiaobai replied happily. That's right. Can you demonstrate it for me? Feng Yu said, touching Xiaobai's head. Xiaobai nodded, then jumped into the distance and began to demonstrate the skill of inviting the gods. I saw the white light on Xiaobai's body shine, and a huge 9-tailed fox phantom appeared behind it. The terrifying momentum directly blew the surrounding trees and shook the dust. Then the 9 tails of the phantom shot a ball of light directly towards the hill in the distance. Bang! The hill exploded and turned into a big crater. Feng Yu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Xiaobai's skill to be so powerful. After the display, Xiaobai put away the phantom, but when Feng Yu noticed that the phantom disappeared, there seemed to be a trace of agility and looked at himself. Feng Yu's Ome, with his current mental strength, he could sense any slight changes, so he was very sure that the phantom summoned by Xiaobai just now must have glanced at him. Xiaobai, does this phantom you summoned appear in your memory? Asked Feng Yu. Xiaobai also seemed to have discovered his master's doubts, so he carefully recalled his sleeping memories. Well, I remember absorbing that power. I entered a space, and then a lot of voices rang in my ears, and finally a white figure pulled me out. I can't see the phantom clearly, but I can feel it. It's my kind. Xiaobai said. Okay, it's okay. Feng Yu didn't know much about Xiaobai, so he didn't continue to ask, but just kept a bottom in his heart. Soon, dusk fell, and Tanjiro, who was training in the back mountains, dragged his tired body back to the cabin in the forest. Chapter 71. As night fell, Tanjiro dragged his tired body to the wooden house. Suddenly, he stopped. There's a familiar smell. It seems to be senior brother Windfeather. There's also an unfamiliar one. Tanjiro's face showed a hint of a smile, and the smell of Windfeather's hit, which means that he has returned safely. In the past month, Tanjiro didn't see Feng Yu come back for a long time, so he asked Scales left to close the time, but every time the atmosphere was solemn, he thought that Feng Yu had something wrong. Now that I smell his breath, I finally let go of my hanging heart. Tanjiro quickened his pace, and soon returned to the front of the wooden house, only to see that Kaguro was still fluttering and playing with Nanako, brother Fenjayu's crow, and this little girl I don't know. At this time, Xiaohei and Nanako also found Tanjiro, so they said, Xiaohei, who is he? Gaga, he is your Bean's brother, Tanjiro Kamado, the master's junior brother. Wow, then isn't he my uncle? Nanako stared at Tanjiro, a hint of cunning at the corner of her mouth. Uncle Tanjiro, my name is Nanako, and I'm Master Kazuha's apprentice. Nanako said with a smile. Ah, senior brother Feng Yu has accepted an apprentice. Tanjiro paused visibly, and didn't seem to react. All right, stop making a fuss, come in. There was the sound of wind feather coming from inside the house. Then Tanjiro entered the house tremblingly. As soon as he entered the house, Tanjiro saw Kazuha's face looking handsome in the firelight. Senior brother Kazuha, you're finally back. Tanjiro said with a smile. Kazuha looked at Tanjiro, smiled and didn't say anything, just nodded and motioned for Tanjiro to sit down. As soon as Tanjiro sat down, Beans came over and stuck to Tanjiro's body. Then he quietly took out a marrow cleansing pill given by Feng Yu from his arms and stuffed it into his hand. Tanjiro knew that it was given by Feng Yu as soon as he saw the pulp cleansing pill, so he said, Senior brother Feng Yu, you don't have to give you so many beans to wash the pulp pill. Feng Yu said with a smile. The scales on the side didn't speak recently, and the red Tengo mask on his face was still just as terrifying. It seems that in the past month, Tanjiro, your training has not fallen behind, and your strength has improved a lot. Feng Yu said. Now that I'm back this time, let's fulfill my promise. Teach you how to master the whole concentration of breathing, Sunichu. And Nanako's training, Feng Yu's. Gaze looked at the left of the scales. Scaly nodded and said lightly, got it. Feng Yu nodded with satisfaction, and the wooden house seemed to be warm at this moment. In the middle of the night, Feng Yu and Xiaobai came outside the house alone, looking at the moon in the sky. Xiaobai, you see that the moon in the sky is so round? Feng Yu sighed. Master, do you have something on your mind? Xiaobai felt that Feng Yu's tone seemed to be a little sad. Maybe. Feng Yu watched the moonlight in the sky sprinkle on the ground and was silent for a long time. Master, it's okay, no matter what happens, Xiaobai will be by your side. Xiaobai arched Feng Yu's cheek with his forehead and said, You. Feng Yu pinched Xiaobai's face, and then said, I just hope that no one will die because of me in the future. On the second day, Nanako and Tanjiro got up early. Well, yes, the consciousness is okay. Kazuha and Scales Sojinji stood together, looking at Tanjiro and Nanako. Then next, I'm going to teach Tanjiro all the breathing and Sunicho, and Master Scaliaki will teach Nanako to become a demon swordsman, said Kazuha, with a smile on his face. Tanjiro looked at Feng Yu and was worried. Only Nanako on the side tilted her head and looked at Scales Sojinji suspiciously. Am I going to be as powerful as a master? Nanako clenched her fists, as if she had already thought about the picture of her future stabbing a demon. Nanako, you have to come on, you must come back alive. Tanjiro said to Nanako before being pulled away by Kazuha. Live. Alive. Nanako wondered, just looking at the red Tengo mask on the face of Scales Sojinji, she was a little scared in her heart. Come with me. Scales and Sakashi led Nanako to the mountain recently. It's rough in the mountains, be careful. Scales left looked at Nanako behind him and said, Okay, Master Scales. Nanako's eyes shone brightly, as if walking up this mountain was the path to the strong. It's just that it may not be so happy after that. On the other side, Feng Yu led Tanjiro to a clearing and said, From now on, I'm going to train here until I blow this gourd in my hand, and I'm breathing all the time, whether it's sleeping or whatever. You know, with the blessing of concentrated breathing, human beings can not only have the physical strength of ghosts, but also can accurately control the flow of blood with nerves throughout the body by improving the accuracy of breathing, and then treat the body to stop bleeding. The swordsmen of the Ghost Slayer team are based on the full concentration of breathing, and together with the sword skills, they form the major types of breathing methods we have seen. Next, I'm going to teach you how to practice the state of full concentration breathing. Let me explain to you why there is still such a state as full concentration and constant concentration. Although full concentrated breathing can greatly improve physical fitness, due to the accelerated blood flow and rapid heartbeat in the process of use, it is very difficult to maintain it for a long time, but only by ensuring full concentrated breathing for a long time can we make a qualitative change in our own strength, and this advanced state of maintaining full concentrated breathing for a long time is Changjong. In the normal state, not only will the physical fitness be maintained at a higher intensity, but the basic physical fitness will also be improved. I hope you can become stronger in a short period of time and pass the trial with the strongest attitude, said Feng Yu sharply. Yes, senior brother Kazuha, I won't live up to your expectations. Tanjiro shouted. Very well, then it's up to you next. Hei Xiaobai. Soon, Hei Xiaobai, who had turned into a giant beast, appeared in front of Tanjiro and said with a smile, Master, we promise to complete the mission. Tanjiro swallowed and looked nervously at the two giant beasts in front of him. Ha ha ha, Tanjiro Kamado, we won't show mercy next. Xiaohei said meaningfully. Kaguro-senpai, just let the horse come. Tanjiro replied. Very well, then I'll tell you about the rules of our training this time. Chapter 72. Xiaohei smiled with a thief on his face. Tanjiro, the next rules are like this, you have to maintain a state of full concentration at all times, and then accept the attack of me and Xiaobai boss. During this period you can dodge, but you can't cut off all concentrated breathing. If all concentrated breathing is broken, then it depends on how the master punishes you. Tanjiro nodded, then looked at Kazuha, who was drinking tea on the side. It's okay, you don't have to look at me, you just train well. Feng Yu said with a smile. Then he took out a wooden stick bigger than a fist from behind his back and put it at his feet. Oh, I'm sorry, I let you see. Tanjiro took a deep breath, cleared the painful memories in his mind, and said firmly, come on. Quack, let's start then. With that, Xiaohei flew directly into the air, his huge wings flapped faster, and a violent air current rushed towards Tanjiro. Everywhere the airflow passed, all the sand and rocks flew, and at the same time, Xiaobai gathered energy balls on the side, and then attacked Tanjiro. The violent airflow directly caused Tanjiro, who was caught off guard, to fly upside down and crash into the trunk of the tree behind him. Aha! Tanjiro felt a sharp pain coming from his body, and for a moment, his breathing was cut off. I'm breathing all the way down. Feng Yu silently picked up the wooden stick at his feet and walked towards Tanjiro with a smile. Go on. Feng Yu sat back silently. Tanjiro struggled to his feet, resuming his breathing and dodging the attacks of Kaguro and Shiro. Only this time, Xiaobai did not hit the energy ball like just now, but attacked directly towards Tanjiro with 3 tails, and the speed was so fast that Tanjiro did not react to dodge. Tanjiro was knocked out again. Feng Yu silently got up with a wooden stick. So, all day long, Tanjiro was beaten all the time. Every time he was beaten to the ground, Feng Yu always silently took out the healing pill and fed it to Tanjiro. And then a new round of torture began. On the other side, Nanako followed the scales left and walked to the top of the mountain, and as the top of the mountain got higher and higher, the oxygen in the air became thinner and thinner. There was no disturbance in the breath of the scales, and Nanako had already begun to blush, and her breathing began to become short. Patriarch Scales. How long will it take? Asked Nanako. It's almost there. Scales replied faintly. If you can't even withstand such an environment, then you are not qualified to become a demon slayer, and you do not have the determination to avenge your mother. Nanako's face changed instantly, and it was obvious that she was angry. Your master, Kazuha, and Tanjiro have all been through this, they are much better than you, you know that your current performance is really, really bad. Turquoise pupils, unusual speed, and agile reactions, you shouldn't behave like this. Nanako, take out the courage in your heart, think about the scene where your mother was killed by the evil spirit, think about how your mother was eaten by the evil spirit, and finally disliked it. What Scales so said recently stimulated Nanako's nerves every word. That's enough. Nanako shouted. I'm not useless. Nanako said, biting her lip and enduring her discomfort. Scales turned around and looked at Nanako quietly. I saw that her lip had been bitten and bleeding. Scales nodded and said, very good, you have the determination to become a ghost slayer, but determination alone is useless, the next thing is to test your qualifications to become a swordsman. Nanako also followed silently, but the air was getting thinner and thinner, and Nanako's speed was getting slower and slower, and she had to stop gasping for air every few steps. My lungs hurt so much. I'm so dizzy. Nanako muttered as she felt the strangeness of her body, but as soon as he remembered what he had just said, he still endured it and continued walking. Soon, Nanako lost the Scales left close to the left. Hey, Patriarch Scales, where are you? Nanako shouted. The tall pine trees swayed under the action of the wind, making a strange rustling sound. The pine trees were constantly shaking, blocking the sun in the sky, and Nanako noticed that the already dark forest was completely dark at the moment. Scales. Patriarch of Scales. You. Where? Nanako asked scaredly, but in response, dry pine branches fell beside her. Am I really? Is it useless? Even a single branch can scare me. If that's the case, then how can I avenge my mother? Nanako sat on the ground weakly, and tears began to fall. Mother, you tell Nanako what to do. At this moment, she was like a frightened fawn, curled up under the tree, covering her ears and crying. The extreme lack of oxygen makes Nanako's dizziness symptoms more and more obvious, and the vision in her eyes is becoming more and more blurred. The surroundings seemed to be quiet, and she seemed to hear her own heartbeat, beating very slowly but powerfully. Child. Nanako opened her eyes, and tears flowed down her eyes. Mother. Nanako cried out as she hugged the woman. Kid, thank you for your hard work. Mother is always there for you, so you don't fall down here. Nanako's mother's phantom disappeared, and she also opened her eyes at this moment, but her eyes looked blankly at the location where her mother's phantom had just disappeared. If the wind feather is there, you will notice that the turquoise color in Nanako's eyes has become darker. I don't know how long it took for her to be interrupted by the voice of the Scales left in the past. Let's keep up. Nanako looked up and saw that it was Tsuki-saken wearing a Tengu mask. Well, it's still a little bit worse after all. But you're still young, it's already very good to be able to do this. Nanako wiped away her tears, stood up, and quietly followed behind Scales Zyuajinji, and then continued to look at the top of the mountain. Only this time, Nanako seems to have changed, and her breathing has been much smoother. Scales also noticed the change in Nanako recently, although he was puzzled, but he didn't say anything, just walked quietly. Finally, Nanako stopped in his tracks, turned to Nanako and said, "This is it. Where are you going to go back to the wooden house at the foot of the mountain from here, before it gets dark?" Nanako wanted to say something, but a gust of wind hit, Nanako's vision was blocked, and after calming down, Nanako's figure had disappeared. "Do you want to go back again?" Nanako turned to look at the road she had just come up, but at this moment all traces had disappeared and became strange. "Mother, I'm going to. I'm sure I can." Nanako clenched her fists. Hiding in the shadows, Sakashi Zo looked at her quietly, and never told her that Kazuha and Tanjiro had gone up the mountain at night. Mainly because of the problem of Nanako's age, but now it seems that the scale is still more satisfied with Nanako's performance. It's a good seedling. Chapter 73. Nanako's small body moved quickly among the trees, and the dim woods kept swinging, like tall ghosts. Nanako not only has to endure the fear in her heart, but also has to be on the lookout for hidden traps at all times. Bang! Ah! Nanako struggled to get up from the ground, spat out a ball of blood from her mouth, and wiped her mouth with her hand. The whole person began to run down the hill again. Although Nanako's physical fitness is different from ordinary people, it is always because of her young age and lack of special training, and she is tormented by obstacles along the way and is covered with wounds. Nanako's clothes were already stained red with blood from the wounds on her body. Nanako gasped for air, and the thin oxygen in the air made her feel difficult to breathe and her eyes were dizzy. She felt so tired, but there was a belief in her heart that led her, telling her not to give up and let her continue to walk. "I want to. I really want to stop." Nanako's mind began to get a little confused, and the physical devastation made her particularly tired. The drooping eyelids kept urging her to rest. Nanako was still holding on, but the obstacles on the way didn't distract her for half a moment. Her thin body was constantly tied up by the traps on the road, hindering her progress. It's just that every time she falls, she can slowly get up, even if the wounds on her body have begun to heal, but new wounds are one after another. "Mother!" Nanako called out in confusion. It's just that the only thing that greeted her was the ruthless trap, and the scales who were hiding in the shadows and watching, Zojinji, felt a little unbearable. Those kids were older than this kid back then. Scales muttered. "Perhaps, she's reached her limit." Nanako was knocked to the ground by a piece of wood, and there was no movement. Scales Takazuo recently wanted to show up and take Nanako back for treatment, because he had already recognized Nanako in his heart, and whether Nanako could successfully descend the mountain before sunset this time, she already had the qualifications to become a swordsman. Scales had just wanted to move, but stopped again, because he was surprised to find that Nanako actually got up on her own, trembling again. I'm not going to give up," Nanako said through gritted teeth. Then the power that popped out of nowhere, Scales found that her speed was actually faster, and her reaction speed had also improved a lot. "I'm still trapped in the trap, but I've been able to avoid some of it. What does this mean?" This shows that Nanako has made progress again. Looking at Nanako's figure, she is so thin, but she is so strong. Scales looked at Nanako's figure for the next time, and there seemed to be a figure overlapping her in her eyes. Makoto. Scales saw the kind of will that belonged to Mako's body in Nanako's body, and he had seen it in that girl's body before. Nanako's side has suffered a lot of difficulties, and she is still dodging traps, and Tanjiro's side is not easy. Bang! Tanjiro was knocked out again, knocking him down under a large tree. If you look closely, you will find that the bark of the trunk has fallen off a lot. The fallen bark revealed the yellow trunk inside, but the yellow trunk was mixed with a hint of bright red. Seeing Tanjiro, who stopped breathing again, Feng Yu shook his head and silently picked up the wooden stick on the side. "I can't bear it anymore." Tanjiro, Kaguro on the side looked at the wind feather who was walking towards Tanjiro, and said, "Boss, are we too ruthless?" Kaguro watched Tanjiro fall to the ground without moving, and his eyes were a little unbearable. Zyobei shook his head and said, "What are you afraid of? As long as Tanjiro is not dead, then the master will have a way to revive him. The master must have a reason for doing this." "All right, Boss White. I was just. Forget it, when I didn't say." Xiao Hei just wanted to intercede for Tanjiro, and when he saw Xiao Bai's eyes staring at him, his heart was furious. Feng Yu slowly walked to Tanjiro's side, leaned over, and said to Tanjiro, who was gasping for breath, "Do you hate me?" Tanjiro didn't open his eyes, or he didn't have the strength to open his eyes, and the sharp pain on his body kept coming, but he didn't dare to shout, as long as he bit his lip and made a aha sound. "Huh. I don't hate you, senior brother Feng Yu," Tanjiro said as he slowly opened his eyes. "I know you're doing this for my good, I don't complain, I hate that I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, you do it and everyone wouldn't be what they are now." It's good that you know." Kazuha nodded in satisfaction with Tanjiro's answer. Then he took out a healing pill and a marrow cleansing pill and fed it to Tanjiro. Soon, Tanjiro regained his strength and the pain in his body disappeared. After a short while, Tanjiro started a new round of training. Soon, the day's training was over. Tanjiro dragged his wounded and tired body and followed Kazuha back to the cabin. At the same time, Scales Zokanji, who was wearing a red Tengo mask, returned to the wooden house with Nanako, who had fallen into a deep sleep. Feng Yu saw that the wound on Nanako's face had recovered, and he knew that she had been fed the healing pill by Scales. So, this kid is very good, and he has the qualifications to become a swordsman, said. To Feng Yu. Kazuha nodded, then motioned for Tanjiro to come inside. As soon as he entered the house, Feng Yu mysteriously came to a stove with medicine boiling. Kokuro, Kobai, strip Tanjiro and put it in a wooden barrel, then pour in warm water, and then pour the medicine boiled in this stove into it. Kokuro did so, and soon Tanjiro was placed in the barrel. Tanjiro relaxed, and his drooping eyelids began to close. In the end, he fell asleep in front of everyone. Master, what is this? Xiaohei looked at the stove that Xiaobai rolled up with his tail, and felt a strange smell exuding from it, and couldn't help but ask. This is a thing, so let Tanjiro soak this thing for the night tonight. Then he motioned for Xiaobai to pour it in. Xiaobai was very sensible, and did not pour it in at once, but first reconciled it with water from the outside, and then poured it into the wooden barrel. Tanjiro soaked in the dark green water, his closed eyes began to roll, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead one by one. Master, asked Kaguro when he saw Tanjiro's appearance. Don't worry about him, this can improve his physical fitness. Feng Yu said. After all, it took 100 W of swings of the knife in exchange for a precious medicinal bath. Feng Yu looked at Tanjiro who was lying in the barrel and constantly absorbing the medicinal bath, and his flesh hurt. After all, the number of swings of the knife of 100 W was enough for 2 ghosts with abilities in a parallel import. Just last night, the mall of everything suddenly refreshed, and the purple light instantly attracted his attention, and when he looked closely, it turned out to be a one-time medicinal bath. The number of swings worth 100 W made him a little reluctant, but as soon as he saw the effect, he did not hesitate to buy it. Medicated bath, it can enhance the quality of the body, and at the same time, the absorption effect is better under the large loss of the body. Of course, in addition to Tanjiro, Kazuha also bought a good thing for Nanako. Chapter 74. Xiaohei looked at Feng Yu suspiciously. I don't know why it always felt that Tanjiro was tortured so badly today, which was the effect that Feng Yu wanted to achieve. Xiaohei silently glanced at Tanjiro, and couldn't help but feel sorry for him for a second. If Feng Yu knew Xiaohei's thoughts, he would definitely praise Xiaohei for guessing well. If the million swings of the knife can't be used to the best effect, then it's a waste, and it's a shame to waste. Feng Yu looked at Nanako, who was covered in blood, and knew that her training process today was not so easy. On the contrary, it may be even more dangerous. After all, Nanako is young, she has not learned the breathing method, nor has she eaten the myelin cleansing pill, but she just relied on her original talent to survive until the last moment. Thank you for your hard work. Feng Yu stretched out his hand and touched Nanako's forehead, and said with relief, when you wake up, I will give you a gift, which is the first gift from the master to the apprentice. Nanako didn't move, she was still asleep, and she could see how tired Nanako was at the moment. At night, Tanjiro was still soaking in the medicinal bath, but Kazuha and Scales came outside the house. Nanako's performance did surprise me a little, and I couldn't believe that she was a 10-year-old child, said Sakashizo. Maybe it has something to do with her experience since she was a child. The moment I met her, she was like a little adult, mentally mature, and would take care of herself. Feng Yu's mind remembered the first time he saw Nanako fishing herself, while she peeks behind her back. At that time, Nanako's face was unruly, a proper wild child, but she could feel her kindness and unwillingness. Since Feng Yu's spiritual power broke through, he could see a different world as long as he wanted to. It was a blank, as if everything in this world was invisible in his eyes. It includes people's past and inner feelings. Feng Yu didn't know if this realm was transparent to the world, but it was not far from 10. In my previous life, I read the original book to introduce the transparent world description of the Supreme Realm, but Feng Yu could feel that his realm was faintly incomplete. Windfeather tried to find the reason, but never found it. Have you figured out what breathing techniques you're going to teach her? Said Scales. It's up to her to choose. After all, the breath of light is not perfect now. Scales nodded his head as if he had agreed with Windfeather's statement. Then what about her insistence on learning your breathing method? After all, this child, I can see that she seems to have a special affection for you. Zebra Swordsman, said Zome. Where did you hear that name? I heard it before. I've been puzzled, and I want to ask if you know something. Feng Yu replied. The Zebra Swordsman. I've also heard a little bit. In the records of the Ghost Slayer, there is an introduction to the Striped Swordsman. It is said that as long as a Striped Swordsman appears, then more and more Striped Swordsmen will appear around him. But although the stripes can bring short-term powerful power to our swordsmen, they have a fatal shortcoming. It is rumored that the swordsmen who open the stripes will not live to be 25 years old, because every time they open the stripes to fight, they are consuming their vitality, and the striped swordsmen are also known as short-lived people. There was once a swordsman who opened the markings and was not limited by his lifespan, and he still lived to be dozens of years old, but except for him, all the swordsmen who opened the markings did not live long, although the lifespan was short, but the skyrocketing strength was very tempting. But now the method of opening the markings has been lost, and the markings swordsman has not appeared for hundreds of years. As for whether it's a legend or a real thing, we don't know, said Scales with a sigh. That's right. It's a pity, Wind Feather let out a sigh. The person who opened the markings should be the founder of Jikuyuan, that is, the breath of the sun, the ceiling of this world's strength. Feng Yu said. It's just a pity that there is no way to open the markings, otherwise with my ageless physique, it would be a proper injury-free buff. It seems that the scar on Tanjiro's forehead is the markings. It's just that I haven't woken up yet. Maybe I can try to push Tanjiro into a corner. And then the desperate reversal. With the protagonist's routine, it may be very possible to awaken the markings. Feng Yu thought like this, but Tanjiro, who had his eyes closed in the room, was shocked. Alas, I would have looked carefully when I knew my previous life, otherwise remember the method of opening the markings, then this strength is not rubbing up. It's a little hard to understand. Do you really have to wait for Tanjiro to grow to that point? The thought of how long it would take for Tanjiro to awaken the markings made Kazuha want to immediately throw Tanjiro in front of the upper string ONI and then have them torture him to bring out Tanjiro's potential. Life is a long way, and it is a long way to go. Feng Yu sighed. The scales on the side just looked at Feng Yu quietly, and didn't say anything. After all, he didn't know how to open the markings. Scaly Zhou found that since Feng Yu came back this time, the desire to improve his strength has become stronger and stronger, but as his master, Scaly Zhou has not been able to give any good advice. On the contrary, Feng Yu's strength has far surpassed him. Liang Takazuo has been happy and worried recently, happy that the apprentices he taught have surpassed him, and worried that time is getting more and more urgent. Soon, the next day arrived. Nanako and Tanjiro also woke up. Tanjiro's reaction was surprised when he found himself soaked in a bucket, but soon he found that his body had become lighter, faster, and stronger than before. This is. Tanjiro set his eyes on Feng Yu. Feng Yu just smiled and didn't answer, just came to Nanako and said, "You did a great job yesterday, so the master decided to reward you with something." I saw Feng Yu take out a blue crystal necklace from his arms and put it on Nanako's neck and said, "No matter what happens in the future, you can't take off this necklace." Feng Yu's face suddenly became serious, and he said to Nanako, "For why?" Nanako asked, confused. "There's no why, you just listen to me." Feng Yu didn't want to explain too much. After all, others didn't believe it. This small crystal necklace can form a protective shield 3 times when the wearer is fatally injured, resisting fatal attacks, and at the same time, long-term wearing can also improve the appearance. "Okay, thank you, master. The necklace is very beautiful. I will definitely obey your orders, and I won't take it off when I die," Nanako said in surprise. It took 200W to swing the knife to buy it. Feng Yu saw that he still had more than 7 million swings left, but it was not unacceptable, and after Nanako put on the crystal necklace, the temperament on her body instantly became different. It seems to look even more cute. Chapter 75. None of them understood the use of Feng Yu's gift to Nanako, but judging from the serious expression on his face, the crystal necklace might not be as ordinary as it seemed on the surface. After all, every time Feng Yu took out something in his hand, it had a magical effect. Not to mention that it was the first time he had asked for an item so seriously. Scales left the next time just quietly glanced at the necklace around Nanako's neck and didn't pay much attention to it, while Tanjiro on the side was familiar with the changes in his body. "Senior brother Kazuo, I feel like I'm getting stronger now," Tanjiro said in surprise. "Strong," said Feng Yu with a smile as he turned his head. "If it's very strong, that means you can continue training today." Tanjiro heard this, his body couldn't help but tremble, and there was a hint of timidity in his eyes when he looked at Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Tanjiro swallowed his saliva and said, "Senior brother Kazeba, let's continue yesterday's training." Looking at Tanjiro's confident appearance, Kazujiro nodded, and then said to Zyogu and Zyobai, "You don't have to be merciful today like yesterday." "Yes, master," replied Hei and Bai at the same time. Kaguro's eyes were red, and he looked at Tanjiro with a strange look, as if there was a hint of empathy in his eyes. "Then today Tanjiro is going to train with Kokuro and Kobai. Remember that you are going to train all the concentrated breathing, not your reflexes. What you have to do is that no matter what happens, don't stop your breathing, and you have to breathe all the time," said Kazuha as he looked at Tanjiro and said solemnly. "Yes, senior brother Kazuha." Tanjiro replied immediately. The scales on the side didn't make a sound, as if waiting for Feng Yu to arrange a task for him. "Then the next thing is Nanako," Feng Yu said. "Nanako, you can follow me today. I have already made a plan for your cultivation." Nanako nodded, then touched the necklace around her neck lovingly. "Master Scale, if you don't have anything to do, you can supervise or punish Tanjiro, as long as you don't lose your breath, I can save you." Then, out of nowhere, he pulled out the wooden stick that he had punished Tanjiro yesterday. I saw that there was still a little blood stain on the stick. "Wind feather. Senior brother, I'm still here." Tanjiro looked at the wooden stick in Feng Yu's hand, as if he had seen something very terrifying. The body instinctively produces a trace of fear. Scales took the wooden stick from Kazuha's hand in the near future, and then looked at Tanjiro suspiciously. I saw that the scale of the left made yesterday's Feng Yu movement, holding a wooden stick up and down in the palm of the other hand, and at the same time looking at Tanjiro. Tanjiro only felt that the image of the scale Takazuo Jinji suddenly turned into a wind feather, and he smiled at himself. "Master Scales." Scales nodded faintly. Yuduze, who had been behind everyone, also came over, hugged Tanjiro, and then made a thumbs-up gesture with his fingers under his surprised gaze. Tanjiro and they returned to the place where they trained yesterday, and then began a day of torture flow rapid strength growth method. Come on, Kaguro and Koshiro-senpai. Tanjiro prepares to meet Kaguro and Koshiro's attack. Quack, boy, don't hold on for 3 seconds like yesterday, said Xiaohei with a smile. I feel that my strength has become stronger, Xiaohei senior, you can come here with confidence. Quack, scream attack. A terrifying sound wave came out of Kaguro's mouth. Tanjiro immediately quickly covered his ears, and the entire concentrated breathing on his body was also cut off at this moment. Mr. Scale, Tanjiro's full concentration is breathing, it's time for you to punish him, Xiaohei said to Scale. Scales got up the next time, and the red Tengu mask made him look like a demon in Tanjiro's eyes at the moment, and the wooden stick in his hand had also become a terrifying torture tool. Master Scales, can you tap it? Tanjiro begged for mercy. It's just that Scales left didn't give him a chance recently, and directly waved the wooden stick and slashed it down. Immediately, Tanjiro clutched his stomach and fell to the ground in pain. Windfeather should have told you that the effect of concentrated breathing, you are too susceptible now, you need to treat concentrated breathing as a physical instinct, and make it work all the time. Then Tanjiro began the next round of torture. On the other hand, on the side of Feng Yu, he led Nanako to the waterfall where Tanjiro had cultivated the breath of water before. Alright, that's it. Windfeather began. What a spectacular waterfall! Nanako exclaimed. Okay, your task today is relatively simple, and that is to eat this. Feng Yu said as he took out the cleansing pill and showed it in front of Nanako. This pill can improve the quality of your body, and strengthen your foundation by cutting the meridians, and washing the marrow. Feng Yu put the marrow washing pill into Nanako's hand. Nanako said hesitantly, Master Feng Yu, this elixir works so well, it must be very precious. What? Everyone has to ask this question again, Feng Yu thought to himself. He had already spent 1,000,000 times to swing the knife to buy 50 pills, half of the marrow cleansing pill, and half of the healing pill. Now the inside of his system backpack is still bulging. If you eat this, you will be able to grow faster in the days to come. Nanako took the pill, and for a while, she felt hot and uncomfortable. Master, I'm so uncomfortable. Nanako's face showed a pained expression, and she looked at Feng Yu for help. Hold back, it will pass soon. Feng Yu looked at her coldly. Nanako also knew that Feng Yu would not lie to her, so she gritted her teeth and endured the discomfort and let the transformation of the cleansing pill. Soon, an unpleasant smell began to fill the air. Ah, master, I stink. Nanako felt sticky and greasy all over her body, and a foul smell wafted out of her body. Well, go jump in the water and wash it off. Feng Yu nodded, then motioned for her to rinse herself. After washing, Nanako's whole appearance is a lot more refined. The original skin is a little dull yellow, but now it is white and delicate, and the little baby fat has disappeared, leaving only the clear outline of water chestnuts. Her body seems to have grown a little taller, from about 1.3 meters to more than 1.4 meters. Nanako's appearance has changed a lot, but the improvement of talent is the greatest. Chapter 76 Master Windfeather. Nanako came out of the water with her face exposed, calling out to Windfeather. Master, I feel that my body has become so light. I saw Nanako jump up directly, and the whole person quickly stepped on the water and ran to the shore. I feel like my whole body has an unprecedented sense of comfort. Feng Yu nodded, looking at the body changes and said, it seems that your body has absorbed well, and your original speed is different from ordinary people. Now that your qualifications have improved, you can try the speed and see how it goes. Nanako nodded, and then ran quickly, and in an instant, she was 10 meters away, twice as fast as before. Master, look at me. Nanako beckoned to Feng Yu in the distance. The myelin cleansing pill should do its best to absorb it and let Nanako absorb it. Feng Yu said as he looked at Nanako. Soon, Nanako ran back and looked at Feng Yu as if she was invited. Very good, then let's start today's training. Feng Yu's face suddenly became serious, and then he led Nanako to the top of empty narrow fog once again. It's just that this time, Nanako didn't have the embarrassment of yesterday, but a relaxed face. You remember, the training has just begun, and it will get more and more difficult in the future. What I want to do now is to improve your qualifications and bring out your potential, so that I can rest assured that you will go to avenge your mother in the future. Got it, Nanako, said Feng Yu. Nanako followed behind him, a thoughtful expression on her face. Yes, Master Feng Yu. This time the two of them quickly reached the top of the mountain, and although Nanako still had a little difficulty breathing, she was already much better than yesterday. Today's rule is the same as yesterday, go back to the cabin before dark. Then Windfeather jumped to the top of the tree, and slowly disappeared from Nanako's sight. What? Playing with me like the Scales Patriarch disappeared, and it was really passed down from one line to another, Nanako said with her tongue sticking out her tongue. Then, she turned around and was about to run down the mountain, but soon Nanako realized that something was wrong, and this time the traps and obstacles increased, and although her speed and reflexes became stronger, she still fell in the face of the obstacles that followed. I saw that Nanako had just dodged the deep pit on the ground, and a huge tree hit in an instant, and at the same time, the traps in all directions were all activated at this moment. Nanako didn't have time to dodge to the correct foothold and direction, and fell directly into a deep pit. It's really not that simple, Nanako said indignantly. Then he started running again, and Feng Yu had been watching Nanako dodge various obstacles and traps from the top of the tree, only to trip or be knocked away from time to time. When she's ready to handle this kind of training, she can move on to the next stage, muttered Windfeather. Time flies quickly, and dusk suddenly appears, signaling that night is approaching. Why do you have a bad premonition? Looking up at the mountains and forests in the distance, he was still as calm as ever, thinking that he was from the other side of the mountain, and asked passers-by over and over again to come to the narrow fog mountain. From the former one who used to use all his strength every day, earn the number of swings to open the system, and now stand on a high place and look at the small figure below just like his former self, trying to move forward and avoid obstacles. The scenes of the past are so clearly replayed in my mind. Looking at the yellow-red sky, Feng Yu's face showed a very complicated expression. He often wondered whether the world of ghost slaying was real or false. This world was flesh and blood, but the memories of his previous life were so new. In the previous life, this world was just an anime, but at the moment it is a world, so which world is the Windfeather real, or both are real? Thinking back to everything in the past, Feng Yu shook his head, wanting to get rid of the thoughts in his head, but at this moment, the bad premonition in his heart suddenly became violent. What the hell is going on? Feng Yu felt that his heart was beating fast, and the special state opened directly, and a blank world appeared in Feng Yu's eyes. Could it be that someone has an accident? Said Feng Yu, gasping. Damn, what the hell is going on? The bad premonition in his heart gradually intensified, but he didn't know what was going on, which made him feel very irritable. Quack, Master, emergency, emergency, east-east, southeast is suspected of having 2 winding ghosts, emergency rescue water column Tomioka is brave. Xiaohei shouted anxiously when he saw Feng Yu. 2 winding ghosts. Xiaohei, let's go. Feng Yu jumped onto Xiaohei's back, and then quickly flew in the direction of the southeast and east. Xiaohei used his talent for extreme speed, and the speed was very fast, and before the people on the ground could react, they only saw a black shadow flash, and then disappeared. In a dilapidated house on the other side, a man covered in blood hugged the girl in his arms tightly, and the girl was crying constantly, gently wiping the blood flowing from the man's face with her hand. Father, mother, has she left us? Said the girl, looking at the woman lying in a pool of blood not far away. I'm sorry, it's all the father who is useless. Miso. The man gently stroked Miso's face and said distressedly. There was a loud noise outside, and the 3 figures were constantly scuffling, and the terrifying destructive power made the already dilapidated house even more precarious. Seeing that the man outside who had let Feng Yu go to apprentice was resisting the attack of 2 terrifying demons, Mei Shiu's mind kept flashing Feng Yu's figure. Brother Windfeather, where are you? Come and save my father. Didn't you say you'd come back to protect me? Mixiu's face showed a look of despair, as she noticed that the man outside had been knocked away, and Tomioka heard a bang, and Tomioka fell to the beam. Vomit. Tomioka Yoshito spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes revealing a sense of indifference, staring at the ghost who stepped into the house step by step. The sense of foreboding in Feng Yu's heart became stronger and stronger, and it was simply stimulating his nerves every moment. Impossible. It can't be that Tomioka has an accident. Could it be? Fen Jiayun suddenly woke up, and at this moment, Xiaohei's flight route was not exactly the direction he had climbed the mountain and waded through the water to the narrow fog mountain. When night falls, it heralds the danger that lurks in the darkness, and the fangs are exposed. Feng Yu was anxious, very anxious. He had planned to go back to visit Mixiu's family after a while, and even take them to live with him. Don't have an accident. Chapter 77. Feng Yu frowned and looked into the distance, and Xiaohei also tried his best to increase his speed to the extreme. Why is this the case again? Last time, too. Windfeather looked up at the sky, and he seemed to feel that there were threads in the darkness controlling him, and even what was happening in this world. Lying on the bed looking at the Yuba spicy tang conceived by the mobile phone, I was suddenly scared. Cough cough, just kidding. Master, because the crow of the water column conveyed the message and said that they had encountered 2 winding ghosts. One was the one we met in Amagi Mountain before, and the other didn't know, only that the whole body was hidden in the pot. The pot. The ghost in the pot, is it the 5th of the upper wind? Jade pot. Feng Yu carefully recalled the memories of his previous life, and found that among all the ghosts, only the jade pot was the most suitable. The nest seat plus the jade pot. Tomioka is afraid that he will not be able to protect himself. I hope I can hold out until I arrive. Suddenly, out of the corner of Fenjiu's eyes, a white figure was caught running quickly on the ground. Zobi. Xiaohei immediately understood, and the altitude of his flight slowly decreased, but his speed did not decrease, until he reached the edge of a cliff. Zobi on the ground jumped up, and under the white moonlight, 3 tails were constantly swaying in the air. Zobi's size continued to get smaller, and finally fell directly into Feng Yu's arms. Master, you forgot to take me, I said. You are. There, Zobi is there. Zobi expressed dissatisfaction with Feng Yu's behavior of leaving him, but Feng Yu's touch quickly disappeared. I didn't expect Zobi's speed to become so fast. Even Xiaohei, who broke through the speed of sound, could catch up. It seems that this transformation, Xiaobai, is not just as simple as obtaining the skill of inviting God. Feng Yu looked at Xiaobai, who was constantly snuggling up to him. On the side of the Ghost Slayer team, the Pillar of Flame, the Pillar of Worms, and the Pillar of Wind are hurrying away. The ghost from last time, Butterfly. Shinobu recalled the terrifying aura emanating from the original Nishinosa, and the expression on his face was solemn, and he lost his usual smile. No matter how strong the ghosts are, Laozi can overthrow them, said. Immortal Kawa Minoru looked at the solemn arrogance on Butterfly Shinobi's face. Hey, it's really exciting. Is Mr. Immortal Chuan going to burn himself with all his might? Among the three pillars, only Butterfly Shinobu has felt the oppression of the winding, and she is the only one who knows the horror of the strength of the winding. She was silent, she couldn't back down, because she was a pillar and a girl who avenged her family. Purgatory Xingzhira had a smile on his face, making people look full of security, but this was also the first time he was preparing to meet the ghost of the string, and he pursued the strength and justice, and the blood in his heart began to churn. Although the tone of the immortal Minoru was arrogant, the terrifying scars on his face were embellished with his madness. Cut, since that kid can beat the third string, it means that the winding ghost is also weak, said Minoru Immortal. Butterfly Shinobu and Kyojura didn't speak, but they were rushing as fast as they could. Tomioka, who had fallen to the ground in Tayama village, slowly stood up, but the blood dripping from his arm indicated that his injuries were not as easy as the expression on his face. Tomioka stood up and looked coldly at the two ghosts in front of him who exuded unprecedented terrifying coercion. The blue knife in his hand was tightly nestled in his hand. Tisk, that's right, you should be the pillar of the Ghost Slayer team. I didn't expect to be able to stand up after being hit by my destruction kill. Final style, Blue Eyes Chaos Remnant Light. I already recognize you. My name is Azoza, the third of the 12 ghost moons. You come to become a ghost, and discuss the supreme realm with me. The human body will only limit you. You will slowly grow old, you will die, your strength will decrease, but becoming a ghost is different. Becoming a ghost you can have eternal life, and have the healing power to instantly restore injuries. Yuosa stretched out his hand and invited Tomioka Yoshio. It's just that Tomioka Yoshi on the other side just looked at him quietly, and then took out a healing pill developed by the ghost-killing team from his arms and swallowed it in one gulp. After seeing the entrance of the elixir, Tomioka's injuries began to slowly recover. Look, this is you humans, you only wait when you are injured, but we ghosts can recover from injuries in an instant, even broken hands and feet. Then, the Zodiac directly ripped off his arm, and then pressed it back again, and then the wound grew countless flesh buds, and then began to pull each other, and finally the Zodiac seat's arm recovered, as if it had never been broken. Tomioka didn't speak, still looking at him coldly. You should be the same as that Nakagawa Fenjio last time, because the breathing method you use is exactly the same, although that ghost hunter seems to have other breathing methods. He knew that these ghost hunters were like this, no matter how strong the temptation to become a ghost was, he would not waver. When Tomioka Yoshio heard Feng Yu's name, his face seemed to be moved, and then he quickly returned to his indifferent expression. The jade pot hidden in the pot slowly crawled out of the mouth, and a fishy smell filled the air. He has white eyes, green lips, and purple fins on the top of his head. The jade pot with its mouth at the position of the eyes at the position of the forehead and the mouth, and the jade pot with several small arms growing from the head and other places is really ugly, which is in stark contrast to the Yuo seat on the side. There seems to be a little girl with fine skin and tender flesh inside. He. It must be delicious. Yajo smiled excitedly. Bang! The powerful impact force directly caused the jade pot to knock down the house and be crushed underneath. There was no smile on Yuoza's face, and he directly punched the jade pot away and said, I said, you are not allowed to eat women in front of me. The jade pot slowly shook the things that were pressed on his body, and stared at Yuoza with an angry expression on his face. It's just that he knows that his strength is not enough to fight, and he hasn't forgotten the order of Wu Miserable, as long as he swallows his anger vigorously. I'm sorry, Mr. Yuoza, it's the jade pot that's wrong. The jade pot came to the side of the Yuoza again, staring at Tomioka Yoshi with both eyes on the surface, but in his heart he was surprised that the strength of the Yuoza had become stronger again. Chapter 78 Tomioka Yoshi looked at the Yuoza and the jade pot coldly throughout the whole process, and there was no change on his face. I saw the knife in his hand slowly pick it up and make an attack posture. Sure enough, none of you ghost hunters accepted my invitation, since you don't want to become a noble ghost and be willing to degenerate into a lowly human being. Then go and die, said with a smile, and then ordered the jade pot next to him. Don't hurt that girl without my permission. Mr. Yuoza, don't forget our mission. Yajo said with a sense of displeasure in his heart when he saw that Yuoza was so faceless and ordered himself with a high-minded appearance. I don't need you to teach me, said Yuoza, looking at the jade pot contemptuously. The thing I look down on the most is the ghost who eats women to improve his strength. Whatever you want, anyway, if something happens and the task is not completed, you will bear it yourself. The jade pot rolled its asymmetrical eyes, and then stepped aside, quietly watching the performance of the Yuoza. Okay, this unknown pillar of the ghost-killing team, can you tell me your name? Yuoza looked at Tomioka Yoshi quietly, and then stretched out his hand and invited again, I can see that your superb and exquisite swordsmanship on your body, come and turn into a ghost. Tomioka Yoshio. Tomioka Yoshi said quietly. Very well, then Mr. Yoshio, please die. Destroy the kill, the foot style, the flash of light. Destroy the kill, the foot style, the flash of light. The Zodiac kicked Tomioka several times at high speed. Tomioka took a deep breath and said quietly, all concentration, water breath, one type, water surface slash, blue. And white water streaks emerged from the tip of the knife, directly resisting the attack of the Zodiac's seat, and a flash explosion suddenly appeared from his side. The dirt was flying all around, and the smoke was billowing off. Water breath, three shape, flowing dance. Tomioka Yoshio directly spelled and then flexibly moved towards the Uzuma attack. Ha ha ha, come on, make me happy. Tsunozo laughed and then started to sabotage and kill. The figure of Tsunosa disappeared and attacked directly towards Tomioka. Bang! The two collided instantly, producing a powerful airflow and a loud bang. Bang bang bang. They were so fast that they were like a bolt of lightning, and it was impossible to see the movements. Tomioka swings his sword bravely and Yuosa swings his fist, and both of them are comparable in speed and attack. Just looking at the ease on his face, Tomioka had already guessed that he was not the opponent of Uzusa. Superb swordsmanship, good, very good. Followed by a terrifying and destructive punch to Tomioka. The expression on Tomioka's face has not changed, and it will always be the same in different face. Destroy and kill, kick, and crown first. A top-down kick kicked directly at Tomioka Yoshitoi. All concentrations, water breath, land type, twisting vortex change, flow. Tomioka twists his upper and lower body with force, and slashes with momentum. A blue-white whirlpool appeared, and every twist was a sharp slash. At the same time, the three-type Liulio dance dodged the attack of the Zodiac and slashed towards his neck. He jumped directly to dodge Tomioka's attack, and said with a playful expression on his face, "You are not my opponent, you are much weaker than that Nakagawa Fenjayo. Okay, the warm-up is over, and then I have to be serious." Destruction and killing, final style, blue eyes and remnant light. Huge blue snowflake runes sprouted from the solace of his feet, and blue compass needles began to appear around him, constantly rotating in the air, and the surrounding airflow began to surge with the surge of the compass. All the compass needles flew out in an instant, and with an irresistible momentum, they attacked Tomioka Yoshiyong. That might made Tomioka Yoshio have to make a defensive posture. All concentration, water breath, pick one type, Nagi. A blue horizontal field centered on Tomioka Yoshi appeared, and as soon as the blue compass needle touched Tomioka Yoshio's field, it was resisted. Boom, boom, the needle bombarded Tomioka's field, and a loud sound spread, and dust and smoke rose all around. More and more needles attacked, and Tomioka found that his realm seemed to be like a candle in the wind, and began to sway and cracks gradually appeared. Click. Tomioka saw that his lightest defense had been broken, and countless compass needles roared. Bang! A figure flew out upside down. Poof! Tomioka Yoshi spit out a mouthful of blood directly, only to see that his chest was already stained red, and at this moment he felt that the bones in his body had fallen apart, and many blood vessels on his body had burst. I'm going to die. I'm really a weak person. Tomioka Yoshi's face seemed to show a hint of relief. That's fine. It should have been me who should have died. Tomioka Yoshio slowly closed his eyes, and the past flashed through his mind. Righteousness, righteousness, wake up, wake up. Tomioka Yoshio's ears seemed to hear someone calling his name. He slowly opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes was the sister who had been thinking about him. Tomioka Tsudako? Sister. Tomioka Yoshio hugged Tomioka Tsudako in front of him, tears kept flowing. Sister, I really miss you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should have died in the first place. Tomioka is like a real child in front of his sister at the moment. Perhaps this is the feelings and heartache that Tomioka has always buried in his heart. It's okay, my brother, Xiao Yiyang is the most powerful. Tomioka Tsudako stroked Yiyang's head and said softly, "Sister knows you're tired, but you can't fall down now. There are many people in this world who need you to save, so Yiyang, cheer up, okay." Tomioka wanted to reach out and touch them, but even though he was close to him, it was like a chasm, blocking him. Rabbit. Tomioka looked at the two of them blankly. Yiyang, you must always remember what I told you. You have to cheer up. You have to live bravely. You must live. The figures of the rabbit and the real mushroom gradually disappeared, and Tomioka Yoshiyang hurriedly got up and tried to catch them, but he only pounced. Something suddenly came to mind, and when I turned my head, I saw that my sister Tomioka Tsutako was also slowly dissipating. Volunteering. My sister will always be with you. You have to live. Well, live well. Tomioka Tsutako's figure disappeared. Tomioka Yoshido shouted. No, sister. In reality, Yoshi looked at Tomioka Yoshiyang, who had no breath in the ruins, and smiled. It seems that he has died. Lord Wu Miao should be happy. Killed a pillar. The jade pot in the distance saw that Tomioka Yiyang was knocked to the ground so quickly, and hurriedly rolled the jade pot to the side of the Yuoza and said, "Your Excellency, you didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly, and you are about to catch up with the realm of your Excellency Black Death Mao." The jade pot was furious by his eyes, and hurriedly said, "Since this pillar has been killed, then please use your prey slowly. Then, I'm going to complete the task assigned by Lord Wu Miao. You, who didn't speak, worried about what would happen, and hurriedly wanted to complete the task of Wu Miao's explanation as soon as possible, and then continue his life of making salted fish pots. Yu Woza nodded, and then let the jade pot slowly walk into the wooden house, and he himself is slowly walking towards Tomioka Yoshiyong. Don't. Please let us go. Mixu's father saw the jade pot come in and hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. If you want to blame you have something to do with that ghost hunter and angered Lord Wumio, so prepare for death. Miso's eyes widened. She couldn't believe what was in front of her. Her beloved father's head and body were separated at the moment, and he was completely dead. Miso slumped on the ground. Her feet didn't have the strength to stand up at all. The tears on her face fell like rain. She felt that she was about to suffocate. She wanted to hug her father. She lay on the ground and crawled little by little towards his father. His mouth was still chanting, "Father, mother." What a pathetic feeling. Only human beings can have such disgusting and ugly feelings. Yajo said disdainfully as he looked at Mizuo, who was crawling towards his father. All right, it's time to get you back and hand you back. The jade pot stretched out his hands covered with fish scales and was about to touch Mizuo. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and Mizuo in front of her suddenly disappeared. And at the same time, the entire arm of the jade pot fell directly to the ground, and blood gushed out. Who is it? Yajo was shocked. I'm sorry. I'm late. Chapter 79. Feng Yu hugged Mizuo in his arms tightly and said, I'm sorry. It's me late. It's just that the girl in her arms didn't react at all. There was no change in her eyes, she just stared blankly at the headless corpse in the distance, and kept muttering, Father. Feng Yu's pupils shrank. He was in a hurry to save Mizuo just now, and he didn't notice the headless corpse on the other side, only to find that the headless corpse on the ground turned out to be Mizuo's father, the once honest man. Only a corpse was left at this moment, and he fell to the ground coldly. An unprecedented anger emerged. The momentum on Feng Yu's body continued to surge, the pale yellow fighting spirit began to gradually appear, and the surrounding dust continued to rise. The jade pot on the opposite side felt the sense of oppression coming from Feng Yu's body, and his heart began to retreat. Humanity. How can humans be so powerful? The jade pot seemed to be a little incredulous as the human in front of him allowed his biological instincts to constantly warn. No wonder the Yawosa had to run away last time. The body of the jade pot gradually retreated into the pot, and then jumped directly outside, only to soon a white tail flew back directly. Bang! The powerful impact directly caused cracks in the body of the pot. AHH, how dare you break my artwork? Unforgivable. Jade Ju said as he stared at Xiaobai. At this moment, Xiaobai's size became larger, 3 white tails rose to the sky, and at the same time, the nine-tailed fox behind it appeared, which could only be described as noble, sacred, and powerful. The jade pot's pupils shrank and shouted, Impossible, why would a fox use blood ghost magic? Humph, dirty thing, dare to anger the master, see if I don't kill you. Xiaobai snorted coldly, and then the 9 tails of the phantom behind him instantly attacked towards the jade pot. Blood demon technique, 1000 needles, fish kill. Jade pot instantly took out a pot with a water weed pattern and shouted. I saw a goldfish appear in the pot instantly, and as soon as the goldfish appeared, it spit out a golden needle at Xiaobai to attack. Bang! The 9-tailed fox phantom collided with the golden needle, causing a violent explosion. But soon, the tail of the 9-tailed fox phantom overwhelmed the golden needle, and the attack fell directly on the jade pot. Bang! The jade pot didn't have time to defend and flew out directly. How dare a stinky fox do this to me? I saw that the pot where the jade pot was hiding began to break, the skin on his body began to degenerate, and the whole body of the jade pot stood out, with webbing between his palms and a snake on his lower body. The whole body was covered with scales, but the whole body was as soft as ever, and I saw him twist his whole body 180 degrees and take out a small white pot from behind him and shout, Blood demon magic, hell. An octopus the size of a house was summoned, and the tentacles of the octopus directly wrapped around Xiaobai's feet. Bang! Xiaobai's size became larger again, and it became bigger than an octopus, and the powerful force directly pulled the octopus over. The 9-tailed phantom behind Xiaobai directly condensed an energy ball and attacked towards the octopus. The force was so great that half of the entire octopus was blown off. Roar! The octopus let out a wail. And Xiaobai wanted to mend the knife again, but the jade pot instantly appeared on the top of Xiaobai's head, and then took out the wave pattern pot and splashed water on Xiaobai. Blood demon magic, blood hell bowl. A water bowl wraps around Xiaobai's surroundings. Bang! The 9-tails phantom directly attacked the water wall, but this water wall was very strange, giving Xiaobai a very soft and very hard feeling. Xiaobai continued to attack towards the water wall, but soon Xiaobai noticed that something was wrong, because it felt like the air in this bowl was getting thinner. What should I do? Xiaobai began to get anxious, but he didn't expect to be trapped by the jade pot. The jade pot on the ground saw that Xiaobai was trapped, and a scheming smile appeared on his face, and he just wanted to take out something from the pot behind him, but was directly stopped by a terrifying sound wave. Boss Bai, I'm here to save you, shouted at the trapped white. Then he used the sunlight flame skill against the water bowl that trapped Xiaobai. The strong high temperature directly melted the water bowl into a gap, and as soon as the gap appeared, Xiaobai's state immediately improved. began to gasp for air. Xiaohei, hurry up and get me out, this thing really makes me uncomfortable to death. Xiaobai said to Xiaohei. Hey, okay, boss bai. Then another flame of sunlight shot out, and soon, the entire water bowl was dissolved, and Xiaobai, who had regained his freedom, summoned the nine-tailed phantom again, looking at the jade pot with cold eyes. Damn ugly monsters. The nine-tailed phantom began to gather energy balls, and then attacked directly towards the jade pot, and Xiaohei also shot out a ray of sunlight to follow. Seeing that the situation was not good, the jade pot jumped directly into the pot. Bang! The smoke cleared, revealing a full white jade pot. The jade pot gradually came out of the pot, and then directly took out 10 sticky fish pattern pots. Blood ghost technique, 10,000 slippery sticky fish. Countless sticky fish with sharp teeth began to appear from the mouth of the pot, and then attacked towards Xiaobai and Xiaohei. Everywhere the sticky fish passed, they became bare, and the fallen beams were eaten away. Seeing this, Xiaobai hurriedly reduced his size and jumped on Xiaohei's back, and Xiaohei also hurriedly flew into the sky. Start teaming up to deal with the terrifying monsters on the ground. Please. Sunny flames. Bang. Bang. Explosions rang out, and the terrifying fish on the ground seemed to be slaughtered. All of a sudden, the flying dirt was mixed with the minced flesh of the strange fish. While the strange fish turned into minced meat, it also shot black venom at Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Fortunately, Xiaohei flew high enough, otherwise he would have been shot at his body by the venom spewed by the strange fish. The venom fell to the ground, instantly corroding a large crater, and at the same time, black smoke was constantly emitting. Wow, that's poisonous. Xiaohei shouted when he saw this. A sneer appeared on the face of the jade pot in the distance, and then his body disappeared in an instant. Blood ghost technique, killing fish scales. The figure of the jade pot appeared directly on Xiaohei's back, and then said with a smile, turn me into a fish. Hand of God. I saw the jade pot swing a punch directly at Xiaobai, and seeing that it was about to fall on him, a familiar figure appeared in Xiaobai's sight. All concentrations, breath of light, shape of Wu, one flash of light. Ding. A pale yellow light appeared in front of Xiaobai, blocking the attack of the jade pot for him. Master. Xiaobai shouted. It was Fang Yu who came. Xiaobai, you go and help Tomioka Yiyang. Xiaohei, you protect Hao Maizio, I will deal with this guy. Feng Yu said coldly. Xiaobai and Xiaohei nodded, and then their bodies directly became smaller, and Feng Yu and the jade pot fell to the ground, separating the distance. Shiro ran towards Yoshi Tomioka, but Hei fell to the side, put Mixio, who had been put to sleep by the wind feather, on his back, and flew off into the distance. The ghost in the pot, the jade pot of the upper string. Your fist has the power to turn creatures it comes into contact with into fish, said Windfeather. Yahoo was shocked and shouted, you, how would you know? His secret was discovered, and the jade pot began to panic. After all, this trick made everyone who met him fall behind. Ugly and disgusting fellow, let me die here today. Chapter 80. Oenikiri began to glow with black gas, and the blade instantly turned red, and the extreme anger caused Feng Yu's entire body to change. With the blessing of the transparent world, Feng Yu felt a powerful force welling up from the depths of his body. Dong dong dong. Heart beat fast and powerfully. As if it was about to jump out of the body, Feng Yu's body surface temperature began to rise, and the ghost cut in his hand seemed to resonate with him, responding to him. The knife in my hand is responding to me, begging me to cut you under the knife. Feng Yu shouted. And the momentum on his body rose directly into the sky, and the pale yellow fighting spirit also turned golden yellow at this moment, and the color of the ghost cut in his hand completely turned into crimson, and the original green had already been covered. Feng Yu silently took out the fox mask and put it on his face, only to see that the fox mask instantly turned into the appearance of the Grim Reaper mask, and then a black shadow began to appear behind him. The shadow glowed with scarlet eyes, staring at the jade pot. The jade pot was stared at and furious. Damn, what's going on with this ghost hunter? Why is it so terrifying? The jade pot looked at the death mask on Feng Yu's face, and his heart kept beating, as if the mask was a big horror thing. Feng Yu saw the frightened expression on the face of the jade pot, and then saw the death phantom behind him, and understood that it was the spiritual deterrent effect of the mask that worked. The jade pot was indeed a winding ghost, and immediately realized that he had been disturbed by the spirit, so he quickly erased the influence from himself, and said mockingly, look at how perfect these pots are. The jade pot took out a few scarlet pots, and then said with a smile, do you know how these pots are made? This is the most perfect work of art in the world. This is made from the flesh and blood of everyone in this village. You can see that the girl's family seems to be very important in your heart. The jade pot slowly took out a pink pot. This is a pot made of that woman. How perfect. I still remember her expression when she dedicated herself to art. These boring lives are born to exist for perfect art. Every word that the jade pot said stimulated Feng Yu's nerves, and the bits and pieces of life in this village began to emerge, and the simplicity and kindness on the faces of the people in the village were constantly replayed in their minds. You're really damned? Feng Yu shouted. All concentrations, light breath, one type, moonlight slash. The pale yellow sword light attacked in an instant, and the speed directly cut off the entire hand of the jade pot. How is that possible? Jade pot was shocked. How can my body be so fragile? The jade pot, which had become a complete body, seemed to be unable to believe that his defense was useless at all. Recalling his extreme defense, the neon wheel knife could not have been so powerful, so he shouted, "It must be your knife, there is something wrong with your knife." The jade pot's arm instantly grew out, and he shouted angrily, "Blood demon technique, hell." Another octopus with a terrifying body shape appeared, but it was slashed to pieces by a blow from the wind feather. All episodes, water breath, pickup type, sweeping waves. The blue-white giant wave field instantly covered the octopus, only to see that the wind feather just passed by it gently, and the earth-turning wave directly covered the octopus, and then turned into a puddle of rotten meat. Wind feather under the transparent world. Every move of the jade pot is in his eyes, and even he knows what the jade pot is going to do in the next stage. "Have you figured out how to die, Fang?" Yu said coldly as he looked at the jade pot. Blood ghost technique, 10,000 slippery sticky fish. 10,000 strange fish were summoned by him. "Kill him for me, Jade." Pot shouted, and then those strange fish began to attack Feng Yu, who just calmly took out an antidote pill and ate it into his stomach. Then he said, "Water breath, pick up 2 shapes, turning the sky and waves." In an instant, 10,000 strange fish were killed in an instant, and countless venom shot towards Feng Yu, and when he saw that the venom was about to contaminate his body, Feng Yu just changed his moves slightly. Breath of water, pick one type, wind, and waves. The venom that was about to fall on Feng Yu was suddenly resisted. One after another fell in front of him. "These are useless to me, Jade Pot. You can use any other moves one by one. You must know that in my eyes, you are just like your pot, disgusting and ugly." Feng Yu looked at the Jade Pot and said, thinking back to the introduction of the Jade Pot in his previous life, he knew that the Jade Pot's favorite was the pot he made, and he couldn't tolerate the pot that others insulted him. Sure enough, when the Jade Pot heard it, his emotions exploded instantly, and he shouted, "You damn little ghost. Blood demon magic, blood hell bowl." The pot with the wave pattern was taken out by him, and then splashed water at the wind feather, and a giant water ball began to wrap the wind feather. Feng Yu didn't hide, just let himself be trapped. "That's it." I saw that Feng Yu simply waved the ghost cut in his hand, and the water bowl that had trapped and killed countless ghost hunters was split in an instant. "Sure enough, it is as defective as the pot you made." "What? You actually said that my pot is defective, you damn imp, damn imp." The jade pot is a complete body at the moment, although the speed is very fast, but in the transparent world of wind feathers, the speed of the jade pot seems to have been slowed down several times. "I won't let you die so easily, Fang," Yu said as he looked at the jade pot that struck. All concentrations, breath of light, radiant world. The ghost cut in his hand instantly emitted a violent light, and the jade pot could not be dodged, and was directly illuminated. "Ah, my eyes. My eyes? What did you do to me? Why can't my eyes recover?" Jade Pot shouted in pain, and at the same time, Jade Pot frantically attacked in all directions because of the loss of vision. Bang! The Jade Pot fell to the ground, howling in pain. What's going on? Why did the glorious world still have a burning effect? Looking at the large area of burns on the Jade Pot's body, he was puzzled. "It seems to have the ability to inhibit self-healing," Fang Yu said as he looked at the Jade Pot. "Is it because of the transparency of the world? Or is it because of the change in the ghost cut?" Feng Yu looked at the blood-red ghost cut in his hand, and then walked to the pot that the jade pot had taken out earlier. He said to the jade pot, "These pots of yours are ugly and disgusting, I'll help you destroy them." Poof. The pot that Feng Yu picked up in his hand was smashed to the ground and shattered directly. "No, let go of my pot," shouted Jade Hu, and although he couldn't see Wind Feather, he followed the sound and ran towards Wind Feather. "Let go of my pot for me. Hehe, do you think it's possible?" Wind Feather let out a sneer. Then another pot shattered, and then another, until it was all smashed to the ground. "No. Every time the pot is broken, the belief in the heart of the jade pot is shattered once. It's gone. No, damn imp." Jade pot fell to the ground and said viciously, "All concentrations, water breath, pick up, life, and circulation." The blue-white water dragon appeared and landed directly on the jade pot, and then Feng Yu gently withdrew the ghost in his hand and cut into the sheath, leaving only a back for the jade pot. The jade pot also regained its gaze at this time, and its eyes widened, as if it couldn't believe that its head had been cut off. "You damn stinky little ghost, you don't understand art at all, you humans are boring lives, you should obediently sacrifice your life for art." Memories of the human period began to appear in the eyes of the jade pot. When he was still a human, the jade pot began to kill animals mischievously, and sewed scales and bones into the pot, which also made him taboo and isolated by others in the fishing village where he was born and raised. Until he met the ghost danced Soji no miserable by chance hit by it and given blood and become a ghost. Later, the jade pot became a winding team through its own efforts. Scenes of the past emerged one by one, and the jade pot was still scolding Feng Yu. "Damn the stinking imp. Damn the stinking. Congratulations on getting the number of swings *500W. Chapter 81. With a smile on his face, he walked towards Tomioka Yoshi step by step. "Human life is so fragile, it's a pity that you don't want to be a ghost. Join me in exploring the highest realm of this world. If you were a ghost, you would have recovered from this injury," said Uzusa mockingly. "Be my delicacy obediently." Zakusa grabbed it directly towards Tomioka. Suddenly, Tomioka Yoshio, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes directly, and with a slight wave of the heroine sword in his hand, the light sword Shadow Woza directly shouted, destroy and kill, empty style. Directly turned his fist and hit Tomioka Yoshi with 6 consecutive blows. Bang bang bang. Tomioka Yoshi exploded behind him, and you can imagine how strong the attack power of Yoshiuza is. The attack speed of the Zodiac is very fast, but Tomioka Yoshio dodges the attack perfectly like a phantom. Impossible. Uzusa took a few steps back, staring at Tomioka with a shocked face. How could you possibly step into the gate of the Supreme Realm? I don't believe humans can do this. Destroy kill destroy style. The terrifying fighting spirit gathered at his fist, and the attack produced a violent explosion everywhere it passed. Boom, boom. The terrifying energy exploded, and the surrounding houses were ignited in an instant. The flames were everywhere, the smoke dissipated, and the figure belonging to Tomioka Yoshio slowly appeared, and the fire behind him reflected his shadow, gradually elongating. At this time, Tomioka Yoshiyong entered a special state, and he had no momentum on his body, just like an ordinary person, but in the eyes of Yuosa, Tomioka Yoshitami's danger level was already the same as the original Wind Feather. Impossible? It's just a human being. Sonosa fell into self-doubt. It was Wind Feather who entered this realm before, and now it is Tomioka Yoshio, but as a ghost, he has worked hard for hundreds of years to be able to step into the door of the half-step Supreme Realm. Why? You're just a human being, just a lowly human being, A crazy expression appeared on the face of the Zodiac Zo, giving people the impression that the worldview had collapsed. Hehe. But then you're qualified to be my opponent. Come on, let me enjoy the fight again. In the distance, Tomioka Yoshi had tears on his face, and he kept saying, sister, destroy and kill, Oni Korye Kor. Uza instantly threw several punches at Tomioka from all directions. Bang bang bang. A violent explosion rang out, only to see a blue barrier appear in the smoke, and Tomioka was unscathed. What is this feeling? Tomioka felt like a god who had mastered the life of the world, and he was able to get the information he wanted at will. The move has also become stronger. The blue field is much stronger than before, and at this moment, in the face of the attack of the nest seat, it has not been affected at all. Suddenly, the blue field shattered. Tomioka Yoshiyuki spat out a mouthful of blood, and said with a pale face, it's a lot of consumption in this state. Seeing this, the distant Zodiac began to laugh. This is you human beings, weak, pitiful and helpless. Obviously you have come into contact with the highest realm of this world, but you can't maintain consumption at all, ha 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 ha. Sure enough, becoming a ghost is your only way out. Come on, become a ghost? There was a heroic pride on his face. He was proud to be a ghost, and he was contemptuous that Tomioka Yoshi was the supreme realm that humans could not maintain. I said, I will never be a disgusting ghost. Tomioka said with a pained expression on his face and gritted his teeth. Look at yourself, you don't even have the strength to stand up and pick up a knife at this moment. How can you look down on ghosts? Since you are really stubborn, then follow me to die. Destruction and killing, finale, blue eyes and remnant light. Countless compass needles were summoned and rushed towards Tomioka in unison. Tomioka wanted to get up and resist, but the feeling of weakness coming from his body made him unable to lift the Nichiwa knife in his hand. Looking at the compass needle, each of which was full of terrifying and destructive power, Tomioka's face showed a trace of despair. Sister, I may not be able to promise you to live well. Tomioka closed his eyes, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. Suddenly, a white figure appeared directly beside Tomioka Yoshio, grabbed him, jumped into the distance, and dodged the attack of the compass. Boom, boom. In the distance, a smile appeared on his face and said, it's a strange creature like you again. I must give you to Lord Wumio, he should be very interested in you. After all, in this world, in addition to our ghosts, there are creatures that can make bleeding ghost magic. This ghost is so strong. Ziobai slowly put down Tomioka Yoshiyong in his hand, and then looked at the hind legs that had shown blood. Obviously, it was the attack he received when he had just saved Tomioka. I just need to hold it for a while. Xiaobai felt the loud sound of battle constantly coming from the battlefield on Feng Yu's side, and then recalled the terrifying aura on Feng Yu's body at that time, believing that the battle was one-sided. Please God. The white nine-tailed phantom instantly appeared behind Xiaobai, and the terrifying momentum soared into the sky. Oh, is it another kind of blood demon technique? Said, with a smile. It's a pity that a strange creature like you didn't realize how powerful I was when I stepped into the Supreme Realm. Spell unfold, destroy, and kill, compass. A huge blue snowflake symbol appeared on the bottom of his foot, and the compass needle on the bottom of his foot pointed directly at Ziobai. Hehe, you don't have the fighting spirit on your body at all. Sabotage and kill. The body of the Zodiac is like a cannonball, flying directly towards Ziobai. Seeing this, Ziobai directly condensed the energy ball and constantly attacked the nest. It's just that the energy balls have been dodged by the nest seat, and his figure is like a phantom, always appearing in another direction the moment the energy ball falls on him. Ha ha ha, your attack is useless in my eyes at all. Xiao Bai's energy ball attack, in the eyes of the half-step transparent world, is a picture that has slowed down several times. Destroy the killing, the foot style, the flash of the group of lights. The kick that attacked Xiao Bai directly and violently, like a flash of light, hit Xiao Bai's body kept retreating. Even the three tails and the phantom behind him are constantly resisting the kick of the Yakuza nest. But it didn't work. Zobi was quickly kicked out, and the powerful force made it fly dozens of meters away. The trees along the way kept being knocked down, and the snow-white hair on Zobi's body became messy, stained with mud and blood. Zobi was injured, and it felt like the kick of the nest seat directly broke the bones in its body, and every time it moved, there would be a sharp pain. Chapter 82. Under the night, the light blue eyes quietly looked at Xiaobai, who fell to the ground and kept moaning, and smiled. I thought you could let me have fun for a while. Bang. Then he grabbed one of Xiaobai's tails, and then pulled hard. Tear. Xiaobai's tail was broken, and it was torn off by the nest. Seeing that the momentum on Xiaobai's body was weakened, he said with a smile, it seems that the tail is the source of your strength. It's the first time I've seen a strange creature like you in hundreds of years. The size of the free growth, and the strange phantom. I will give you to Lord Wumio, he must like it very much. The Zodiac then tried to reach out and grab Xiaobai's other tail, but suddenly, the Zodiac quickly jumped into the distance. Bang! The blood-red blade flew from the sky and directly cut off the outstretched hand of the Zodiac seat. It's you? His pupils shrank, and an expression of incomparable excitement appeared on his face. I saw Feng Yu, who was wearing a mask of death, slowly stepped from the sky, landed beside Xiaobai, and then took out a healing pill and fed it. Soon, Xiaobai's injuries recovered quickly at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The wound of the broken tail also began to grow granulations, and then turned into a tail. Although Xiaobai's body was still covered with mud and blood at this time, he didn't have the weakness he felt just now. Xiaobai, you take Tomioka Yiyang with you, stay away from here, don't be affected by the battle. Feng Yu commanded, because at this time, in his eyes, the momentum of the Zodiac was more than twice as strong as last time. He knew that there would definitely be a big war next, and Xiaobai and Tomioka Yoshido would be a burden to him and distract him from being here. Xiaobai understood what Feng Yu meant, took the healing pill, and then directly grabbed Tomioka Yiyang and quickly ran into the distance. Yi Woza also moved, looked at Xiaobai, who fled with a smile and said, what you fed that fox just now, the effect can even compare to our ghost's self-healing ability. Uza couldn't help but think that if the healing pill could be mass-produced, then their advantage as a ghost would no longer exist. Feng Yu didn't speak, just coldly pulled up the ghost cut inserted on the ground, and then looked at the Yakuza nest, and the death phantom behind him was also waiting for the scarlet eyes to stare coldly at him. He suddenly felt as if he was being targeted by a fierce beast, and his heart was shocked, and the premonition of danger kept coming, making his heart beat extremely fast. But at the same time, he also began to tremble and laughed. That's it. That's the sense of oppression. Synopsis' pale blue eyes shone brightly. Come on, let me kill you, and succeed in allowing me to fully step into the supreme realm. Spell unfolding, destruction killing, needle. Lycus's body flew out in an instant, throwing a terrifying punch at Windfeather, followed by another kick. He used his martial arts and constantly attacked Feng Yu. The expression on Feng Yu's face did not change, and he always looked at the Zodiac seat coldly, and at the same time, every move of the Zodiac seat was like a slowing beat under his nose. Resisted easily. To be honest, I admire you a lot, you just want to pursue the supreme realm of martial arts, don't kill women, don't eat women. Feng Yu said lightly. I'm just sorry, you're a ghost, I'm a human, we can only be opposites. All concentrations, water breath, land type, twisting vortex, blue, and white sprays emerged from the tip of the knife, forming a waterspout as Windfeather's body turned, and attacked directly towards the nest seat. As soon as the water dragon touched the nest, a crack was directly cut on his body. The gushing blood was gradually absorbed by the ghost cut in Feng Yu's hand, and suddenly, the ghost cut bloomed with a blood-red light, and the black mist continued to gush out, and then condensed towards the death phantom behind Feng Yu. With the increase of black chi, the phantom of the god of death became more and more obvious, and the fangs continued to appear, no longer as vague as before. This is Feng Yu felt the excitement and longing coming from the ghost cut in his hand, and the mood continued to tremble. See, the knife in my hand seems to like your blood. Feng Yu said, holding up the blood-red oni cut, pointing at the nest. He took a few steps back, and the wound on his chest had already healed. Your knife. It's not a Nichirin sword. Said with wide eyes and horror, the fear in his heart continued to amplify, and his speech began to stumble a little. Windfeather knew that this was the spiritual deterrent effect brought by the Grim Reaper's mask. All concentrations, water breath, 3 types, flowing dance. Windfeather's body was as gentle as a stream of water, and he attacked towards the Zodiac seat. The Zodiac appeared stunned for a moment, then immediately recovered, and hurriedly made a defense to resist the attack of the Windfeather. Destruction and killing, final, blue eyes and remnant light. Countless compass needles were summoned by him in an instant, and they attacked towards Windfeather in unison, trying to resist his attack. It's just that in the vision of the transparent world, these compass needles can't hurt the Windfeather at all. Soon, Feng Yu dodged all the needles and came to the front of the Zodiac seat, and slowly said it's time to finish. All concentrations, water breath, pickup type, turning the sky. In an instant, the Zodiac felt that his body couldn't move, and at the same time, a terrifying wave appeared in his eyes, directly attacking him. He felt the threat to his life, but he couldn't do anything but watch the waves swallow him. Although the half-step penetrating world was very strong, he finally cut off his head. Under the wind feather was a complete and transparent world. In reality, Feng Yu just walked past him gently in front of the zodiac seat, and then the head of the zodiac seat fell to the ground. The body of the zodiac is still in place, not falling. The self-healing ability that belongs to the upper string is manifested at this moment, and the speed of turning into ashes is comparable to the speed of his recovery. Got my head cut off. Sinosa couldn't believe that he had been cut off. He thought that Feng Yu had only stepped into the transparent world with half a foot, and he never thought that he had completely mastered it. I lost to humans. I've just come into contact with the gates of the Supreme Realm, and I'm not yet the strongest. How can I die like this? No, I will never allow to die like this. I want to be the strongest being, shouted. At this moment, the headless corpse of the zodiac that had dissipated an entire arm, and in an instant, the arm was completely restored. The worst case of Feng Yu's Ome really appeared. And the strong obsession of the woe seat is breaking through the boundaries of Ghosts. Chapter 83. The headless corpse of the zodiac began to slowly walk towards his skull, then gently grabbed it and rested on the incision. I saw that the incision instantly began to squirm, and then sprouts grew and slowly healed. Feng Yu wanted to mend the knife, but he stopped, because at this moment, a woman appeared in his eyes. I saw a blue-clothed love snow hugging the body of the bird, but the nest didn't feel it. No, don't. Liangxiu said to Feng Yu with a pained expression on her face. Feng Yu felt very strange, so he planned to see what Liangxiu was going to do. How could I die like this? I haven't become the strongest yet. I must not die, shouted Uzuma as the broken wound in his neck healed in an instant, returning to his previous state. He was half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, and it was obvious that the self-healing just now had consumed him very much. I broke through, I was beheaded and survived. I'm really the strongest. Nakagawa Kazuha, the knife in your hand won't work for me anymore. Feng Yu looked at him coldly from a distance and said, I think you're quite pathetic. You forgot everything. You forgot the girl you once loved. Koji. As soon as the words fell, Yawosa's eyes suddenly widened, and a wave of memories poured out. He covered his head in pain, and kept shouting, Koji. Koji. Who the hell is Koji? Kanaza knelt on the ground and stretched out his hand to make a look at his face, only to find that he had already burst into tears. I'm a Zowoza. I'm not a Komeiji. You give me death. Destroy kill chaos style. His figure instantly appeared in front of Wind Feather, and the battle between the two of them broke out again. This time Uzoza attacked even more fiercely. Destroy kill foot style, crown first cut. The nest seat turned over and jumped, from the bottom up, and kicked directly at the ghost cut of Wind Feather. Ding. Oenikiri was not affected in the slightest, and it could even be said that he did not move at all. Feng Yu looked at him quietly, or looked at the love snow on the back of the sinister seat. I saw that the love snow was still clasping the neck of the sinister seat with both hands, trying to pull out the soul that belonged to the Komeiji hidden in the sinister body. It's just that the slender arms make Feng Yu feel that she doesn't have any strength, let alone pull out the soul of the nest. That's it, I'll help you. All concentrations, water breath, pick up, sweeping waves. The absolute attack field belonging to Wind Feather instantly enveloped the zodiac seat, and the rainbow seat was frightened, and wanted to flee quickly, but under the realm of the Wind Feather, the rainbow nest could only watch the blue-white waves lap against him again. Click. Woaoza's head was once again chopped off by Wind Feather. Damn it, why are you so strong as a human? Red blood flowed all over the ground, mixed with milky white brain flowers. It's just that soon the body of the zodiac has a head again. It's just that the head has regrown and the seat seems to be flustered. At this moment, he was discovered by Feng Yu. Just now, there was a pause. In order to verify his conjecture, Wind Feather cut off the head of the zodiac with another blow, and then repeated the action just now. He stood aside and quietly watched the recovery of the nest. Sure enough, the memory of the nest has deviated. In the transparent world, he saw the changes in the nest, so he recalled some words that could stimulate him in the introduction of the nest in his previous life. Nest, you are really weak, as the third of the string. You have been cut off by me again and again. You know that you are in my eyes at the moment. You are weak. Just as you don't bother to kill the weak, I don't bother to kill you. Everyone has a time when they are weak. Everyone must have been helped by others to some extent. The strong need to protect the weak, and then the weak become strong and then protect other weak people is the natural reason. This is the way of the strong. A sneer appeared on Feng Yu's face. You're a coward who only dares to fight in the dark, just like last time, a coward who can only run away. The 3 words of coward stimulated the heart of the coward, and he froze in place. Coward? The way of the strong. Is this the way of the strong? Am I always wrong? Feng Yu looked at the zodiac like this, with a satisfied smile on his face, so he continued, you really disappointed your master Qingzang. Feng Yu's figure instantly appeared in front of the zodiac seat, and then accumulated strength and punched the zodiac in the head. Bang! Flew out in an instant, and the stars kept bubbling up in his eyes. But when he flew upside down, he found that this scene seemed very familiar. And the words of Feng Yu just now about the way of the strong are also extremely familiar, and the vague memories sealed in the depths of his mind began to emerge. It seems that he sees a man with a serious face teaching him boxing, and he directly hits his head when he is slightly distracted. That headache, that feeling is so familiar at the moment. There was a feeling of joy in his heart, and it was clear that he was enjoying the memory. He tried to reach out and grab it, but he couldn't catch anything, and he couldn't see the man's face or the man's punches. The memory changed again, and this time there was indeed a blurred figure of a girl in front of him, and it was the same as the man just now. He couldn't see the appearance clearly, but the heart of the nest kept telling him that this girl was a very important person to him, so important that he even gave his life. No! Shouted as the memory in front of him disappeared, and his heart instantly felt like a piece was missing, and he was in pain. Who the hell is she? Who the hell is it? Sonosa shouted in pain, banging his head frantically. Kizang. That's right, Kizang. A crazy expression appeared on his face, and he shouted at Feng Yu. Do you know that girl? Tell me quickly, who that girl is. Looking at the almost crazy demon nest, Feng Yu's mouth slowly opened wide, and he spit out 2 words. Love Snow. Chapter 84. It's just the word love snow, and the memory sealed in the depths of my mind instantly emerged. The originally blurred face has become extremely clear at this moment. Master. Love Snow. Bang. Yuwoza knelt directly on the ground, staring blankly wide-eyed. Scenes from the human period emerge in the eyes of Yuwoza. From stealing medicine for his father to cure his illness, to being taken in by Master Kizang, and then meeting the most important person in his life, Ayaki. Although Yuwoza's life is miserable, he has met his happiness, that is, Kizang and Igsu. Kizang has changed his fate, so that he is no longer confused and no longer degenerate. It was also Qingzang who allowed him to learn the Sulio boxing method and possess superb martial arts. It was also Qingzang that made him realize the best happiness in his life. He still vaguely remembers how he looked when he first saw Liangxiu, so gentle, so cautious. He once thought that his life was only worthy of a miserable life as a sinner, but that girl was like a light in the darkness, so dazzling and so heartwarming. When he knew that the girl had always liked himself as a sinner, he was shaken, and he began to want to get rid of the identity of a sinner, and wanted to spend this life with this girl in an ordinary way. The girl's name is Liangxiu. She is a frail and sickly girl, but she is also a strong girl. She likes to watch fireworks, so he took her to see the fireworks in the sky. It was also under that firework that he expressed his love to Koyayaki, and from that moment on, he swore that even if he gave his life, he would protect Kizang. And Koyayaki? It's just that happiness is very short, so short that Koji can't believe that his fate is still so miserable. When he comes back from sweeping his father's grave and sees Keizo and Koyayaki, who have long since died, he understands that there is no hope in this world that he can remember anymore. He killed all the people who killed Qingzang and Liangxiu, and he desperately buried the bodies of Qingzang and Liangxiu and set up a tomb. He was at a loss. He didn't know what the meaning of his life was. In the end, he met an Imatsuji, no misery, defeat him without misery, and then forcibly turn him into a ghost, and in the end, Koji gradually loses all his memories after becoming a ghost, and only the obsession of wanting to become stronger is left in his heart, and changed its name to the Woza. Sonosa wept in pain, hammering the ground frantically, because he had forgotten that the original intention that Master Keizo had taught him the Sulio fist technique was to save people, to protect, not to kill. At this moment, he had turned back into Komeiji, and in his eyes, his hands were already stained with blood and unjust souls. He also remembered that what he really wanted to destroy was actually the self who failed to keep his promise to his father and lover, and defiled the master's most important Sulio fist method with blood, which was used to protect rather than kill. He let out a sneer, and suddenly he froze, as he felt a familiar feeling coming from behind him. His tears began to flow. Is it you? Slowly kissed it. Welcome back, my husband. Ai. Shue's face was full of tears, and she seemed to feel very sorry for the Yuwoza at this time. Love Snow, my wife, I'm sorry. Sonosa cried, trying to hold Love Snow firmly with both hands, but couldn't touch it. At this moment, you are the Koji I recognize, you have been forgiven by me and passed on the Sulio fist method. King Zhang's figure also appeared beside Yuwoza, and nodded with satisfaction. Master Keizo kowed out to him frantically. His forehead began to bleed. He didn't use the ghost self-healing ability, he just let the wound keep getting bigger. Are you here to pick me up? Said Uzeza crying. At this time, he felt like he had returned to his life at the Suryo boxing gym, and the darkness that belonged to him had been dissipated. I'm here to accompany you, said. This, a smile appeared on the face of the zodiac tree, and a snowflake rune appeared on the ground. Destroy kill chaos. His hands quickly clenched into fists and hit directly towards his head. Tsukaiza, without my permission, you dare to end your own life. Don't be fooled by the so-called feelings, go and kill that ghost hunter, go quickly. Anime. Tsuji suddenly appeared in his mind, his voice was like a magic sound, and the memory that belonged to Koji began to blur little by little. Obviously, this is Wu Miao sealing his memory. No. Yukuza shouted that Feng Yu, who had been watching from a distance, couldn't sit still, because through the transparent world, he saw Yukuza, Koyuki, Kizang, and Wu Miao. Koji's soul was polluted by the blood-red mist, and Yuwoza's eyes began to become indifferent at this time. Wu Miao, I won't let you succeed. The ghost cut in Feng Yu's hand instantly turned blood-red. All concentrations, light breath, Wu shape, light one flash. A flash of light flashed, and suddenly dust and smoke rose up, and the head of the zodiac was cut off by wind feather again and fell to the ground. The blood-colored mist that soaked Koji's soul began to fade, and the soul of Koyuki also rushed over at this moment and hugged Koji's soul. Don't. Koji. Don't be like that again. Don't kill anymore. Liangsu hugged Yuosa tightly and comforted. Love snow. Love snow. Uzusa muttered blankly. Wake up, Koji. You're not Koji, you're Koji, shouted Soul Keizo, and at the same time, a wooden stick appeared in his hand, striking directly on Koji's soul. Suddenly, his eyes began to clear. I'm once again under the control of Wu Miao, said in pain. Nakagawa Kazuha. You. Kill me. Woza said to Wind Feather. My sword can't kill you anymore, I can only wait for the sun to come out. Feng Yu shook his head, and then something suddenly came to mind. Komeiji, do you want to atone for the sins you have done? Help me kill Wu Miao together, and let more people be redeemed. Feng Yu opened his mouth to invite. But Sanosa did shake his head and refused. No, I will only be controlled by a Nimaitsuji at any time when I live, and I just want to accompany Koyuki to heaven. With him. The strength of the Zodiac is not weak, and it is even stronger than the strength of the pillar in the Ghost Slayer team. If it is against the Zodiac and becomes the help of his side, there may be a big surprise. And Windfeather didn't want to die in vain like this. What's the solution? Said Uzusa. Do you know about Zushi, that woman? Yuosa recalls that there was once a female ghost named Zushi. Are you saying she has a way to get me out of Miser's control? Asked Tsukaiza. Yes, she has a way. Although, she was affirmed by Feng Yu, there was not much expression on the face of the zodiac tree, and she just turned her head and said to Liangsu with a smile. Love Snow. I may have to go to heaven with you a little later. Koji, it's okay, just think it's for me, help them. I will always be by your side in the future. Liangsu hugged the nest seed tightly. I promised you, Nakagawa Kazuha. Chapter 85. Wuaoza accepted Windfeather's invitation, and the two shook hands to form an alliance. It's almost dawn, I'm going to go first. Woza spoke. Well, when I go back to the narrow fog mountain and settle down, let's meet again, and then accompany you to find the whereabouts of Zushi. Feng Yu finally thought about it, took out a few healing pills and marrow cleansing pills, and put them in the hands of Yi Woza. These are healing pills, although they may not be of much use to you, but they can replenish the energy you need, and the other one is the marrow cleansing pill, which also has the same effect. Feng. You recalled that you beans rely on eating your own pills to replenish energy, and it should be possible for the nest seat to do the same. He nodded, and then ran quickly towards the forest. On the way away, Feng Yu saw that Liangsu's soul body was waving at him, and he said in his mouth, thank you. Saying goodbye to Yu Woza, Feng Yu realized that the village where he had just come to live in this world had already changed beyond recognition. Those villagers were no longer there, and Feng Yu sighed, bowed, and left. Dawn soon came, the darkness of the world was fading, and life was beginning to come alive. Feng Yu soon found Ziobai and Zayahei, as well as Tomioka Yoshi and Mixiu. Tomioka Yoshi had already eaten the healing pill given by Ziobai, and he was no longer in the way at the moment, but Mixiu on the side was still the same. Sluggish, with empty eyes, Feng Yu gently held her in his arms, patted her back gently with his hand, and kept chanting it's okay anymore. That was Mixiu's home, the home that was once a happy family of 3. At this moment, her most beloved father and mother are buried. Scenes from the past replayed in her mind, her father's smile, her mother's kindness. Miso's face finally moved, and she cried. Her knees on the ground, ignoring the rubble on the ground, piercing her feet and knees with blood. She didn't react, she only had pain, great pain, and despair. On top of the huge ruins, Miso knelt there alone and cried bitterly. Her cry was loud and desperate. The dawn sun shone on her, as if to soothe her emotions. Feng Yu was distressed watching from the sidelines. Xiaobai and Xiaohei had no expression on their faces, they just watched quietly. Tomioka Yoshiyong looked at Mixiu, with a regretful expression on his face, and sighed softly. He recalls that his sister Tsudako Tomioka was the same, hiding him in order to protect him, and he himself was buried at the hands of evil spirits, and he felt as desperate and painful as Miide now. In the distance, 3 hurried figures appeared. It was Butterfly Shinobi, Purgatory Kyojuro, and Wind Pillar Immortal Kawa Minoru. It seems that the battle is over, immortal. Kawa Minoru easily pulled a piece of grass from the side and put it in his mouth, looking at Mixiu who was crying on the ruins without any expression on his face. I thought I could fight the winding ghost. Cut. It's boring. Minoru Immortal Kawa thrust the double knife in his hand into the scabbard, then clasped his hands around the back of his head, and swaggered away. Seeing this, Butterfly Shinobu didn't say anything, but quietly walked to Mixiu's side. Gently take her into your arms. After a while, Mixiu in her arms gradually quieted down, and then fell asleep. Let's get a good night's sleep, it won't be so uncomfortable when you wake up, Butterfly. Shinobu smiled on her face and gently patted Mixiu's back. I see. The 3rd and 5th strings. It seems that Kazuha-kun and Tomioka Yoshi are not very easy. It's just a pity, there are dozens of lives in this village. Purgatory Kyojuro said. Soon, the members of the hidden organization came to clean up the aftermath, but the huge village had long been in ruins, and there was not a single corpse, only blood all over the ground. Feng Yu knew that it was caused by the Jade Pot's blood demon technique, 10,000 slippery sticky fish. In the previous life, the Jade Pot also relied on this trick to attack the Forging Knife Village, and once killed the villagers of the Forging Knife Village, and the bones were gone. So the fifth of the upper string has been killed by you. Purgatory Kyojuro and Butterfly Shinobu were silent at the same time, looking at Feng Yu, a little incredulous. I couldn't believe that this new pillar of light, who had only joined the ghost-killing team for about a year, had slashed the lower string and the upper string one after another. I need to go back and tell the Lord about this matter. Kazuya-kun, Miss Butterfly Shinobi, I'll leave first. Purgatory Kyojuro shouted, said goodbye to everyone, and left in a hurry. After all, killing a upper string 5, this matter is very important, and it is necessary to inform the supreme leader of the ghost-killing team as soon as possible. Yaya Sanyashiki? Seeing the departure of Kyojuro in Purgatory, Butterfly Shinobu said to Feng Yu-kun, why don't you send this child back to Butterfly House to recuperate for a while? Feng Yu glanced at Mizio at this time, and then recalled her previous performance, sighed in her heart, and said, thank you. Good. Take good care of her. Miss Shinobi. Butterfly Shinobu nodded slightly, then picked up Miide and left. The only ones left on the scene were Feng Yu and Tomioka Yoshido and Little Black and White. Master, don't be sad. It's not your fault. Xiao Hei didn't have his usual hippie smile at this time, because he felt the pain in Feng Yu's heart. Xiao Bai didn't say anything, just jumped into his arms lightly, and arched Feng Yu's chest with his head. After all, it's because of me. Feng Yu recalled what the Jade Pot said at that time. The mission that Wu Miao sent them here was because of him. The whole village died because of him. How could this not make Feng Yu feel guilty? Thinking back to Mizio's empty eyes at that time, maybe in her eyes, although she was not her father-killing enemy, she was not much worse. At this time, Tomioka Yoshiyong on the side began to cough, interrupting Feng Yu's thoughts. I saw that Tomioka Yoshiyong's face was pale, and it was obvious that the loss of his body was not completely perfected. Senior brother Yiyong, let's go back to the narrow foggy mountain together this time. Feng Yu gently helped Yiyong, and at the same time took out a healing pill and fed it to Yiyong, and the healing pill was a little ruddy. It's just that Feng Yu can feel that Tomioka Yoshiyu's body is rapidly depleting at the moment. Senior brother Yiyong, don't open the transparent world. Feng Yu Zome, only then did he realize that Tomioka Yiyong had been opening the transparent world. No wonder the healing pill had no effect on him. Is it through the world? Tomioka muttered. Soon, Tomioka Yoshio was taught by Kazuha to close the transparent world, and his situation began to improve. When I go back to Sashimi-yama, I'll explain to you in detail what this transparent world is. Seeing Tomioka Yoshi looking at him, he knew that he wanted to ask about the transparent world. So the two jumped onto Blackie's back and headed back towards MT Seisagi. Chapter 86 Feng Yu and Tomioka Yoshio sat on Xiao Hei's back together, and the two looked at each other speechlessly. The breeze blowing in the sky, the mountains and rivers that kept retreating, Tomioka Yoshi finally couldn't help but ask, why did your crow become so big, and the white fox on your chest too? It is impossible for Feng Yu to say the existence of the system, so he can only use the purifying pill as an excuse to use the bloodline awakening to fool him. That's right. Tomioka muttered for a moment, then fell silent. It's just that the gaze of that eye has always been on Xiaobai's body and has never left. This time, Xiao Hei flew very slowly, and when he returned to the narrow foggy mountain, it was already afternoon. In front of the mountain wooden house, the three of them were already waiting in place. Looking at the golden figure in the sky, they knew that Feng Yu had returned. It looks like it's all right. Scales breathed a sigh of relief, as if the hanging heart had finally let go. I hope nothing will happen to Yoshio. Great, senior brother Kazuha is back safely. Tanjiro shouted excitedly, senior brother Kazeba. Nanako on the side also shouted with Tanjiro, Master, Master. In the sky, Fenjiu and Tomioka Yoshi heard the shouts of the two of them, and a smile appeared on their faces. After the two of them landed, Tanjiro and Nanako surrounded them, and just wanted to say the question in their hearts, but they were scolded by Scales so recently. Alright, you two don't want to block them from entering the house to rest. Scales saw that there seemed to be something wrong with Feng Yu and Tomioka Yoshio, and he vaguely guessed that maybe this mission was not so simple. Hearing the voice of the Scales, Tanjiro and Nanako didn't dare to move, so they had to stand aside obediently and make way for Feng Yu and Tomioka Yoshio. After the two of them entered the house, Tanjiro and Nanako began to surround Xiaoho and ask about what happened. When he entered the house, Yoshi Tomioka began to tell what happened, and he also told all about his state and feelings when he stepped into the transparent world. The last time he heard it, his face was serious, especially when he heard that he was alone in the face of two winding ghosts on the verge of death. His heart couldn't help but tense. Tomioka Yoshi also recounted that when he was in a coma, he saw his sister and Rabbit and Mako. After that, he inexplicably stepped into a special realm, which is what Feng Yu called the transparent world. Tomioka Yoshi said that when he opened that realm, it seemed that the whole world stopped flowing, and all he saw was a blank, but he was able to extract the information he thought of, and the increase in power. Feng Yu nodded again and again as he listened. Just opening that realm, I feel that my body's physical strength is depleting at a rapid rate, and I can't support it for half an hour at all. Tomioka Yoshi said with a calm face. Although that realm can increase my strength, I think it will also bring my life to the end quickly. In short, it's to exchange your life for the growth of your strength. I see. Scales said meaningfully, and then thought silently, as if wondering if there was a record of this realm in the history of the Ghost Slayer squad. The blank world. The power of amplification, and the rapidly depleting life force. Scales muttered as a reckless left. It's a realm called the transparent world, Feng Yu said suddenly. The world of permeability is the realm after the full concentration of breathing, and this realm is the supreme realm that martial arts practitioners dream of. When people do their best to endure the pain, they may break through the limits of the human body and make the real world transparent and visible in the brain. In this state, one's own action speed, ability to predict and avoid attacks will be significantly improved, and it can also grasp the contraction of one's muscles faster, which will significantly improve one's combat power. This is what I accidentally saw in a history book, Feng Yu slowly said the introduction to the transparent world. Tomioka Yoshiyuki and Scales Zo only glanced at each other, and they didn't believe what they saw in a history book. It seems like this. Tomioka Yoshiyuki recalls the state at that time, and why he opened the transparent world, exactly like the description of Feng Yu. Thinking of this, Tomioka Yiyang couldn't help but look at Feng Yu tightly and said, I know that you must have mastered this realm, you can teach me how to master this realm. Would you still like to? Well, I'm willing. I'm not the only one who is willing, maybe the pillars of the Demon Slayer team will. Tomioka said without thinking. The strength of our Ghost Slayer team has actually reached a peak, and it is difficult to find a way to improve its strength. If this transparent world can teach the pillars, then we will have the strength to fight the upper winding ghost alone. Even if it's the price of life. Feng Yu smiled helplessly, recalling that when he watched this anime in his previous life, he had to exchange the lives of evil ghosts at the cost of his life, especially during the Infinite Train. In the duel between Purgatory Kyojuro and Yuosa, he had to pay his own life to protect the weak. Feng Yu was silent. He was confident that he couldn't do as righteous as Purgatory Kyojuro, he would only do what he could. Okay, I promise you, teach you how to master the transparent world, said Feng Yu, looking at Tomioka Yoshio. The scales on the side didn't speak recently, but from the lonely aura emanating from him, he knew that he was not feeling well. After all, using one's lifespan in exchange for an increase in strength, just to kill one more demon, this practice can be seen everywhere in the ghost-killing team. The three of them were silent, and the wooden house suddenly fell silent, except for the crackling sound of the fire in front of them. Chapter 87. On the second day, after arranging the training of Nanako and Tanjiro, Tomioka Yoshi and Kazuha arrived at the back mountain clearing of the Sagiri Mountains. Yesterday I also explained to you that the transparent world is the next stage of the omni-breath normal, although it can bring amplification to itself, but it has a fatal drawback, that is, it consumes life force. There is no other way to master the transparent world, only to keep opening. Feng Yu looked at Tomioka Yoshiyang and said slowly, but you have also discovered that the healing pill in my hand can replenish the consumption of your life force, as well as the myelin cleansing pill. You should have eaten the myelin cleansing pill, but the one you eat should have been developed by the ghost-killing team itself, but the one in my hand is different, and the effect will be even better. You can become a pillar, I believe it is inseparable from your efforts and qualifications. The purifying pill can cut the marrow for you and make you stronger. Tomioka nodded. He had already eaten it when he developed the purifying pill in the butterfly house before, but the effect was minimal, and it didn't have much effect on him at all. At the same time, he also knew that the source of the cleansing pill was the junior disciple in front of him, who he had recommended to come to apprentice a year ago. Tomioka Yoshiyuki sometimes wondered why Feng Yu's strength had grown so fast, and in just 1 year, he had caught up with the Ghost Slayer pillar for a few years or even more than 10 years. Therefore, he was very willing to believe in the effect of the cleansing pill in Feng Yu's hands. Tomioka Yoshi took the marrow cleansing pill and then went down, only to see that his originally plain face suddenly began to move. He felt that his body was hot, and his whole body seemed to be roasted by a stove. Wind Feather saw that his entire body began to emit a puff of white smoke visible to the naked eye. Feng Yu took a few steps back, as he saw that black sweat gradually appeared on Tomioka's face, and there was a fishy smell. Tomioka seemed to notice it too, so he jumped straight into the waterfall and began to take off his shirt, revealing his powerful figure. Feng Yu looked at it and secretly rejoiced, but he didn't expect that no one had ever seen Tomioka take off his clothes in his previous life, and today he was able to let him look at it. After a while, Tomioka returned to land, his body still covered in silver droplets. Tomioka clenched his fists and looked at his hands. He felt the change in his body. His strength had increased a lot compared to before, and his body seemed to become more relaxed and relaxed. Thank you, Tomioka said to Kazuha. It's okay, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be where I am today, so it should be me. Thank you. There is one more thing, that is, you can continue to eat the myelin cleansing pill until your body reaches a saturated state, so you need to continue to eat it next. Feng Yu took out 5 myelin cleansing pills again and handed them to Tomioka Yoshio. If it was as usual, he would definitely let Tomioka continue to eat after a while, but because he had an agreement with Uzoza to find Zushi and find a way to get him out of Wumeo's control. This matter is very important. After all, the strength of the nest is very strong. If he is controlled by Wumiao again, then it will be a big loss, and at the same time, it will also bring a strong enemy to himself. Tomioka Yoshiyong did not hesitate to take the marrow washing pill, and then another lower belly, and then the familiar feeling began again. This time he jumped directly into the water, avoiding the embarrassing scene just now. After 4 times in a row, Tomioka felt that his body had reached a saturated state. So he returned the remaining one to Feng Yu, and then waited for the next stage of training. I ate 5 myeloid cleansing pills. Feng Yu recalled the amount of myelin washing pills that Tomioka had used just now. It's a little less. Feng Yu can only boil down to this, as Tomioka Yoshiyu's own qualifications are outstanding. If it weren't for her sister's death and being under guilt all the time, the strength would be even stronger. Very good, senior brother Yiyong. Then the next step is to familiarize yourself with the transparent world. A few healing pills appeared in Feng Yu's hands. Senior brother Yiyong, you open the transparent world first. If you feel that your body can't bear it, then you stop, and then take the healing pill. I'll watch you from the sidelines. Tomioka nodded, closed his eyes, and thought back to the state in which the transparent world was opened yesterday. But soon he opened his eyes and said embarrassedly, I don't seem to be able to find that feeling. It's okay, I guess you opened it by mistake yesterday, and you are not familiar with it yet, so you can carefully understand what the state of me is when I open the transparent world, so you may know. In an instant, Feng Yu opened the transparent world that belonged to him. A blank world appeared on his body, and Tomioka Yoshio felt that Feng Yu at this time had no breath in his body, just like an ordinary human being. Looking at Feng Yu, Tomioka Yoshi seemed to be a little touched in his heart, and the transparent world that belonged to him slowly opened. Only this time, it's noticeably better than when it was opened yesterday, and the time has been longer. But soon, Tomioka's face began to turn pale, and his mouth kept panting, and it was obvious that he was about to lose his breath. Feng Yu also noticed Tomioka Yiyong's strange appearance, and hurriedly said, Senior brother Yiyong, if you can't hold it, take the healing pill quickly, otherwise it will not be good at all if you hurt your body by force. Tomioka Yiyong nodded, so he ate the healing pill, and his state slowly stabilized. Yes, just keep it that way, get familiar with it, control it, so that you can make it work for you, said Wind Feather. After several successive supplements of the healing pill, Tomioka Yoshi opened the transparent world for an hour. In this hour, Tomioka has realized so much, and at the same time, he is extremely familiar with the transparent world. At this moment, he was completely free to turn on and off the state of the transparent world. This also means that Tomioka has mastered the Transparent World Chapter 80, that Tomioka Yiyong had been able to open and close the transparent world independently. Feng Yu nodded, and then said, Senior brother Yiyong, I plan to teach you the water breath, the shape of picking, and the sweeping waves that I have comprehended. This move is the opposite of your absolute defense, but in the field of moves, in an absolute attack state, I think this can bring you a little help. Tomioka nodded and said slowly, okay, then I'll show you first, then. Wind Feather began to pull out the ghost cut, which had returned to its normal state at this time, with a hint of emerald green in the silver white. All episodes, water breath, pick up, waves. Tomioka Yoshio's eyes saw an ocean, and Wind Feather stood in the middle of it, and his surroundings began to ripple with his sword, and finally formed a terrifying wave that attacked him. Although Tomioka Yoshi sensed that it was very dangerous, he did not react in any way. He firmly believed that Wind Feather would not harm him, but carefully observed Wind Feather's breathing rate and moves. Sure enough, when the earth-turning wave was about to touch Tomioka Yoshio, he suddenly paused. Feng Yu smiled and said, Senior brother Yiyong didn't even dodge, if I can't take it, you may be gone. Tomioka Yiyong didn't speak, just smiled on his face and nodded. Then Senior brother Yiyong, have you failed to learn? Asked Feng Yu. Tomioka shook his head and motioned for Feng Yu to demonstrate it again. Then the same huge wave hit. This time Tomioka Yoshiyuki seemed to understand a little, pulled out the blue sun wheel knife in his hand, and began to draw a scoop according to the gourd, following the wind feather to perform the breath of water. But he failed, and he didn't succeed. There was no way. Feng Yu could only continue to demonstrate to him, and at the same time explain to him the essentials of the movements of the pickup type and the rate of breathing. Soon, Tomioka, who had experienced several failures, finally succeeded in casting the pickup shape and the giant wave. Whew, it's really not easy. Feng Yu felt a little tired and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yoshi Tomioka in front of him was still thinking carefully about the feeling of performing the second type just now. Seeing that she didn't speak, Feng Yu said directly, Senior brother Yiyong, I will leave the Misty Mountain first tomorrow, and the next transparent world and pick-up type moves can only be trained by yourself. Feng Yu took out a small bag full of healing pills. There are 50 healing pills in here, enough for you to practice penetrating the world. Feng Yu watched Tomioka Yoshi take the healing pill, and a trace of pain appeared on his face. After all, he spent a huge amount of money to buy, and it cost him 100 W to swing the knife. It can be regarded as repaying him for recommending me to worship Scales Zo as a master in the first place. Feng Yu thought in his heart. It's just that Tomioka Yoshi saw that the bag was full of healing pills, so he immediately pushed it back and shook his head, saying that he couldn't accept such a valuable gift. Okay, Senior brother Yiyong, this is not very precious to me. Anyway, this is for you. I don't want to come back what Feng Yu sent. If you don't want it, you can lose it or give it away. Feng Yu's attitude was very resolute. Tomioka Yiyong had no choice but to nod and say thank you to him. What I want is for you to become stronger, but at the same time, you have to keep your body when you are strong. I don't want you to increase your strength, but in the end, you didn't kill a ghost and die first. Tomioka Yoshiu's face showed a complicated expression. Looking at the wind feather in front of him, it seemed that he saw the figure of the former acquaintance overlapping in him. Then Feng Yu didn't care about Tomioka Yoshio, and left the place directly to Nanako and Tanjiro's side. At this time, Nanako was watching Tanjiro's training intently, completely unaware of Kazuha's arrival. Nanako, why are you lazy? Feng Yu's voice suddenly sounded from behind her, directly startling her. Wow, Master Feng Yu, you're scared me to death. Nanako said angrily to Feng Yu with a puffed face. I'm not lazy, I'm supervising and studying Uncle Tanjiro's training. Besides, my training doesn't start until the sun goes down. Nanako began to wilt at the thought that when it got dark and she would have to climb to the top of the Hessian mountain. You. Feng Yu reached out and flicked Nanako's forehead with his fingers. It's also my fault, the day before yesterday I suddenly said goodbye. Feng Yu said, and then took out 6 more myelin cleansing pills and sent them to Nanako's hand. You will have 1 pill a day for the next few days, and I may have to leave for a while tomorrow, and I will teach you the breathing method when I come back, but the premise is that you have to pass the basic training, otherwise you still need to train the basics when I come back, you know. Master Kazuha, are you leaving again? Nanako asked. Kazuha nodded, and then beckoned Tanjiro, who was training in the distance, to come over. Tanjiro, now that you've mastered all the follow-up moves of concentrated breathing, Sunicho, and water breath, it's time to participate in the final trial. The young eagle needs to spread its wings and soar on its own, so after passing the final trial, you will have to rely on yourself. You have to become stronger to be able to protect your sister Yuduze. Now no one in the ghosts team can accept the existence of ghosts. Once they find out that your sister is a ghost, and you are still with you, do you know what will happen? They will kill your sister immediately. Because they will think that ghosts are meant to be killed, ghosts are cannibals. You have to become strong enough to cope with all the dangers and difficulties that come your way. Feng Yu's face was extremely serious at the moment, and Tanjiro also changed his previous appearance, seriously thinking about what to deal with next. Alas, as your senior brother, I can't be too stingy. You can take these. Feng Yu took out 2 small bags. This bag is the healing pill, the other is the healing pill. You keep the healing pill for later use, and you can give your beans as rations. Feng Yu showed an expression like a painful cut, and sent the healing pill and the healing pill to Tanjiro. But soon, without waiting for Tanjiro to react, Feng Yu ran away directly, avoiding Tanjiro's refusal. Nanako and Tanjiro looked at the wind feather who suddenly disappeared, with puzzled expressions. Nanako-chan, did senior brother Feng Yu leave after giving me the pill just now? Tanjiro froze in place. Well, I see. Nanako said in a huff. Nanako, Tanjiro, you have to work hard and wait for me to come back, came the voice of wind feather from the sky. Tanjiro looked at the pill in his hand, and reluctantly accepted it, and secretly made up his mind in his heart that he would definitely pass the final trial and become stronger, so that he could live up to Feng Yu's expectations of himself. Feng Yu, who had already gone far, sighed. Today it really cost more than 3 million sword swings. Tomioka is a good man. Tanjiro, I can only do this for you. I hope you can all live well. Feng Yu sat on Xiao Hei's back and gradually disappeared into the sky. Chapter 89 Asakusa. Bang! A huge explosion rang out, and I saw that the originally magnificent palace-style residence suddenly broke through a big hole. The smoky courtyard was full of human and ghost limbs. The human was already dead, but the ghost was not, and they were trembling under the miserable eyelids. This is the blood ghost magic infinite city used by the female ghost Naruto next to Wu Miserable, and all the ghosts are shrouded in her blood ghost magic. Waste. It's all a bunch of waste. Forget about the lower string of waste, even the first quarter is such a waste. Wu Miao's face was bruised, and his scarlet eyes scanned all the ghosts below. If Feng Yu was here, he would probably be exclaimed, because all the ghosts present were familiar to his previous life, from the lower to the upper strings, all of them were there, except for the Yiwoza and the jade pot that had been killed by Feng Yu. His left forehead and right chin and neck have red markings similar to Tanjiro's forehead. This is one of the upper strings, and he is also the strongest ghost under the miserable. He is the elder brother of Jiguo Yuanyi, Jiguo Iwamarai. I order you to go and get that waste back. From the nest, Wu Miao shouted. Also, the position of the first quarter 5 has been vacated, and the Fallenheim, who was originally the first quarter 6, has been promoted to the top 5, and Naruto has been promoted to the first quarter 6. Then I saw that Wu Miao directly made the bloody tentacles gouge out the eyes of Naruto behind him, and engraved the number of the first quarter 6. And then it was the turn of the Fallenheim. All the ghosts didn't dare to breathe during the whole process, for fear of causing no misery. Only the one with white oak hair and colorful eyes, as if blood had been splashed on his head, Tong Emo, who was smiling carefree, waved the golden lotus-patterned fan in his hand. Nakagawa Fenjayu, must die, Tong Emo. Feng Yu didn't know about the all-staff meeting convened by the boss of Infinite City. At this moment he was going to Asakusa on Xiao Hei's back, looking for the ghost bead world that was out of Wu Miao's control. Feng Yu recalled that in her previous life, all netizens praised her title, both in appearance and personality. The most important thing is that the ghost of Zushi is the key to dealing with Wu Miao, not only has superb medical skills, but also has special blood ghost skills. So in her previous life, she was also given the title of strongest assistant by netizens. Maybe you don't have to wait for her to collect the blood of the ghost with the help of Tanjiro. It is estimated that one of the zodiac seats will be enough. After all, the zodiac is the third in the blood concentration of all the ghosts, close to the third in the blood concentration of the innocent. I guess I didn't expect that a woman who avenged her husband and children would have such a great ability to make poison that killed herself. As soon as Feng Yu arrived in Asakusa, he felt like he had come to a modern society. The whole city looked different, and the streets were full of people coming and going. And it was extremely prosperous. At this time, street lights had been laid on the side of the Asakusa roadside, and electric lights had basically been used, but there were fewer high-rise buildings and modern cement houses. Feng Yu walked on the street, and the ghost cut on his body had already been included in the system space, and at this moment, he was like a traveler, constantly appreciating the prosperity of the small island country in this era. Countless delicacies continue to exude an attractive aroma, which leads to the roar of Feng Yu's stomach. So, Feng Yu began the process of sweeping up the food. It's delicious. Feng Yu ordered a bowl of steaming udon noodles. Just taking a sip, it directly stimulated his taste buds. It's amazing. I should have come here before I knew it. I ate a bowl of noodles quickly, although the noodles were delicious, but the price was not cheap. Feng Yu didn't eat a second bowl, but began to taste other delicacies. However, in the small island country of this era, there are really many noodle restaurants with various names, and sushi, and other representative foods, which can be seen everywhere. But there are also many delicacies that Feng Yu has not heard of, which also makes his eyes shine, exposing the attributes of foodies. Hiccup. Feng Yu burped a full time at a roadside stall seat. After eating, I feel that my life is full. Feng Yu stroked his slightly bulging belly, although as long as he wanted, the food in his stomach would soon be consumed by him, but if he did this, then how could he feel the feeling of being a human being full? Suddenly, Feng Yu's face became serious. Ghost breath. Feng Yu felt a fluctuation of spiritual power that was different from ordinary people, and after paying the money to the store, he quietly came to a tea house. As soon as Feng Yu appeared in front of the tea house, two clerks saw that he was wearing such neat clothes and began to warmly invite him into the tea house. Feng Yu controlled his body slightly, and began to digest the food in his stomach quickly. I saw that his stomach quickly deflated at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and suddenly the previous feeling of fullness disappeared. Okay, then I'll try the sign of your store. Feng Yu smiled and followed the clerk in, but his eyes were always on a man in a black coat and a hat, covering himself tightly. Windfeather sat behind him, staring at him like this, and the person in front of him seemed to notice that Windfeather was looking at him. Didn't pay much attention to it, just quickly finished the pastries and tea in front of him, and left in a hurry. It seems to be a ghost. The information obtained through the transparent world shows that the ghost just arrived is just an ordinary ghost, most likely cannon fodder, and Feng Yu didn't pay much attention to him. After all, Asakusa is the base camp of a certain crumb boss. Although Windfeather was able to kill the ghost easily, in order not to startle the snake, Windfeather did not intend to catch up. I remember that Zushi seems to be in a courtyard somewhere. Feng Yu raised a teacup and took a sip, recalling the residence of Zushi in his previous life. There is a male ghost next to Zushi. I remember that it seems to be called Yushiro, a ghost created by Zushi, and it is precisely because of the blood ghost technique of that ghost that Zushi can live under the nose of no misery without being discovered. It seems that it needs to go around. Chapter 90. The bustling street was bustling with people, and figures in black coats hid in a dark alley. What's the matter with that human just now? Why has he been staring at me? The male ghost took off the black mask on his face, revealing a hideous face, just as Feng Yu expected. This was a ghost. Is that a ghost hunter? The male ghost patted his beating heart with palpitations. It's terrible, this is the base camp of that adult, and you can even meet a ghost hunter. I have a bad premonition, as if something big is going to happen. On the other side, after Feng Yu finished tasting the tea, he came to the street. It's really hard to find. I remember that in the original book, Tanjiro seemed to be holding down the unlucky man who was temporarily turned into a ghost by no misery, and Zushi and Yushiro took the initiative to find him. Doctor. Zushi is a doctor. Do you want to pretend that there is no cure for the patient to seek medical treatment? No, according to the abilities of Zushi and Yushiro, it should be easy to find out. They have been hiding for hundreds of years, and they dare not appear with a terrifying degree of caution. Find a normal ghost and lure them out. Ghost. It's a little more ordinary. The one that seems to be quite qualified today. Feng Yu's eyes began to glow, and then the figure jumped out of the window directly. I don't know why, but I always have a bad premonition. The male ghost in a black coat was hurrying quickly, trying to leave the town of Asakusa. Suddenly, bang! A figure fell, and the male ghost didn't have time to react and stopped, and directly stumbled and fell to the ground. Damn bastard, who the hell dares to stand in the way of Uncle Ben? The male ghost raised his head and saw that the figure of Feng Yu under the reflection of the night moon was so tall. The male ghost was shocked in his heart, and found that the person who stood in the way was the ghost hunter who had been staring at him in the tea house just now. It's over, I'm going to be killed. The male ghost was frightened in his heart, and directly knelt down and begged for mercy. Ghost hunter, please don't kill me, I'm willing to do whatever you ask me to do. Feng Yu looked at the ghost who was begging for mercy with a surprised expression. Are you willing to do anything? Feng Yu looked at the male ghost with a strange smile on his face. In the eyes of the male ghost, Feng Yu's smile was so terrifying at the moment, like a demon. I was thinking of forcibly tying you up, Feng Yu said slowly. Then he told him what he wanted the male ghost to do next, and the male ghost nodded frantically like a point reader, for fear of making Feng Yu angry, and sent him back to the west without saying a word. Feng Yu couldn't help but show a satisfied expression when he saw the male ghost being so upright. At the same time, he also became interested in this male ghost. After all, no ghost would be as greedy for life and afraid of death as he was. This made Feng Yu believe that this male ghost seemed to be out of Wu Miao's control, and awakened his own consciousness. Lord Windfeather, can you let me go after doing this? The male ghost said as he looked at Feng Yu resignedly. Look at my mood. Feng Yu smiled as he looked at the male ghost. When the male ghost heard this, he immediately scolded the 18th generation of Feng Yu's ancestors countless times in his heart, but he still had to show a flattering smile on his face. Alas, why is it so difficult for ghosts? I just want to find a place to live an ordinary life, why is it so difficult? The male ghost kept complaining in his heart. Soon, the male ghost followed Feng Yu's instructions and came to the crowded street, and then ripped off the mask on his face, revealing his face belonging to the ghost. In an instant, all the pedestrians who saw the appearance of the male ghost were shocked and quickly moved away from him. The male ghost saw the opportunity, grabbed a man directly, and threw himself on the ground. Seeing the man on the ground struggling, he thought that the male ghost was going to hurt him. The male ghost also pretended to open his big mouth and was about to bite down. It's coming. Wind. Feather on the roof narrowed his eyes, only to see a scented pink gas suddenly appear on the road, surrounding the entire street. Feng Yu involuntarily opened the transparent world, only to see two figures slowly appear. It was Zhu Shi and Yushiro. Zhu Shi had long black hair coiled up, parted from the middle, and combed into a large, low bun, which was held in place by a flower hairpin. The eyes are gentle, like a pale pink mist. The lips are rosy, which contrasts with the pale complexion. He wears a dark purple kimono decorated with wavy lilac branches and red flowers, and a wide beige sash tied around his waist. Yushiro on the side had forgiveness-colored hair, was wearing a white kimono, and fangs appeared on his face. Ugly thing, stop it! Yushiro shouted, and then kicked the male ghost away. At the same time, he knocked the man who was pressed to the ground and rubbed on the ground. By the male ghost's strength was very weak, and he didn't have time to resist at all, and the huge force directly kicked him a few meters away. The male ghost got up with difficulty, and then he felt his whole body sink, and it was Yushiro riding on top of him, clasping his hands behind his back, making him unable to move. Help, Lord Windfeather, didn't you promise me that nothing would happen to me? The male ghost saw that he couldn't break free directly, and shouted directly. When Zhu Shi heard this, a cautious expression suddenly appeared on his face. Yushiro, come back quickly, there is a fraud. Zhu Shi shouted. Yushiro didn't know why Zhu Shi shouted his voice, but seeing the anxiety on her face, he didn't care about the male ghost under his feet, and ran back to Zhu Shi's side directly. Miss Zhu Shi, don't be so nervous. Feng Yu jumped directly in front of Zhu Shi and said with a smile. As soon as Yushiro saw Feng Yu, he attacked him directly, but his attack was like a baby swinging a fist at an adult in the eyes of Feng Yu in the transparent world, and it was useless. The expression on Feng Yu's face remained unchanged, and he didn't dodge the fist that was about to fall on him, but just gently waved his left hand and slapped Yushiro to the ground directly. Damn, Lord Zushi, you run, leave me alone. Yushiro shouted fiercely, then quickly got up and continued to attack Windfeather, only to be easily knocked to the ground by Windfeather. Alright, Yushiro, stop. He's not our enemy. Zhu Shi saw the Ghost Slayer uniform on Feng Yu's body, and he understood that he was a member of the Ghost Slayer team. Although I don't know why, the Windfeather in front of him obviously has no breath, and he didn't pull out the Hinua knife, and he easily knocked Yushiro, who was a ghost, to the ground with his bare hands. Clever. This is not the place to talk, let's talk in a different place, said Windfeather. Zhu Shi nodded, motioning for Feng Yu to follow her footsteps. Feng Yu immediately knew that this was going to her residence, so no matter how the male ghost shouted, he directly twisted his neck and followed Zhu Shi to a mansion wall. I saw that Zhu Shi and Yushiro entered the wall directly, and Feng Yu followed closely behind. It's over, I seem to be involved in some big secret that is not stellar, what to do, online, etc., will that man kill me? Chapter 91. The male ghost watched Feng Yu and Zhu Shi and the others sit down together respectfully. The panic in his eyes made his body tremble. When Feng Yu saw the appearance of the male ghost, he couldn't help but wonder if this ghost had some other habits. Lord Feng Yu, I wonder what happened to me this time as a weak woman. Zhu Shi looked sorry, and ordered Yushiro on the side to serve tea to Feng Yu. This bastard has been staring at Lord Zushi like this. Yushiro saw that Feng Yu had no respect for Zushi, and the anger in his heart exploded directly, and he didn't listen to Zushi's words, staring at Feng Yu viciously. Yushiro. Zushi's tone this time was much more direct, and it was only then that Yushiro, who was caught in anger, was brought back to reality. Yushiro saw the unhappiness on Zushi's face, and immediately coaxed, and obediently went to pour tea for Feng Yu. Although his body was pouring tea for Feng Yu, the expression on his face was staring at him deadly, as if he had seen the enemy who killed his father. There was no expression on Feng Yu's face, it was obvious that he was angry, and he just looked at Yushiro coldly. In an instant, Yushiro felt as if his whole body had fallen into an ice cellar, and he felt extremely cold, cold to the bones. He couldn't help but shudder, and when he looked at Feng Yu again, he directly shouted, "Ah!" At this time, in his eyes, Feng Yu was like a demon that could not be looked at, extremely terrifying, making him dare not move. Of course, it was Feng Yu's incomparably powerful spiritual power that caused Yushiro's spirit to begin to collapse and hallucinate. Yushiro didn't dare to have any hatred of Feng Yu anymore, and he didn't even dare to look at Feng Yu directly, so he could only stand by Zushi's side in a gloomy manner, with his head down, like a child who had done something wrong. On Zushi's exquisite face, there was a trace of strangeness. She understood Yu Shilang's character very well. To put it mildly, even if there was no misery, as long as Zushi was threatened, Yushiro would definitely be the first to go up and block her face. But at this moment, Yushiro didn't dare to make any other moves in front of Feng Yu, which showed the terrifying strength of the new pillar of the ghost-killing team in front of him. A smile appeared on Feng Yu's face, and he looked at Yushiro and said, "There are some people you can't afford to mess with, you know, Yushiro." As soon as Yushiro heard Feng Yu say his name, the tense nerves were instantly broken, and he hurriedly said, I know, I'm sorry." Feng Yu nodded, and then looked at Zushi, who is known as the strongest support in the Demon Slayer world and one of the most beautiful female characters in the whole show. "I'm here to talk to you about cooperation this time. I know you've been researching the poison that kills Wu Miao, and the antidote that can turn a ghost back into an adult. You need the blood of the ghost, and it is infinitely close to the blood of Wu Miao, and I can help you find this blood. I don't ask for anything in return. What? Do you want to cooperate?" Feng Yu looked at Zushi with a smile. Zushi's eyebrows began to tighten slightly. "Lord Fenjaya seems to know me well. I don't know where you learned about me." Feng Yu shook his head and said, "I just listened to what our lord said. Looks like someone is talking about me," muttered Yayashiki. "My lord, it's cold outside. Be careful of the cold. We should go back and rest." "It's okay. I just want to feel more about this beautiful weather, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to feel it after a while." At this moment, a blue butterfly just landed on his outstretched hand. If there are no ghosts in this world, then we humans should be like this butterfly, free to spread our wings and fly high. "I see." Zushi sighed. "Kazuha-sama, I've accepted the cooperation, and I'm sure you'll be the one who killed Misery. I know that relying on drugs can't completely defeat Animatsuji Miserable, because he can break down all the drugs as long as he has enough time, so I've been looking for someone who can fight Misery until dawn so that he can't escape. Hundreds of years ago, I couldn't completely defeat Mew Meow by relying on the power of that lord alone, but I have always believed that if I gather the power of people who share the same ambition, I will be able to kill Wu Miao completely. I'm willing to gamble my all for it. Even life." Zu. She became more and more excited, as if he had touched the softness of her heart. Feng Yu nodded, and then continued, "Actually, I came to you this time. In addition to cooperation, I also need your favor. I would like to hear more about it." Zushi replied, "Please help a ghost get out of Mumio's control." Zu. She frowned, a little puzzled. He didn't understand why Feng Yu would ask such a question. According to normal reasoning, anyone who is a ghost killer will kill him as long as he sees a ghost. But at this moment, Feng Yu, who was a pillar level of the ghost killing team, actually made a request to help the ghost, which really surprised her a little. "Lord Windfeather is really different from the others. I wonder if I want to help that ghost." Zushi asked. 12 Ghost Moons, first quarter number 3, Uoza. "What?" Zu. She instantly let out an exclamation. Then the whole person began to get excited. "Lord Feng Yu, could it be that Iwoza has become friends with you?" Zushi seemed to be a little unable to believe what Feng Yu said. "Yes, you guessed it right." Feng Yu nodded. "Lord Feng Yu, without further ado, you can take me to find Iwoza now." Zushi can't wait to see Iwoza. Feng Yu looked at Zushi's appearance, and couldn't help but mourn for Iwoza for a minute in his heart. After all, looking at Zushi's posture, if Zuwoza didn't bleed once, Zushi would not give up. "I have a bad premonition. Could it be that he found me?" The Zodiac was shocked in his heart. After all, as a winder, he has a bad premonition, which is often very effective. What's more, he is currently in a state of escape, and he is like a frightened bird, afraid that he will find him without Misery. Although he is not afraid of death, he also doesn't want to die so aggrieved, and he promised his lover Ai Shui to help Feng Yu. "No, I'm going to change places quickly." Uzusa quickly left the place and ran into the distance. Under the moonlight, the black dead man with 6 blood-red eyes in the forest was feeling the message that nature had told him. Is it in that direction? Traitor Nest. Chapter 92. Zushi saw that Feng Yu was looking at him with a strange look. I'm sorry, Lord Fengyu, the concubine body is just because she is too excited. The concubine body has been researching the medicine to kill the miserable for hundreds of years, and now it has reached the most critical moment, and the blood is almost miserable to develop. A hint of blush appeared on Zushi's face, and then his face began to become agitated and said, in the past few hundred years, although I have also used the blood of other ghosts to develop medicines, the blood is too diluted, and the powerful ghosts, Yushiro, and I have no way to take their blood. Now that I heard you say that you are good friends with the three of the strings, then his blood is the closest to no miserable, and with the help of his blood, I believe that the development progress of the poison that kills the miserable will go to the next level. I am confident that I will soon develop a drug that kills an Imatsuji. Feng Yu nodded. He knew how deep the hatred of this beautiful woman in front of him was for Wu Miao, although she and Yushiro also had a little strength, but the effect of ordinary ghost blood was really minimal, and even more powerful ghosts they didn't dare to hunt for blood. After all, Wu Miao had been looking for her whereabouts. A careless, estimated to fall of the appearance of the 12 ghost moons. Catch them? Thank you very much for Lord Feng Yu to be able to understand the concubine. Zushi's eyes were filled with silver-white tears, as if he remembered some sad past. Bastard, you dare to make Lord Zushi cry? I'll kill you. Yushiro on the side saw the tears in Zushi's eyes, and a wave of anger rushed straight to his head, and the previous mental suppression was directly dispersed by anger, and then he attacked towards Feng Yu. No. Zushi shouted to stop Yushiro, but Yushiro didn't listen to it at all, and at this moment his mind was full of images of Zushi crying. Noise. Feng Yu frowned, and directly punched Yushiro and flew out. Bang. Yushiro slammed into the wall, and suddenly blood flowed. At this time, Yushiro only had one feeling, that is, pain, incomparably painful. The bones in his body seemed to be broken, although as a ghost, he could heal instantly for this kind of injury, but Feng Yu's fist seemed to have a special power hindering the ghost's self-healing ability. Don't force me to kill you, Yushiro. Feng Yu's eyes gradually became cold. He really couldn't be interested in this kind of male character. Obviously Zushi himself fell into memories before he shed tears, but he wanted to attack others without thinking. When Zushi saw it, Feng Yu punched Yu Shilang and was shocked, because she had just felt how powerful the power contained in Feng Yu's punch was. And seeing that Yushiro was covered in blood, but he didn't heal himself immediately, he understood that it was Feng Yu's other abilities. Zushi's heart couldn't help but sigh at the strangeness of the young man's ability in front of him. Lord Kazuo, please let Yushiro go. He's also worried about me, and I'll discipline him well in the future. Zushi looked at Yushiro's tragic condition and bowed to Feng Yu. Next time, it's not a fist, it's my sword. Yushiro. Feng Yu looked at Yushiro indifferently, and then his expression moved, suppressing Yushiro's spiritual power and dissipating. In an instant, Yushiro, who was originally covered in blood, immediately recovered. Smack. A dark red mark appeared on Yushiro's face, and he saw him look at the woman in front of him with great respect and love. Yushiro, if you continue to be rude to Lord Windfeather, then please leave my side. Zushi scolded. No, Lord Zushi, I was wrong. Please forgive me, don't drive me away, just let me stay by your side all the time and protect your safety. Yushiro knelt directly on the ground, crying and begging Zushi not to let him leave. At this moment, he was really scared. Since he became a ghost, he has always been with Zushi, and his feelings for Zushi are extremely deep. At this moment Zushi asked him to leave her. He felt that the whole world was collapsing. Zushi frowned. Of course she would not let Yushiro leave her. After all, in the past few hundred years, even a dog has feelings, let alone someone who is as miserable as herself. After being silent for a while, Zushi said to Yushiro, if this happens again in the future, you really leave me. I don't need people like you by my side. Feng Yu on the side was not much surprised, and he also vaguely guessed why Zushi was so angry with Yushiro. After all, she is a woman with a gentle personality and kindness. Being able to get so angry is nothing more than the fear that Yushiro will destroy the cooperation between her and herself, and thus miss the opportunity to kill Mew Meow. After all, she has been waiting for a long time, and her hatred for Wu Miao can make her give her everything. Okay, Miss Zushi, I'm already angry. This is the end of the incident. The cooperation between us will not change because of other things. Feng Yu said slowly. Hearing this, Zushi breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. Mr. Windfeather, I don't know what happened to that ghost. Zushi put the topic on the male ghost brought by Windfeather. The aggrieved male ghost who looked like a little daughter-in-law heard Zushi discussing him, and his nerves tensed for a moment. I happened to meet him on the road originally. I wanted to lead you to appear thinking that you'll kill him after you appear. It's just that he's a little special, it seems that. He asked for no miserable control. The male ghost's face changed instantly. The tears in his eyes kept staying. Snot and tears were intertwined, and then matched with his hideous face. Zushi couldn't help but take a few steps back, avoiding him like a plague. It's true, Zushi muttered as he looked at the male ghost. I didn't expect that there would be ghosts who could break out of Wumio's control with their own strength. It's amazing. What's your name? Feng Yu asked suddenly. My name seems to be Gu Senior. Donglei, the male ghost said hesitantly. Gu Sen Donglei. Feng Yu stared at him tightly. The male ghost was stared at uncomfortably, and immediately knelt down and cried, My lord, just let me go. I'm just an ordinary ghost. I haven't eaten humans. Please let me go. Haven't eaten humans, when did you become a ghost? Feng Yu continued to ask, and at this moment he became interested in this ghost who called himself Tanimori Toyori. I don't know. I just vaguely remember that when I woke up, I became like this. Since I became like this, although my strength has increased, I am very afraid of the sun, as if I will die if I touch the sun. It's strange, Feng Yu looked at him and fell into deep thought. It stands to reason that people who become ghosts are under the control of Wu Miao, but this ghost is different. The breath of the whole body does not have that bloodthirsty taste, but it is very much like a person. In addition to appearances, Lord Fenjiao, you might as well ask him to draw some blood for me to study. I'm very interested in him. Zhu Shi looked at the male ghost and said. Feng Yu nodded. It was obvious that it was a very correct choice to leave it to Zhu Shi to study. Seeing Feng Yu's promise, Zhu Shi directly took out a needle and walked towards the male ghost step by step. No, don't come here. Suddenly, the screams of the male ghost resounded throughout the courtyard, but because of Yushiro's blood ghost technique, there was no sound from the outside world. Chapter 93 I saw Zhu Shi draw a tube full of blood from Gumori Donglei's body, and quickly walked towards the basement. Feng Yu watched quietly from the side, without disturbing Zhu Shi. After Gusen Donglei was pumped a tube of blood, his whole body was trembling, hiding in the corner, looking at Feng Yu timidly. Okay, do you need it? It's just a tube of blood. If I wanted to kill you, I would have killed you a long time ago. Feng Yu looked at Gusen Donglei helplessly and shook his head, as if he didn't expect this ghost's courage to be so small. Just a small tube of blood, just like that? I really don't know how you became a ghost. I just remember that when I was unconscious, I heard a lot of voices, like pleading, like praying, and when I woke up the next day, the whole person became a ghost. It was also from that day that Tanimori Toyori began to become afraid of the sun and put on black clothes. My lord, I seem to remember how I became a ghost, shouted Tanimori Toyori. Feng Yu looked sideways and didn't speak. Black mist. It's the black fog that turned me into a ghost. Gusen Donglei shouted excitedly. Feng Yu just wanted to say something, only to see Zhu Shi slowly walk out of the basement, looking at Gusen Donglei with a shocked face. What the hell are you? Asked Zhu Shi. Gusen Donglei was stunned for a moment, and came up without answering. Your blood seems to be a little different from the miserable one, as if it is mixed with other energy. After all, no one knows what the other power is, and maybe it's still the ability that Animatsuji has newly mastered. If it's really a new ability, then it's even more difficult to kill Animatsuji. Feng Yu also heard the seriousness of the matter, so he spoke, then let's kill it. Gu Sen Donglei. Zhu Shi seemed to be shocked by Feng Yu's answer. Ahem, my lord, it doesn't have to be this way. Instead of killing him, it is better for me to study the strange power in his body, and maybe I can join in the killing of Wu Miao. Zhu Shi said. Look at you, you're the best at this kind of thing. I'll only give you the responsibility for killing ghosts. Feng Yu waved his hand indifferently. Anyway, with his own strength, as long as it wasn't black death and no misery, he could basically deal with it. Then Lord Feng Yu, let's stay by my side for the time being. Then, Zhu Shi walked towards Gusen Donglei with a smile on his face, and kept saying the most gentle words in his mouth. Don't be afraid, I won't harm you. On the other side, he was still running frantically, as he felt a familiar aura coming closer to him behind him. Damn, it's Black Death. Yuoza sensed Black Death's fighting spirit, and couldn't help but curse secretly. I've now mastered the Supreme Realm as well. Can I beat him? Woza's footsteps stopped, his eyes closed, and a blue snowflake symbol appeared under his feet. Destroy and kill the Luo Needle. The Luo Needle under his feet instantly pointed in one direction, and Yi Woza understood that it was the direction of the Black Death Mao. Destroy kill empty style, quickly, and directly hit the 6 consecutive punches in the direction pointed by the Luo Needle. Boom boom. The terrifying boxing energy gathered towards one place, and let out a roaring sound. Moon breath, one shape, dark moon, Yoano Palace. I saw that in the darkness, countless full moon blades and the attack of the zodiac seed collided in an instant. Bang! The powerful energy collided to produce a loud explosion. I didn't expect it to be you, Black Death Mao. The blue eyes of the zodiac quietly looked at the darkness in the explosion, and saw a figure slowly walking out of the darkness. It was one of the upper strings, Black Death, who looked at Iwozo with 3 pairs of blood-red eyes, without a trace of emotion on his face. It seems that your strength has improved. Black Death Mao said slowly, looking behind him. I'm here to take you back on the order of Lord Wu Miao. Let's go. Black Death Mao, I'm no longer the same Yakuza I used to be. I'm Komeiji. Now that I've stepped into the Supreme Realm like you, this time we're going to have a real fight, shouted Uzusa. Black Death Mao showed a smile on his face. Yes, it seems that you have lived up to my expectations of you. Since you want to challenge me, then I will satisfy you. The black sideburns and high ponytail on Black Death Mao's body, as well as the purple snake-patterned kimono and black horse behind him, were constantly flying in the air. I saw him slowly pull out the blood-red knife at his waist. He didn't dare to be careless. That knife was a ghost blade forged by Black Death Mao with his own flesh and blood. The blade, handle, and grip are all covered with eyes, and with the swing of the slash there are countless full moon blades, which change in size and length from time to time, and have no fixed form. If the knife is damaged, it can instantly regrow back to its original type, and as Black Death unleashes its strength, it will evolve into a longer xenomorph blade with the wrong blade. The battle between the 12 ghost moons is also commonly known as the Transposition Challenge, but that challenge ended in the defeat of the Yuoza. Originally, the rule was that whoever loses, then the winning side can absorb the losing side, but Black Death Mao did not do that, but was very optimistic about the future growth of Yuoza. Now, when he sees the changes in the body of the Zodiac through the transparent world, the heart of Black Death Mao is also joyful, but at the same time it is more angry. The Black Death Mao has a strong class concept, strict requirements for the relationship between the upper and lower levels, and is afraid of the behavior of the subordinates. Such a behavior of the Zodiac is guilty of the following offenses, which he cannot accept. Black Death Mao and Yi Woza opened the state of the transparent world at the same time, but it is unknown which is stronger and which is weaker. The nest seat was ready to fight to the sky, but the Black Death Mao had a steady breath, just like an ordinary person, but the 6 blood-red eyes on his face made people can't help but be frightened. I'm going to go, Black Death. Come on. Chapter 94. The night was beautiful tonight, and the moonlight in the sky was shining on the bodies of Yuoza and Heishimu. Destroy and kill, chaos. Zodiac immediately launched a fierce attack in the direction of Black Death. His attack was so fast that it was impossible to see his movements. But Black Death's face was unhurried, without a trace of emotion. Breath of the moon, shape of the wood, disaster of the moon. Black Death's knife didn't move, only to see a breath of chi constantly swirling around him, creating a huge whirlpool-like blade wind around him, blocking all of the boxing attacks of the Wuoza, and at the same time leaving countless full moon blades on the trajectory of the attack. He took a few steps back, an expression of disbelief on his face. Because he was injured in the battle collision he had just had, it was clear that Death Mao didn't even wield his knife, it was just a simple cyclone defense. Black Death Mao, you are indeed the most powerful, fighting someone like you is what I dream of. A look of excitement appeared on the face of the Zodiac tree. Then he began to attack. The Black Death Mao again. Sabotage, kill, chaos. With the same move, Yi Woza instantly came to the front of the Black Death Mao and attacked wildly. Black Death Mao's 6 blood-red eyes looked at him quietly, and the cyclone around him was constantly resisting the attack of the nest seat. Look down on me. Destroy the kill, the foot style, the crown cut first. Yi Woza directly reflexively and kicked up, only to see that Black Death Mao's move was interrupted in an instant, and it was about to fall on him. Black Death Mao just said lightly, moon breath, 2 shapes, Zohua makes the moon. He began to turn his body and swung 2 blades at the same time. The blade wind had many full moon blades on it, and directly resisted the attack of the Zodiac seat, and the huge energy fluctuations directly raised a gust of wind in the surroundings. Destroy the kill, foot style, flowing flash. The nest seat backhanded and kicked the Black Death Mao several times like a flash of light. Bang bang bang. The huge energy fluctuations spread, and the Black Death Mao waved the knife in his hand, constantly fending off the incoming attacks. The tall body of 1 meter 9, like a rock, stood in place. No matter how strong the attack power of the Yiwo seat was, he did not take half a step back. Damn. Seeing that his attack didn't hurt Black Death at all, Yiwoza couldn't help but scold. Destroy, kill, kill style. Flame-like. Yellow air flashed from the fist of the Zodiac and attacked directly towards the Black Death. This time, Black Death Mao's face began to show a trace of emotional change, and then he said slowly to Yiwoza, this is decent. Then he waved the knife in his hand. Moon breath, lonely moon in the night, infernal. Black Death Mao directly staggered and quickly slashed towards Yiwoza's fist. Countless blades formed a series of blade winds, and at the same time, countless full moon blades were accompanied by countless full moon blades towards the oncoming fists. Bang! The 2 huge energies collided, and the nest seat flew directly upside down a few meters and fell to the ground, raising a huge amount of dust, while Black Death Mao took half a step back, and the clothes on his body were not damaged in the slightest. When the smoke cleared, he slowly got up, the expression on his face was solemn, and he saw blood flowing from one of his fists, and the blood was dripping to the ground little by little. But soon the injury on his hand was completely recovered. You're still so powerful that people can't reach it. Originally, I thought that if I stepped into the Supreme Realm, I would have the possibility of defeating you, but from the battle just now, it seems that the Supreme Realm also has a realm. You've reached a higher realm, said as he looked at Black Death calmly. Black Death Mao was unmoved. Come back with me and atone for your sins. Black Death Mao's tone suddenly increased, and it could be seen that he was just testing how much the strength of the Zodiac had improved, otherwise he would not have said that he had been defending against the attack on the Zodiac seat. After all, he is the apex of power in this world. Ha ha ha, Black Death Mao, even if I die here, I won't go back. And do you think I've exhausted all my strength? The fighting spirit on the body of the Zodiac laughed wildly, and rose to the sky again, and this time it was even stronger than just now, as if it was affected by the emotions of the Zodiac and began to explode. The figure of the Black Death Mao disappeared in an instant, appearing in front of the Zodiac so fast, so strong. The eyes of the Zodiac seat instantly contracted. Breath of the moon, 3 types, disgusted moon, eclipse. The Knife in Black Death Mao's hand began to wave, and countless full moon blades began to appear on the blade, directly slashing directly at the chest of the zodiac seat, and where the blade passed, countless full moon blades of different sizes appeared, constantly causing damage to the zodiac seat. Destroy and kill. Destroy and kill. Woza threw a punch directly, slashing at Black Death. Black Death Mao's powerful slash directly split the fist of the Black Death Mao. Destruction kill, final style, Blue Eyes Chaos Remnant Light. The Black Death Mao shook off the blade of the Black Death Mao, and then took a few steps back. A huge blue snowflake symbol instantly appeared on the solace of his feet, and then countless compass needles attacked towards the Black Death Mao. Ghost Blade, Void Crying God. I saw that the flesh and blood on Black Death's body began to surge towards the knife in his hand little by little, and soon his knife turned into a longer alien blade with the wrong blade. This is the evolved type of the Black Death Mao knife, containing powerful blood and power. Moon Breath, 9 types, Moon Descending, Connecting Faces. The aura on Black Death Mao's body instantly became extremely powerful, and the sense of oppression became stronger and stronger, only to see him swing the evolved demon blade, and continuously carried out chaotic and intricate invisible slashes in the air, producing multiple staggered blade winds, as well as countless full moon blades colliding with the compass needles of the nest seat. Bang! The attack force on both sides is extremely powerful. The compass, the blade wind, the earth is trembling, the wild animals are fleeing frantically in a radius of 5 miles, not daring to take half a step, and countless trees are turned into dust under the impact of the battle. Large pits and dust continue to appear on the ground. The sky is full of moon. Seeing that his move could not break through the attack of the nest seat, Black Death Mao directly changed his move to use a more powerful move. He began to swing the demon blade, and countless huge quarter moon blade wind and giant full moon blade appeared, sweeping through everything with an irresistible force. Woza's hair fluttered in the air, and he wanted to make a defense, the embankment against the attack of the Black Death, but the huge blade moon suddenly accelerated, passing directly past him. Flutter. Woo. Woza's eyes widened, and Black Death Mao retracted his knife, and the air instantly fell silent. Only the sound of the heart beating in the body surrounds the ears. You're really strong. Chapter 95. The head of the zodiac fell to the side, and the gushing blood stained a large area of the land red. Although he could control his body and recover immediately, he didn't. He just watched the Black Death quietly as a result. Black Death, do you believe that there is a genius in this world? Black Death Mao's face was calm and he didn't answer his question. I met a human genius. I am not his opponent. Although you are very strong, you stepped into the Supreme Realm early, but I think he may be able to kill you. He, like us, is a person who has stepped into the Supreme Realm. His fighting spirit is not inferior to mine, and his swordsmanship is the strongest human I have ever seen in my life. Genius. Black Death muttered, seemingly lost in thought. Ha ha ha, Black Death Mao, are you scared? Woza laughed. He felt the fluctuation of Black Death Mao's emotions, thinking that he was afraid. It's just that what you Woza doesn't know is that Black Death Mao is falling into distant memories at the moment, and the figure that is deeply imprinted in the depths of his mind is gradually magnifying. Black Death touched his left forehead and right neck, which were red fireworks-like markings, remembering himself when he was still human. Because of that person, Black Death Mao opened the markings during the human period, but it was also because the swordsman who opened the markings did not live to be 25 years old, which caused the birth of Black Death Mao today. I'm not afraid, on the contrary, I'm looking forward to meeting the genius you mentioned. I want to see if he has the ability to be given the title of genius. Black Death Mao looked up, 3 pairs of blood-red eyes looked at the bright moon in the sky and sighed. Humans are human beings after all, they will grow old, they will die, they will become weak, and even if they are as strong as you, they will not escape the ultimate fate of mankind. The end of life. I'm not wrong, it's you who are wrong. You and ye. Black Death muttered. Then he walked step by step to the body of the zodiac seat, and then gently picked up his head and placed it on the incision in his neck. Black Death Mao, you are actually the same as me, just to become stronger. Why should you be subject to that person? Black Death Mao just looked at him quietly, and slowly spoke. I said, since you are a courtier, you must be clear about the difference between respect and inferiority. I've been a ghost and lived for hundreds of years, but I can't reach the threshold of the Supreme Realm, but human beings can reach the Supreme Realm in their teens and 20s. So I'm thinking, what is the difference between ghosts and humans? Ghosts will be killed by the sun's rays. Not only ordinary ghosts, even our Shangsho and that existence are also afraid of the sun, and they will also disappear when they touch the sun. But human beings are different. Their strength improves quickly, although their lifespan is short. The improvement of their strength realm is so fast. In addition to the reason for the weakness of human life and body, human beings can't find shortcomings. Woza said. Humanity. Hihi, even if you become the most powerful and talented existence in the world, what can you do? It seems that Your Excellency Black Death Mao has seen an incomparably powerful human being. Can you tell me his name? Black Death glanced at him, and then began to fall back into his memories. It was a swordsman who was born with markings, and not only created a breathing method that allowed weak humans to have the ability to fight evil spirits, but also easily defeated a swordsman who had been trained for many years without practice. Black Death Mao felt that others wanted to have the talent in their lives, but his stupid brother was not interested in having an excellent talent in swordsmanship, and it would be great if God could put such a talent on someone who had the heart to study swordsmanship. Black Death Mao fell silent. He felt as if he had forgotten a lot, but he hadn't forgotten it. But in a trance, the younger brother who looked at him with a smile on his face was still yesterday. His efforts are not worth mentioning in the eyes of his brother. He is called the son of God by her mother. He is respected by everyone. There is him in this world. Then all geniuses cannot be called geniuses, because he is a star, the sun rising above the sky, and other geniuses are just a weed. I've outdone you. Yuan Yi. Black Death Mao's eyes were very firm, as if he had dispelled the shadow that he had been shrouded by Jiguo Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi said. Yu Woza, who couldn't help but speak. It seems that His Excellency Black Death Mao was also scared. I really want to know who is the person who can make a supreme person like you afraid. He shook his head, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and said to the soul of Aixu in his eyes, I'm sorry, Liangxiu, maybe I'm going to become that nasty appearance again this time, but the speed of the zodiac is fast, but under the transparent world of the Black Death, his movements have slowed down. Breath of the moon, one shape, dark moon, Yoano Palace, the sword light swept by, and the hands of the Yakuza were directly cut off. I said, I'll take you back with me. Black Death Mao said domineeringly. At the same time, his face became gloomy, as if he had angered him by the suicide of the zodiac tree. I originally thought that you would be a companion in the pursuit of the ultimate realm with me, but I only let you go a few times and let you grow, but now you have already lost your fighting spirit and become a waste. You really disappointed me. Let's go back with me. Black Death directly grabbed the body of the nest seat, and then sounded with a lute sound. The figures of the two of them suddenly disappeared into thin air. Chapter 96. On the other side, Feng Yu was sitting on a chair, watching Zhu Shi continue to inject various medicines into Gumori Donglei. Gumori Donglei's body was trembling constantly, and he looked at the beautiful, dignified, and gentle woman in front of him who was holding various needles of different sizes to pierce his body, and then drew blood. Gumori Donglei was very scared, although there was no pain from the needle piercing his skin, but he felt that his body was full of holes. Lord Zushi. Is it okay? Gu Sen Donglei looked at the blood that had been drawn with 5 needles, and he couldn't help but ask. It's okay, Mr. Donglei, thank you for your cooperation. It's really hard for you? You're a good person. A smile appeared on Zhu Shi's face. As soon as Gumori Donglei was praised by Zhu Shi like this, his hideous face instantly turned red and became even uglier. Miss Zhu Shi, it's so beautiful. I feel like it's always been like this. In the future, Gumori Donglei's mind began to fantasize about the picture of a happy life with Zhu Shi in the future. Mr. Donglei. Zhu Shi looked at Gu Sen Donglei in a daze, thinking that he had just drawn too much blood and caused him to have a problem, and couldn't help but shout. Yes. It's okay, Miss Zushi, I'm fine. If you like my blood in the future, you can do this to me every day. Gu Sen Donglei patted his chest and said proudly. Flutter. Zhu Shi laughed out loud. And for a while, Gu Sen Donglei was even more fascinated. You must protect Miss Zhu Shi well in the future. Gu Sen Donglei secretly made up his mind. Feng Yu on the side looked at Gu Sen Donglei with strange eyes, thinking that this product could not be a blood draw, and there was something wrong with his brain. After all, in Feng Yu's eyes, Gu Sen Donglei's performance at the moment was like a certain kind of male behavior hinted at on the internet in his previous life. Tiango. Yes, it's Tian Dog. Tisk. Sure enough, it's a red face. Feng Yu not only sighed at how lethal Zhu Shi's face was, but he even smiled slightly, and he could make a person who was extremely afraid of himself one second become a suitor who could give everything the next. Yushiro on the side had already begun to grit his teeth, and he was already eager to kill Tanimori Toyori 1,000 times and 10,000 times in his heart. Damn ugly bastards, I actually fell in love with Lord Zushi. How dare he? Yushiro's face was bruised, and blood flowed from the palms of his hands from the hard clenching of his fists. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to do anything, but tried his best to control his emotions. After all, he had always remembered what Zhu Shi said, as long as he messed around again, then she would drive him away. In order to be able to accompany Zhu Shi's side, Yushiro stopped looking over his head and stopped looking at Tanimori Toyori. Zhu Shi and Feng Yu nodded at the same time, expressing satisfaction that Yushiro did not attack Tanimori Toyori. Alright, Lord Windfeather, then let's set off to meet the 3 strings of the upper strings. Zhu Shi said. Feng Yu nodded, and began to walk out, and the bead world behind them slowly followed Feng Yu's footsteps. Tanimori Toyori and Yushiro followed Zhu Shi side by side, one left and one right, like 2 bodyguards. Zhu Shi stopped and said to Gu Sen Donglei beside him, you don't have to follow us, you just wait here for us to come back. When Gu Sen Donglei heard this, he immediately became anxious, and hurriedly wanted to grab Zhu Shi's hand, but he only heard a pop sound, and was knocked out. Damn bastard, don't touch Jewel-sama with your filthy hands. Yushiro roared. Tanimori Toyori spat out a mouthful of blood, and then quickly recovered, looking at Yushiro with a hint of fear in his eyes. Only then did he realize that he was just a captive. I'm sorry, Lord Zushi, I crossed the line. Gu Sen Donglei lowered his head and apologized. I'll wait here for you to come back. It's okay, Mr. Donglei, you can wait here for us to come back. Zhu, she said with a smile. Then he followed Windfeather out of the crowd, and as soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, Windfeather stopped, and then closed his eyes, as if looking for something. How can this be? Feng Yu frowned, but the originally agreed meeting place was not there. What's the matter, Lord Windfeather? Zhu, she saw the confusion on Feng Yu's face, and was shocked in his heart, faintly guessing that something might have happened. I had made an appointment with Zhou to meet somewhere, but I couldn't find him at the moment. Windfeather said what he sensed. Moreover, my previous connection with the Zodiac is gone. Could it be that something happened to the Zodiac seat? Feng Yu was shocked in his heart. If something happened to the Zodiac seat, then it must have been discovered by Wu Miao. At this moment, Asakusa is the base camp of Animatsuji, and once he learns about himself and his plan through the memories of Tsukiwoza, then not only will he be in danger, but even Zushi will be affected. Miss Zushi, it seems that we need to get out of here quickly. Feng Yu's face showed a hint of anxiety, and there was a faint bad premonition in his heart. Lord Feng Yu, do you mean? Zushi grew his mouth, and then immediately said to Yushiro beside him, Yushiro, I feel like we will go back and pack our things together. We are leaving here. Yushiro also knew the urgency of the matter, so he quickly nodded, returned to the courtyard, and began to pack up the utensils and data for studying drugs on weekdays. Tanimori Donglei saw that Feng Yu and they were back again, and just as he wanted to ask, he was knocked away by Yushiro's punch. Get out of the way. Yushiro roared quickly, and the important things were packed up by Yushiro, and the rest was destroyed. Lord Zushi, let's go quickly, Yushiro said. Feng Yu and Zushi nodded, and then called a confused Tanimori Toiri and quickly left Asakusa. Not long after Feng Yu and the others left Asakusa, 3 figures appeared. It was none other than the 3 giants of the Rainbow Nest, the Black Deathmao, and the Tong Mo. Poof. It seems that we are a step too late, Your Excellency Black Deathmao. Tong Mo waved the golden lotus fan in his hand, and a smile appeared on his handsome face, as if he didn't care if Feng Yu and the others were not here. My compass tells me that they shouldn't have gone far yet. Let's chase after it. Appeared on the soles of his feet, as if to point in a certain direction. Black Death Mew quietly looked at the Uwoza that landed in the center of the courtyard for a long time, just nodded, and chased in the direction of the Uwoza. When Black Death Mao and Tong Mo chased in the direction they were directing, there seemed to be a pause on the face of the Yakuza who shook their heads and followed suit. Feng Yu and the others soon arrived at a small town, and after confirming that no one was chasing after them, Feng Yu breathed a sigh of relief. You will live here in the future. I believe that with Yushiro's ability, you will not be discovered. After a while, Yushiro returned, and at the same time let the group follow his pace to a courtyard door. Lord Zushi, this is it, Yushiro said respectfully. Lord Kazuha, then I'll stay here with Yushiro and Mr. Tanimori Toiri. If there's anything, you can come here and find us at any time. That's right. Zushi waved his hand, only to see Yushiro respectfully handing Feng Yu a yellow talisman. Lord Windfeather, you take this. As long as you kill the ghost and extract the ghost's blood, then Chachimero will come to you and send the blood back. Then Windfeather heard a cat meow, and then a 3-flowered cat appeared at Zushi's feet. Feng Yu nodded, indicating understanding. Then I'll leave first, Miss Zushi. Feng Yu said goodbye to Zushi and the others, only to see that above the sky, a golden figure appeared and slowly fell in front of Feng Yu. Chapter 97. Feng Yu and Xiaohei soon returned to the narrow fog mountain. And Nanako and the others saw Feng Yu coming back, and just wanted to go up to say hello, but as soon as they saw the anxiety on their faces, they hid to the side to practice swordsmanship. Feng Yu glanced at Nanako lightly, and saw her efforts through the transparent world. At this time, Nanako's foundation had been laid, and it was time to make a choice to practice breathing. I'm back, Master Scales. Windfeather opened the door of the wooden house, and it was Tomioka Yoshio and Scales left near Ji. Tomioka was still as silent as ever, just nodding at him. Scalezo recently spoke. It seems that something happened when I came back to see you this time. Feng Yu nodded, and then sat down across from them and explained to them what had happened. I see, no wonder you left in a hurry this time. Zushi, Scales muttered as he near-seconded. Master Nanako, my training has reached a certain level, it's time for her to choose the breathing method. Nanako nodded recently, expressing her approval. After all, Nanako is greatly improving her strength every day because of the myelin washing pill, and the original training is no longer suitable for her. I was planning, after all, she was your disciple, and it was up to you to teach her how to use the breathing method. Well, then let her choose which breathing method she chooses. Feng Yu picked up a bowl of tea and drank it with a grunt, while also looking at Tomioka Yoshiyong on the side. Feng Yu was surprised to find that the aura on Tomioka Yoshiyong's body at this time was like an ordinary person on weekdays, and it was obvious that the realm of the transparent world had been mastered by him. It seems that the cleansing pill and the healing pill are not in vain, Feng Yu said. Next, in addition to Nanako's breathing training, there is also something about Mixio. I don't know what happened to her. Butterfly House has been taking care of Chanel as carefully since Butterfly Shinobu brought Miide back to Butterfly House. At the same time, everyone in the Butterfly House also became very interested in the girl brought back by the Butterfly Ninja. Because Miso was stunned as soon as she came back, as if she were a statue, through the butterfly ninja, they also knew what Miso had experienced. I couldn't help but sympathize with Miso in my heart, and at the same time, I was more concerned about taking care of her. It's just that everyone took turns to take care of Miso, but they didn't notice that Chanel on the side was watching her deeply. Every time after everyone left, Chanel would always stay by Miso's side and pull her outside to the sea of flowers planted by everyone in the butterfly house. Stretching out and attracting butterflies in the sky surrounded the two of them. It's just that Miso's expression hasn't changed, and she lets the butterflies fly. Suddenly, a pink butterfly landed on Miso's nose, and two tentacles gently touched Miso's cheek, as if to convey a message. Then, Miso's face began to turn painful, her eyes kept flowing with tears, and her mouth kept shouting, "Father! Mother!" Miso fell to the ground, constantly curling up her body, and everyone rushed forward to check what was going on, only to see the butterflies in the sky surrounding Miso, forming a protective circle, as if to protect her from being harmed. Everyone wanted to step forward, but the butterfly seemed to have a mind of its own and did not let anyone else approach. At this time, Butterfly Shinobu also rushed over, and she slowly approached Miso, but surprisingly, the butterfly did not hinder Butterfly Shinobu from stepping forward. Butterfly Shinobu gently picked up Miso, and the Butterfly Shinobu next to him also followed Butterfly Shinobi, and it can even be said that she followed Miso. Butterfly Shinobu took out a needle from her arms and hit Miide's arm. And soon, Miide slowly regained her composure and fell asleep. Everyone was relieved to see that Miso had quieted down. After all, it was obviously very painful to see the appearance of Miso just now. Butterfly Shinobu hugged the sleeping Miso, walked back to the room step by step, and nodded at Chanel as she passed by. After returning to the room, Butterfly Shinobu was surprised to find that there was a pink butterfly that had been following them all, and then landed on Mixio's face under the surprised gaze of everyone. The two tentacles kept caressing Mixio's face. "Shinobi-sama, what is this?" asked the three little ones of the butterfly house. "It's okay, it seems that this butterfly also cares about Kailang's beauty." "Butterfly," Shinobu said quietly looking at the pink butterfly. "Looks like she'll probably be back to normal when she wakes up." Butterfly muttered. "Okay, I'll take care of Miso next, and you guys will take care of the other patients in the butterfly house." Butterfly Shinobu motioned for everyone to leave here. Everyone nodded and soon left, only Chanel was still standing in place. "This kid has closed himself." Butterfly Shinobu gently wiped her cheeks for Mixio, "This kid is very similar to you." Chanel. Butterfly Shinobu smiled slightly. Chanel's face on the side did not change, but he came to the side of the bed and put Mixio's hand in his palm. Sometimes it's a good thing not to wake up. Chapter 98. On the second day, Feng Yu led Nanako to the mountain behind the narrow fog mountain. Early, along the way, Feng Yu's face was serious. Nanako didn't dare to say much, just respectfully followed behind Feng Yu. And when he came to the waterfall in the back mountain, Feng Yu turned around and said to him solemnly, "Nanako, you've been worshipping me as a teacher for a while, and the previous basic training is no longer suitable for you. I told you last time, if we want to become stronger, then we have to learn the breathing method, improve our overall physical strength, and then use the special sun wheel knife to kill the evil ghosts that killed your parents." The ghost killing team has 5 basic breathing methods, all of which are derived from the breath of the sun, and your master and I are the inheritance of Master Scale's water breath, and the breath of water is related to fire, wind, thunder. The basic breathing method of the Ghost Slayer team, which is juxtaposed with the 4 breathing methods of rock, is the most basic and easiest breathing method to learn. There are currently 12 basic moves for water breath, and I'll break them down for you later. Nanako listened to Feng Yu's words quietly on the side, and at the same time, she was extremely serious, because she knew that this moment was extremely important, so important that she needed to remember all what Feng Yu said. As the name suggests, the breathing method is to expand the lung capacity of the lungs through its own exercise, and to expand the lungs to the limit by inhaling a large amount of air during the battle, so as to promote the blood flow and body temperature to rise, and give full play to the maximum power of the human body's functions, which can enhance the strength and speed to achieve the ability to compete with ghosts. All the swordsmen of the Ghost Slayer team need to go through orthodox training, and after reaching a certain strength, participate in the final trial, and if you pass, you will prove your strength, and if you don't pass, you will be buried in the belly of the final trial demon. Tanjiro will go to the final trial in a while and become a real demon slayer swordsman. There are 2 breathing methods on my body. One is the breath of water passed down from Master Scale, and the other is the breath of light that I created myself. The breath of water I told you just now. There are a total of 12 moves, 2 of which were created by Yoshi Tomioka and me, which can be regarded as making up for the shortcomings of the breath of water and reaching a perfect state. The breathing method of light is not complete at the moment, but I already have an idea. I will teach you the training of the breathing method in the next period of time. No matter which breathing method you choose, I will do my best to teach you. I'll give you a day to consider whether to choose the breath of water or the breath of light. Nanako was suddenly a little overwhelmed, and lowered her head and remained silent. After a while, Feng Yu saw Nanako clenching her fists, raised her head violently, looked at Feng Yu's gaze, and said firmly, "Master Feng Yu, I choose the breath of water." Feng Yu was silent for a moment, and then slowly said the word "good." Now that you've chosen your breathing method, I'll show you the first 10 basic moves of water breathing. Feng Yu pulled out an ordinary Hinoa knife and began to demonstrate them to Nanako one by one. This is the first move, water breath, 1 type, water surface slash. This move requires charging, and then running the breathing method, aiming at the ghost's neck, and quickly and directly slashing down. I saw the blue and white water pattern appear on the Railun knife in Feng Yu's hand, and he directly slashed through a big tree in front of him, and then turned around and closed the knife. Nanako's mouth opened wide as the tree now appeared as thin as a line-sized mark, and then, in the wind, it boomed and fell, leaving a smooth cut. Nanako swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Can I do this in the future? Nanako's heart was shocked. The huge tree in front of her couldn't fully hold even if she opened her hands, but just like that, with a light swing of the knife in Feng Yu, it was cut off. I'm going to. Definitely. Mother. I will definitely avenge you, and I will definitely kill all the evil spirits in this world. Except for ghosts like you Bean. Nanako secretly made up her mind, and at the same time, she understood that there may be ghosts in this world that are different. Then the second move, water breath, type 2, water wheel. Wind Feather's body suddenly jumped into the air, and then his whole body began to roll like a wheel. Wind Feather has been demonstrating the first 10 basic moves of water breath for Nanako all day, and the pick 1 and pick 2 moves have not been taught. Nanako also carefully taught Feng Yu for 2 days and mastered the type of water breath moves, but she was also very unskilled. On the third day, Feng Yu explained to Scales Left and Tomioka Yoshi that they needed to go out for something, and at the same time, the matter of teaching Nanako water breath was also temporarily taken over by Scales Left Nirji. After explaining, Feng Yu hurriedly summoned Xiaohei, and then flew in the direction of the butterfly house. Ziobai, I suddenly didn't dare to face Mizio. Feng Yu, who was standing on Xiaohei's back, stroked Xiaobai in his arms and said, Master, it's none of your business, Xiao. Bai comforted. But her parents died because of me. Feng Yu recalled Mizio's appearance that day, and her heart was very uncomfortable, like repentance, like guilt. Mizio on the butterfly house finally woke up after 2 days of deep sleep. When she woke up, she stared blankly at the ceiling, and there was no one in the room guarding her, only the pink butterfly fluttering in front of her. Hello, beautiful butterfly. Misu opened her palm, and the pink butterfly flying in the air landed gently on her palm. Kiyoshi Teraki, who was passing by outside the door, heard the movement, hurriedly put down the things in his hand, and came to Mixio's side. You're finally awake? Kiyoshi Teraki was very excited. You wait, I'll call Shinobi-sama over. Mi'd just wanted to speak, but Kiyoshi Teraki had already gone out. Strange person, Mi'd watched Kiyoshi Teraki hurriedly go out and felt a strangeness. After a while, many people poured into Miso's room, and everyone looked at her with a strange expression on their faces, which made Miso feel scared for a while. You, who are you? What do you want to do to me? Miso asked nervously as she pulled the quilt on her body in a panic. It's okay, we are. Butterfly Shinobu gently told Mi'd who they were and where they were now. I don't remember who I am. After listening to Butterfly Shinobi's introduction, Mixio slowly said her situation. Butterfly Shinobu frowned, and then told Teraka Kiyoshi and the others to take good care of Mixio, while he came to the door to call his crow. Call Feng Yu-kun to come to the butterfly house as soon as possible, and say that Miss Mizio has woken up. The crow nodded, and then flew away quickly. Maybe that's fine, Butterfly. Shinobu looked at Mi'd, who was being taken care of by Kiyoshi Teraki, and said slowly. Chapter 99. With mixed feelings, Feng Yu soon came to the butterfly house. At the same time, I also saw that Mixio, who had recovered, was wearing the same medical clothes as Kiyoshi Teraki and the others, helping to take care of the injured swordsman of the Demon Slayer team. Feng Yu-kun, you're here. Butterfly Shinobi's voice came from behind him, and Feng Yu turned his head to see her looking at herself with a smile on her face. Feng Yu nodded. But although Butterfly Shinobu had a smile on her face, Feng Yu could feel that her tone was a little heavy. Is something happening to Miso? Asked Feng Yu with a frown. Butterfly Shinobu nodded. This kid has amnesia. What? Amnesia? Feng Yu's voice suddenly raised, but he quickly calmed down. How did she have amnesia? Feng Yu asked nervously. Butterfly Shinobu shook her head, came to Feng Yu's side, looked at Mizio who was helping and said, I don't know very well. Originally I thought she would only become like that because she was stimulated, but after she woke up a few days ago yesterday, she was taken to the Sea of Flowers by Chanel, because the group of butterflies seemed to recall the picture at that time, and her emotions collapsed again. Listening to Butterfly Shinobi's words, Feng Yu was silent. Actually, Feng Yu-kun, this is also a happy thing for Mixio, so that she forgets the pain. Butterfly Shinobu smiled. Have you forgotten the pain, Feng? Yu savored the words of the butterfly ninja. It seems to be too. Forgetting everything means forgetting the pain. Kiyoshi Teraki, who was busy, spotted Kazifa and Butterfly Shinobi standing in the distance. Lord Windfeather, you're here. Kiyoshi Teraki greeted very warmly. Feng Yu tried to give her a smile on his face in response, and nodded. After the temple cleared his throat, everyone who had seen Feng Yu in the butterfly house couldn't help but look up in the direction of the temple clearing. Nana, Xiaoqing, Xiaochang, Xiaomei, do you think that Lord Fenjiu and Lord Shinobi are a good match? Said Neo Takeda with a red face. I said, what are you all discussing? Why don't you hurry up and get to work? Kanzaki Aoi on the side couldn't listen anymore, and shouted with his hands on his waist, and then pretended to come over to punish the three little ones. Zyome, go quickly, Zayakui is so fierce. Sangxiao shouted when he saw Mizuo standing still, and then hurriedly stepped forward to pull her. It's just that Miso didn't seem to hear their words, and her eyes looked straight at Feng Yu. Why do I feel like I know him? Miso muttered. Ah, Zyome, do you know Lord Windfeather? The three little ones only showed a hint of disbelief, and then looked at Windfeather again. I saw that Feng Yu was also looking at Mizuo, and at the same time there was a complicated expression on his face. You look at me, I look at you, and finally come to a conclusion, that is, Feng Yu must know Mizuo. I saw Mizuo take a step forward and slowly walked in front of Feng Yu. About 1 meter 4 or 5 meters tall, less than Feng Yu's chest, he raised his head and frowned and asked, Hello, Lord Feng Yu, did we know each other before? Yes. Feng Yu replied after being silent for a while. Well, can you tell me about the past? Miso's face smiled, and 2 small dimples adorned her cute face. Feng Yu looked at her quietly, and through the transparent world, he saw the gap in her heart and the darkness in the depths of her soul. Then he spoke, You are my sister, we have depended on each other since childhood, and it is only because of something that happened earlier that your brain was injured that you will have amnesia. So, Miso, I'm here to take you home. A smile appeared on Feng Yu's face, and he held out a hand towards her. Miide hesitated for a moment, then looked at Butterfly Shinobu on the side. Butterfly Shinobu nodded, and Miide put her hand on Feng Yu's hand. In an instant, a sense of familiarity came, and Miso quickly withdrew her hand and said, It's a familiar feeling. It seems like I've held hands like this before. The wind. Brother. Feng Yu. Mixio's voice was so small that it seemed that only she could hear it, but Feng Yu heard it. The sadness in his heart instantly surged into his heart, hugged her, and kept saying apologetic words in his mouth. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. That I'm late. Feeling that familiarity, Mizuo's originally tense spirit also relaxed, and instead opened her mouth to comfort. Brother, it's okay, don't you think I'm okay now? Then brother, let's go home. I feel a little bad staying here with Shinobi-sama all the time, Miide said with a smile. Let's go home. Feng Yu nodded in agreement. He admitted that he was selfish at this time, but he could only put Mixio to live by his side, so that he could better protect her. Lord Shinobi, and everyone, let's go first. Mizuo followed Feng Yu and jumped on Xiao Hei's back. At first she couldn't help but be scared when she saw Xiao Hei's size, but Feng Yu kept holding her hand, giving her a sense of security, so she endured the fear in her heart and said goodbye to everyone behind her. Zyome, you must come back to see us. The 3 little ones hugged each other and beckoned with tears in their eyes. Butterfly Shinobu and Chanel stood together, watching the 2 of them disappear into the sky with a smile on their faces. Chapter 100 Feng Yu flew in the direction of the narrow fog mountain with Mixio. As for the reason why he didn't take it to other places to settle down, the first was that he would practice in the narrow fog mountain for a while, and create the rest of the light breath moves. The second is that at present, Feng Yu has not arranged a place for Mizuo in time, that is, a house. The third is because I don't worry that Mizuo is too far away from her side, and I am worried that she will be hurt. Xiao Hei flies very slowly, so slow that it is like a normal bird flying, and the breeze gently passing by her side is so cool, but Mizuo is closing her eyes and tugging at Feng Yu's shirt tightly in fear. Don't be afraid, Xiao Hei, fly a little slower. Feeling the fear in Mizuo's heart, Feng Yu touched her head and said gently. Mizuo felt the familiar feeling, slowly opened her eyes, and at the same time, because Xiao Hei's speed became slower, the beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers under her feet suddenly attracted her interest. It's so beautiful. Mizuo was stunned. The season at this time was already a little stuffy, and the cool breeze brought a sense of ease and refreshment. Black's body has become very large, and the pale yellow feathers on his body are also extremely soft and tough. Miso not only lay down, but closed her eyes and felt the warmth of the sun. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten the confusion and fear when she just woke up and lost her memory. She closed her eyes and smiled on her face, just like the scene when Feng Yu was practicing wielding a knife in that small village a year ago, and she was accompanied by her in the back, happy and warm. Feng Yu took out a Ghost Slayer team uniform from the system space and put it on her body, and said softly, You can sleep well, there is still a distance ahead, and I will call you later. Feng Yu saw that Mixio was asleep, and also sat cross-legged, looking into the distance, thinking about the days to come, and at the same time there was a trace of fear in his heart, afraid that Mixio would suddenly remember everything. It's good to forget the past, forget everything. It took a day and a night to return to the narrow foggy mountains, and when I passed through the town in the middle, I not only bought a lot of daily necessities, but also accompanied Mizuo to walk around the streets all day. Seeing Mizuo happily attracted by those interesting things and delicious food on the street, Feng Yu didn't complain, just quietly followed behind her, holding all the things that Mizuo liked. By the time I returned to the narrow foggy mountain, it was already evening, the sun was setting, and the continuous rush also made Mizuo sleep sweetly on Xiao Hei's body. Quack, Nanako, Ben is back, shouted to Nanako, who was hovering above the sky of the misty mountains, and was practicing the breath of water below. Nanako looked up and saw a huge pale yellow figure passing over her head in the light of the setting sun, bringing a gust of wind, and the forest was suddenly filled with dust and smoke, and the trees shook. Master, master! Nanako shouted excitedly, running towards the mountain cabin. Feng Yu in the sky looked at this scene, and he saw that Nanako's speed had obviously increased a lot. He also nodded with satisfaction. Nanako's speed increased, indicating that the training of the breathing method was not lazy because he was not there. It's just that what he doesn't know is that in the 2 days since he left, Tomioka Yoshio, who has been facing the red Tengo mask or face paralysis all day long, doesn't dare to be lazy at all. Plop. Feng Yu jumped to the ground with the sleeping Mixu in her arms. What is this? Asked Scales Zo as he looked at Miide in Feng Yu's arms. I'll talk to Master Scales later, Feng Yu said. At this time, Nanako also rushed back, and when she saw Mixu in Feng Yu's arms, she also showed a puzzled expression on her face, but she didn't speak, probably because she was afraid of disturbing Mixu's dream. Seeing Feng Yu carrying Mixu into the house, Scales looked up at the sky and sighed. It seems that it's time to expand the wooden house. Hehe, you beg me, and I'll tell you who that girl is. Nanako and Tanjiro glanced at each other, and both nodded at the same time, a smile on the corner of their mouths. Ouch, Lord Xiaohei, just tell me. Okay, look at your feathers, these claws, this wise and martial eyes. Xiaohei, whose vanity was satisfied, also felt comfortable, and then slowly told Nanako and Tanjiro the origin of Mixu in the wooden house. So that's the case. After listening to Feng Yu tell Mixu's story, the eyes of Scales Zo who looked at her recently couldn't help but soften, although he still wears that terrifying red Tengu mask. Master Scale, I'm going to build another house next to the wooden house. This is our home, but after all, it's a bit inappropriate for so many people to be crammed into one house. Feng Yu glanced at Mixu, who was sleeping soundly, and said. Scales nodded recently, and had to promise that. After all, he was an apprentice, and he would bring people to him in 3 days. The wooden house, which was once lonely, is now more like a big family, the home of all the people in the wooden house now. Alas, there is no comfortable life for a comfortable day. Scales looked at Feng Yu and seemed to complain a little in his heart. After all, as a cultivator who has long been living alone with retirement, he is like taking a baby every day at this moment, which is completely different from the retirement life he expected at the beginning. It's a little noisy, but there's a different joy in my heart. Scales Zo's face under the mask of the dog couldn't help but smile. If it's always like this, maybe it's good. His mind came to the images of the past, and this wooden house used to be full of lively scenes. He, Tomioka Yoshito, Rabbit, and Mako.